Qiao Wan met a tragic fate, yet she was reborn. The good news: she returned before entering the Lin family, before her sufferings commenced. The bad news: the protagonist is not herself. Qiao Kui reflected. Having spent a century in cultivation, she had merely dreamt a grand dream. After failing to transcend the tribulation, her soul returned to her past life. The foolish became enlightened, surrounded by wicked neighbors and cunning schemes. Qiao Kui took the 4-meter-long great sword from her daughter's hands and smiled gently. "Darling, put down the sword, I shall take charge. The peace of this life belongs to her, and no one shall obstruct her path." Chapter 1. The Return of the Soul. Qiao Kui had a long dream. In this dream, after plummeting from a cliff, her soul unexpectedly reborn in the realm of cultivation, she embarked on a path of asceticism due to her waterwood spiritual root. After a century of arduous effort, she finally attained the golden core, only to be obliterated under 14 bolts of thunder, meeting her demise. "My dear child, I am forever grateful to you." Wen Xian has excelled in his studies and has caught the eye of a noble lady from the Marquis residence. He is a talented individual, a dragon among men. With the assistance of the Marquis household, he is bound to soar to great heights and bring honor to our family. You may rest easy. I will send extra paper money for you each Qingming festival, ensuring you have no worries in the afterlife. The woman spoke earnestly, her face filled with compassion, wielding a chopping knife as she severed the life-saving vine clutched by the girl. Qiao Kui was infuriated. Despite possessing the power to traverse the heavens and reshape the earth, she was now merely a drifting soul, incapable of action. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and 2 figures, one gray and one white, swiftly crossed the distant horizon, engaging in fierce combat. The clash of spiritual energy altered the very colors of the heavens and earth, creating shockwaves that scattered Qiao Kui's soul. In a moment her spirit began to dissipate. She witnessed her daughter fall into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Without a second thought, she exerted all her effort to follow. The world is filled with helplessness. How much can one truly experience in life? The wooden door was broken open, and the white banners fluttered under the sun. Within the morning hall knelt a frail girl clad in coarse linen, her gaze blank, staring vacantly at the 2 corpses above. The girl's eyes were devoid of spirit, appearing almost lifeless. Qianshi led several individuals through the door. "The time has come, we must take them up the mountain." Following her words, 4 burly men and 2 women busied themselves, the men organizing the burdens of straw mats and ropes, while the older women approached Qiao Kui to tidy her. Appearance: Qiao Wan remained kneeling, motionless. Upon seeing this, Qianshi could not help but console her. "Do not blame us for the simplicity of the funeral arrangements. Wen Xian's education is costly, and paper, ink, and brushes require funds. We simply could not afford 2 coffins. These straw mats were woven overnight by your Uncle Lin." One woman chimed in, "This is how funerals are conducted in the village for common folk. There are no elaborate customs. What a pity for your mother, taken away in the bloom of her youth. Old Qiao was truly cruel. He died himself, but took your mother with him." Qianshi's gaze dimmed as she looked upon Qiao Kui's corpse, tears welling in her eyes. Alas, though Kui Nyang was not in her right mind, she was capable of taking care of herself. If each family would just spare a mouthful, we could all survive. Oh, truly, good people do not live long. Who could have imagined that old Qiao, knowing his days were numbered, would coax his daughter into drinking poison before his demise? The woman used a damp cloth to clean Qiao Kui's face, her voice murmuring as she reminisced about the past. Qiao Kui had once been the most beautiful girl in the area, with suitors lining up to propose by the time she was 14 who could not envy old Qiao for having such a lovely daughter destined to marry into a wealthy family. Regrettably, when she accompanied old Qiao to the capital to sell herbs, disaster struck and Qiao Kui was abducted. Her reputation stained, she was cast out by the Qiao family, and her parents, striving to protect her, were expelled from the clan. The 3 of them retreated to a remote mountainside, surviving by foraging for herbs. Without the protection of her family, what kind of life could one expect? No land, no roots anyone could trample upon her. Now, with the Qiao family bereaved, not a single member came to pay their respects, not even old Qiao's own son. The funeral was hastily conducted and desolate. Kneeling on the ground, Qiao Wan listened to the disparaging remarks about her grandfather and mother, her fists clenched, teeth gritted. In her peripheral vision, she caught sight of the chopping knife in the corner, and a surge of rage welled within her, prompting her to leap to her feet. Qianshi rushed to embrace her, softly comforting, "Good child, I know you are heartbroken. Your grandfather entrusted you to the Lin family before he departed. Rest assured, the Lin family will treat you well. Once the arrangements are complete, you may move in with us. We worry for you living here alone." Qiao Wan's gaze remained fixed on the corner, her heart and mind consumed by the knife. She yearned to leave, but Qianshi held her firmly. At merely 10 years of age, she was slender and lacked the strength to resist. Sensing the attachment Qiao Wan had for her mother, Qianshi tightened her embrace. "Do not go over there. Seeing them will only bring tears and sorrow, causing unrest for your grandfather and mother. Your grandfather loved you dearly and could not bear to see you cry." Meanwhile, the two men had begun wrapping old Qiao in straw mats and binding him with ropes. The two women hastened to tidy up Qiao Kui's appearance, cleaning her face and rearranging her hair. Qiao Kui's complexion was pale, her expression serene, eyes gently closed, appearing as though she were merely asleep. To the villagers, she was seen as a tranquil figure, sitting quietly or gazing into the distance, silent like a delicate orchid. Those unaware would assume she was a well-bred young lady of good lineage. To the villagers, she was but a beautiful shell devoid of a soul, protected like a precious gem by old Qiao for over a decade. "Let go of me, I hate you." Qiao Wan screamed in fury, striking at Qianshi, her small fists repeatedly landing on her. Qianshi, taken aback by the pain, nearly lost her grip on the struggling Qiao Wan. Anger surged within her too, and she admonished, "Wan, you have lost your mind. I understand your grief over losing your parents, but do not act so recklessly. It will bring shame to the Lin family's reputation." Wu Shi, Qianshi's sister-in-law, approached to assist in restraining Qiao Wan. "Wan girl, what is the matter with you? How can you strike your future mother-in-law? Such lack of propriety. Do not fret. Wan is merely overwhelmed by sorrow. Please, do not spread rumors. Only you, sister-in-law, possess a kind heart, expending effort and resources to manage the aftermath. What child bride would dare behave so indiscreetly? Child bride or not, Wan is betrothed to Wen Xian. Before he departed, old Qiao entrusted her to the Lin family. Henceforth, she will be regarded as my own daughter, the daughter of a mourning woman, lacking kinship and upbringing. Sister-in-law must be diligent in teaching her proper manners. The Lin family values education and propriety. We must not allow her to tarnish our family name." Wu Shi remarked coldly, still holding on to Qiao Wan. In the world of truth and falsehood, all is determined by words. Qiao Wan's expression was a mix of compassion and fury. In her previous life, it had been just like this. Qianshi, with her seemingly kind demeanor, deceived her into the Lin family, coaxing away the silver her grandfather left her with. Sweet words. Chapter 2. Awakening. How pitiful it was in her past life. Qiao Wan had been deceived by the Lin family, reduced to servitude, attending to the needs of the entire household. Each day, she would venture into the mountains to gather herbs for their livelihood, supporting Lin Wenxian's education, helping him ascend to the third realm of cultivation through herbal remedies. Yet, once Lin Wenxian achieved academic success, Qianshi unveiled her true nature, pushing her into the abyss. She could not comprehend why she had returned, reborn on the very day her grandfather and mother passed away. In this life, she would rather die than become a child bride for the Lin family. In a simple hall filled with commotion, men with stern expressions gathered, accompanied by several others. One woman in green, lagging slightly behind, quickened her pace upon witnessing the chaos within the hall. "What do you intend to do with my niece? Release her at once. Show some respect." Qianshi furrowed her brow, loosening her grip on Qiao Wan and casting an annoyed glance at the newcomer. Wu Shi leaned closer to Qianshi, scrutinizing the woman. She was the complete opposite of Qianshi, who was round and benevolent. This woman appeared sallow and worn, with sunken eyes and high cheekbones, evoking an impression of shifty-eyed cunning as she assessed those around her. "It is old Qiao's eldest son." She quickly recognized the newcomers and mockingly addressed the group. "Oh, rarely do we see you around. Have you come to weep for your father's demise? Who do you think you're pretending to mourn for?" Qiao Ji's eldest son, Qiao Sheng, remained silent, casting a dark glance at the Quan and Wu families before ultimately shifting his gaze to the bundle of straw mats, which he quickly averted his eyes from, as if it were something unclean. What a ridiculous farce. Your biological father still lives, and yet you dare to act so unfilially. You still have the audacity to show your faces. Even one girl has no connection with you. Oh dear. Wu Shi shrieked, startling the crowd that moment. Qiao Wan stood in the corner, wielding a hatchet, her gaze fixed intently upon them. The hatred in her eyes was palpable, sending an involuntary chill down their spines. Wu Shi exclaimed, "What's wrong with this child? Brandishing a knife?" Quan Shi, placing a hand over her heart, adopted a serious demeanor. "You frighten Wan. Depart at once, or we shall not be courteous any longer." As she spoke, the four men who had accompanied her rose, gripping their carrying poles and glaring menacingly at Xiao Sheng's group. Wang Shi, Xiao Sheng's wife, showed no fear and declared, "The affairs of the Qiao family are none of your Lin family's concern. We are now the only kin of Qiao Wan and shall not permit her to suffer alone. One girl has long been promised to my nephew in Xian. She is a child bride of the Lin family. Old Qiao had already permitted her entry into the Lin family, and after coming of age, she shall wed. How can you simply take her away?" Wu Shi scoffed, knowing full well that old Qiao had imparted his herbal knowledge entirely to Qiao Wan, and seeing that she belonged to the Lin family, it was impossible for them to seize her. Little did she realize, aside from her mother, old Qiao had one more offspring. What was she to do in this life? The Lin family was a known den of wolves, and the Qiao family was no less than a tiger's lair. Where should a solitary girl go? Where was home? Qiao Wan felt a deep sorrow. Her grandfather and mother's remained still not cold, and she wished not to be manipulated once again in this lifetime. Well then, with enemies before her, she would simply cleave through them, dragging at least one down with her in death. Raising her blade, she unexpectedly perceived the shock in the eyes of those around her, eliciting a cold smirk. Indeed, as long as she was willing to forsake her life, she felt no fear. The once lively morning hall fell into an eerie silence, each person gaping in astonishment at the individuals behind Qiao Wan. Qiao Kui, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly sat up, a smile gracing her lips, her bright almond eyes sparkling with interest as they observed the unfolding drama. Quan Shi stepped back in fright, her complexion ashen, momentarily rendered speechless. Wu Shi, paralyzed by fear, felt her legs weaken, finally closing her eyes and collapsing to the ground, fainting outright. Wang Shi, ever eloquent, was about to argue her case when she suddenly found her throat constricted, unable to utter a single word, her gaze vacant and lips turning a shade of purple as she stared in Qiao Wan's direction. Countless words and arguments failed to form on her lips. Seeing this, Qiao Wan's confidence surged. She charged forward with a hatchet, determined to take at least two with her. However, as she took several bold strides, she abruptly realized she remained rooted in place, her feet lifted off the ground. Ghosts. In a world of the bizarre, legends of spirits and strange occurrences in the mountains had persisted through time. They too had their tales of resurrection, but now, a once-dazed individual had regained clarity, articulating words with precision and possessing a keen gaze. Was this a demon possessing her, or an infernal spirit descending upon the living, instilling dread and fear within their hearts? Qiao Wan too was stunned, gazing at her mother, who held her by the collar, so vividly real and alive. What had gone awry? In her previous life, both the Lin family and the Qiao family had appeared, their words and actions mirroring those of the past. Yet in this life, her mother had awakened. Her mother was speaking? Qiao Kui waved her hand, utilizing the scant spiritual energy she possessed to weave a mesmerizing illusion, trapping these individuals so they could not escape, no matter how they tried. The main hall was less than 20 meters from the entrance, so close yet so far no matter how they ran forward, they could not exit, which only heightened their panic. Mother Qiao Wan murmured, staring at Qiao Kui. Qiao Kui responded with a sweet smile, cradling her daughter's face and planting a firm kiss on her forehead. This was the most exquisite reward for failing to transcend. How splendid. Everything was still within reach. Chapter 3. I am a fool. Who do I fear? A century of cultivation, a grand dream. As the dreamscape solidified, Qiao Kui swiftly realized that she had once again been reborn. The Quan family presided over the morning hall, while her daughter was being mercilessly manipulated. Hell lay desolate, and demons roamed the earth. She could hardly spare a moment to gather the slender thread of spiritual energy she had painstakingly summoned. The path of cultivation was arduous, and for now, she decided to seize some interest. With a flick of her finger, a carrying pole appeared in her grasp as she approached the group of oblivious fools. The seemingly ordinary pole had its own intentions. No matter how the Quans or the Wangs attempted to evade, it followed them like a shadow, striking at their heads and legs without exception. Even Xiao Sheng, who possessed martial prowess, could not escape its wrath and was forced to flee. His head bloodied from the blows. "Begone, you demons, leave my sister," he cried, only to receive a blow to the head in response, blood streaming down and blurring his vision. Rumor spoke of a sorcery called Ghost Wall, capable of torturing souls to death, and his heart sank into deeper dread, his countenance betraying his panic. Wu Shi gradually regained consciousness, a dull pain throbbing at the back of her head. Upon touching it, she felt a swelling bump, and just as she was overcome with dizziness, she caught sight of a dark shadow beneath Qiao Kui, eliciting a scream from her lips. She had a shadow. She was human. The fool had survived, the fool had gone mad, and the fool was striking people. The residents of Xinxia village regarded the disoriented Qiao Kui as nothing more than a simpleton, brazenly shouting without a shred of respect for the old man Qiao. Wu Shi's high-pitched voice shattered the air, and as Qiao Kui's carrying pole struck her face, it silenced her. Qiao Kui declared, "I am a fool. Who do I fear?" As Qiao Kui's spiritual energy waned and fatigue set in, she performed a hand seal, conjuring a gust of wind that propelled several individuals outside. They fled as if granted amnesty. The raucousness subsided into silence as mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances. Qiao Kui scrutinized Qiao Wan, having traversed realms after plummeting from a cliff, remained unaware of her injuries or her pregnancy, gazing at her daughter with a sense of unfamiliarity. She comprehended her father's heartfelt intentions. The Lin family could accept Qiao Wan but would never tolerate a fool. Her father had made this painful decision to shield her from bullying. While Qiao Kui pondered, Qiao Wan silently assessed her in return. She was utterly astonished. In her previous life, her mother had not awakened, despite her efforts to administer 3 bowls of detoxifying soup. Could it be that those 3 bowls had worked? Or had her own rebirth altered her mother's fate? Qiao Wan was convinced it was her rebirth that had brought about this change, for if she could be reborn, so could her mother. Qiao Kui, with a smile, beckoned her, saying, "Wan Wan, come here. We shall bid farewell to grandfather. From now on, we shall rely on each other." The old man Qiao's soul had departed, returning to the underworld, and Qiao Kui felt a pang of sorrow, despite her extraordinary past. She could not grant her father one final farewell before his passing. Time swiftly passed, and within a single night, the events at the Qiao household had spread throughout the village. The people of Xinxiao village were well aware that the Qiao family's fool had returned from the dead, now exhibiting an even greater folly. Previously, she had been a quiet beauty, lost in her thoughts. Now, she transformed into an aggressive figure, striking without provocation. The bizarre occurrences of that day were amplified by the gossip of Wu Shi, who claimed that Qiao Kui was possessed by a malevolent spirit, while others whispered that the spirit of the deceased old man, Qiao, lingered. With each retelling, the tales grew more extravagant, culminating in numerous versions that could fill a thick tome. The following day, Qiao and her daughter were visited by a group from the village, led by an elder with an ethereal presence, dressed in a Taoist robe. Lin Wenxin's parents, Lin Changyu and Quan Shi, cautiously accompanied him. Guan Shi, still bearing the remnants of bruises, addressed Qiao Wan, saying, "Wan Wan, the village head has heard of the unusual events that transpired at your home yesterday, and has specially invited Taoist Wuchen from Changsheng Temple to come." Qiao Wan cast a glance at her mother seated by the medicinal field, her heart racing. The village head, being the patriarch of the Lin family, surely had ulterior motives. This was undoubtedly another of Quan Shi's schemes. She had seen the true face of Quan Shi's hypocrisy and malice through the price of her own life. "Thank you for your concern, but my grandfather has cured my mother with medicine, and yesterday was merely a misunderstanding. The behavior of your mother is abnormal. It is said that after death, the 3 souls and 7 spirits depart, making one vulnerable to possession by malevolent entities. The village head has personally invited the Taoist to exorcise the evil spirit, ensuring your safety and our peace of mind. Qiao Wan felt a surge of anger. This was the true nature of Quan Shi, imposing her while under the guise of concern for her well-being. You are still young and know nothing. I'm doing this for your own good. If Qiao Wan dared to resist, Quan Shi would adopt a pitiful demeanor, provoking the ire of the entire Lin family against her. My mother has truly recovered. My grandfather's medicine used a poison to counteract poison, restoring her sanity. Lin Chanyu interjected. Wan, why are you being so unreasonable? We are doing this for your benefit. The village head cast a cold glance at Qiao Kui's back and stated, Your mother's illness cannot be cured even by the renowned physicians of the capital. How could your grandfather possibly succeed? His tone left no room for argument as he issued a decree. You need not say more. Today, we must ask Taoist Wuchen to exorcise the evil spirit, or else I shall expel you from the village. Qiao Wan's complexion paled, tears welling in her eyes. If they were expelled, they would truly have nowhere to go. The village head gestured to the ethereal Taoist Wuchen, who held a whisk in one hand and an octagonal mirror in the other. The center of the mirror contained a palm-sized piece of deep blue glass that shimmered in the sunlight, exuding an imposing aura. Qiao Wan stepped back, her face pale with fear. In her past life, she had been deceived by the Lin family, who rarely allowed her to interact with the villagers. She had only glimpsed figures like the village head from a distance. She rushed forward to intervene, but was restrained by Quan Shi. Wan, do not act recklessly. To confront a celestial master is a grave sin. My grandfather truly cured my mother. The group ignored her pleas, for in the face of absolute power, all voices could be silenced. Taoist Wuchen had begun to circulate within the courtyard, chanting incantations. This place is heavily infused with demonic energy, accumulated over a long time. Calamities will surely befall the master of this house, and may even extend to the village. At the village head's urgent inquiry, Taoist Wuchen replied, How could one who has cultivated for 30 years be mistaken? His confidence was unwavering, for the fault lay with these mere mortals. It is my fault. I implore the Taoist to extend a helping hand to relieve the crisis of Xinxia village. Exorcising evil and expelling demons is no easy task. You mortals do not comprehend the difficulties of my cultivation, for life is finite, and Taoist arts must not be recklessly employed. Taoist Wuchen stroked his long beard, lazily raising his aged eyelids, his tone casual. I understand. Your efforts are appreciated. A small token of gratitude for the master of the temple. Chapter 4. Taoist Wuchen with a flick of his whisk, Taoist Wuchen replied nonchalantly, Then I shall take action. Qiao Wan, held back by Quan Shi, could only watch helplessly as the incense table was set up and Taoist Wuchen unsheathed a peachwood sword, wielding it with a grand and formidable style. Taoist Wuchen hailed from Qingxin Temple, his profound Taoist arts well known far and wide. Even the capital Xinyang Prefecture would invite him for rituals. He lifted a talisman with the sword's tip, and as he formed a hand seal, the talisman ignited spontaneously in flames, astonishing all who beheld it. Qiao Wan's face turned ashen as she anxiously watched Taoist Wuchen, her heart racing. Having died once, would she be discovered? By the command of the supreme, true monarch. May the demons swiftly depart. Taoist Wuchen transformed the talisman into water, drank a mouthful, and then expelled a fireball from his mouth, crackling in the air. He then moved about, affixing talismans in various locations, while the village head and others wore solemn expressions, their gazes reverent. Qiao Kui remained motionless, detached from the worldly chaos, transcending the mundane. In this small realm, two entirely different scenes unfolded. As Wu Chan approached Qiao Kui, Qiao Wan became alarmed, exclaiming, Do not go to my mother. You will frighten her. She was anxious, for her mother had just awakened with great difficulty and spoke little. She feared that Wu Chan would send her mother into a state of confusion once more. After all, she had only just regained her mother. Just yesterday, her mother had conversed with her. Struggling to rise, she shouted, loathing her own helplessness. Qian Shi, exerting all her strength, managed to restrain her, pondering how this girl could possess such strength. It must be that Xiao Lao too had provided her with superior herbs for body refinement during his lifetime. How generous of Xiao Lao too. This must never happen again. Lin Lijing frowned in displeasure, while Lin Changyu repeatedly signaled to Qian Shi. Realizing the situation, Qian Shi hastily retrieved a handkerchief to cover Qiao Wan's mouth. Do not make a fuss, Wan. Once the Taoist performs his spell, your mother will be back to normal. In the eyes of Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu, Taoist Wu Chan was a transcendent being, possessing profound abilities. At this moment, Taoist Wu Chan held a peachwood sword in one hand and a yellow talisman in the other, slowly approaching Qiao Kui, who sat atop the stone. Then, they beheld Taoist Wu Chan bend down to pick up a talisman that had fallen to the ground and reaffix it to the dilapidated window frame. They were taken aback, realizing that talismans could fall off as well. But how could a talisman fall? It had been affixed by the Taoist himself, a celestial master. Yet, in their eyes, the yellow talisman that Wu Chan had just reattached again fell away, drifting through the air before landing at his feet. Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu exchanged bewildered glances. Observing the fallen talisman, beads of sweat began to form on Wu Chen's forehead. Surely, it was a coincidence. He picked it up again, retrieving another talisman from his robe, and reattached it to the same spot. However, this time, the talisman suddenly ignited, burning his fingers. And as it burned, it slowly ascended, turning to ash in the air. Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu were taken aback, their expressions revealing shock. Lin Lijing remarked, "Indeed, the Taoist possesses extraordinary skills. His magic is unfathomable. I have never witnessed such prowess in my lifetime. I am deeply impressed." Lin Chanyu added, "What Lin Lijing says is true. The Taoist is a celestial being and will surely exorcise the demons and resolve the crisis in Xinxia village." With his back turned to them, Wu Chan appeared fearful, his body trembling slightly, unable to take a step closer to the person before him. He hastily retrieved the Bawa mirror he had brought along and directed it towards Qiao Kui. The ancestral treasure showed no reaction, which relieved him somewhat as he rubbed his fingers nervously against his robe. "Silence. This ritual cannot tolerate any noise," Wu Chen declared, straightening his back with a serious expression. "Yes," Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu responded in hushed tones, their lips tightly pressed together. At this moment, even if a saw were brought forth, they could not part their mouths. They watched in anticipation as Wu Chan continued his incantation. However, in their eyes, Wu Chan stumbled, falling face first to the ground. Alarmed, Lin Chanyu rushed forward, only to be halted by Lin Lijing. "Do not move. We cannot interrupt the Taoist spell. He must be performing an intricate magic." Lin Lijing insisted with grave seriousness. Lin Chanyu questioned, "Is that so? Really?" Wu Chan, having risen, struck himself on both cheeks in disbelief, leaving symmetrical red imprints. Lin Chanyu, astonished, remarked, "What kind of magic is this? I have never heard of such a technique." Lin Lijing replied, "As a simple villager, it is not surprising that you are unaware. Your lack of education has led to this ignorance." "Is that so? Really? It seems I must read more. There is much to learn in books. Thankfully, I have a good son who can read and cultivate. He will surely succeed in the provincial examination this time." Speaking of his son, Lin Chanyu beamed with pride. Lin Lijing shot him a glance, wishing to extinguish his enthusiasm with a mere look, coldly scoffing inwardly. Lin Wenxian had studied for 5 years, failing the exam twice, and his current cultivation level remained that of a mere beginner. Wu Chan felt a burning pain on his face, retreating in panic. Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu, with their failing eyesight, were oblivious to his awareness of his situation. Suddenly, Wu Chen's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Lin Changyu's confusion deepened. What kind of celestial art was this? Could Wu Chen also possess such abilities? Lin Lijing pondered for a moment before finally managing to utter, "Wu Chen must be attempting to summon the Taishang Xinjuan's manifestation. Is that so? Don't deceive me. I have little knowledge." Wu Chen thought to himself, wishing to shout, "What demon is causing this trouble? Quickly meet your end." Yet, he dared not, unable to rise, not even capable of the most basic resistance. "Taoist," Lin Lijing called out, glancing at the unresponsive Qiao Kui, then anxiously pursuing the increasingly distant Wu Chan. With Lin Lijing gone, Lin Chanyu and Qianshi had no choice but to follow, their hearts heavy with dread as they hurried away. Qiao Wan regained her freedom, spitting out the handkerchief from her mouth and rushing towards Qiao Kui. "Mother." At this moment, Qiao Kui finally opened her eyes, looking at the anxious Qiao Wan. "What has happened?" "I just dozed off in the warm sun. The weather is splendid today, the warm sun is high, and it feels delightful." Seeing Qiao Kui like this, Qiao Wan felt a sense of relief and shook her head. "I merely wanted to ask what you would like to eat for dinner. I will prepare it." Chapter 5. Going fishing. I will go catch fish. Qiao Kui stood up and made her way towards the riverbank. Their home was situated at the foot of the mountain, facing the sea, small river, where spring blossoms flourished. When they were driven out by the Qiao clan, Qiao Lao too had spent 20 taels of silver to settle in Xinxiao village. The village head accepted the money, but did not give them preferential treatment, placing them in the location closest to Niushou Mountain. Niushou Mountain was fraught with danger, often inhabited by fierce beasts that descended to hunt for food, attacking humans. The dogs of Xinxiao village would not reside there. In the 4th year after moving, Xiao Mu had perished due to a wild boar descending the mountain. Although the location was perilous, it had its few advantages. They lived in solitude, enjoying a peaceful life. Qiao Lao too cultivated wasteland, growing medicinal herbs and vegetables, and would venture into the mountains to gather herbs for sale, allowing them to be self-sufficient. Qiao Wan was delighted. The fish she caught weighed over 5 pounds, and it must have been difficult for her mother to catch it, which is why it took so long. "Mother, such a large fish is more than we can eat. I will salt it for tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Half will be braised, and half will be steamed. I am starving." Qiao Kui disagreed, for she was currently cultivating. Having absorbed qi yesterday in the spirit hall, she had only just entered the first layer of qi training today. Heaven knows that without her storage bag, she was ravenous enough to eat a whole cow. Once a master of Golden Dan cultivation, returning to this path should have been effortless, but the spiritual energy in this realm was scarce, taking an entire day and night to reach the first layer of qi training. She appeared as a famished wolf, leaving Qiao Wan with no hesitation, and she hurried into the kitchen to prepare. Since her grandmother passed away when she was 4, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for Qiao Kui, learning culinary skills from Qiao Lao too, washing clothes and cooking for Qiao Kui. Until yesterday, it had even been Qiao Wan who styled Qiao Kui's hair. Qiao Kui was mindful, following Qiao Wan into the kitchen to help stoke the fire. The blue fish was scaled, gutted, and cleaned with meticulous care by Qiao Wan, who was serious about preparing a soup for her mother. In a place unseen by her, Qiao Kui discreetly conjured a small flame with her fingers and tossed it into the stove, causing the firewood within to blaze fiercely. Igniting the fire, gathering water, and clearing dust were skills that disciples entering qi training could master. Raised from a young age, Qiao Wan's culinary skills were certainly exceptional. After a delightful meal, Qiao Kui felt the surge of energy within her, letting out a satisfied sigh. Qiao Wan stared blankly for a moment, thinking to herself that now that her mother had awakened, her appetite was astonishing. Could this be a side effect of the poison and antidote? She resolved to work hard to earn money to support her dear and beautiful mother. Qiao Kui took the initiative to wash the dishes, but Qiao Wan refused, pushing her out of the kitchen. She swiftly washed the dishes and later brought warm water for Qiao Kui to soak her feet. Qiao Kui pressed her forehead, lamenting the ineptitude of her mother, who should have been nurturing her daughter, yet it was her 10-year-old daughter who had been caring for her. Qiao Wan, however, was unfazed. After nearly 6 years of tending to her mother, she had grown accustomed to the role. The Qiao family resided in 4 rooms, a kitchen, a main hall, and 2 bedrooms, while Qiao Laotu had constructed a small side room on the west side to serve as a woodshed and latrine. Previously, Qiao Wan had shared a room with her mother, but after regaining her clarity, she decided to occupy Qiao Laotu's original room for her nightly cultivation. She spread a bedsheet that had turned pale from washing, reminding her mother to sleep inside and not to fall off the bed, and to call out if she needed water or had to get up during the night. Qiao Kui felt a flush of embarrassment. Who was truly the mother and who the daughter? It was indeed she who was inadequate. She resolved to work diligently on her cultivation to support her beloved child. In the instant she fell asleep, Qiao Kui opened her eyes and sat up. Alas, having such a clever and understanding daughter, she felt both happiness and exhaustion. She rolled out of bed quietly and slipped out the door. The tranquil village of Xinxia was shrouded in darkness, with the villagers long since asleep. Occasionally, the distant barking of dogs mingled with the chirping of insects and croaking of frogs, composing a nocturnal symphony. Qiao Kui employed her lightness technique, her figure darting through the village like a breeze. Earlier that evening, she had fished by the river, catching not only a large catfish but also a substantial fish. 10 miles east of Xinxia village lay a dense forest, where numerous small mounds formed a crowded graveyard, with tilted stone tablets making it impossible to discern whose grave was whose. Suddenly, atop one of the mounds, a round object resembling a ball stirred, emitting a chilling and piercing cry for help that shattered the stillness of the night and startled the slumbering birds. It turned out that the ball-like object was a person, the revered Wuchan Taoist, esteemed by the villagers as a celestial master. At that moment, Wuchan Taoist had lost all semblance of his former ethereal self, buried neck-deep in the grave mound, with only his head exposed, able to turn. After calling for help a couple of times, his voice faltered. He had realized where he was, weeping as he weakly cried out, "Is there anyone? Help me!" He dared not raise his voice too high, fearing to alarm the spirits of the buried. He placed his hope in the true warriors of the night. Upon awakening, he found himself in this dire situation, fully ensconced in the cold, damp earth, feeling as if countless rotting hands were tugging at him, attempting to drag him entirely into the grave. The chill wind carried a dampness that slapped against his face, while odd sounds echoed in his ears. Something crawled up the back of his neck, its tendrils brushing against his skin, sending waves of clammy dread coursing through him. Even as he felt something licking at his throat, Wuchan Taoist could no longer endure, tears streaming down his face. "Help! Save me!" His voice was weak and helpless. "How noisy!" A voice interjected, startling Wuchan Taoist into a state of fright, his heart racing. "Celestial Master, please help me," he stammered, desperately turning his neck to see the source of the voice. However, his neck's limited range prevented him from facing backward, rendering him blind to the figure behind him, only able to hear the cold, clear voice, unable to discern if the person was friend or foe, or even one of another kind. Qiao Kui did not rush to speak. Instead, she took a sip from her wine flask, having conveniently procured a jug of the village head's prized wine on her way out. The taste was unremarkable, far inferior to the spiritual wine brewed from her own spirit fruits and herbs. The faint aroma of alcohol mingled with the nauseating stench of decay, permeating the night air. Qiao Kui toyed with her peachwood sword, then pulled out her Bagua mirror for inspection, ultimately casting it aside in disdain. "Ah, you are a well-known celestial master. Yet you need assistance? Show me your skills and take flight right here." Wuchan Taoist replied, "Only I know my own worth. Master, it is merely a trivial skill, not worthy of mention. Please grant me my life." "Humph. Save you? You have brought me great trouble. Do you think the authorities will not come for me tomorrow? My life hangs in the balance. Is it too much to seek revenge before I perish? Are you satisfied with this burial ground?" Qiao Kui poured the remaining wine over Wuchan's head, and with a flick of her finger, a small flame appeared out of nowhere, landing on his face and igniting his beard. Wuchan Taoist, terrified, shook his head vigorously, fearing that if he paused, the flames would consume him entirely. The fire extinguished, leaving him bereft of his beard. He had no time to lament, for a greater flame awaited him. "Master, please spare my life. I was wrong. I did not know you were here. I intruded upon your sacred meditation. It was all my fault. I am willing to make amends and resolve this crisis." Wuchan felt regret, having mistakenly believed it was merely a routine ritual, now realizing he had offended a reclusive master. "My life is an end." Wuchan's mind raced, considering how he might salvage the situation. "Everything began with me. I am willing to compensate and clear this misunderstanding." However, he soon realized that this was insufficient to ensure his survival, promptly adding, "As long as you do not kill me, I am willing to serve you faithfully." An impostor of trickery, Qiao Kui thought with disdain. "Do you possess any cultivation lineage? Where did you learn?" she inquired, recalling the faint aura of spiritual energy she sensed earlier when he was fiddling with talismans. In the darkness, Wuchan's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "My master passed away early, leaving behind only a book from which I self-studied." After a brief pause, he added, "I applied some phosphorus powder to my fingertips to create heat, then applied it to the talisman paper with grease, causing it to ignite. It is merely a trick to deceive others." Such techniques were common among traveling performers, hardly worthy of reverence, especially considering the crude talismans he had drawn from torn pages. Qiao Kui found herself more intrigued by that book, realizing that Wuchan was unaware he had already begun to cultivate. "Bring that book to me tomorrow. Do not even think of running away. I can take your life wherever you go, from the heavens to the underworld." With that, she casually rolled a clump of mud into a pill and forced it into Wuchan's mouth. "What poison is this? It is more repulsive than the stench of rotten fish. This is my unique antidote, effective in 3 months, and only I can neutralize its effects." As she spoke, she guided her spiritual energy into Wuchan's body. Wuchan felt the dreadful pill settle in his belly, causing a tumultuous upheaval within him, as if his organs were attempting to leap out, inducing pain so intense he nearly fainted, rendering him incapable of any thoughts. Reporting to the authorities? That was a jest. Perhaps the officials would not even arrive, and he would perish first. Fleeing? Who could help him escape from Xinjiang Prefecture? He was nothing. When he regained consciousness, Qiao Kui's presence had vanished, and he cried out in fear, "Master, do not go. I beg you, spare me." The only response was an eerie silence, punctuated by a chilling wind and distant howls, leaving him to contemplate a fate of becoming prey for wolves. Suddenly, a force erupted beneath him, breaking the earth that had encased him, lifting Wuchan a foot off the ground before he landed awkwardly. Having dealt with Wuchan, Qiao Kui felt her own spiritual energy waning. She must diligently cultivate to establish her foundation, uncertain of the strength of this world's martial spirits. That day, when the two figures fought in the sky, they had summoned a celestial spectacle, rivaling the power of the golden core. As the long night wore on, the air grew cold as water, and the heavens and earth blended into one hue. Suddenly, Qiao Kui's attention was drawn by a faint sound. A small creature hid behind the grass, joyfully feeding. But upon noticing Qiao Kui's approach, it became alert, baring its teeth, its azure eyes glinting menacingly, emitting a low growl in an attempt to intimidate the human intruder. Behind it lay a rabbit, nibbled to half its form. Clearly, Qiao Kui had interrupted its meal. Soon, it found itself grasped by the scruff of its neck. Lifted for inspection, it was a wolf. The small creature kicked its legs wildly, baring its blood-stained mouth and twisting its neck in an attempt to bite. Behave yourself, or you'll find yourself skinned and thrown into the pot. Upon returning home, it was carelessly tossed beneath the eaves. The little creature attempted to flee, but was swept away by a gust of energy, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. After several futile attempts, it grew furious, emitting a furious roar, its fur bristling with rage. Confronted by an overwhelming pressure that struck at the very core of its soul, it felt an insurmountable fear. Causing its legs to buckle, it collapsed onto the ground. "Silence! You've disturbed my precious one's slumber." Qiao Kui, with a serious demeanor, declared that disturbing her precious one was unforgivable. "It seems you are unwilling. Very well, tomorrow we shall feast on meat." The little creature, sensing its fate, whimpered pitifully, nodding vigorously with its eyes glistening, adorably pleading for mercy. Seeing its pragmatic nature, Qiao Kui contemplated for a moment and decided to let it stay. "I shall spare your life. Serve your master faithfully. Dare to harbor ill intentions, and I shall not be merciful." Thus, the little creature was settled beneath the eaves while Qiao Kui made her way to the medicinal field. The Qiao family lacked farmland. The land at the foot of the mountain was barren, and no one in the village was willing to sell land to the old man Qiao. Additionally, he was not skilled in farming. Hence their home consisted of a vegetable patch and a medicinal field, with all other necessities procured from the county town. The Qiao family was a prominent household in the village, originating from herbalists who later prospered through the cultivation of medicinal herbs. They owned their own pharmacies in both the county and the capital, renowned as merchants of medicinal products. The lineage of the old man Qiao was but a branch of the Qiao family. He had shown a natural talent for herbalism from a young age and was nurtured by the family, with hopes of developing in the capital. However, the incident concerning Qiao Kui dashed his prospects. Even the eldest son, Qiao Sheng, was adopted by a different family and had gone to serve in Xinjiang Prefecture. In Xinxia village, two prominent surnames existed, Lin and Qiao. The Lin family dominated with around 70 households, valuing literary pursuits. Largely due to a member of their clan who had achieved the rank of a fourth-tier scholar and now held an official position, the Qiao family had about 50 households. With little emphasis on literature, instead, they revered martial prowess. Qiao Sheng had gone to serve the main family in Xinjiang due to his martial skills. Chapter 7. He Tan in the realm of Tsangyue. The tradition of cultivating immortality had been severed, rendering the populace incapable of ascension. However, an alternative path was discovered, one that involved comprehending the way of heaven through the writings of ancient sages, consolidating one's literary essence for cultivation. Yet, only a rare few could achieve this. Akin to climbing to the heavens, each a prodigy with boundless potential. In a past life, Lin Wenxian was favored by the aristocracy for reaching the third stage of literary cultivation, sought after as a son-in-law. Unable to cultivate literary essence, many opted for martial arts, honing their martial spirits to attain wealth and status. Regardless of the chosen path, medicinal herbs served as a crucial aid. They could clear the mind and invigorate the spirit, enhancing clarity and fortifying the body. While gold may be easily acquired, precious medicinal herbs were hard to find. Quality herbs yielded remarkable effects, expediting the cultivation process. For this reason, the old man Qiao had earned a considerable sum over the years through herbal gathering, most of which was spent on treating Qiao Kui's ailments. Before his demise, he had set aside a dowry for Qiao Wan, only for it to be taken away by the Lin family after she entered their household as a child bride. Qiao Kui sat on a large stone beside the medicinal field, closing her eyes in meditation. With a waterwood spiritual root, she primarily practiced medicine and was well-versed in herbalism, renowned in the realm of immortality as a healer. Alas, her century of cultivation was obliterated in a thunderous tribulation. Anguish, sorrow. Not only had her life been lost, but her storage pouch vanished as well. I must strive, and strive again. The king of competition returns. In her previous life, Qiao Kui had focused on wood-based techniques and water-based techniques. The former was offensive, while the latter served as support. With the guidance of a capable master and several senior brothers, she thrived in the realm of immortality. As she drew upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it converged around her, gradually permeating her being. The medicinal herbs surrounding the azure stone unfurled their leaves in the night, their stems and leaves bending closer to her. The little creature beneath the eaves, sensing something, scampered over, climbed onto the stone, nestled against Qiao Kui, and closed its eyes, emitting a contented murmur. Unperturbed by the interruption, Qiao Kui remained engrossed in her cultivation. Only when the first light of dawn began to break did she open her eyes. Splendid, 2 hours of cultivation. Yet I remain at the first level of qi refinement. Observing the field before her, Qiao Kui swiftly performed hand seals, and with a wave of her hand, spiritual rain began to fall sporadically upon the field. Regrettably, as her cultivation was still in its infancy, the spiritual energy was insufficient, resulting in only a few drops. Under the nourishing touch of the spiritual rain, the medicinal field began to show visible signs of vitality. The leaves unfurled and danced. To her astonishment, spiritual energy began to rise from the medicinal field. Overjoyed, Qiao Kui did not expect the field to also provide a source of spiritual energy, prompting her to cultivate once more, absorbing the ceaseless flow of energy. As the spiritual energy dissipated, she waved her hand to summon clouds and rain, this time solely saturating the medicinal field. She could distinctly feel an increase in the amount of spiritual rain, sensing the joy of the herbs. The wood attribute was capable of communicating with the spirits of plants. The spiritual rain, which drenched the medicinal field for merely a quarter of an hour, soon stirred the energy within. Repeating this process, Qiao Kui immersed herself in this method, quickly advancing to the second level of qi refinement. This, perhaps, might be her reward for rebirth. The little creature that had been lying beside her suddenly stood up, bouncing along with her, its fur glossy and sleek, shaking its plump rear. However, it was denied entry into the room, facing a closed door. Feeling wronged, it let out a couple of soft whines and found a comfortable spot in the corner to nestle in. Not long after, the door to Qiao Wan's room opened. "Oh, how is there a little dog here?" Qiao Wan picked up the small creature, stroking its shiny black fur. The creature, instantly enraged, thought, "I am a descendant of the mighty Hell Wolf King, not a mere dog. You are the dog. Your whole family is dogs." It bared its teeth, pouncing forward, but suddenly a wave of pressure arose, instilling a fear that paralyzed the little creature, leaving its mouth agape and rendering it unable to move even an inch. In an instant, the creature transformed into a submissive little pet, concealing its sharp fangs, extending its pink tongue to lick Qiao Wan's palm, eliciting delightful laughter from her. "You are so good. Do you have no family? Are you also homeless? What is your name? Will you stay with me? I shall call you Heitan. It suits you, for you are as black as coal." Heitan thought, "No, that name is dreadful." The little creature shook its head vigorously, vehemently opposing the name. "I know you must love this name. From now on, you shall be called Heitan, and I am your little master." Qiao Wan played with Heitan for a while, before heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Her mother had just recovered from a serious illness. and she wanted to prepare something delicious to nourish her, steaming a bowl of eggs and making 2 pancakes, while for herself, a couple of vegetable dumplings would suffice. By the time Qiao Kui feigned waking up, Qiao Wan had already prepared breakfast, the fragrant egg custard placed before her. "Mother, eat quickly, it is delicious." Qiao Wan gazed at the egg custard, feeling a moment's envy as Hei Tan circled the table, already enticed by the aroma. Naturally, Qiao Kui could not bear to see her precious one eat scraps while she indulged in rich foods. She divided the egg custard, shared the pancakes, and even distributed the vegetable dumplings. Qiao Wan kept half of a dumpling, introducing Hei Tan. "This is Hei Tan. It has no parents or home, so pitiful. Shall we take it in, Eitan?" She glanced at the shiny little creature with its glossy black fur, realizing her precious one was remarkably clever, naming it so aptly. "Well, if you like it, we shall keep it." Qiao Wan joyfully embraced Hei Tan, offering it half of a dumpling. "Eat quickly, you can stay now. This is my mother, and you must protect her." Hayden thought, "I am deeply moved." The mother's words had become more frequent, bringing great joy to Qiao Wan, indicating her mother had recovered and regained her senses, accepting her once more. Qiao Wan then took out the money left to her by the old man Qiao and handed it to Qiao Kui. "Mother, this is the silver grandfather left for me to rely on." Remembering her late grandfather, a wave of melancholy washed over Qiao Wan. He had endured his illness to save this silver for her, refusing to buy medicine in his final days. Qiao Kui did not answer the call, feeling equally distressed. Those who practice immortality sever ties with the mortal world in pursuit of the grand Tao, abandoning familial bonds. Yet how could she remain unscathed? That was her father, the father who had provided her with a lifetime of stability, who, even at the end of his days, she could not see for the last time. "What your grandfather left for you, keep it. Now that I have awakened, I shall ensure you no longer endure hardship. Everything at home shall be my responsibility." Qiao Kui promised, successfully witnessing the tears of gratitude in her daughter's eyes. "Mother, it is so wonderful that you have awakened. Rest assured, I will gather herbs to support you. I will not let you go hungry." Alas, this child is so sincere. After their meal, the mother and daughter went together to tend to the herb field. Before his passing, Qiao Laotu had not only found a place for Qiao Wan, but had also left her a considerable fortune, namely this herb field, a testament to his foresight. When Qiao Wan beheld the state of the herb field, she was taken aback. The herbs had visibly thrived. In recent days, she had been preoccupied with her grandfather's illness and then the funeral, and had not attended to the field. In just half a month, the herb field had transformed remarkably. After a moment of astonishment, Qiao Wan quickly deduced that it was likely due to her absence. Such growth over an extended period was not surprising. She moved gracefully through the field, her hands deftly working the plants as if she had practiced 1,000 times, fully aware of the medicinal properties of each herb. "Mother, this Gui Yu Chao is nearly ripe," Qiao Wan exclaimed, pointing to a vibrant blue herb, her face alight with joy. Upon closer inspection, her excitement grew, for the leaves of the Gui Yu Chao shimmered with a faint blue glow. This was a sign of an ordinary herb mutating into a precious medicine. Its efficacy multiplied several times over and its value skyrocketing to 100-fold. Other herbs like Sheng Nan Xing, Song Air, and Zimu Lei Gong Tong were also nearing maturity. Qiao Kui nodded calmly, concealing her own achievements. However, Qiao Wan's keen interest in toxic herbs raised a question. Did she intend to use them to poison the Lin family? What a splendid idea. Qiao Wan flitted about like a joyful butterfly, sharing her delight with her mother. Qiao Kui listened with great interest, even posing questions, adopting an earnest demeanor, as in Qiao Wan's eyes, she was but a naive soul, entirely unaware of the world around her. In essence, she was a novice, seeking guidance. Qiao Wan relished, imparting her knowledge of herbal medicine to her mother, filled with admiration and respect. She also noticed that not only had the herb field flourished, but the vegetable garden had also grown exceptionally well, seemingly sprouting taller overnight. Furthermore, during lunch, the vegetables tasted particularly delightful, crisp and tender, making it easy to eat. At midday, Qiao Wan enjoyed a simple stir-fry of greens, astonishingly finishing 3 bowls of rice. Only when her belly was full did she pause, realizing that her ravenous appetite would soon deplete the rice jar. Alas, she was about to eat the family into poverty. Qiao Wan regretted her excessive eating, completely oblivious to Qiao Kui. who discreetly kicked the table leg while scolding the gluttonous Haiten. To eat so much, perhaps you should just be killed and served as meat. Haiten retorted, you complain about my appetite after letting me eat a few bowls of grass. Can we not be reasonable? Mother, I am sorry for eating too much. I used to eat so little. Qiao Wan lamented with guilt. In her previous life with the Lin family, Quan Shi never allowed her at the table, and she would only scrape the remnants left by Lin Wenjing. Qiao Kui's heart ached. Her daughter was truly piercing her soul. My dear, there is no need for you to feel guilty. We may eat as much as we wish in our own home. We are our own masters. Is that true? But girls should not behave this way. No one will like them, Qiao Wan replied, touched. The shackles imposed by Quan Shi in her previous life had deeply imprinted on her soul, making it difficult for her to break free even after her rebirth, causing her to feel guilt and self-reproach immediately after a meal. Qiao Kui gently caressed her daughter's withered hair, smiling warmly. Of course it's true. Girls should be like this, not controlled by others, shining their own light and bravely being themselves. To ensure her precious daughter did not tread the same path as in her previous life, falling victim to Quan Shi's influence, Qiao Kui resolved to change her daughter's perspective. You are my dear child, born in my life. Whatever you do, I shall never blame you. I will always support you. Qiao Wan was profoundly moved. Her mother was so different from the tyrannical Quan Shi. Having a mother truly meant everything. She resolved to work diligently to provide a good life for her mother. With nothing else to occupy her time, Qiao Kui turned to the herb field to cultivate her skills. Wan, are you home? I have come to see you. Haiten rushed out. What beast is this? Get away. Quan Shi stood outside the door, frowning as she kicked Haiten aside, but missed and instead was bitten by Haiten's pant leg. Get lost. Wan, come out quickly. Quan Shi exclaimed in a flurry, protecting the basket in her arms, anxiously kicking her legs, worried about her pants being torn and more afraid of being injured. In a moment of chaos, Haiten growled, let go. Qiao Wan bent down to pick up Haiten, casting a cold glance at the approaching Quan Shi. Aunt Quan, what brings you here? You foolish child. If I do not come, will you not go? We agreed that after your grandfather's burial, you would move to my home. Recalling her previous life as a child bride, Qiao Wan's heart ached as she firmly replied, Aunt Quan, my mother is still alive. The previous agreement no longer holds. Quan Shi glanced at Qiao Kui in the distance and pulled Qiao Wan aside to whisper, you foolish child. Whether or not she is your mother is still uncertain. How can you live under the same roof? You do not know when you will be harmed. The village chief and the elders are discussing reporting to the authorities. You must obey and move to the Lin family. Qiao Wan's expression changed drastically as she became anxious. She is my real mother. My mother's illness has been cured. You are speaking nonsense. Quan Shi, feeling helpless, earnestly advised, you saw for yourself yesterday. The Taoist master Wu Chun was frightened away. I know you are saddened, wishing for your mother by your side, but what good is self-deception? She is not truly your mother. Furious, Qiao Wan pushed Quan Shi away, pointing at her in anger. She is my real mother. You are all wicked, unable to bear seeing my mother regain her senses. Quan Shi was also incensed. After all, she was supposed to be Qiao Wan's future mother-in-law. How could she be treated this way? Since that day in the morning hall, Qiao Wan's demeanor had become peculiar, showing disrespect towards her future mother-in-law. How could this continue? With a tone laced with authority, she asserted, Wan, I am doing this for your own good. You must consider, as a lone girl living under the same roof as her, you do not know how you might perish. Your grandfather entrusted you to us before he died. You need to be obedient and sensible. How could a lone girl be so audacious? I am still alive. My daughter does not need your guidance. Qiao Kui had approached without notice, shielding Qiao Wan behind her. Quan Shi, startled by Qiao Kui's sudden arrival, wondered how the woman had traversed from the herb field so swiftly without a sound. Remembering what her husband had said, Quan Shi was even more convinced that this Qiao Kui was not the same as the previous one. With fear for her own safety creeping in, Quan Shi resolved to stabilize the situation first. Aunt Qiao, it is truly wonderful to see you recovered. Thinking back to your former self, I felt such sorrow. Now that you have awakened, it is truly a blessing. One should not strike the person who bears a smile. Once the village chief invites authorities, they will surely frighten you out of your wits. I ask you, why do you bully my daughter? Qiao Kui did not heed Quan Shi's attempts at flattery. Having accompanied her daughter in spirit for so many years, Witnessing her suffering, she knew Quan Shi's duplicitous nature all too well. I'm not bullying her. Wan is young and naive. I am merely guiding her for her own sake, Quan Shi insisted. Feeling that Qiao Kui's apparent concern for Wan must be part of some ulterior motive. My daughter does not require anyone's instruction. Begone. Ah, you truly lack reason, Quan Shi exclaimed, quickly retreating, frightened by the terrifying look in Qiao Kui's eyes, fearing that this person might reveal her true form and swallow her whole. Chapter 9. Master Uncle above Quan Shi was filled with indignation. Her initial purpose for coming here was to bring Qiao Wan to the Lin family. It had been agreed that after the funeral of old man Qiao was settled, Qiao Wan would move in with the Lin family as a child bride. The silver left by old man Qiao also needed to be managed, and she felt uneasy having it close to Qiao Wan. Unexpectedly, Qiao Wan refused. Her attitude towards Quan Shi had changed drastically, becoming distant and even hostile. Did she truly believe that with her mother awakened, she would have a support? With Qiao Kui like that, even if her mother truly woke up, she would be unable to protect her. How could she rely on her? Before Quan Shi could cross the bridge, she saw a group of people approaching. Among them was Lin Chanyu, following Lin Lijing and several clan elders, who were respectfully accompanying a robed Taoist and two men dressed in official attire. From a distance, Quan Shi observed the robed Taoist, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. She hurried over to Lin Chanyu and quietly inquired, "Who is this? Is he a highly skilled person sent by the government?" Lin Chanyu shook his head, saying nothing, and continued walking. Quan Shi quickly followed. With government officials present, she thought that the troublesome demon would surely be subdued. The group arrived at the foot of Qiao's home. Upon seeing these individuals, Qiao Wan was frightened and quickly retreated, shutting the door, but then remembered her mother was still in the medicinal fields and dashed back out. "Mother, run. The wicked ones have come." Qiao Kui had already seen that the person surrounded by the crowd was none other than Taoist Wuchen. Wuchen had lost his long beard, and though he had less of an ethereal aura, he appeared more youthful. However, his current pallor was quite striking. Upon seeing Qiao Kui, he excitedly rushed forward and knelt, exclaiming, "Master Uncle, I have finally found you." Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu were taken aback. Qiao Kui was equally astonished. The scene fell into silence. "I summoned you to resolve my troubles, not to acknowledge kinship. Do not think that this will spare your life," she warned. Wuchen, undeterred by the threat, eagerly explained, 10 years ago, my wandering master had a prophetic dream, stating that he had a beloved disciple by the name of Qiao Kui, age 16, and that I must find her. Qiao Kui replied, "Excellent." Not only has she found a master, but her own affliction is also explained. Your master must have allowed your 3 souls to follow him in pursuit of immortality. You must have attained the Tao, and thus you have awakened. This is indeed a cause for celebration. When I first met you yesterday, I felt a sense of familiarity. Truly, the flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. A family cannot recognize its own kin. I hope Master Uncle will forgive your disciple's rudeness. Lin Lijing and Lin Chanyu exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how someone who had lost their wits could suddenly become the beloved disciple of Taoist Wuchen, with dreams of divine teachings that sounded so surreal. The 2 officials observed the acknowledgement of kinship without intervening, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Qiao Kui remained silent, contemplating how to bring about Wuchen's demise for daring to take advantage of her. Suddenly, she raised her hand and spoke coolly, "Rise." The ignorant bear no fault. Wuchen was overjoyed. His life was spared. He thought of his deceased master and dared not claim a disciple for himself, lest Qiao Kui take him as a brother and then eliminate him. Thus, he devised a plan to collect disciples on behalf of his master. With a rough idea in mind, he enlisted the help of 2 old friends from the county, leading to this situation. The matter of collecting disciples was a confidential affair within the sect, and he urged everyone to keep it a secret. Otherwise, his master's wrath would bring divine punishment, disrupting their peace. When Wuchen dismissed Lin Lijing, Lin Chanyu, and the clan elders, his demeanor was starkly different before Qiao Kui. He appeared haughty, looking down on them. The village's rumors must be swiftly quelled, lest they disturb Master Uncle's tranquility. Lin Lijing nodded repeatedly, having heard that Wuchen's master was once a national advisor. Though he was unsure of the truth, Wuchen reassured them, "Safeguarding the villagers' peace is my duty as the Lijing." Old man Qiao devoted himself to studying medicine for 10 years, curing Qiao Kui's affliction. This is known to all in Xinsha village. Among the group, the only ones displeased were Lin Chanyu and his wife, who grumbled, "Everyone knows. You weren't saying this before coming here. To curry favor with Taoist Wuchen, you've lost all shame." They preferred to accept that Qiao Kui possessed by demons rather than believe she had regained her wits, or else yesterday's events would not have transpired. Only by eliminating Qiao Kui could they control Qiao Wan to serve the Lin family. After sending the villagers away, Wuchen kindly saw off the two officials, presenting them with a pouch. They said little, accepting it and exchanging a few pleasantries with Wuchen before departing. Once tranquility returned, Wuchen jogged over to Qiao Kui's side, awaiting her instructions. Qiao Kui perused the pages Wuchen had handed her. It was a rudimentary manual on cultivating immortality, but regrettably, it was incomplete, with many pages torn and essential parts missing. Wuchen had inadvertently cultivated spiritual energy, unaware of the implications. The talismans he drew were utterly nonsensical. However, this had no bearing on her. Seeing Qiao Kui set the book aside, Wuchen cautiously explained, "Master Uncle, do not take offense. Last night, I pondered deeply and decided to gather disciples on behalf of my master. My master was once a renowned figure, possessing both literary and martial talents, aiding the former emperor in unifying the realm, and was honored as the national advisor, enjoying unparalleled glory." Qiao Kui regarded him with a mocking expression. "Where did you hear such tales? Indeed, it is the truth as recounted by my master. This manual was personally imparted by my master to him, who later passed it on to me." Wuchen's face flushed, realizing that his knowledge of his master's exploits was secondhand, as his master had passed away many years ago, leaving the authenticity questionable. Flustered, Wuchen hurriedly tucked the manual away, and before departing, he inquired, "Master, my humble abode is located at Tingyue Peak east of Neosho Mountain. Would you like to visit?" Qiao Kui shot him a glance, bluntly stating, "Do you truly take me for your master?" "Yes, once a teacher, always a father. I am sincere in my words, and from now on, I shall regard you as my esteemed master uncle." It must be said, aside from his thick skin, Wuchen possessed a knack for seizing opportunities, explaining why he thrived in Xinjiang Prefecture. Qiao Kui was not easily deceived. She would not be swayed simply by him calling her master uncle. The bond between them was more fragile than paper. "I have a temper. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do not let me see you again." "Yes, yes." Wuchen wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he had preserved his life, he had not secured a strong ally. What a pity. After last night, he was convinced that Qiao Kui possessed great abilities. If she could offer him some guidance, it would certainly be more beneficial than his 20-year study of the incomplete manual. Alas, he could not secure her as an ally. "Farewell, master sister. I came in haste, but next time I shall bring a gift for our meeting." Qiao Wan had never encountered someone as shameless as Wuchen. She was frightened and hid behind her mother. Chapter 10. Gathering herbs on the mountain. Once Wuchen had departed, Qiao Wan clutched Qiao Kui's sleeve, speaking up, "Mother, will those people not come again?" She could clearly sense that her mother's crisis had been averted. "They will not come again. Your mother's illness has been cured, as verified by Taoist Wuchen. Henceforth, no one will raise this matter again." And Taoist Wuchen? Was he joking? For years, mother has been a muddled state, and the dreams of cultivating immortality cannot be taken seriously. However, although mother was not in her right mind, she still retained the medical skills learned since childhood. "Give me a few days to remember, and I will teach Wan medicine, all right?" Qiao Wan, lacking any spiritual root, could not cultivate. Qiao Kui decided to allow her to learn medicine under her guidance. Previously, in the Qiao family, she had studied medicine with the clan, but everything had changed after encountering certain events. Qiao Wan was elated, nodding vigorously. "I want to learn medicine with you, mother." "Yes, Wan is truly obedient. Let us go gather herbs on the mountain." With excitement, Qiao Wan dashed into the house to fetch their herb-gathering tools, while Qiao Kui kicked a piece of charcoal. "Tonight, we will have either wild game or dog meat. You decide." Charcoal, having followed old man Qiao to gather herbs since childhood, and with her previous life experience of gathering herbs daily to support the Lin family after entering their home, Qiao Wan was more familiar with Neosho Mountain than her own home. She knew precisely where to find quality medicinal materials and where old man Qiao had hidden his old stash. The herbalist spends years foraging in the mountains, and one of the greatest taboos is to harvest everything in one go. Instead, they scatter seeds and leave immature seedlings behind to await the following year. The mountains are home to several old nests left by the venerable Qiao. Sunlight filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Qiao Wan leads Qiao Kui through the forest, revealing to her the secrets of their hidden sanctuaries. As they gather herbs, Heitan, the dog, dashes into the woods, soon emerging with a plump gray rabbit clenched in its jaws. Wow, Heitan is impressive, catching a rabbit. Qiao Wan exclaims joyfully, accepting the heavy creature. Mother, let us take the rabbit to the town tavern and exchange it for money. To Qiao Wan, feasting on meat every meal feels extravagant, and trading the rabbit for silver would afford them many bags of coarse rice, enough sustenance for half a month. Naturally, the lavish midday meals of 3 bowls would not be feasible again. But I want to eat meat. She places the rabbit at the bottom of her basket, and the mother-daughter duo resumes their foraging. Heitan bounds away once more, quickly disappearing from sight. As Qiao Wan digs for herbs, she explains to her mother, aiding her in regaining her memories. Qiao Kui listens intently. Certainly, she must pay attention, for this is a lesson from her beloved mother. In the past, Qiao's grandfather had taken Qiao Wan into the mountains, avoiding the dense forests, only skirting the outer areas. Deep within Niu, Shou Mountain lurked unknown, ferocious beasts, fearsome enough that even skilled martial artists would not dare to tread. Qiao Wan halts beneath a towering tree, diligently searching based on her previous life's memories. Suddenly, her eyes brighten as she discovers something, crouching down to carefully excavate it with her herbal hoe. To Qiao Kui, this was a precious herb radiating a faint, ethereal glow. Mother, this is Shijiao wood. It can fetch a high price. Shijiao wood is the primary material for the renewal pill, capable of mending broken bones and restoring life. In her past life, it was this very herb that brought immense wealth to the Lin family, enabling Lin Xian to break through to the Wuxiu realm, thus attracting the attention of the noble ladies in the capital. Shijiao wood is not only her lucky herb, but also a talisman of life and death. In this life, she intends to excavate and sell this herb early, ensuring the Lin family does not benefit from it. Without her assistance, she wishes to see how far Lin Xian can progress. Qiao Wan carefully extracts the Shijiao wood and places it into her basket before moving on to other areas. Niushou Mountain is rich in resources, sustaining several herbalists from neighboring villages and continuously supplying by Mu Town and Xinjiang Prefecture with medicinal herbs. Qiao Kui follows closely behind her mother, keeping an eye on the surroundings, her gaze drifting into the depths of the forest. Once she reaches the 5th level of Qi cultivation, venturing into the deeper mountains will not be impossible. After all, they would not need to eat dog meat tonight. Their baskets soon become heavy, and Qiao Kui willingly takes on the heaviest one, rejecting Qiao Wan's protests. On their way home, Qiao Wan picks up some dry twigs along the way. She is truly thoughtful, managing everything at such a young age, and Qiao Kui feels inadequate in comparison. Mother, don't move. Be careful of the thorns. Seeing her mother attempting to gather twigs, Qiao Wan quickly advises against it. If you can gather, so can I. Don't treat me as fragile as tofu. Qiao Kui retorts, having already collected quite a bit. Witnessing this, Qiao Wan ceases her objections and quickens her pace to gather more. A figure approaches them directly. Qianshi comes over to assist Qiao Wan with her basket, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the herbs. Oh, you've gathered so many herbs. You'll surely fetch a good price tomorrow. Qiao Kui casts a cold glance, following Qiao Wan into the house. Qianshi's presence here has a reason. Before Qiao's grandfather passed away, he entrusted Qiao Wan to the Lin family, and Qianshi promised to help Qiao Wan sell herbs, ensuring that every coin earned would go to her. Why does she do this? It is due to her. For matters regarding the town and Xinjiang Prefecture's apothecaries are under the Qiao family's influence. They do not accept herbs collected by Qiao's grandfather. Thus, Qiao's grandfather would only sell his herbs at the bi-monthly market. Concerned for Qiao Wan's safety due to her young age, he entrusted this matter to the benevolent Qianshi before he passed. Qiao Kui remained silent, placing down her basket and heading to wash her hands. Qianshi, believing that good days are yet to come, insists, tomorrow, I will accompany you and your mother to sell. You need not trouble yourself. It's no trouble. It was your grandfather's dying wish. I must see it through. You and your mother should not go. The market is crowded, and the herbal merchants are deceitful. They might trick you because of your youth, and your mother hasn't been out in years. If something were to happen, you would have nowhere to cry. To Qianshi, although Qiao Kui appears lucid, she seems peculiar, likely having been muddled by dreams of immortality. Venturing into the busy market could lead to unforeseen dangers. No need, I must rely on myself. We will handle these matters ourselves in the future, so you need not worry. Chapter 11. The Intentions of Qian Shi. Alas. Child, why have you grown distant? I'm only thinking of you. Those herbal merchants are cunning people. How can a young girl like you deal with them? Qian Shi sighs helplessly, continuing, Your grandfather entrusted this matter to me. Do you wish to go against his wishes? That would be a great act of unfilial piety. You know, Qiao Wan purses her lips, recognizing the tactic of guilt that Qian Shi employs, a strategy she had fallen for in her past life, foolish and naive. How can my grandfather blame me for being unfilial? He knows that I have my mother back, and he would surely be delighted for us. Besides, my grandfather entrusted me to you because I was alone. Now that I have my mother, these matters should naturally be decided by her. Seeing the silver slipping away, Qian Shi feels a pang in her heart, yet she decides to endure this resentment for the time being. If that is your wish, I shall comply. Qian Shi sighs and begins to relay many important points for the market. The temple fair is crowded and filled with all sorts of people. You must be careful not to let anyone steal your silver. When trading, keep your wits about you. There are many deceitful individuals in the world. Also, keep an eye on your mother. She hasn't been to the market in 10 years. Do not let her get lost. Very well. I will accompany you both tomorrow. I cannot allow you to encounter any misfortune. Qiao Wan listens quietly, feeling reluctant at the prospect of Qian Shi accompanying them. No need, Aunt Qian. You have your own matters to attend to. We won't take up any more of your time. My grandfather had acquaintances among the merchants. I will seek them out directly. They will not deceive me due to my youth. Qian Shi glances at Qiao Wan and simply replies, As you wish. Qian Shi, turning to leave, notices a rabbit leg protruding from the bottom of the basket and hurriedly pulls it out. In her haste, she fails to notice the many other game concealed beneath. You want my rabbit? Dream on. When Xian has parents, you can buy him something to eat. This is for my mother's recovery, not for him. Qiao Wan feels increasingly irritated, her words becoming more impolite. Little do they know, enemies lurk nearby, and she must exert tremendous effort to restrain herself. She cannot act impulsively. She has a mother to care for. If she were to harm Qian Shi, she would not survive either. What would become of her mother? Having suffered through loneliness in her past life, she cannot allow her mother to endure such solitude in this life. Qian Shi departs, her figure retreating forlornly. As night falls, Qiao Wan retrieves the wild game from her basket. Fortunately, Qian Shi's haste spared the hidden herbs from discovery. Otherwise, she would not have easily let them go. Hei Tan, fighting for its life, has successfully hunted 4 rabbits, 5 wild chickens, and 1 roe deer. Cleaning and preparing these will take considerable time. Sensing the fluctuation of spiritual energy, Hei Tan approaches, panting and wagging its tail, eagerly circling Qiao Kui's feet. Qiao Kui glances at it, a spark of spiritual energy gathering at her fingertips. Upon seeing this, Hei Tan barks more excitedly, jumping up on its hind legs, its mouth agape in anticipation until a small spark of fire is tossed into its mouth. Onward and upward, Haitan obediently laid down on the ground, closing his eyes to absorb the essence of the spirit energy, appearing more content than if he had feasted on meat. Qiao Kui approached, taking the knife from Qiao Wan's hand, and began to prepare the game they had caught. In the realm of cultivation, she had often hunted magical beasts for materials, skillfully extracting blood and bones. Her technique was impeccable, making the task of preparing a few rabbits and wild chickens seem as easy as walking or eating. Leaving Qiao Wan in a state of astonishment, Qiao Kui kindly explained, Your grandfather taught me this. I learned it from grandfather as well, Qiao Wan replied, realizing that although she was not as skilled and swift as her mother, it was remarkable that her mother, having been ill for so many years, could still work so quickly and even with such grace. Qiao Wan thought it mad to find her mother, wielding a bloodied knife, beautiful, with Qiao Kui's assistance, for rabbits. 5 wild chickens and 1 roe deer were quickly cleaned, salted, and hung under the eaves to dry. At that moment, Qiao Wan remembered the medicinal herbs and went to assist, only to discover that the herbs were already neatly arranged on the bamboo rack. She was astonished at how quickly her mother had recovered. Soon, she would be rendered nearly useless. For dinner, Qiao Wan took charge, while Qiao Kui, aware of her own culinary limitations after a century of not cooking, hesitated to try. At Qiao Kui's request, Qiao Wan braised a plump rabbit and stewed a chicken, preparing a meal of extravagant indulgence that Qiao Wan had never dared to imagine. She ended up overeating. During her growth period, how could she not eat her fill? Having seen her daughter's frail appearance in her past life, she was determined to raise her children into refined and prosperous individuals in this life. When Qiao Wan rose to water the medicinal and vegetable fields, she was puzzled to find the soil already moist, evidently having been watered beforehand. The two had an early breakfast and headed to the medicinal field to gather the ready herbs, preparing to sell them at the temple fair. When Xiao's grandfather was alive, he would dry or process the herbs before selling them. But after being pressured by merchants who haggled and lowered their prices, they had resorted to selling the raw herbs directly. Gazing at the lush vegetable field, Qiao Wan, contemplating their meager savings at home, had a sudden inspiration. While selling the herbs, she could also sell some vegetables. Their vegetables were thriving and delicious. Surely they would fetch a good price. Thus, Qiao Wan not only harvested a good amount of herbs, but also picked vegetables from the garden. The precious herbs deserved nothing less than to be wrapped in coarse cloth. As hastily done as it was, Qiao Kui's palm glimmered with spiritual light as she slowly approached the stone gum tree. Once lifeless and wilted, the tree regained its vitality, its branches and leaves spreading out, radiating a more vibrant brownish-yellow light than before. When Qiao Wan emerged again, she was carrying a coarse cloth bag, while Qiao Kui bore a basket on her back. Neosho Mountain stretched for 1,000 miles, encompassing 30 villages and 2 towns. The temple fair they were heading to was located at Xian Temple on the eastern side of Neosho Mountain. Every half-month, the temple fair at Xian Temple drew crowds of locals, bustling with activity. Various merchants gathered to procure all sorts of goods, with medicinal herbs being a primary commodity. Before they even left the village, Quan Shi was waiting at the entrance, accompanied by someone. Wu Shi, the sister-in-law Qiao Kui had met before, and a young girl, Quan Shi's younger daughter Lin Wenjing. Upon seeing Qiao Wan, Lin Wenjing pouted and turned her face away. "Let us go, we're late," Wu Shi said impatiently. "The sun is already high. We've been waiting for half an hour." Qiao Wan retorted with equal impatience. "I didn't ask you to wait. Why come at all?" "Hey, you little girl, you are becoming more disrespectful. You're a child born of a mother who never raised you," Wu Shi snapped, only to be caught off guard by a slap that left her stunned. Qiao Kui shrugged her shoulders, an expression of indifference on her face. The three from Quan Shi were taken aback, having not even noticed how Qiao Kui had moved close to Wu Shi. Remembering Qiao Kui's frenzied actions at the morning hall, they instinctively took a step back. "How dare you hit someone?" Wu Shi covered her face, her eyes reddening with anger and grievance. The slap had made her see stars, and it was certain that her 5-finger marks would remain on her face. How pitiful she felt, having been beaten black and blue that day, and now suffering fresh wounds. "Ah, so you can see me. In the future, refrain from speaking nonsense. Wan Wan is my precious child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. If you continue to slander her, I will strike you again." With that, Qiao Kui's gaze shifted from Wu Shi to Quan Shi, her meaning unmistakable. Qiao Wan felt deeply moved. In the past, when Wu Shi insulted her, Quan Shi had pretended not to hear, but now her mother stood up for her. How wonderful it was to have a mother. Quan Shi hastily intervened. "Qiao Kui, what are you doing? Your sister-in-law is just thoughtless. She didn't mean any harm." "Oh," Qiao Kui replied, and then delivered a harsh kick to the onlooking Lin Wenjing, causing her to sit down in disbelief, followed by a burst of tears. "I didn't mean it. My leg has a mind of its own," Lin Wenjing cried out. Quan Shi, infuriated, felt as though her frustrations were boiling over. Qiao Kui had lost control again. The painful memories from the day Qiao Kui had gone mad and struck people came flooding back, causing her to shiver. She wanted to say something to Qiao Wan, but found herself at a loss for words, as Qiao Kui's fierce presence made it impossible to voice any admonitions. "Wan Wan, we should leave. We'll meet at the market." In Qiao Kui's ears, this sounded like a promise of future reckoning. As a bullock cart approached, Quan Shi pulled her daughter along, beckoning Wu Shi to join them. The old cart rumbled away, its wheels clattering, while the driver did not invite Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan aboard, and the passengers cast disdainful glances their way. "Mother, let us go too," Qiao Wan cheerfully urged, taking Qiao Kui's hand. Her mother had been so imposing just now, not only striking Wu Shi, but also kicking Lin Wenjing. In her previous life, Lin Wenjing often bullied her, treating her with disdain, even demanding her to wash her clothes. The road stretched endlessly before them, and despite 3 passing bullock carts not stopping, the two walked alone along the path. The cool breeze chilled Qiao Kui's heart. She was indeed the original sin, and her death would bring an end to her troubles. In pursuit of immortality in the realm of cultivation, she remained oblivious that there were those in this world bearing the weight of her burdens. It was not until the 4th bullock cart arrived that the mother and daughter finally had a ride. "Come on, Wan Wan," called the middle-aged driver with a hearty smile, inviting them aboard. "Thank you, Uncle Urchin," Qiao Wan replied sweetly, as the woman on the cart helped place their basket on board. There were few passengers in the cart. Besides the driver, Urchin, there was a woman of similar age, an elderly lady, and a young man of 17 or 18. In addition, the cart held several baskets containing eggs, vegetables, wild rabbits, chickens, ducks, and even a few bundles of firewood. The elderly woman looked at Qiao Wan and remarked, "Everyone from Xinxiao village has a heart as black as coal. They won't even let a little girl ride in the bullock cart. Don't be afraid. Come with us to the fair." "Thank you, Grandma Hua, Uncle Urchin, Aunt Hua." Qiao Wan expressed her gratitude one by one, her sweet words making Grandma Hua beam with joy. Aunt Hua glanced at the silent Qiao Kui, her surprise evident. "Wan Wan, is this your mother?" She recovered. "Yes. Grandfather cured her illness before passing. My mother is now awake." "Really? That's wonderful." Grandma Hua also looked at Qiao Kui, who met her gaze with a bright smile, momentarily taken aback, then rejoiced. "Thank goodness, your mother is finally recovered." The Jiang family lived in the neighboring Lushui village and often attended the fair to buy produce. Previously, Qiao's grandfather would take Qiao Wan to the fair to sell herbs, but the bullock carts from Xinxiao village refused to take them, forcing the grandfather and granddaughter to walk to the fair. Seeing them in such a plight, Urchin would often offer them a ride. Over time, they became familiar, and the Jiang family was aware of Qiao Kui's condition. Now, seeing her restored to health, they were genuinely happy for both of them. "What a pity your grandfather is not here to see your mother like this. He must have suffered all these years, even refusing to take medicine when he was ill," sighed, stirring the sorrow within Qiao Wan as memories of her late grandfather surfaced, prompting tears to flow from her eyes. The carriage fell into a profound silence. Observing this, Jiang Urchin's wife, Tian Xinghua, quickly interjected, "Why speak of such things? It's a blessing if one can awaken." Uncle Qiao would surely smile down from the afterlife. "Indeed, I was foolish. Wan Wan, you're also going to sell herbs this time, aren't you? Oh, and look at all these vegetables. They seem so fresh. I must commend you on them." Grandmother Hua shifted the conversation, praising Qiao Wan's herbs and vegetables. "Yes, I noticed the vegetables at home were thriving and thought to sell some. These vegetables are excellent. They will surely sell well. The elite love such fresh produce," Tian Xinghua remarked, admiring the vegetables while comparing them to her own wilted harvest. "What a stark difference. I almost want to discard the ones I picked this morning." She continued to impart her knowledge on selling vegetables, discussing pricing while also advising Qiao Wan to consider raising her prices a bit, as the wealthy in the city are not overly concerned about the cost, provided the quality is exceptional. You could even sell directly to taverns or affluent households, establishing a long-term supply relationship. Qiao Wan absorbed every bit of this business wisdom, committing it to memory. The ox cart moved slowly, taking an hour to reach the Xian Temple Fair, situated on the southeastern side of Nyosho Mountain. Originally an ordinary Buddhist temple, it had transformed over the past decade since the arrival of the esteemed master Tongxianjing Xuanjue, who held sermons bi-monthly, imparting the path to cultivation and attracting countless scholars and warriors seeking knowledge. This influx gradually spawned various establishments, including academies, medical clinics, eateries, and bookstores. From a distance, they could see the bustling crowd at the fair, a cacophony of noise and excitement, as their ox cart was swallowed by the sea of people. The throngs made it more practical to walk than to ride. Jiang Urchin parked the cart outside a tea stall, paying a small fee for its watch, and the group began unloading their goods. Each member of the Jiang family carried an array of items, and with so much to sell, they couldn't assist Qiao Wan much beyond pointing her in the right direction before parting ways. Qiao Wan scanned the area, relieved not to see the Quan family, and she led Qiao Kui toward the location she remembered. During her previous life as a child bride in the Lin family, Quan had restricted her movements, never allowing her to attend the temple fair. All the medicinal herbs she gathered were taken by Quan to sell, with the proceeds pocketed entirely by her, all under the pretense of preparing her for a magnificent wedding in the future. Today marked 8 years since she last visited the fair. The last time she had come here was a month ago with her grandfather. "Mother, let us go this way," Qiao Wan said, following the path etched in her memory while carefully avoiding the crowd, guiding Qiao Kui toward the Shinnon apothecary. Behind her, Qiao Kui marveled at the world. Having spent many years in the cultivation realm, where seeking immortality often involved seclusion or trials, rarely experiencing the vibrant life of the mortal realm. As they entered the fair, a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe called out from the roadside, "You too selling herbs, come here and let me take a look." Before him lay a stall with a rough cloth spread across the ground, displaying a haphazard assortment of herbs, clearly another herbal vendor. The man, sporting a small mustache, examined Qiao Wan's basket of herbs and remarked, "These are decent, not top grade, but I'll take them all. Come with me." Overjoyed, Qiao Wan hadn't expected to find a buyer so quickly, saving her much time. She pulled Qiao Kui along to follow the man. However, Qiao Wan resolutely shook her head. "No, we are together. If not, I want to sell." Becoming wary, she tightly grasped Qiao Kui's hand and demanded, "Where are we going?" "To which apothecary?" "Little girl, don't ask so many questions, just follow me. We'll be there soon. I want to sell." "Mother, let us go." "Huh? Where do you think you're going? You've come this far." The man grinned maliciously. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Qiao Wan turned to flee, but 2 burly men blocked their path at the alley's end. The man chuckled darkly. "What does a little girl like you know about herbs? So brave to come to the fair to sell." Qiao Kui, slightly puzzled, thought, "Is she not a person?" Panic surged through Qiao Wan as she watched the 2 men advance, retreating step by step, her small frame shielding Qiao Kui as she trembled and fumbled for a hatchet. "Don't come closer. My blade is unpredictable." "Ha ha, little girl, hold your knife steady. Today, I shall teach you a lesson about the dangers of the world." With contempt, the man advanced, eyeing the meager herbs. Terrified, Qiao Wan steeled herself, eyes closed, and hurled the hatchet without regard for who it struck. The 3 men, laughing at her aimless throw, soon wore expressions of shock as the hatchet, seemingly without direction, found its mark, embedding itself in the shoulder of the man with the mustache, who yelped in pain. "Ah, the pain is unbearable. Third brother." The cries echoed, prompting Qiao Wan to cautiously open her eyes, seeing the hatchet lodged firmly in the man's shoulder, and she stood in disbelief, gazing at her hands. "How powerful am I? That little girl dared to injure someone. Brothers, teach her a harsh lesson." The man writhed on the ground, unable to pull out the hatchet, seething with rage. 2 men rushed forward. "Mother, run." Qiao Wan urged Qiao Kui. "Run quickly. I will hold them off." Qiao Kui remained unfazed. Having inexplicably acquired a slender bamboo stick, she pushed past Qiao Wan. "Strike the snake at its 7 inches. Aim for the vital points. Watch closely." "Foolish woman, you'll learn today." One man, evidently enraged, swung a fist imbued with a faint azure glow, revealing his status as a second-tier martial guard. To a martial artist, a second-tier blow was trivial, but against an ordinary person, it could be crippling. Yet Qiao Kui was unafraid. With her cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi, her aura fully unleashed. The low-level martial guard was insignificant in her eyes. She was curious to test her prowess against such opponents. Under Qiao Wan's anxious gaze, after narrowly dodging a few strikes, she decided it was time to end the skirmish. "Is this all you've got?" She could handle 100 of them. Infusing spiritual energy into the bamboo stick, it transformed from a mere flexible rod into a weapon, striking with the precision of a sword aimed at the man's neck. The man staggered back, his hand brushing against blood, shock flooding his features as he beheld his second brother had been kicked 10 paces away, writhing in agony on the ground. In just 10 exchanges, the battle was lost. Realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, the man fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. "Today, we were blind and offended a great person. Please spare us." Qiao Kui retracted the bamboo stick, her laughter cold. "Spare you? You have surely bullied the weak often enough. In this era, one must possess skill to dare engage in robbery." The little mustached man's gang, consisting of a second-tier martial guard leader and 2 first-tier martial guards, had been thoroughly subdued by a simple bamboo stick. Qiao Wan stared in astonishment, her eyes wide, both adorable and innocent. "My mother is truly formidable." Concerned that her daughter might be frightened and distance herself, Qiao Kui felt the need to clarify. Noticing the stars in Qiao Wan's eyes, Qiao Kui offered a warm and charming smile. It's just something I learned before. It came back to me recently. Don't be afraid, my dear. I will always protect you. Oh, Mother is truly amazing. Awakening in the spirit hall, wielding a knife to subdue a group. She should have realized her mother's prowess long ago. Wiping away tears, she thought, I shall never fear again. To soothe the restless heart of Qiao Wan, Qiao Kui turned her gaze towards the three individuals kneeling and pleading for mercy. The trio, drenched in cold sweat, realized they were in deep trouble, prostrating themselves fervently. Please spare our lives. I'm willing to offer all my silver. The man with the small mustache produced a pouch of coins from his person, and the other two followed suit, presenting their offerings with trembling hands. It was only logical to accept the silver that had been delivered to them. With a swift motion of her bamboo stick, Qiao Kui snatched the money bag amidst the terrified gazes of the three, intensifying their fear. Indeed, this individual possessed formidable skills. They had misjudged her. Who sent you here? He felt wronged, thinking the two were defenseless women, only to find they were formidable opponents. The two exchanged glances, piecing together the reason for their visit. They knew that only the Quan family and the Jiang family were in the business of selling herbs. Qiao Wan's face flushed with anger at the thought of the Quan family, filled with malice, refusing to sell her medicinal herbs. Qiao Kui, however, was uninterested in this matter. She had long intended to deal with the Quan family, having held off her plans, wanting to let the grasshoppers of autumn jump around a bit longer. My dear, what should we do with them? Qiao Wan pondered, several ideas swirling in her mind, yet unable to settle on a course of action. Why not kill them? While it may be a bit troublesome, it is not impossible. These three committed robbery and murder. We would be justified in our excessive self-defense, mistakenly killing the robbers. Qiao Wan was taken aback, not expecting her mother to suggest such lawlessness. Your words are rather bold, young lady. Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted. Qiao Kui bent her bamboo stick into a bow shape, directing her attention towards the source of the voice, exuding an intimidating aura. A gust of wind swept through, rustling the trees of Xianyang. Although the figure remained unseen, the voice resonated clearly. As the words fell, a sudden wind rushed by, causing the bamboo stick to change direction midair and land on a nearby osmanthus tree, its leaves rustling and blossoms fluttering down. Raising an eyebrow, Qiao Kui mused. Is this the so-called Wenxin? Quite intriguing. A cowardly creature hiding its head and tail. Sensing the newcomer, she discerned a youth around 14 or 15 years old, wielding a folding fan, audacious enough to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Flicking his finger, a seed the size of soybean shot forth. It was a clematis seed she had discovered on the mountain the previous day. The seed landed at the boy's feet, and under the influence of the wooden spiritual energy, it quickly took root and sprouted, slender vines wrapping around him. Firmly rooted, it was as solid as a rock. With a swift stroke, the youth wielded his fan like a sword, severing the growing vines. If you dare to speak, my bamboo stick shall strike your mouth. Those who practiced Wenxin were typically fragile, yet this boy lacked any protection. I merely passed by. Do you believe me, sister? Qiao Kui remained silent, her expression indifferent. Haven't your elders taught you that meddling in others' business is unwise? Sister, I was wrong. My name is Xinyan, a student from the Tianzi class of Bailu Academy. I happened to pass by out of curiosity and interrupted your elegant robbery, which was truly inappropriate. This youth named Xinyan was strikingly handsome, his smile as warm as spring, yet in Qiao Kui's eyes, beauty held no sway. In the realm of celestial cultivation, handsome men were plentiful. Her heart was as steadfast as a rock, and beauty would only impede the speed at which she drew her sword. Seeing that Qiao Kui's attention was entirely on Xinyan, the three men with the small mustache scrambled to their feet and fled hastily. Trying to escape? Xinyan scoffed, pointing in midair. I shall draw a boundary here, solid and unyielding. None shall cross. As the words left his lips, a wooden cage materialized from thin air, trapping the three within. Whether in the past or present, Qiao Kui had not sensed any flow of spiritual energy, leaving her astonished, though she concealed her surprise, maintaining an icy demeanor. In the face of the unknown, one must not lose ground. Xinyan chuckled awkwardly. My skills are lacking. I apologize for the display. The path of Wenxin is one that can only be comprehended intuitively, not articulated. Among countless scholars, those able to cultivate Wenxin are rare, holding a transcendent status. Certainly not associating with bandits. Xinyan, seizing the opportunity, inquired, "Sister, what was that technique you used? I've never seen anything like it. It was quite impressive." Qiao Kui ignored him, pulling the still-dazed Qiao Wan along as they departed. Having been raised in Xinxia village, the furthest Qiao Wan had ventured was to the town and temple fairs. She had never encountered such things. Indeed, she had not seen it. In her past life, Lin Wenxian's cultivation was merely at the third realm, and his understanding of Wenxin was limited, yet he maintained his pride, never revealing his abilities before the villagers. She had never witnessed the endless manifestations of Wenxin like Xinyan. "Sister, don't go. What is your name? Where can I find you?" "You take them to the government, and I shall not pursue this matter further. Do not follow me, and I have no brothers. Do not falsely claim kinship." Looking up at her mother, Qiao Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Qiao Wan understood intuitively, her lips curving into a suppressed smile, the joy evident. After this commotion, all other thoughts faded, and they headed straight for Shennong Hall, quickly finding their way to the location in Dongjia that Qiao Wan remembered. Inside, the hall was bustling with activity, herbalists carrying their baskets of herbs, patients seeking remedies, and the noise was incessant. Several youths dressed in uniform attire darted back and forth, busy attending to the crowd. As the two entered, a young man in uniform greeted them, noticing the baskets on their backs. He understood they had come to sell herbs and ushered them into the main hall. "This way, please, esteemed guests. Those selling herbs, proceed this way." A considerable queue had already formed on the other side, with many individuals waiting, each carrying or hauling various herbs. At the forefront, 3 older herbalists meticulously examined the herbs, marking their grades and prices before taking notes to weigh and collect payment. Despite the bustling atmosphere, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. While waiting in line, Qiao Wan looked around, her thoughts elsewhere. Qiao Kui was also observing, surveying the surroundings. Finally, when it was their turn, Qiao Wan began to unpack the herbs from her basket, and with utmost care, she revealed the stone gumwood wrapped in coarse cloth, cradling it in her hands. The herbalist glanced at it and quickly noted it down, his expression turning serious upon seeing the rough cloth wrapping in Qiao Wan's hands. "This, too, is medicine. Let me take a look." After a moment of hesitation, Qiao Wan turned her gaze toward her mother, still reeling from the earlier robbery incident, her heart heavy. Yet, her mother remained oblivious to her unease, scanning the area. At last, she handed the item over. The herbalist took it, unwrapping a corner before quickly sealing it again, his demeanor extremely solemn. "Please proceed to the back hall for a detailed discussion." Qiao Wan's heart raced with excitement as she followed her mother into the back hall. The herbalist opened the rough cloth wrapping, scrutinizing it for a moment, his expression remaining impassive. "This is 20-year-old stone gum wood, worth 10 taels. Qiao Wan was overjoyed, astonished that it could sell for 10 taels. 10 taels were quite substantial. She and her grandfather typically earned only 400 or 500 won from selling herbs at the temple fairs every half-month, never imagining the stone gum would fetch such a price. Just as the herbalist was about to write down the transaction, he was halted by Qiao Kui, who met his gaze with a knowing smile, her expression one of displeasure. "Do you have any objections, esteemed guest? This is an exception, elevated from the standard price. If you do not believe it, you may inquire at the Qiao and Wu families. The price would only be lower. Those who recognized him as an herbalist would know the value. Those who did not would think him blind, mistaking a piece of rotten wood for treasure, attempting to sell it for the price of ginseng." The herbalist, enraged, pointed at Qiao Kui, cursing vehemently. "Where did this shrew come from? If you do not wish to sell, then do so. Do not expect to sell a piece of worthless wood at the price of ginseng." He exuded an intimidating presence, his gaze fixed fiercely on Qiao Kui. The Shennong Hall, responsible for buying and selling herbs, employed specialized herbalists who would select the herbs brought in by herbalists, and the price was determined solely at their discretion. To earn more silver, herbalists had to flatter them and greet them with smiles. Over time, the distinguished pharmacists developed the habit of looking down on the herbal gatherers, considering them beneath contempt. The gatherers dared not speak up, for the pharmacies of the Qiao and Wu families were known to be even more unscrupulous. Little did they expect to encounter a naive youth today. "Release me." The pharmacist struggled, unable to free the pen from Qiao Kui's grasp, which left her in a state of exasperation. What a coarse and disrespectful woman. Does she truly believe I am blind and ignorant, unaware that this is a precious medicine? You wish to deceive me into a low-price purchase for your own profit, while the esteemed Shun Nong Tang tarnishes its reputation by oppressing the common people. That stone gumwood, freshly unearthed yesterday, is indeed a treasure, today nurtured by spiritual energy. Its efficacy is even greater. This person merely glanced at it and hastily deemed it worthless, attempting to deceive us into selling it cheaply for your gain. Nonsense. If you won't sell, then begone. Huh. Once you leave Shinong Tang, no one else will dare accept your herbs. With people like you around, Shinong Tang might as well close its doors for good. A sharp female voice rang out from outside, followed by rapid footsteps. Soon, 4 individuals entered, led by a woman dressed in simple yet elegant attire, her silver-streaked hair neatly arranged. The pharmacist was taken aback and hurried to welcome Manager Qi. This person has been slandering Shun Nong Tang. I was just about to chase her away. The newcomer looked at the pharmacist coldly and said, I believe it is you who should leave. You oppress the herbalists and brazenly seek personal gain. I have been sent to cleanse this den of corruption. The pharmacist protested. This is a misunderstanding. I conduct myself with integrity and am a law-abiding citizen. Manager Qi ignored her, walking directly to the table and observing the stone gumwood lying quietly upon it. Her expression shifted. The brownish-yellow glow emanating from the stone gumwood clearly indicated it was a precious herb. Maintaining her composure, she asked Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan, May I inquire what price Su Zhongda offered earlier? The pharmacist, Su Zhongda, turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead and dripping down. Huh, Su Zhongda. What else can you say? After generations of management, Shenong Tang is being ruined by a petty individual like you. In a panic, Su Zhongda stammered. I was unable to recognize the precious herb and bought it based on the price of 20-year-old superior materials. Such baseless excuses. Bring Su Zhongda out of Shenong Tang and inform him that I will ensure his reputation is ruined in Xinjiang Prefecture. Manager Qi commanded mercilessly. Su Zhongda, unable to speak, was swiftly silenced and dragged away by 2 prepared individuals. Manager Qi quickly called out, Bring me the cold jade box. The white jade box, translucent and exuding a faint chill, was crafted from thousands of years of cold jade, designed to preserve precious items for long periods without decay, maintaining their pristine color. It was the perfect vessel for the precious herb. Once the stone gumwood was carefully placed inside the jade box by Qi Xing, she turned her full attention to the 2 Qiao sisters, particularly assessing Qiao Kui. Please, take a seat. Bring tea, the finest tea. I apologize for the shock you experienced due to my oversight. This cold jade box is my sincere apology, a gift regardless of whether you choose to sell or not. Qiao Kui nodded and took a delicate sip from her teacup, accepting the gesture. The attentive maid even prepared 2 plates of snacks for Qiao Wan, who nibbled on them like a little hamster. As Qiao Kui observed Qi Xing, the latter also scrutinized her. She marveled at Qiao Kui's youth and fortune. Realizing that acquiring precious herbs was no easy feat, each one embodying the harmony of time, place, and human effort. The 2 sisters bringing in such a treasure was indeed a stroke of luck for Shun Nong Tang. This stone gumwood, though initially classified as inferior, had already reached the threshold of medium quality, perfectly preserved with its efficacy intact, representing superior quality. Here, we value initial products at 120 taels. This specimen is approaching medium quality, and I would like to offer 270 taels. I wonder if this price is satisfactory to you both? 270 taels compared to the 10 taels represented an increase of 27 times, nearly causing Qiao Wan to choke on a peach crisp. Indeed, that Su pharmacist was unscrupulous. Chapter 16. You decide the worth. A single precious herb could yield profits beyond what he could earn in a lifetime. Qiao Kui glanced at Qiao Wan, signaling her to respond. You unearthed it. Whether to sell or not is entirely your decision. Qi Xing then turned her gaze to Qiao Wan, bursting into laughter. I didn't expect such a young girl to possess such remarkable skill in finding precious herbs. Qiao Wan was left speechless. Subsequently, after purchasing 2 divine heart pills for Lin Wenxian, she gained insights into 3 types of literary heart, rapidly advancing her cultivation to the 3rd tier of literary talent. She continued to refine her body with medicinal materials, reaching the pinnacle of literary talent within 3 years. With the first sword on land, She severed ties with her unworthy spouse, ascending to the heights of nobility. It remains uncertain whether in her past life, the Qiao family encountered unscrupulous characters like Su Zhongde or perhaps encountered a good manager like Qi Xiying. After some contemplation, she agreed, as per Manager Qi's suggestion. We shall sell. Qi Xiying laughed heartily and said to Qiao Wan, no need to call me Manager Qi. Just call me sister. I find you quite endearing. She instructed someone to prepare the silver while continuing to converse with Qiao Kui. I see my sister has taken a liking to you. In the future, if you have good medicinal materials, I hope you'll consider Shenong Tang, which will always offer fair prices without deception. Qiao Kui smiled at Qi Xiying, who seemed to understand the underlying sarcasm in her gaze. Qi Xiying rubbed her nose and explained, indeed, Shenong Tang had its share of irregularities in the past, but since I took over, I've been working diligently to rectify them. I believe you will find a refreshing Shenong Tang upon your next visit. Su Zhongde, who usually appeared honest and upright, revealed his true self in the presence of precious herbs. I will await that moment. Soon, Qiao Wan received 271 taels and 65 went in her purse. 270 taels from the stone gumwood, and the remaining 1 tael and 65 went from other herbs. Ordinary herbs paled in comparison to precious ones. Qi Xiying offered Qiao Wan a friendly smile, her character being open and generous. Noticing the sister's modest attire, she had the silver change into smaller denominations. 2 50-tael silver notes, 5 10-tael silver ingots, 5 strings of copper coins, and the rest in loose change. This seemed like a substantial sum, making it convenient for purchases without revealing their wealth. She even thoughtfully prepared 2 bags of peach crisps for Qiao Wan. You two sisters are truly remarkable to have found such a treasure in stone gumwood. Feel free to bring any medicinal materials to Shenong Tang in the future. Qiao Wan's cheeks flushed as she quietly introduced herself. I am Qiao Wan, and this is my mother, Qiao Kui. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiying burst into laughter, graciously responding, it seems I am the one whose eyes are dim. I am a few years older than you, and the silver strands have appeared first. You are so young, and your daughter is quite charming. She gently touched Qiao Wan's double braids, smiling even more warmly. Annie would be delighted to have a lovely girl like you around. Come visit me often, whether for something or nothing. Qiao Wan blushed at the compliment, keeping her head down. Qiao Kui also smiled, finding Qi Xiying to be a refreshingly candid person. Wan, don't forget to thank Manager Qi for her kindness today. Qiao Wan nodded in agreement and performed a respectful bow to Qi Xiying. Thank you, Manager Qi. No need for such formality. Heroes are not defined by their origins. You are quite the remarkable person, and I, Qi Xiying, count you as a friend. Regarding the source of medicinal materials, Qi Xiying did not inquire further. Neosho Mountain spans thousands of miles, rich in resources. The herbal gatherers who come and go from Shenong Tang rely on it for their livelihood. Each year, countless people venture into the mountains to gather herbs, some even risking their lives, with only a handful managing to find precious herbs. Noticing that Qiao Kui still carried a basket full of vegetables, Qi Xiying chuckled. Are you planning to sell vegetables as well? Qiao Kui nodded and added, since we are here at Shenong Tang, we might as well sell them to you. With so many people here, I need to buy lunch anyway, and this saves you from having to sell them elsewhere. Qiao Wan eagerly agreed, knowing Shenong Tang was a reputable establishment. Thus, with a basket of green vegetables, Qiao Wan earned an additional 36 won, feeling elated as today had truly been a bountiful day. Once the two departed, Qiao Wan turned to the steward beside her and remarked, XZHNGD is but a lackey of my elder brother, feigning respect while secretly plotting against me. He nearly allowed my brother to acquire this precious medicine. He must not escape unscathed. Therefore, discreetly reward him with 10 taels of silver, under the pretext of acknowledging his contribution in obtaining the medicine. Why resort to stealth? Why not present the silver openly? Such clandestine intelligence, if revealed, would surely convince Master Q of his treachery. In this way, XZHNGD will find himself at odds with Master Q and will be unwelcome in the entire XNYF. We must reinforce the management of SHNNNGT Ying, investigating identities and characters, and expelling those with tainted records. At that moment, QCY Ying revealed her true nature, decisive, efficient, and stern with her subordinates, a stark contrast to her gentle demeanor before Qiao Wan. Once the room fell silent, She reopened the cold jade box, gazing with delight at the stone gumwood within. The amber glow emanated an irresistible allure. Having only arrived here for a little over half a month, she had already procured a treasure of medicinal herbs. The elders at home would surely regard her with newfound respect. The nobility in the capital urgently sought the life-renewing elixir. Delivering this precious herb to the capital would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price and establish the Qiao family's reputation there. Noticing the vegetables left behind by the Qiao mother and daughter, she initially paid little mind to the matter. However, upon a second glance, she was captivated. The two from the Qiao family were indeed skilled cultivators, and it would be wise to have them send more in the future, providing them with a means of income. A smile crept across her face as she tucked the cold jade box away, only to be informed that Mr. Cn had arrived. "Please show him in," Qiao exclaimed with delight, quickly adjusting her attire and striding to greet him. She held Mr. Cn in high regard, for he hailed from a prominent family in the capital, had cultivated literary excellence, and was a disciple of the esteemed Master Xuanjue of the Tongxi Inn realm, currently practicing at Cn Temple. With such an esteemed guest at her door, she felt rather remiss for not having welcomed him sooner. "Mr. Cn, please come in," she invited courteously. "I have long heard of your illustrious name, esteemed Lady Qiao," Mr. Cn replied, "and as a younger generation, I am honored to pay my respects. Such accolades are but empty titles. I beg your pardon, Mr. Cn," she said modestly. The visitor was none other than Yin, who had personally escorted the trio with small beards to the yamen. Recalling the medicinal basket carried by Qiao, he lamented his timing, having missed the opportunity to encounter it. "I have come today for two reasons. Firstly, to learn from the esteemed Lady Qiao, and secondly, to inquire whether SH and an NGT Ing has received any precious herbs." Precious herbs. The moment she heard this, Qiao could not help but ponder the implications of Mr. Cn's arrival. Soon, his gaze fell upon the cold jade box that had yet to be removed. "Might I request to see it, esteemed Lady Qiao?" Without hesitation, Qiao pushed the box toward him, smiling as she said, "You have arrived at a fortuitous time, for I have just received a rare specimen of stone gumwood today." Curious, Cn opened the box and was pleasantly surprised to discover it contained medium-grade stone gumwood. Qiao explained, "It is not yet a medium grade, but rather the pinnacle of the initial grade. Nevertheless, it is quite remarkable," he mused. "Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it?" Understanding that this item was her ticket into the capital, Qiao knew she must leverage it to its fullest potential. "It is my fortune to have caught the discerning eye of the young lord. Please, feel free to take it." However, upon hearing this, Cn's enthusiasm waned, and he gently closed the box, masking his disappointment with a polite smile. "It is customary not to bestow rewards without merit. Perhaps you could propose a price." Esteemed Lady Qiao, realizing that this precious item would not be given away freely, Qiao understood the reputation of the Cn family, known for their strict moral standards. With Cn Shiyuan currently serving as the Minister of Revenue, a man of considerable power and influence, she contemplated how best to forge a connection with such a formidable household. "Young lord, I would not dare to tarnish your reputation with an unwarranted gift. As a merchant, I seek mutual benefit. I propose to exchange this item for a shop in the capital owned by the Cn residents." Her forthrightness suggested a shrewd business acumen, appearing to concede, yet in truth, it was an advantageous arrangement. The prospect of the Cn family relinquishing a shop was not to be taken lightly. Whoever could persuade them to do so would command significant respect. Cnyn, perceptive as he was, recognized that Qiao sought to leverage the Cn family's influence. "Your ambitions are bold, esteemed Lady Qiao. Navigating the capital's intricacies is no small feat. To avoid pitfalls, I would advise offering gold and silver instead." Yet Qiao was undeterred, declaring, "My intentions cannot escape the young lord's keen perception. The Qiao family has operated in X for many years, gathering medicinal herbs from far and wide, possessing deep roots. I am willing to supply the Cn family with a steady stream of medicinal materials to aid in your cultivation." Cnyn remained noncommittal, merely observing her with a smile. Before this young man, the resolute Qiao found herself lacking confidence and ultimately conceded, selling the stone gumwood at market price. As he prepared to leave, Cnyn procured 5 taels of silver to purchase a heap of vegetables he had noticed earlier. Recognizing them as those carried by Qiao Kui, the vibrant colors of the fresh produce had inexplicably drawn his attention during his earlier encounter with Qiao Kui. Meanwhile, Qiao Wan and her daughter strolled through the streets, the latter clutching a bulging purse, feeling anxious and wary, as if everyone were a thief. Observing her mother's carefree demeanor, she suddenly realized, I am still but a child. Why must I bear such unbearable burdens? Thus, the purse found its way into Qiao Kui's hands, leaving her bewildered. No, dear one, the financial authority lies with you. Mother, my arms are weary from carrying it, and my wrist aches, Qiao Wan pouted. Quickly yielding, Qiao Kui could not bear to see her beloved child suffer. This purse is far too heavy. Seeing her mother's concern for her wrist filled Qiao Wan with warmth as she grasped her mother's hand, her tone brightening. Let's buy some rice and oil. Reluctantly, Qiao Kui bore the weight of the purse, lamenting its burden. They headed to the grain store, and Qiao Kui eagerly pointed out premium white rice and flour, exclaiming, buy. The shopkeeper was delightfully surprised, not expecting such extravagant spending from 2 seemingly humble patrons. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Qiao Wan's small brows knitted together in delight at the sight of the high-quality rice and flour, foods typically reserved for the tables of nobility. With silver in Qiao Kui's hands, she tossed 2 taels onto the counter, leaving no room for opposition. Ignoring any objections, Qiao Kui declared, I must cultivate, without pills to aid me, and considering that my mother is at a growth stage, what harm is there in indulging a little? Mother, you can have the white rice and flour. I shall settle for coarse grains and cornmeal. Qiao Wan attempted to salvage the situation. My dear, you pierce my heart. How could a mother indulge in lavish meals while her daughter suffers with moldy coarse grains? You are my heart and soul, what I possess. You must have. What I lack, you may still enjoy. Do not worry about the silver. What can be spent can also be earned. From the roadside, a shop assistant chimed in. Our coarse grains are not moldy. Qiao Wan watched as, at her mother's insistence, 2 stones of rice, a stone of flour, and various seasonings were procured. Qiao Kui, now in control of their finances, continued to purchase. Noticing a variety of vegetable seeds available in the shop, Qiao Kui decided to buy some, confident that with her nurturing spirit, they would flourish. This would also provide her dear child with another source of income. Seeing Qiao Kui's generous spending, the shopkeeper approached with a grin. Dear customer, we have rare medicinal seeds. Would you care to purchase some? Intrigued, Qiao Kui asked. Let me see how rare they truly are. The shopkeeper beamed and instructed an assistant to fetch them. Soon, a large cloth bag emerged from the back room. Qiao Kui raised an eyebrow, noting that they were not displayed in the main hall, confirming their rarity. Fear not, esteemed guest, these are precious items. Not to be casually handled, the shopkeeper explained, attempting to justify the slow sales of his seeds. Upon opening the bag, she found numerous small, cotton-wrapped packets, at least 20 in total. These seeds were gathered from various sources, extracted from precious herbs, with a high probability of growing into valuable medicines. The shopkeeper casually selected one, untying its knot to reveal the shiny foil within. Layer upon layer, it indeed appeared to be something of great worth. When the foil was finally peeled away, it revealed a handful of seeds the size of mung beans. This is the seed of Xiangmo Li, originating from the western realm of Tianshui. The blossoms bloom in a spherical shape, their fragrance wafting for miles, with the aroma of this precious plant capable of inducing a death-like trance. Any fragrant pill, when infused with a petal from this flower, can produce a wondrous scent. With its alluring fragrance, a single pill worn can retain its aroma for an entire month. And it can also be used for a month-long bath, leaving its essence lingering for 3 years, still exuding a delightful fragrance. This shopkeeper truly knows how to boast. Can seeds from the distant west thrive in the eastern land of the Qi? Qiao Wan tugged at her mother's sleeve, wishing to pull her away. The shopkeeper is clearly a fraud, using unsellable medicinal seeds to deceive people. If these precious herbs could truly grow, they would be left for them. They certainly would not purchase any. Qiao Kui rummaged through and pulled out several packages, including Xiangmo Li, totaling 5 packets. To outsiders, this appeared as if she had casually taken them, akin to a lottery draw. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, exclaiming, Miss, you have an excellent eye. selecting the most valuable herb among them, worth 75 taels of silver. He clicked his abacus beads, grinning like a Mithriya Buddha. Qiao Wan could only call out, "Mother," before Qiao Kui tossed the silver onto the counter. It was purchased. The shopkeeper swiftly collected it, moving faster than a rabbit. Qiao Wan thought, "Oh dear." Her mother's speed was too swift. She could no longer let her manage the finances. With many items acquired, Qiao Kui requested home delivery, to which the shopkeeper cheerfully agreed. After setting a time, he led Qiao Wan to continue shopping elsewhere. Chapter 18. The talented youth purchasing grain from the east, meat from the west, clothing from the south, and flowers from the north. Qiao Kui held a piece of marbled pork in one hand and cradled 2 bolts of azure fabric in the other. Walking ahead with spirited joy, Qiao Wan, her hair adorned with a red ribbon, touched a pink bead flower on her head, trailing behind her sister. In her left hand, she carried a half-eaten tanghulu. The sweetness of the tanghulu melted in her mouth, sweetening her heart and dissolving all her sorrows. Under the blazing sun, her mother's silhouette shimmered in the light, so dazzling that it obscured her view. Straining to open her eyes only made them red and uncomfortable, filled with tears. Qiao Wan quickened her pace to walk alongside Qiao Kui, offering the tanghulu. "Mother, you should have some. It's very sweet." "Indeed, it is delightful." Upon arriving at a bustling eatery, Qiao Kui halted. Startled, Qiao Wan instinctively scanned the surrounding stalls, wondering what her mother intended to purchase next. Without hesitation, she entered the eatery first and found a table by the window, hastily ordering 2 bowls of plain noodles for us. She then explained to Qiao Kui, "We bought meat today. We shall dine well tonight." Qiao Kui nodded nonchalantly. Qiao Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She could not afford to spend extravagantly today, or else the remaining 270 taels would scarcely last until next year. Soon, the plain noodles were served. The pristine strands adorned with a few drops of oil and a few leaves of greens, which looked rather unappetizing. Qiao Wan consumed her meal with great satisfaction. The noodles were made from fine flour. After finishing 1 bowl, she noticed that her mother still had half a bowl left. While Qiao Kui picked at her food very slowly, Qiao Wan thought, could it be that mother is unaccustomed to such plain fare? Feeling guilty, she wondered why she hadn't allowed her mother to enjoy something better, especially after her recent illness. Qiao Kui looked up and said to Qiao Wan, "These noodles taste excellent, but the stories of the old gentleman are even more captivating. 10 years ago, in the kingdom of Shuetsong, the 8th-tier martial master Huabu Du left to Qi to challenge our half-step sage Chu Lushang, determining their standing and their fates. They battled atop the Ziyun peak of Longting Mountain for 3 days and nights, summoning thunder and shaking the earth, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The Hung River ran dry, and the Ziyun peak was utterly flattened. Though Huabu Du was severely injured and retreated, Chu Lushang was likewise gravely wounded. His cultivation reduced to the initial stage of Tong Xian, with no hope of becoming a sage in this lifetime, a tale both tragic and lamentable. The old gentleman's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head, lost in his reverie, his withered skin bearing the marks of time. Some diners, dissatisfied, mocked him. "Old you, don't pity others. Have you even earned your meal today?" "Yes, every time it's the same old story. Can't you share something fresh? Perhaps about my fine wine and dishes?" Old you took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and began again. "You only know that Huabu Du lost and retreated, but you are unaware that Chu Lushang, gravely injured, entered seclusion, along with his disciple Chu Yan's tale. Ah, old you dare to spread gossip about the Zhou, Marquis household? Who doesn't know that Chu Yan was once the handsome youth renowned in the capital?" The diners' interest piqued. They laughed heartily, tossing coins for old you to hasten his tale. The sound of gold and silver falling to the ground rang melodiously as old you beamed with satisfaction, opening his mouth under the eager gazes of the crowd. Born into a noble family, Chu Yan was exceptionally gifted from a young age. He entered the tutelage of Chu Lushang and, by the age of 15, attained the 6th tier of Tong Xian, truly a prodigious talent, attracting countless noble ladies to bow before him. Among them, the most radiant were the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, Shi Wan Yi, the daughter of the General of Nan'an, Zhong Yu, and the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Jiang Shangwei, all of whom were deeply infatuated with him, once creating a tale of 3 women competing for a husband at the 100 Flowers banquet. Regrettably, an unforeseen incident led to the parting of these beauties. The youth remained solitary, Years slipped away, but the beauties remained, while the youth could not reclaim his former days. Old Yu suddenly shook his head, sighing incessantly. This drew the diners' attention, making the delicacies before them lose their appeal. They had anticipated a romantic tale of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, or a love-hate drama of four corners. But instead, they received this. Coins rained down upon Old Yu as they urged him to continue. Do hurry. We're not lacking in funds. Old Yu chuckled, collecting the money. Please don't rush. I've spoken all morning. My throat is dry, and my stomach is empty. Allow me to first appease my hunger. Instantly, the crowd erupted in complaints. After finishing a bowl of noodles, which whetted the appetite of the audience, Old Yu leisurely picked up his tattered fan and began to narrate once more. Previously, everyone knew of the fierce battle between the 8th-tier martial master Hua Bu Du of Shuezong and our half-step sage Chu Lushang, a clash that shook the heavens and earth, obliterating everything in sight. Chu Yan, being Chu Lushang's direct disciple, naturally came to assist his master, but unexpectedly. He was struck by a powerful gust and fell from the precipice of Longting Mountain. Old Yu paused again, watching the eager faces before him, each one resembling a fish waiting for bait, unable to suppress his delight. The area beneath Longting Mountain stretches for thousands of miles, enveloped in mist year-round, with no one ever emerging. It is said he was gravely injured and trapped there for over a year, during which he was accompanied by a herbalist girl. The two spent their days together, and the herbalist girl, enchanted by Chu Yan's beauty, sought to become his companion, entangling him in her affections. Despite her advances, Chu Yan resolutely refused her, until one fateful night, under a dark sky with howling winds and torrential rain. The crowd listened intently, their eyes wide with anticipation. What transpired that night? Even if they had their suspicions, they longed to hear the outcome from Old Yu. Did the noble flower fall prey to the herbalist's advances? Had he lost his purity? Was this the scandalous tale they had come to hear? Whispers of forced unions and domineering women swirled in their minds. The story, so surreal yet grounded in reality, left them spellbound. The eatery erupted in murmurs of discontent. You, Old Yu, are quite the trickster. Qiao Kui savored the story while slurping her noodles, thoroughly engrossed. Qiao Wan dashed out of the eatery, trailing behind the three members of the Quan family. Chapter 19. The tranquility pill emerging from the apothecary. The Quan family was encircled, carefully cradling a white porcelain vial. Lin Wenjing, filled with curiosity, reached out. Mother, let me see what the Jing Xian dam looks like. Can I have one too? Wushi on the other side also craned her neck to look. Quan Shi swatted Lin Wenjing's hand away, sternly declaring, What do you think you're doing? This is for your brother's cultivation. If you dare to steal one, I shall skin you alive. Lin Wenjing's hand throbbed painfully, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Her mother had called her her little cotton-padded jacket, her precious treasure, unwilling to part with even a single medicinal pill. Seeing her daughter's distress, Quan Shi hurried to console her, saying, Do not blame your mother. I was just anxious. 5 pills cost 10 taels of silver, which is indeed exorbitant. Our entire family exerted all our strength to procure this vial. You lack the talent for literary cultivation. It would be a waste to give them to you. Good child. Once your brother achieves success in his cultivation and enters the court as an official, we shall enjoy a life of comfort. He cherishes you the most. I will ensure he prepares a generous dowry for you, so you may find a suitable husband. Upon hearing this, Lin Wenjing felt her grievances dissipate and nestled against Quan Shi's shoulder, playfully saying, Mother, you should buy me more jewelry and clothing. I am still wearing last year's style. I know. How could I let you suffer? Quan Shi replied. This time, at Xingyang Prefecture, even the second-tier candidates did not pass. When will he achieve success? Dream on. Just as our 2 fat pigs are ready for market, I will sell them to your family. Wu Shi chimed in. Wen Xian is such a dutiful child. Observing Quan Shi's proud demeanor, she continued. So it seems Wen Xian has passed. Congratulations, sister-in-law. Once he becomes successful, do not forget to lend a hand to your 3rd uncle and 2 younger brothers. Quan Shi's expression stiffened, and with a sigh, she lamented, Wen Xian's abilities are evident. He should surely pass. Unfortunately, this time he was unlucky, suffering from a stomach ailment before the exam, which affected his performance. Alas, he did not pass. Wu Shi exclaimed, startling passers-by who turned their curious gazes toward them. Quan Shi's face darkened, feeling no fondness for her loud sister-in-law. questioning why she had to shout so loudly like a coarse village woman. "Oh, I am so hungry." "Mother, buy me 2 red bean pastries," Lin Wenjing said, tugging at Quan Shi and pointing at the steam buns by the roadside. "You only think of eating. All the family's silver has gone to buy medicine for your brother. I still have dry cakes here. You can make do with those." Quan Shi reached into her cloth bag to retrieve a cake for her daughter, when suddenly she was jostled, and the white porcelain vial she held was snatched away. Looking up, she saw a ragged little beggar darting past her. Qiao Shi gasped in shock and shouted, "Catch the thief. He stole my belongings." Before Lin Wenjing and Wu Shi could react, Quan Shi was already in pursuit, and the two hurried to follow. Quan Shi ran, sweating profusely, shouting loudly, but her round figure struggled to break through the crowd, while the little beggar had vanished from sight. The street was bustling, everyone preoccupied with their own affairs, hardly caring for others' troubles, merely glancing curiously at the commotion before returning to their business. Unable to find the thief, Quan Shi trembled with anxiety and rushed to grab 2 officials in uniform. "Sirs, please help. A thief stole my 10 taels of silver worth of Jingxindan." The officials exchanged glances. One asked, "Let go of me first and describe the thief." With her head lowered, she replied, "I did not see his face clearly. He wore a tattered felt hat, and his clothes were black and gray, very ragged. Please help me chase him. That vial contained my entire fortune. Without it, I cannot live." Quan Shi clung to the official's sleeve desperately, wailing. "Mother." Lin Wenjing and Wu Shi caught up, with Lin Wenjing embracing Quan Shi, sharing her anxious expression. The official, unable to break free from her grip, impatiently said, "How can I pursue him if you hold on to me?" Oh. The 2 officials, patrolling the area, were quite familiar with it, and, after some inquiries, quickly followed the trail. Though they did not catch the thief, they did find the item. In a back alley of a tavern, one person pointed to a refuse bucket containing the white porcelain vial and asked Quan Shi, "Is this it?" The vial bore red paper with black characters, clearly inscribed with the words Shun Jingxindan and the name of the apothecary beneath it. Ignoring the foul smell from the refuse bucket, Quan Shi snatched the vial, frantically pouring out its contents. "Where's my Jingxindan? This is not mine. He must have escaped elsewhere. Quickly go find him." The officials frowned in silence. Reality is often harsh. Citizens unable to accept such brutal truths may react like Quan Shi. But what could be done? The item was destroyed, and the thief remained elusive. How can you expect me to remain calm? That is 10 taels of silver. Our family has scrimped and saved to provide for my son's cultivation. Quan Shi collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly, stirring sorrow in all who heard her. Lin Wenjing also cried, "It is 10 taels." Wu Shi wiped her tears, lamenting, "How tragic." Meanwhile, in an empty street alley, Qiao Wan removed her tattered garments and discarded her worn-out hat, her expression indifferent. "How amusing," Xin Yin observed, smiling at Qiao Wan's departing figure. Disguising as a beggar to steal the Jingxindan, only to discard it in a refuse bucket. What a waste. How intriguing. So intriguing indeed. Should I greet her? After all, acquaintance is a form of fate, he mused to himself. Who are you planning to greet? A chilling voice echoed beside him. Xin Yin startled and turned to see someone standing beside him. Qiao Kui looked at him with a smile that sent a shiver down his spine. "Sister, you are here too. How serendipitous that we meet. Our encounter is fate. Let us swear brotherhood." Chapter 20. Mother, where are you? Qiao Wan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing her mother safe and sound, but upon hearing that her mother had also gone to the restroom, she felt an unsettling sense of being caught. She hurriedly explained, "Yes, I took a wrong turn, which is why we missed each other." Qiao Kui asked an attendant to retrieve their stored items, casually giving a 10-won tip before leading Qiao Wan to the grain shop. The shopkeeper hired Knox card, smiling as he sent off the god of wealth, a foolish spender. "You useless woman, what good are you? You lost everything. Even selling you would not fetch 10 taels of silver. I could kill you. Elder brother, do not hit her. She did not mean it. Although we lost 10 taels, Arsian Guru is promising. Perhaps he can break through without the Jingxindan. Though he did not pass this time, he will surely succeed next time." Wu Shi's comforting voice rang out, sharp and clear. Villagers gathered outside Lin Changyo's home, watching the spectacle. Some laughed, some mocked, others shook their heads with sighs. Isn't Xian Guru taking the exam for the 2nd time? He still has not passed. It seems that having literary talent alone is insufficient. Both aptitude and innate ability are indispensable. I heard he was only assessed to have low-grade literary talent. It is exceedingly difficult to achieve success. Indeed, Xianguer is diligent. But reading is also good. One can still enter the court after achieving a degree. Can it be compared? Those with literary talent attain third-rank positions, becoming lords and ministers, rising to greatness in one step. Unnoticed, the ox cart slowly passed, heading towards a dilapidated house at the foot of the mountain. Qiao Wan relished the snippets of conversation, secretly delighting in the thought that, without her assistance or the enhancement of medicinal pills, could Lin Wenxian ascend to literary success as he had in the past. Full of vigor, the black dog, Heighten, was kicked and tumbled, whining in grievance, only to perk up when he saw Qiao Wan produce a piece of peach pastry. You must be hungry. Here, have a snack to tide you over. I will prepare dinner shortly. Meanwhile, Qiao Kui had already carried the items inside, and upon seeing that everything had been brought in, Qiao Wan hurried to follow. She placed 3 bags of rice and 2 bags of flour neatly in the cupboard, considering Quan Shi's frequent visits, and added an extra lock for assurance. Mother, here is a key to the cupboard. You take one, and I will keep one. Qiao Kui, indifferent, accepted the key. All right, I will go pick some vegetables. Qiao Kui's hands were swift. She did not merely gather one type of vegetable. Stir-fry greens, sliced potatoes, oil-braised cabbage. Each dish varied, each bowl filled with meat. Qiao Wan felt helpless. Be good and eat more. You're at the age of growth, Qiao Kui insisted, her hands never stopping. The vegetables piled high in front of Qiao Wan. On the snowy white rice, they savored bowl after bowl. After the meal, mother and daughter did not rush to sleep, but instead moved a stool to sit under the eaves, admiring the moon. The well-fed black charcoal lay at Qiao Kui's feet, eyes closed in deep slumber. The moon was bright, stars sparse, crows flew south, and the sounds of insects and frogs filled the air, mingling with the fragrance of herbs. Moonlight cascaded like water across the window panes, and thoughts wandered in the tranquility. Qiao Wan slowly leaned closer to Qiao Kui, resting her head on her shoulder. Mother, how wonderful it is to have you. In this life, she could personally protect her daughter, making up for the debts of the past. It would be splendid if you could awaken, Mother. Qiao Wan affectionately linked her arm with Qiao Kui's, snuggling tightly. In this life, how fortunate it is to have you. Mother. Today, her mother was truly remarkable. Zuzu had not informed her that Qiao Kui had cultivated Wensheng. Qiao Wan harbored no doubts about her mother's abilities. If Qiao Zheng could cultivate martial spirits, it was hardly surprising that her mother could master Wensheng as well. Qiao Kui suddenly realized that it was her use of wood spirit energy to nurture the clematis seeds that had led to her dear child's misunderstanding. Well, perhaps, if only I could cultivate as well, then I too could be as formidable as you, Mother. At that moment, Qiao Wan fervently wished for the ability to cultivate martial spirits. If she could, her grandfather would not have poisoned her mother before his death, and the Lin family would dare not bully her again. Mother, please teach me how to cultivate. Once I have gained some abilities, they will no longer dare to bully me. Qiao Kui gently patted her head, responding tactfully, cultivation is not so simple. It takes time and perseverance. I do not wish for you to suffer. With her mother by her side, who could dare to bully her precious child? Qiao Wan persisted, shaking Qiao Kui's hand and playfully pleading, I am not afraid of hardship. Please teach me. In the darkness, a pair of eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Both Wensheng and martial spirits are difficult to cultivate. Talent and hard work must coexist. Just look at Lin Wenxian next door. After 6 years of cultivation, he is still only a first-level Qingxin, never even touching the threshold of Wensheng. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wan's mood lifted significantly. Why does Mother compare me to Lin Wenxian? He is just a blockhead. He will surely accomplish nothing. I am different. I have such a remarkable mother, so I will surely achieve success in my cultivation. My dear child, have you forgotten? That blockhead you speak of is your fiancé. If you insist on learning, I will teach you. Rise with a rooster. Endure the cold of winter and the heat of summer. Skills may have limits, but ambition knows no bounds. My dear child, you must persevere. You lack the talent for Wensheng. I will teach you how to refine martial spirits. Come, follow me. Qiao Kui stood up, picked up a wooden stick from the ground, and began to dance under the moonlight. She cultivated the water and wood spiritual roots, her early stage qi strength being modest, and had learned a set of the Piao Shuang's sword technique, using it in conjunction with the Qing Shuang formula to engage in combat. After a century of cultivation, her swordsmanship was now impeccable, flowing effortlessly, transcending the earthly realm and soaring like a celestial being. Qiao Wan was entranced, her gaze fixed, and she picked up a branch to follow suit. Once the sword technique was completed, Qiao Kui paused to guide Qiao Wan. The bright moonlight was partially concealed by clouds, and under the hazy moonlight, the two danced gracefully, one moving with fluidity like a swimming dragon, while the other stumbled clumsily, her steps disordered and frantic. Chapter 21. All listen to my precious child. The little monk bowed his head. There are no more vegetables. His cheeks flushed as he recounted how the kitchen's head chef had taken the fresh vegetables and prepared a dish for both the abbot and Master Xuanjue. Both enjoyed the meal so much that they each requested 3 additional servings and instructed that the leftovers be shared among the brothers in the temple. He had also eaten and found it delicious, unable to resist indulging further. Amiba. Monks abide by strict precepts, avoiding greed, anger, and ignorance. I have sinned. Xinyan touched the bruise on his face, feeling the discomfort. He had not eaten yet, and this meal was meant to be a wasted effort. After the little monk left, a figure appeared in Xinyan's room, a youth clad in black, of a similar age to Xinyan, who placed a porcelain bottle on the table. Little lord, you should apply some ointment. Xinyan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I can endure this little injury. However, it will affect my sleep tonight. The black-clad figure stated impassively. Wuxing, are you concerned about me? Xinyan inquired. Not at all. I simply feel uneasy when looking at unsightly things, and that discomfort prevents me from sleeping. Xinyan looked hurt. Wuxing, you have changed. You are no longer the same Wuxing I knew. You did not come to my aid when I was being beaten. The Lord has instructed that I must not reveal myself unless it is a matter of life and death. You are truly cold-hearted. You are afraid of being beaten yourself. Wuxing, under Xinyan's scrutinizing gaze, remained calm and composed. Little lord, do not jest. Wuxing, merely follow orders. I did not comprehend that young lady's cultivation level and feared being beaten. So you sold me out. Wuxing fell silent, feeling exasperated by the little lord's unfounded accusations and unreasonable antics. Little lord, did you not approach her and invite her to strike you? Forget it. Within 3 days. I want to know everything about her, Xinyan commanded. He wished to taste the vegetables that his master and the abbot enjoyed. The night was cool as water, and Qiao Kui quietly practiced under the moonlight, continuously casting spirit rain on the medicinal fields. She ceased using spirit rain on the vegetable fields, allowing the spiritual energy to dissipate and be drawn into the crops. By the time dawn broke, Qiao Kui buried the medicinal and vegetable seeds she had purchased the previous day into the soil. Cultivating was quite simple for her. She used the soil-turning technique to till the earth, scattered the seeds, and covered them with the same technique, lacking any complicated methods. With spiritual energy nourishing them, all things could thrive. As the first rays of dawn graced the earth, a refreshed Qiao Wan stepped out of her room and began practicing martial arts under Qiao Kui's guidance. Martial skills can be learned by anyone, but only 1 in 10,000 can refine martial spirits for martial arts. Nevertheless, this path is somewhat easier than cultivating Wenchang. Thus, many who cannot cultivate Wenchang choose to refine their martial spirits instead. Regardless of the chosen path, it is fraught with thorns and perils. From this day forth, Qiao Wan would begin her martial training alongside Qiao Kui, not practicing the Piao Shuang sword technique as before, but starting with the fundamentals of martial arts. Within half an hour of practicing stances, Qiao Wan was drenched in sweat, her legs trembling, unable to hold herself up, and she collapsed to the ground. Qiao Kui merely glanced at her without offering assistance or words of comfort. After a brief rest, Qiao Wan stood up of her own accord and resumed her stance. It was not until 2 hours later that Qiao Kui finally allowed her a reprieve, and the two began their breakfast. However, the meal today was particularly unpalatable, difficult to swallow. It was not that Qiao Wan's cooking skills were lacking due to fatigue, but rather that Qiao Kui had prepared the breakfast herself. She thought her precious child needed nourishment after such strenuous practice, so she cooked rabbit meat, mimicking Qiao Wan's style with great precision. Her learning ability remained strong, drawing from her past experiences with talismans and puppet mechanisms. Yet, while hope was abundant, the result was a failure. The braised rabbit meat was overly salty, and the rice was burnt. The mother and daughter had to endure the discomfort of washing it down with lukewarm water. Mother, from now on, I will take care of the cooking. You just tend to the fire. Having filled her stomach with water, Qiao Wan established this rule and inscribed it into the family regulations. Yes, yes, my precious child. You cook, and I will wash the dishes. After all, she had spent 100 years only cultivating and had neglected her culinary skills. Otherwise, she would not have been so thoroughly bested by her daughter. The air of authority had faded. After finishing breakfast, Qiao Wan recalled the vegetable seeds she had purchased the previous day and medicinal seeds her mother had bought at a high price. She shouldered a hoe and headed to the fields to plant the seeds. However, she could not find where the seeds were located, leading her to panic. Mother, where are the seeds we bought yesterday? I have already planted them in the fields. I watered the medicinal fields and the vegetable fields as well. Do not fret. Just continue your martial practice. In the kitchen, Qiao Kui, having already cleaned the dishes with the dust purification technique, pretended to wipe her hands dry with a cloth. Oh, Qiao Wan looked bewildered. Can mother really farm? After recovering from a serious illness, she cannot even cook. My precious child, aside from cooking, I have remembered everything else. In my youth, I accompanied your grandfather to the mountains to gather herbs and cultivated the fields. It is surely no problem, so do not worry. Image is indeed important. The obedient black charcoal lay quietly beside her. When Quan Shi arrived with a basket, she found Qiao Wan in a distressed state. Alarmed, she hurried over to help her up, inquiring with concern, Wan, what troubles you? Why such despair? Upon seeing Quan Shi, a fleeting glimmer of hatred crossed Qiao Wan's eyes, which she quickly masked as she softly asked, Aunt Quan, what brings you here? I came to see you all, but really, why have you started practicing martial arts? It's arduous and unpromising. You might injure yourself. Xian Gu'er would surely disapprove. Qiao Wan scoffed. In her past life, she had done everything for Lin Wenxian, yet received not a shred of his affection. My health is too frail. A bit of practice is beneficial. Quan Shi sighed in relief and advised, just practice casually, don't take it too seriously. Without proper guidance, you won't achieve anything. If you continue like this, you'll end up like those women at the town's martial arts school, muscular to the point of being fearsome. Who would dare to marry such a woman? Qiao Wan sneered. No one marrying would be for the best. Aunt Quan, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? With 1,000 words unsaid, Quan Shi hesitated. Her expression slightly awkward as she replied, Nothing. I simply had a fall yesterday. Chapter 22. The first mention of the marriage contract. I came today to bring you some eggs. Your mother has just recovered from serious illness and could use some nourishment. I couldn't bear to give any to Wenxian and Wenjing. Qiao Wan declined. They can keep them. My mother doesn't eat this. She knew her mother had meat daily and had no need for eggs. However, Quan Shi's eggs reminded her that their supply at home had run out, and since the chickens had been slaughtered for her grandfather's health, it was time to raise some chicks. Eggs and chicken meat would be perfect for her mother's recovery. Child, why are you so formal with me? I am your future mother-in-law. Whom else should I care for? As Quan Shi spoke, she walked toward the kitchen. Qiao Wan bit her lip, unable to dissuade her. So she followed. The stove in Quan Shi's kitchen was spotless, with only a few bowls neatly arranged, which pleased her. I knew you were someone who enjoys tidiness. A home should be kept this way for others to see your virtuousness and capability. Oh, why is the cabinet locked? Hurry and unlock it so I can put the eggs inside. Aunt Quan, the key is with my mother. She is in a bad mood today after not having meat. The disappointment in Quan Shi's eyes flared as she thought of the volatile Qiao Kui, and she had no choice but to express her discontent. Why did you give her the key? What if she loses it? Quan Shi placed the basket on the square table and inquired, How much did you earn from selling yesterday's herbs? Bring it to me for safekeeping. Realizing that Quan Shi had come for money, Qiao Wan was determined not to part with it, grateful that she had locked her belongings away. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, and murmured, It wasn't too much, just over 101. I spent it all on 2 prescriptions for my mother. Aunt Quan, could you lend me some money for grain? Only 100? I told you not to sell it yourself. They will take advantage of your youth. Oh dear, what am I to say to you? And your mother, after all those years of medicine, still remains the same? Quan Shi lamented, unaware that the usually reticent Qiao Wan was deceiving her. Qiao Wan felt a surge of hatred as she listened, keeping her head down to hide the contempt in her eyes. What was wrong with her mother taking medicine? Had she used Quan Shi's money? Next time, you must not sell without me. I haven't been to the mountains to gather herbs lately, and the medicinal fields have been neglected. There are no surplus herbs at home. I don't know when I will have herbs to sell again. Your medicinal fields are barren? Didn't you plant last year? Quan Shi was skeptical, preparing to head to the medicinal fields, but stopped herself. Qiao Kui would lash out if she didn't eat meat, so she refrained from going for now. You're quite lazy, neglecting the medicinal fields and not climbing the mountains to gather herbs. How do you expect to survive? Quan Shi chastised, forgetting her earlier praise of Qiao Wan's diligence. So, Aunt Quan, could you lend me some silver? I needed to buy grain in case of emergency. Quan Shi replied curtly, our family has no money either. It has all been pooled for Xiangur's trip to Xinjiang Prefecture. You'll have to make do with vegetables for a while. Once the next harvest comes in, you'll have grain again. As she spoke, she moved towards the exit, casually picking up the basket of eggs from the table. Qiao Wan laughed coldly, and Quan, the eggs haven't been collected yet. But her voice was soft, full of grievance. My mother still needs to recover. Regardless, it was still her to give or deny. She felt like a soulless puppet. Quan Shi's eyes flashed with impatience. She had gained nothing for her visit, and now sought her eggs as well. Your mother seems to be recovering well. Not having eggs for now should not be a problem. She wouldn't compete for food with a child, would she? We are family. There is no need to quibble over these matters. As the topic of the marriage contract arose, Qiao Wan seemed to regain her composure and quietly explained to Quan Shi, our families only have a verbal agreement. Isn't binding. Please refrain from mentioning it in front of Wenxian. How can it be just a verbal agreement? You and Xiangur grew up together, and your grandfather entrusted you to me before he passed, ensuring you would enter the Lin family. Everyone in Xinxiao village knows this. But my mother has awakened, and my marriage will be decided by her. Quan Shi scoffed, asserting parental arrangements and matchmaker's words must be heeded. Your mother will have to listen to your grandfather. Moreover, your mother will be marrying. She will not bring you with her into her new home after enjoying the life of a young mistress. Qiao Wan's expression changed. And far away in the medicinal fields, Qiao Kui opened her eyes. Marrying? How can my mother marry? Before your grandfather passed, he accepted a betrothal gift from the Luo family, intending for your mother to marry their third son. You know him well. He was born with a mental disability, and now at 30, he is as large as a pig, laughing and hitting people every day, requiring constant care for all his needs. How could your grandfather possibly agree to such a match? Quan Shi chuckled meaningfully. Silly child, you understand nothing. The Luo family is wealthy beyond measure. Your mother would become a young mistress, with servants attending to her every need, a splendid life. Impossible, Qiao Wan protested, unwilling to believe it. Her grandfather had cherished her mother, and unable to bear witnessing her suffer, he had tricked her into drinking poison. In her desperation, she had poured 3 bowls of antidote down her mother's throat, saving her life. Hence, her grandfather would never have arranged such a marriage. Quan Shi offered no further explanation, taking the eggs with a smile as she walked away. Yet, the thought lingered. How could her grandfather, who cared so deeply for her mother, possibly betroth her to a fool? During those days of her grandfather's illness, she had tended to him daily, and no suitors had come to propose. At lunch, Qiao Wan found it hard to swallow her food. The dishes that Qiao Kui served her felt tasteless, while Qiao Kui enjoyed the meal without a care. Several times, Qiao Wan opened her mouth to speak, but swallowed her words, unsure of how to broach the subject. Did her mother know nothing? Perhaps it was better not to burden her with worries. In the afternoon, she would visit the Lu family and clarify the situation. Mother, I will be out for a while this afternoon. Will you be all right waiting at home? Yes, go handle your affairs. I will be fine at home, Qiao Kui replied. Indifferent. Chapter 23. Qiao Wan's fury after lunch. Qiao Kui went to tidy the dishes while Qiao Wan rummaged through the old man's room, checking every nook and cranny to ensure no marriage documents were hidden before she felt at ease. She informed Qiao Kui and then left the house, determined to visit the Luo family. Having spent her childhood learning to identify herbs with her grandfather and caring for her mother, she had rarely ventured into the village. After entering the Lin family, Quan Shi had kept her from interacting with outsiders. The more she walked, the more familiar the paths became, transforming into routes she had never known before. A woman approached with elegance, her brows meticulously drawn and lips adorned, a red flower gracing her hair. Upon seeing Qiao Wan, she smiled brightly, exclaiming, "My dear Wan, rejoice. Today, a representative from the Luo family has come to propose a date for your engagement. I have perused the calendar, and the 8th day of next month is an auspicious day for marriage. The Luo family intends to come and collect you on that day. Hurry and prepare. Qiao Wan remained remarkably composed. Who made the decision regarding my mother's marriage? How is it that neither my grandfather nor I are aware of this? How could your grandfather not know? On that day, I delivered the marriage proposal, and he accepted it, likely too hurried to inform you, the matchmaker replied. Qiao Wan's skepticism deepened. If my grandfather agreed, then why did he allow my mother to ingest poison? Her piercing gaze fixed on Wang, the matchmaker, as she demanded. When did you come to deliver the proposal to my family? Wang's eyes flickered with displeasure. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you wish to marry into the Luo family? That cannot be. The young master of the Luo family is old enough to be your father. Do not entertain such foolish thoughts. Besides, you are betrothed to Lin Jiaxian. Marrying again would tarnish your family's reputation. In that moment, Qiao Wan recognized Wang's true nature, realizing she was no different from the duplicitous and deceitful people of society. Was such a person truly fit to act as a matchmaker? Do not engage in such nonsense. If you claim there is no marriage, let us go to the Luo family and find out the truth, she declared, pulling Wang along. Despite her small stature, she exhibited remarkable strength, leaving the matchmaker unable to break free. Wang responded with annoyance. I simply cannot remember the exact day. Why are you in such a rush? If you offend the Luo family, and they disapprove of this union, do not blame me if your mother remains unmarried. Whether they are pleased or not is of no concern to me. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall first slay your entire family and then hang myself at the Luo family's doorstep, returning as a vengeful spirit to torment you all. Wang was taken aback, having only known Qiao Wan to be quiet and reserved. Had she been influenced by Qiao Kui? Although still a child, Qiao Wan's fierce determination startled Wang momentarily before she regained her composure. You think I fear a mere girl? I will not hesitate to push you away. The betrothal gift was given to your grandfather, and the marriage contract was signed by him. Do you dare to go back on your word? The Luo family could report you to the authorities and have you punished. This marriage is invalid. You have used my grandfather's name to sell my mother. I will take you to court. Wang, being stout and slow, was repeatedly struck by Qiao Wan's wild swings of the weapon, each time eliciting cries of pain from her. You are insane. A madwoman and her little accomplice, a perfect match. You are the fool, and your entire family are fools, Qiao Wan retorted, striking harder, her brow slick with sweat under the blazing sun. You ungrateful wretch. I offer you a fine marriage proposal, and you are not satisfied? You reject wealth and fortune? Or do you wish to marry into the Luo family? What a shameless girl you are. Suddenly, a black dog, Heitan, charged towards Wang, baring its fierce teeth. Cursed dog, get away. Help! My face. Wang fell to the ground, wailing in distress. The Luo family was a prominent local family, owning vast tracts of land and numerous tenants. It seemed that she and her mother would have to flee far away. At that moment, Qiao Kui lazily opened her eyes, observing her disheveled sister. Qiao Wan, feeling lost, finally reasoned, I just fell. Qiao Kui's beautiful almond eyes blinked playfully, her smile imbued with gentle affection. Her darling sister was simply too adorable, even in her lies. Qiao Wan fetched water and tidied herself, but lacking the motivation to practice martial arts. She decided to use the fabric she had purchased the day before to sew new clothes for herself and her mother. Their garments from the previous year had become too short and worn, and as for the marriage proposal, she had made her decision. She planned to visit the Luo family the following day to clarify the situation and withdraw from the engagement. However, plans often falter. That evening, after dinner, flickering lights appeared on the wooden bridge, heading straight for their courtyard. Qiao family girl, come out. You have gone too far and dare to injure someone. A strong man at the forefront brandished a torch in one hand and a club in the other, advancing with an imposing demeanor as he loudly questioned Qiao Wan. As expected, Lin Fuqian had brought his relatives to seek vengeance for his wife. Among the crowd were Lin Fuqian's 3 cousins, along with Lin Li and Lin Changyu, whom Qiao Wan had just met. Realizing the situation, Qiao Wan grasped a chopping knife and stepped forward, emboldened by the presence of Qiao Kui, who sat under the eaves. She could not retreat and would not retreat. Li Zheng, listen to what she is saying. Such a young girl, speaking arrogantly. I demand 5 taels of silver for medical expenses and that she be expelled from Xinxiao village. And as for that dog, it should be killed to avenge my wife. Lin Changyu quickly interjected. Fu Qian, 5 taels of silver is sufficient. There is no need to expel her from the village. Lin Fuqian, recalling Qiao Wan's betrothal to Lin Wenxian. Reluctantly agreed. 10 taels of silver is what I demand. My wife has been severely bitten. The matchmaker's face had been left disfigured, now wrapped in thick white bandages, and he felt a sense of loss at the thought of his wife's condition. Chapter 24. Who deceived whom Lin Fuqian thought his wife at home, and then glanced at Qiao Kui, igniting a pang of desire within him. Qiao Wan laughed coldly, brandishing her knife at Lin Fuqian. There is no silver. I will take a life instead. If you have the courage, come and take it. You insolent girl. You think you can intimidate me? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Fuqian discarded his torch, rolled up his sleeves, and approached menacingly. Li Zheng frowned at the scene, casting a glance at Qiao Kui, who remained seated and unmoving. He recalled what Taoist Wuchuan had said about ancestral connections and the appearance of hidden masters, realizing that perhaps Qiao Kui had deceived Taoist Wuchuan rather than the other way around. Seeing the crowd of hostile faces, Li Zheng finally ordered, "Do not go too far." Lin Fuqian's 3 cousins lunged at He Tan, while Lin Fuqian himself cursed and advanced toward Qiao Wan. Woof! Woof! He Tan charged at the 3 men, its small frame quickly darting toward the mountains behind the house. Qiao Wan, do not be obstinate. You are at fault here. Quickly bring out the silver to make amends, or you will surely be beaten. Unbeknownst to them, Qiao Kui had appeared beside Qiao Wan, taking the chopping knife from her hand. Leave this to me. I will handle it. With that, she swung the knife, catching Lin Fuqian by surprise. He instinctively turned his head, and the blade narrowly missed him, embedding itself firmly in a rock. Lin Fuqian's disheveled hair fell over his face, unable to conceal his terror. His legs trembled at the realization that had he not turned, he would have lost half his head. You're serious? Qiao Kui calmly withdrew the knife, stepping closer to Lin Fuqian. Her voice was colder than the night breeze. You dare to assault my home? Do you think I would jest with you? Today, you will enter standing and leave horizontally. Lin Fuqian had only intended to scare Qiao Wan into conceding, but unexpectedly found Qiao Kui even more formidable and unafraid of death. How could he proceed with his theatrics now? How could he obtain the 10 taels of silver? Li Zheng swallowed hard, observing as Qiao Kui stepped back, relieved he had not acted rashly, or that knife might have been aimed at him. Lin Changyu shared the same sentiment. Before they could react, Qiao Kui's foot was already planted firmly on Lin Fuqian's face. Do you think you have the authority to dictate my marriage? Tell Wang to wash her neck clean at home. I will come for her life tomorrow. And as for the Luo family, thinking they could take advantage of my family's misfortune, I will pay them a visit as well. With his face buried in the dirt, Lin Fuqian felt the weight of reality crashing down upon him. This was far from what he had anticipated. The pain was excruciating. Li Zheng, Changyu, please save me. He bullies me at will. Where is the prestige of the Lin family? Lin Changyu took 2 steps back in fright, nearly dropping the torch in his hand. This Qiao Kui is indeed a madman. Lin Li Zheng's eyelids twitched violently, his gaze fluctuating uncertainly. Fearing that he might be pressed to the ground and humiliated by Qiao Kui, he resolved not to be the scapegoat. Coming here today was a mistake. Such trivial matters as fighting and brawling do not warrant the involvement of the clan leader. Seeing Lin Li Zheng's silence, Lin Changyu had to muster his courage, saying, Qiao clan, release him at once. This is hardly appropriate. Qiao Kui turned to Lin Changyu, lips pursed in a smile. And what of your Qian family? How can my engagement with the Luo family proceed without you? Do not rush. We shall take our time. Lin Changyu was startled, his eyes filled with tumult. Lin Li Zheng, noticing Lin Changyu's inability to maintain control, inwardly cursed his ineptitude. Qiao clan, this matter requires verification. Release the person first. It is indeed true that Qiao Wan injured Wang Meipa, and your family ought to provide an explanation. Explanation? Qiao Kui delivered a fierce, kick toward Lin Fu Gui, relishing the more pathetic wails that ensued. Lin Fu Gui could not comprehend how Qiao Kui, this harbinger of calamity, could inflict such pain with every blow. Wang Meipa cannot defeat my 10-year-old child, yet she dares to call for help? Is this an affront to the Qiao family? Bring her here. We must discuss the marriage with the Luo family properly. Regarding the marriage that was mentioned again, Lin Li Zheng was genuinely unaware. However, he suspected that someone took advantage of Qiao Laoda's demise to sell Qiao Kui for a good price. This scheme could not have been orchestrated solely by Wang Meipa. He shot a resentful glance at Lin Changyu, who was willing to earn money at any cost, unbothered by the stains on his conscience. Do not glare at me. This is not my concern. I know nothing. Ask my wife. With matters concerning the Qian family, I am uninvolved, Lin Changyu said defensively. In that moment, Lin Lijong longed to slay him with a mere glance. Qiao Kui remained unfazed. Perfect. Let's go to the magistrate, so that the esteemed official may arbitrate for this powerless young woman. Lin Lijong felt deeply exasperated by Qiao Kui's unreasonable antics. You call yourself powerless? It is still dark, yet you spout nonsense. Qiao Wan chimed in. Indeed, we shall report to the magistrate. We have acted with integrity, unafraid of any punishment. She was unperturbed by the prospect of escalating matters to the magistrate. At worst, they would merely apologize and pay compensation. But Wang Meipa's actions were far too grave for simple restitution. Punishments could include whippings, imprisonment, or even exile. Contemplating this, Qiao Wan even regarded reporting to the magistrate as a brilliant idea. Lin Lijong, however, held a different view. Reporting would only lead the authorities to deem him ineffective, incapable of managing even minor issues. Why should he bear the blame without reaping any benefits? Growing increasingly irked, Lin Lijong addressed Qiao Kui. I shall certainly provide you with an explanation and ensure Wang Meipa clarifies the situation. Qiao Kui recognized Lin Lijong's insincerity, having received a vague assurance. She delivered a couple more kicks before departing. That will suffice for tonight. We shall continue tomorrow. Ouch! I am in agony. Lin Fu Gui cried out in distress, unable to rise from the ground. Li Zheng, you all witnessed her beating me so severely. She must compensate me. Not a single cent less than 20 taels. Lin Li Zheng's brows were already furrowed deeply. No, Li Zheng, I truly am in pain. Lin Fu Gui lamented, feeling inexplicably wronged as he perceived that no one was acknowledging his suffering. Lin Changyu urged from the side, Second brother, please get up. The ground is cold. Before Lin Fu Gui could further explain himself, he noticed Lin Lijong and Lin Changyu suddenly shift their expressions, letting out a scream as they fled frantically down the path they had come. Wild boars! Run! Help! Chapter 25. Master and dog, 3 disheveled figures shrieked, scrambling past Lin Fu Gui, leaving no trace of hesitation. Ah! 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 Pain! 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 Lin Fu Gui cried out in agony, witnessing a horde of wild boars with savage faces charging towards him. Half an hour earlier, Lin Fu Gui's 3 cousins had been chasing a small creature named Hei Tan with wooden sticks and hoes, eager to feast on meat and drink wine that night. However, Hei Tan was small and slippery, cunningly darting toward narrow spaces, leaving the 3 panting and drenched in sweat, having failed to catch even a glimpse of it as they were led on a wild chase. Moonlight filtered through the forest, casting a delicate glow, while the chorus of insects and birds lent an eerie chill to the dim woods. The 3 finally realized they had ventured deep into the forest. One of them, panting, asked, Should we continue the chase? That little beast is too fast. Another complained, Indeed, I even lost my shoe. The third, still gasping, cursed his companions for pursuing further into the woods, fearing that they might end up as the main course themselves. Fortunately, they were near the edge of the forest. Otherwise, they would have been in peril. Woof, woof, woof. The 3 were elated, raising their hoes, ready to strike the little creature. Soon, a dark silhouette dashed past their feet, vanishing in an instant. Hey, you think you can escape? I won't let you off that easily, one shouted, attempting to pursue, but his companion held him back. The sounds in the forest grew closer, mixed with chaotic footsteps, branches snapping, and the ground trembling. A group of wild boars with fierce, greenish faces burst through the thicket, suddenly appearing before the 3. This night would be unforgettable and agonizing for the people of Xinxiao village. On the other side of the village, the Qiao family remained tranquil as a chicken. Qiao Wan peacefully slept while Qiao Kui continued her training. The next day, Lin Lijong approached, clutching his injured forehead, followed by a group of wounded, enraged villagers. A dozen wild boars, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, rampaged through the village, wreaking havoc, tossing villagers aside, and killing chickens, ducks, and pigs. Lin Fu Gui's front door had been smashed down, and the family suffered significant damage. Had they not managed to climb onto the roof in time, they would have been devoured by the wild boars. Not a single household in the village remained unscathed. Some homes had collapsed, others were damaged, and a few fell into cesspools while trying to flee. The Qiao family, the root cause of the calamity, remained unscathed. Lin Lijong was furious. bringing the aggrieved villagers to seek an explanation. While Qiao Kui sent Qiao Wan to the medicinal field for training, she remained in the courtyard, conversing with Lin Lijing. Faced with his fierce demands, she appeared innocent, spreading her hands. This is not my fault. The wild boars were attracted by you. If you seek revenge, go after them. Huh, what does it have to do with her? She is a victim too, a man shouted angrily, grinding his teeth. It is because of that little creature you raised that I want to kill it. Feel free, Qiao Kui said, pointing at Heitan, who was basking on a rock. Heitan. Woof, 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 woof. Can you not act like a person? They seem to understand the barks. Gulme, come chase me. Quick, come after me. The crowd stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. Stopping at the edge of the forest, Heitan kept barking, come chase me. Quick, come after me. This creature was truly infuriating. Lin Lijing felt his scalp tingle. An unreasonable master raised a shameless dog. Qiao Kui remarked, Lin Lijing, our family has depended on your care over the years to settle down and live comfortably. You know very well what kind of life we have led. Now that my father has passed, do not think that we, the two women, can be bullied without support. It is not as simple as you imagine. There's a saying that those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Over the years, Qiao Laotu endured great hardship to raise his daughter and granddaughter. And Qiao Kui knew that Lin Lijing understood this even better. As a herbalist, due to Qiao Kui's reputation, no one in Xinxiao village was willing to sell them good land. They could only rely on gathering herbs for silver. The vegetable plots and medicinal fields they cultivated were all financed by Qiao Laotu. Lin Lijing was the one who benefited from it all. Lin Lijing felt an intense anger rise within him. How dare Qiao Kui threaten him? What a joke! Who did Qiao Kui think he was? If you Qiao clan are unwilling to reside here, then you may as well leave Xinxiao village. We cannot tolerate your presence. Yes, drive them out. A bunch of calamities, echoed several villagers. Get rid of these troublemakers. Hearing the commotion, Qiao Wan rushed over, her face twisted in indignation as she glared at the crowd. Lin Lijing pressed his lips together, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. This tactic had always worked in his favor, in the past whenever he threatened. The old man Qiao would eagerly deliver silver to him. He had expected to see fear in Qiao Kui's demeanor, but to his dismay, there was none. Qiao Kui merely smiled coldly, unperturbed by the threat. She stepped closer to Lin Lijing and spoke in a tone that only the two could hear in this vast world. Where is there no place to belong? However, I must remind you of the considerable silver and goods you have taken from my father over the years. Although my father has passed, he left behind records of every single transaction with you, Lin Lijing. Should this ledger fall into the hands of the authorities or be revealed to others in the village, you can imagine the consequences. Lin Lijing was taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it on Qiao Kui, lowering his voice to issue a warning. How dare you threaten me? There is nothing unfounded about this. Whether my father knew, you knew, and now I know. Lin Lijing felt a chill run down his spine under her calm and steady gaze. Unsure if Qiao Kui truly possessed the ledger. The old man had indeed given him many things, all of which were voluntary. Yet this old fool had recorded it to use against him. Why don't we just leave now? Qiao Kui stared at Lin Lijing, her tone icy. For a moment, Lin Lijing hesitated. We certainly cannot compare to your reputation and wealth, but there is nowhere in this world where one cannot find a place to belong. As Qiao Kui spoke, Qiao Wan followed closely behind, equally anxious. As long as mother is here, this is our home. Get out of Xinxiao village immediately, someone shouted. But before he could finish, Lin Lijing sent him stumbling away with a kick. Furious, Lin Lijing pointed at the man, scolding, Are you even human? Do you have no sense of decency? Where do you expect a widow and her child to go? And you all want to drive the Qiao mother and daughter out of Xinxiao village. How will outsiders perceive our village? How will the village's sons marry? And how will the daughters find suitable husbands? You are all short-sighted and utterly clueless. Chapter 26. The growth of precious herbs. Lin Lijing sought justice while also clearing his own name, causing a group of people to leave in anger and resentment. Qiao Wan watched in astonishment, wondering when Lin Lijing had become so reasonable. Nevertheless, the crisis had been temporarily averted, and she was still glad. There was even better news she had been eager to share. Mother, the herbs you planted have sprouted. She had meticulously counted the 5 tender shoots in the newly cultivated herb field, which meant that all 5 varieties, including Xinji jasmine, had survived. Regardless of whether these herbs turn out to be precious or not, there would surely be some financial return. Qiao Kui feigned delight. Is that so? Let's go take a look. It must be due to your diligent care. Her shameless praise made Qiao Wan's cheeks flush. Embarrassed, she explained, Mother, I haven't watered the vegetable and herb fields for the past 2 days. Qiao Kui replied, My dear, you are simply adorable. Whatever you do will surely succeed. Qiao Kui's boundless flattery made Qiao Wan blush even deeper. Mother, you are talking nonsense. I don't want to engage with you anymore. The two joyfully headed to the herb field to observe the newly sprouted medicinal plants. Qiao Kui had divided the field into 5 sections when she planted them, and now each section had fresh sprouts emerging, which indicated success. The vegetable garden was thriving as well. Every night, as Qiao Kui practiced her cultivation, spiritual energy overflowed, nourishing the plants. It would indeed be strange if they did not thrive. Qiao Wan was elated as she gazed at the increasingly radiant guyu grass, clearly a precious herb. Not only the guyu grass, but also sheng nanxing, tsang'er, and zimu lei gong tung exhibited a faint luster. Overnight, they had all transformed into precious herbs. Qiao Kui decided to celebrate the double happiness with a meal of wild rabbit and wild chicken for lunch. As Qiao Wan busied herself in the kitchen, Qiao Kui took the opportunity to walk around the herb field. She collected a few pebbles from the riverbank to set up a simple 7 stars isolation array, ensuring that only she and Qiao Wan could see the true state of the herb field. To outsiders, it would appear as merely ordinary herbs. However, she needed to earn money to buy better materials for the formation, as the pebbles would not retain spiritual energy and would turn to dust in 2 days. After lunch, Qiao Wan took out the fabric she had purchased at the temple fair to begin making autumn clothing, while Qiao Kui decided to venture out. Mother, I am not afraid of them. I have an axe, Qiao Wan declared, brandishing her axe as though she owned the world, which made Qiao Kui chuckle. Qiao Wan nodded. Qiao Kui then kicked the well-fed and content black charcoal, lounging in the corner. Be obedient and protect your little master. Otherwise, I shall deal with you. Woof. Qiao Wan hurriedly picked up black charcoal and said to Qiao Kui, Mother, black charcoal is very well behaved. Please do not kick him. The little creature happily licked Qiao Wan's hand. Indeed, the little master is the most obedient. Qiao Kui cast a glance at the small creature before stepping out of the house. Upon entering the village, she saw everyone bustling about, repairing their homes damaged by wild boars the previous night. When they noticed Qiao Kui approaching, they merely glared at her fiercely. Lin Lijing had already sternly warned them that this matter had nothing to do with Qiao Kui. It was Lin Fugui's family that had caused the trouble. This debt would eventually be settled. At the moment, they were too busy repairing their homes to pay attention to Qiao Kui, only able to murder her with their eyes. Qiao Kui thought to herself, I enjoy watching you all loathe me, yet feel powerless against me. Some feared Lin Lijing, while others worried about Qiao Kui's volatility. But there were always those who could not hold back, wanting to settle scores immediately. Qiao Kui's elder brother, Qiao Sheng, was among them. The Qiao family's losses were significant. Their pigsty had collapsed, and all the piglets they had raised were lost, along with several chickens that had been killed. Qiao Sheng's face was dark, while his wife wept bitterly, cradling a dying piglet. Ultimately, the couple had to bear the financial burden of the damages. When Qiao Sheng saw Qiao Kui, fury consumed him. And Wang Shi did not offer her a kind expression either. Second sister, I heard you have recovered. Out of goodwill, we came to see you, and yet you caused such a disaster. Truly, you are a calamity. Wang Shi was so enraged she could barely speak, lamenting the loss of 2 taels of silver. And her anger only intensified at the sight of the carefree Qiao Kui. We pitied you and pleaded with the clan leader to allow you to return to the family. And yet you acted recklessly, destroying Xinxia village, Qiao Sheng reprimanded sternly. What does that have to do with me? Do not place undue blame. I have no sister among you. Qiao Kui retorted, speechless at encountering these 2 absurdities today. An elder brother is like a father. I cannot neglect you, Qiao Sheng fumed. Indeed, you have been ill for a decade, and it seems you have not recovered well. Who are you to speak of brotherhood? My father has no son as arrogant as you. Go honor your father instead. Qiao Kui shot a glance at her uncle, Qiao Sheng, the nominal father. Qiao Sheng's anger flared as he glared at Qiao Kui. Qiao Sheng's wife, having received 2 taels of silver, was in a good mood and approached to mediate, feigning kindness. Oh, a Sheng and Xiaonyang, do not quarrel. After all, you are siblings. Let us speak amicably. Qiao Kui snapped. Qiao Li clan, Do not misrepresent. We are not siblings, and I have no ties to you. Spare me your pretense. All of you, get out of my way. Once, this Qiao Sheng and his wife had fiercely supported driving her father out of the family, seizing the estate and land that rightfully belonged to her father. Now, they came with smiles, thinking themselves virtuous. Upon hearing the mention of the house, Qiao Sheng's eyes gleamed with malice. Qiao Sheng, with a grim expression, said to Qiao Kui, "You and Wan want you come with us." He spoke as if offering charity, which made Qiao Kui's fists clench in anger. Indeed, she acted swiftly, stepping forward and delivering a punch to Qiao Sheng's face. "Who do you think you are? The spirits of the universe bear witness. My father is watching you, unfilial son." On the road to the afterlife, seeing Qiao Kui rush at him without warning, Qiao Sheng remained unfazed. After all, he was a second-grade martial guard. So how could he be knocked down by a single punch? A single strike would certainly not suffice. Two would do the trick. With a mastery of the sword technique at the third level of Qi refining, Qiao Kui found it exceedingly simple to dispatch a low-tier martial artist. After just 2 punches, a tremendous force struck, and Qiao Sheng was sent crashing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Qiao Kui. Having been steeped in various medicinal concoctions by the old man Qiao since childhood, and later trained in martial arts by the esteemed Qiao family, he had now reached the peak of second-tier strength, yet astonishingly faltered against Qiao Kui in merely 3 exchanges. Chapter 27. Unworthy to be a son. Recalling the painful experience of being beaten by Qiao Kui at the Qiao family ancestral hall, Qiao Sheng gritted his teeth, wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, with hatred in his eyes taking on a tangible form. "You have indeed cultivated martial audacity. It is no surprise that you are still his favored one." Qiao Kui scoffed. "Father treats me no differently than he treats you. It is merely that you are unworthy to be called son." "Master, are you all right?" Wang Shi, with her hand over her mouth, hurried to assist Qiao Sheng, only to be pushed away by him. Qiao Sheng, with bloodshot eyes, pointed accusingly at Qiao Kui. "By what right do you speak? In my youth, I desperately sought to learn martial arts, yet no one would assist me. He would rather see me toil as a first-tier martial attendant than seek help from the clan leader, whereas you, entwined in scandalous associations, were favored even to the point of risking expulsion from the family. How utterly unjust! He is unkind, and I am unjust. I have turned from darkness to light. What is wrong with that? So, you have become nothing more than a dog." Qiao Kui coldly laughed, observing the irrational man before her. "Pursuing fame and fortune, what is wrong with that?" Alas, Qiao Sheng, having forsaken dignity and betrayed his own father, could not earn the respect of others. He laughed heartily. "I am now held in high esteem by the clan leader. Wherever I go, I am regarded with respect. How could a simple village woman like you possibly understand?" Blinded by ambition, he failed to see that even his closest kin could be discarded. How could others truly trust him? Otherwise, after all these years, he would not remain merely a second-tier martial guard. "No matter your intentions, we will not accompany you. Do not return, or we shall meet with hostility." "What should we do?" Wang Shi whispered. "Men handle matters. Women should remain silent." Qiao Sheng cast a cold glance at Wang Shi. Qiao Kui departed the village, heading directly to the Luo family. She did not believe that Lin would provide her with an explanation. She sought the source of the matter directly. The Luo family resided not within Xinxiao village, but had built a residence on a farm just outside. The estate boasted 5 courtyards, grand and imposing, with vermilion roofs and azure tiles, intricate carvings and painted beams, exuding opulence. Surrounding the estate was a vast expanse of fertile land, all belonging to the Luo family, with tenants from nearby villages. Qiao Kui executed a hand gesture, activating her invisibility skill, causing her figure to vanish from sight. In the courtyard, a man dressed in green finery was joyfully running with a broken kite. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, and he leaped and bounded about like an awkward pudgy bird. "Third young master, slow down. Be careful not to fall." 2 maidservants hurriedly followed, one holding a windmill and the other carrying snacks. When the young man finally halted, he immediately grabbed a piece of snack and chewed it before spitting it out, spraying the maidservant with crumbs. "Ha! There's a butterfly. Catch the butterfly," he exclaimed, reaching out and yanking a jeweled flower from the maid's hair, pulling out strands of hair along with it. The maid cried out in pain, covering her disheveled hair with tears in her eyes. The The butterfly flies, and brings flowers to my bride. The broken kite was discarded on the ground as the young man ran off with the jeweled flower. Nearby, a pond was adorned with emerald lotus leaves, and several lotus flowers broke through the mud, blooming into pure blossoms. The maid, whose face was smeared with snack remnants, was comforting her sister, who had lost a lock of hair, when suddenly they heard a splash. Looking up, they could no longer see the third young master. When Qiao Kui reappeared in Xinxia village, it was near dusk. She cast a glance at her Aunt Xiao, whose skin prickled under the chill of Qiao Kui's gaze. Wan. Before departing, the wooden stool where Qiao Wan had been seated lay overturned, unattended, while a sewing basket was scattered on the ground, and the fabric meant for new garments had fallen and gathered dust. Woof woof. Haida, the dog, dashed out from the woods and quickly arrived at Qiao Kui's feet, barking anxiously. Whiff whiff, whiff whiff. The noodles had been brought over by Wang Shi in the afternoon, and Xiao's aunt was pleased with the 2 taels of silver she had received, looking forward to dinner. Satisfied, Qiao's aunt filled her bowl to the brim with noodles, thinking, how could it not be so? Taking her second son's child to honor herself. So what if her second son had always been more capable? His son had become hers. He himself had turned to dust to become ancient history. Qiao's aunt began to serve, first filling her bowl, then serving her 2 sons each a full bowl, followed by her several grandsons, each receiving a bowl, and finally the eldest granddaughter, who received only a bowl of broth. Just as they were eating, a loud crash echoed from outside the main door, and everyone watched in shock as the newly installed door came crashing down. A wild boar is coming, someone shouted, causing a cacophony of chaos. A group of people scrambled in panic, hiding beneath beds, climbing onto roofs, dishes and bowls scattered everywhere, noodle broth spilled across the ground, and the once warm family gathering was shattered. Qiao Kui entered with an icy glare, dragging her Aunt Xiao, who attempted to hide beneath the bed and coldly demanded, "Where's Wan? Where has she gone?" Seeing that it was Qiao Kui and not the wild boar, Qiao's aunt felt somewhat relieved. Yet the murderous intent radiating from Qiao Kui made her feel no safer than if facing a ferocious beast. She shook her head. "I do not know. I know nothing." Qiao Kui struck her with a heavy hand, tightening her grip around her neck. "Speak quickly, or I shall kill your entire family." Qiao's aunt was entirely oblivious to the fact that her casual remark earlier that afternoon, suggesting Qiao Kui sit for a while, would lead to this moment. Now, gasping for breath, half her face numb, she stammered, "Qiao Kui, you unfilial daughter, let her go." Qiao Da, brandishing a carrying pole, approached with a fierce demeanor. Qiao Kui kicked a chair at Qiao Da's knee, causing him to cry out in pain and fall into a basin of noodles. Haida lunged forward, baring its teeth. Barking ferociously, the others retreated as far as they could, not daring to breathe. Qiao's aunt trembled, her legs shaking, struggling to breathe under Qiao Kui's menacing glare. And she finally managed to utter a few words. Chapter 28. Old Possessions. As dusk settled, weary birds returned to their nests. Qiao Sheng drove a cart, with Wang Shi seated beside him, occasionally pressing a handkerchief to her scratched face. Upon seeing the bloodstains on the handkerchief, Wang Shi spat in disgust, exclaiming, "That wretched girl! We want to fetch her to enjoy a better life. Yet she resists, and look at what she has done to me." The lanterns swayed along with the cart, casting flickering light upon the 2 figures. "Once our plan is realized, the clan will surely appoint you as the chief steward, and you will be rewarded with medicinal baths and martial arts techniques, allowing you to successfully advance to the 3rd-tier martial flag. We can then purchase a larger estate." Wang Shi dreamily envisioned the future, and Qiao Sheng's expression softened. Furrowing his brow, he replied with irritation, "Let the clan leader handle matters. We should not pry into them, but rather obey." Wang Shi shot him a glance, finding him dull, and lost interest in further conversation. In the desolate fields, what harm was there in their light banter? Why worry about the clan overhearing? Wang Sheng was overly cautious, obstinate, and inflexible, unaware that he was being sold out while still counting the money. The reason for his lack of importance within the clan over the years became clear. Wang Shi ceased her chatter, focusing her gaze on the receding fields, and the air grew quiet. With drowsy eyes, she observed the scenery rush past her, as if she were soaring through the clouds. She truly felt as though she were flying. Several feet above the ground, Wang Shi was horrified, clutching the edge of the cart, terrified of falling. and she shouted in panic, "Master, we are flying." Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Sheng had been bound by thick vines that had appeared from nowhere, constricting him like a zongzi. The new green leaves on the vines tightening around him, rendering him helpless. Wang Shi was so terrified that her face turned pale, and she let out a shrill scream. It was not only Qiao Sheng who was ensnared. The entire carriage, along with the robust black horse, was also uncontrollably tilting towards the precipice. Two vines penetrated the carriage, pulling Qiao Wan out, while Qiao Sheng and his wife, along with the entire horse, plummeted straight down the cliff. Qiao Wan awoke on her mother's back, her head spinning and neck aching. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Her last memory was of resisting Wang Shi, only to be overpowered and struck unconscious by Qiao Sheng. A bark from a dog jolted her drowsy consciousness awake. Mother, Qiao Kui, carrying Qiao Wan, walked along an uninhabited mountain path. Qiao Wan clung tightly to Qiao Kui's arm, closed her eyes again, and peacefully dozed off on her sister's back. It was easy to guess who it was. Lin Lijeng. She discreetly set Qiao Wan down, fed her a few pieces of cake to settle her stomach, and coaxed her to sleep. Leaving He Tan to guard the home, she ventured to the medicinal field, stopping beneath a jujube tree. With a flick of her fingers, the earth flew up, and soon a pit emerged beneath the tree, revealing a wine jar sealed with yellow clay. The jar did not contain wine, but rather some belongings left by her father during his lifetime. In her previous life, this item was obtained by the Quan family and eventually fell into Lin Lijeng's hands, leaving Qiao Wan unaware of its contents until her death. That year, they were trapped together, supporting each other and developing feelings. I, Qiao Kui, I, Chu Yunheng, here on Longting Mountain, with heaven and earth as witnesses, I, Chu Yunheng, willingly take Qiao Kui as my spouse, pledging unwavering love to share both bed and grave. Unfortunately, in her previous life, Qiao Wan perished before he ever appeared. Did he even know they had a daughter? To hell with sharing bed and grave. Qiao Kui discarded the necklace and picked up a slim booklet. Lin Lijeng doubted the existence of accounts, yet they had existed all along. The next day, Qiao Wan resumed her martial arts training, more earnest than before. Lin Lijeng approached her alone this time, his expression grave. Qiao Sheng and his wife were dead. This morning, a woodcutter found their bodies at the foot of the mountain. Last night, the carriage had plunged down the cliff, where wild wolves had feasted on them. Noting Qiao Kui's lack of reaction, Lin Lijeng broached the topic of the Luo family's marriage. The marriage was indeed real. However, the Luo family wished to advance the wedding date. Yesterday, the third young master of the Luo family had fallen into the river and remained unconscious, prompting the family to seek a remedy through a wedding. Lin Lijeng thought this marriage was just right. If Qiao Kui married into the Luo family, Xinxiao village would be rid of a scourge. A hint of expression finally crossed Qiao Kui's previously serene face, her brows arching in amusement. They actually survived. How unexpected. The Luo family was powerful, and I could hardly intervene. Lin Lijeng feigned sincerity, secretly hoping the Luo family would hurry to take this pest from Xinxiao village away. Qiao Kui fixed her gaze on him and suddenly asked, "Have you found the accounts?" Lin Lijeng panicked, but quickly regained his composure. "I don't know what you're talking about. There's no transaction between your father and me. Do not harbor delusions. If you're ill, go seek treatment." Lin Lijeng's tone was resolute, his demeanor solemn. On the eve of Qingming, with days of rain, I entered the mountains and harvested 3 stalks of soul lampgrass, selling them for a good price to prepare new clothes for the child. Unfortunately, Lin Lijeng arrived, claiming that strange occurrences in the village were due to Kuei Nyang, seeking to expel the 3 of us from Xinxia village. I had no choice but to give him all 10 taels of silver I had earned. In the winter of the 18th year of Qi, I purchased a bolt of dark green silk and sent it to Lin Lijeng's home. There was much more. Would you like to hear it? Qiao Kui looked at Lin Lijeng, clad in dark green silk. Lin Lijeng's face stiffened, and his facade of calm was difficult to maintain. If these were handed over, could he still hold onto his position as Lijeng? Would the Lin family allow him to remain the clan leader? Chapter 29. The hard-to-kill third young master Luo. What do you do with these? If not me, then someone else will take my place. You will still be deceived. Lin Lijeng, feeling guilty, maintained his stance. He straightened his back, refusing to concede, even stating, "You should be grateful for my hospitality. It was I who advocated for your family to stay." Qiao Kui scoffed, thinking that a person without shame could conquer the world. Indeed, anyone could treat us this way, but that person will not be you. I will hand over the accounts, letting everyone see what kind of person Lin Lizheng, the clan leader, truly is. You dare? Lin Lizheng was indeed frightened. If he submitted the accounts, he would undoubtedly lose his current position, not to mention his family's fortune. Seeing only Qiao Kui, he felt emboldened by malice and approached her ominously. If he could eliminate Qiao Kui, there would be no evidence left. However, Qiao Kui had already anticipated his move. With a swift kick, Lin Lizheng fell to his knees before her. Qiao Kui looked down at him, tapping her stick against his well-maintained face. Do you think it possible to silence me? I am now a madman. If I accidentally kill you, how do you think the authorities would handle me? Lin Lizheng's face twitched violently as he stood, only to be kicked down again by Qiao Kui. There could be no if. It is impossible for his life to be compared to that of a lowly person like Qiao Kui. He gritted his teeth. What do you really want? What benefit would killing me bring you? You still have Qiao Wan. Would you have her die with you? Mentioning Qiao Wan caused Qiao Kui to sit back down, allowing Lin Lizheng to rise. Lin Lizheng thought she had been intimidated and sighed in relief, stepping back a few paces to maintain distance. Regretting his decision to come today, the Qiao mother and daughter were like rubble. While he was a precious gem, no matter how it turned out, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Think of Qiao Wan. You should be practical. I want to hold you accountable for the accounts. Just hand them over, and our grievances will be resolved. That is out of the question. The accounts are a means of survival left to me by my father, and I must safeguard them. Abandon that thought. As long as I am alive, the accounts will remain in my possession. Witnessing Lin Lizheng's exasperation, Qiao Kui continued, however, I can assure you that as long as you do not trouble me, the accounts will not see the light of day. As for others, if I am not content, Lin Lizheng, you will bear the consequences. Qiao Kui, do not take pride. This thing poses little threat to me. I know it is of no use to you, but it will be useful to others. I believe some will certainly take a liking to it. Finally, she felt at ease. With Qiao Sheng dead, all Qiao Kui could rely upon was the meager accounts in her possession. Observing Lin Lizheng's demeanor, she could easily discern his calculations. Lin Lizheng was so enraged that he laughed. Qiao Kui truly had the audacity to demand everything from the Qiao family's estate at the foot of the mountain. How could she expect to take it all without bursting? Impossible. Lin Lizheng felt furious, questioning her tone. Did she really think so highly of herself? Then, he reconsidered the marriage with the Luo family and agreed, fine, consider this my compensation for the years owed to Qiao Lao too. Once this matter is settled, we will wipe the slate clean. Do not think you can threaten me with the accounts. Qiao Kui silently scoffed. Could he afford such compensation? He dreamt of a clean slate before the sun set. The days are long. Just wait for me. I came today for two matters. One regarding Qiao Sheng and the other the marriage with the Luo family. The Luo family is a prestigious household. It would be a great fortune for Xianxiao village to have them look upon us favorably. You should marry into the Luo family soon. Their wealth will surely benefit you. Qiao Kui remained silent, pondering how difficult it was to eliminate the third young master Luo. She would have to make another trip. What a hassle. You need not concern yourself with my affairs. I demand to see the red contract within 5 days. Do not think you could deceive me. Lin Lizheng was filled with rage. He had originally planned to delay the matter until Qiao Kui married into the Luo family, where she would be restrained by them, and it would become unresolved. He could not believe she was imposing a deadline. Did he seem afraid of her? Lin Lizheng left the Qiao household, seething with pent-up anger. A flatbread and a bowl of the most ordinary vegetable porridge, enhanced by Qiao Kui's spirit, paired with plump, glistening rice, were delicious enough to make one tongue-tied. Accompanied by the flatbread, Qiao Wan finished 3 bowls of porridge, still craving more before finally setting down her bowl and chopsticks. Mother, let's plant more vegetables. These vegetables are delicious, Qiao Wan remarked, rubbing her belly, her thoughts no longer dwelling on the need to restrict her food intake. How could one resist such delightful fare? Of course, one must eat to their fill. Mother says this is the time for growth. Naturally, they could also cultivate rice and wheat. All the delectable provisions should be accounted for. However, Mother, we have no fields, Qiao Wan expressed her concern. Qiao Kui cast her a knowing glance, filled with unspoken meaning. We shall acquire some. When the time comes, we will plant whatever you desire, enjoying the freedom of choice in our meals. That sounds wonderful. I will learn to farm. I shall cultivate the land. Qiao Kui refrained from questioning why her young sister knew about farming, as it was undoubtedly a skill Qiao Wan had acquired through her tribulations in her previous life with the Lin family. She smiled brightly and praised. "My dear treasure is truly remarkable. Mother, I'm off to practice my skills," Qiao Wan said, dashing away. It dawned on her that without fields, how could she plant rice or wheat? Qiao Kui, of course, would not expose her sister's oversight. With a wave of her hand, she invoked a cleansing spell. At the Luo family residence, the steward escorted Taoist Wu Chun, who held a delicate box in his hands. Taoist Wu Chun, with a whisk in hand, walked ahead, exuding an air of mystery. The calamity facing the third young master is perilous and peculiar. To evade this misfortune, your esteemed household must perform incense offerings thrice daily, sincerely praying to the deities of the four directions. Yes, thank you, Taoist Wu Chun, for your guidance. The third young master's revival is greatly owed to your intervention. This is a small token of appreciation for my master. I hope you will accept it graciously. Taoist Wu Chun glanced at it, responding indifferently. I desire no worldly possessions. Indeed, we were short-sighted. Inside are 120 pieces of gold leaves, intended for the creation of a golden statue of the three pure ones, symbolizing the sincerity of the Luo family. Taoist Wu Chun nodded in satisfaction, accepting the offering with one hand. Seeing he had accepted it, the steward hastily inquired, "Could you divine the auspicious date for my young master's wedding?" The steward rejoiced and repeatedly expressed gratitude, inviting Taoist Wu Chun to preside over the wedding in 5 days. Agreed. Chapter 30. The disciple's mistake holding the wooden box filled with gold leaves. Taoist Wu Chun wore a look of contentment, having merely applied a few needles. And the third young master awakened. Earning money was as effortless as plucking stars from the sky. Dreams were coming to fruition. Earning silver is indeed quite easy. A teasing voice drifted down from above. Taoist Wu Chun stiffened, glancing up to see a woman perched atop a tree, her face adorned with a smile as she gazed at him. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, yet there was an underlying sharpness. Taoist Wu Chun's legs buckled, and he knelt. "Master Ant." Qiao Kui raised a hand, and the wooden box flew into her grasp. Opening it, she observed the golden leaves with an impassive expression. "I had no idea you had acquired such impressive skills, earning money effortlessly." He forced a strained smile. "My master was once a physician, later following my grandmaster into seclusion." Now I understand. Your lineage is profound. Not only can you exorcise demons and capture spirits, but you can also heal the world. Why are you here? Was it by chance or design? Do not call me Master Ant. You know well whether I hold that title. Taoist Wu Chun repeatedly nodded. Yes. May I inquire if the immortal has any instructions? Go and take a life. I failed yesterday, but I return today prepared to eliminate anyone who obstructs me. Qiao Kui stated nonchalantly. Taoist Wu Chun's mind sparked with realization. He seemed to have connected the dots. The unfortunate bride, destined to marry the third young master of the Luo family, was a girl from Xiaojia in Xinxia village, rumored to be somewhat slow-witted. It was said that the third young master had inexplicably fallen into the water yesterday. As this thought crossed his mind, Taoist Wu Chun cautiously raised his gaze to assess Qiao Kui, meeting her cold, unfeeling stare. His heart sank, a chill enveloping him. The person Qiao Kui intends to eliminate is the one I just saved. Taoist Wu Chun felt no pride in his accomplishment, only an overwhelming sense of regret. How could he survive in Qiao Kui's presence? That was a pressing concern. Summoning his courage, he asked, "Is the immortal the intended bride?" Qiao Kui toyed with the exquisite gold leaves. Not looking up as she replied, "You are rather clever. However, excessive cleverness leads to arrogance and meddling." Master Ant, I was wrong. Healing and saving lives? What is wrong with that? Qiao Kui casually sliced the delicate leaf, dividing it in midair, where it fluttered before landing before Taoist Wu Chun. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Others may be unaware of Qiao Kui's abilities, but he was acutely aware. To everyone else, Qiao Kui was a fool, yet he alone understood that she practiced a long-lost celestial art, one his grandmaster had pursued relentlessly yet never attained. Before Qiao Kui, he felt like an ant. Master Ant, there is indeed a way to remedy this situation. Please grant me an opportunity. I will certainly rectify this for you. What method? With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind arose. Taoist Wu Chun was lifted into the air, standing upright. suppressing his shock as he wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. In truth, I have already analyzed the bride's birth date and found that her fate offers no benefit to the third young master. Thus, the Luo family should seek another woman whose birth date aligns with his. Qiao Kui nodded, finally acknowledging Taoist Wu Chen's quick wit, sparing her the need to act. After all, a series of murders would not suit her maternal image. Very well, go. By this time tomorrow, I expect to hear good news. Yes, yes. Grateful for her approval, Taoist Wu Chen bid farewell to Qiao Kui and hurried back to the Luo family, not daring to mention the gold leaves in Qiao Kui's possession. This was a tribute he was offering to his master aunt. He departed hastily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his sleeve continuously wiping them away. This heat is unbearable. Meanwhile, Lin was escorting his 2 grandsons to the Qiao family in Xinjiang. Each of them benefits from stepping over the corpses of our family. Taoist Wu Chen returned to the Luo residence, where the steward was quite astonished. Resuming his immortal demeanor, he wielded his whisk and chanted All Hail the Infinite. Addressing the steward, I have pondered the source of the third young master's calamity and made a new discovery, which I have come to share. Please, Taoist, come in. The steward hurriedly welcomed him inside. Has anything unusual occurred in your esteemed household recently? As Taoist Wu Chen walked, he observed his surroundings. The steward led him to meet Lord Luo, who was 54 years old, with 3 daughters and 1 son, the third young master being his only male heir. Upon clarifying his intentions, Lord Luo remarked, Indeed, we have received joyous news recently. I had the stones in the garden relocated. Quickly, take me to see. The steward, overhearing this, involuntarily raised his eyebrows. The stones stretched across the garden, occupying half its space, an extraordinary sight, resembling a fierce tiger lying in slumber. Taoist Wu Chen's gaze deepened as he produced a bagua mirror, circling the stones, calculating with his fingers while muttering incantations. Lord Luo and the steward exchanged glances, neither daring to interrupt. Taoist Wu Chen then requested the birth dates of the third young master and his bride, comparing them repeatedly. After a moment, realization dawned upon him. So that is the case. Lord Luo stepped forward, inquiring, Taoist, have you discerned something? Taoist Wu Chen smiled as he explained. I have identified the source of the third young master's calamity. It lies within these birth dates. Lord Luo was perplexed, stating, What is amiss? I consulted a master from Xinjiang, and they deemed it a match made in heaven. Indeed, it was originally a match made in heaven, but the third young master is burdened by these stones, altering his fate. The stones here represent thunder, associated with the east and belonging to the wood element, which clashes with the earth element of the third young master's fate and is ill-suited for the bride's birth date. Upon hearing this, Lord Luo's skepticism mounted. How could a few stones possibly disrupt the feng shui or affect his son? Moreover, these stones were of exceptional origin, invaluable. His disbelief manifested in his words, Taoist master. These are merely stones. How could they bring disaster upon my son? Chapter 31. Remedy. Taoist Wu Chen lifted his eyelids, offering no explanation, merely stating, I have divined the heavenly secrets and arrived at this conclusion. If you do not believe me, seek others. However, your son faces a great calamity that he will not survive beyond 3 days. I have spoken all I can. Farewell. With a bow, Taoist Wu Chen flicked his whisk and made his way toward the door. Yesterday, had it not been for his timely intervention, Master Luo San would have found himself on the path to the underworld. How could today, as events have unfolded otherwise? It was not only Master Luo San who faced grave peril. Even he himself would have met his demise within 3 days. Master Luo, disregarding the departure of Taoist Wu Chen, found his words utterly absurd and laughable. How could his son, in perfect health, possibly succumb within 3 days? Clearly, this Wu Chen was merely a charlatan. At that moment, someone rushed in, exclaiming, Master, trouble looms. The young master has choked on a morsel and is on the verge of losing consciousness. Panic gripped Master Luo. Master Wu Chen, I beseech you, lend your hand once more and save my child, he cried, chasing after the retreating figure of Taoist Wu Chen. Wu Chen, now flustered, quickened his pace, pondering whether to assist or not. Eventually, he revived the nearly lifeless Master Luo San with a silver needle, and Master Luo, still shaken, began to believe Wu Chen's words. Quickly, someone break those stones, he commanded. The steward hastily interjected, Master, Those were brought from the capital. We cannot destroy them. With a wave of his hand, Master Luo, filled with fury, bellowed, "My son's life hangs by a thread. What use are these stones? I care not who sent them. I shall smash them regardless." The steward broke into a cold sweat. Master Luo, consumed by rage, had forgotten his own identity for the sake of his foolish son. Taoist Wuchan intervened just in time, stating, "The calamity has already taken place. It is too late to dismantle it now. What then shall we do?" implored Master Luo. "Please, save my child. I shall offer you any sum of silver you desire." Desperation etched on his face. He placed unwavering trust in Taoist Wuchan. The steward, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, standing silently nearby. Taoist Wuchan pulled Master Luo to his feet, speaking earnestly, "To save a life is more virtuous than constructing a 7-story pagoda. Master Luo, please remain calm while I calculate the necessary steps." After some deliberation, Wuchan finally stowed away the Qian Bagua mirror and solemnly addressed Master Luo. "This matter is simpler than it appears. The predetermined bride's birth details no longer align with that of Master Luo San. Thus another must be sought. You need only find a woman born in the year of Ding Mao, specifically during the hour of Yin in April, and by uniting them in matrimony, the calamity can be averted." Master Luo calculated and remarked, "ISNT, a woman born in the year of Ding Mao, now 22? Is that not rather old?" The steward's eyelids twitched. His master's foolish son was 30 this year, and yet he found fault with the girl's age. Of course, the previous bride had also been deemed undesirable by Master Luo, not only for her age, but also for having given birth before and being simple-minded. However, due to the compatibility of their birth details, Master Luo had reluctantly accepted her. Wuchan continued, "Master Luo must accumulate virtue and good deeds to ensure Master Luo San's lifelong safety. As for the girl from Qinxiao village, her marriage prospects have been obstructed. Her reputation has been marred, and she has suffered an undeserved calamity. I implore you to handle this matter with care." Master Luo nodded repeatedly, instructing the steward to immediately cancel the engagement with the girl from Qinxiao village and offer 20 taels of silver as compensation. The steward, tasked with this mission, felt an immense frustration brewing within him. Taoist Wuchan, having secured a handsome reward, left the Luo residence and looked around, relieved to see no sign of Qiao Kui. As long as the engagement was dissolved, the matter would be perfectly resolved, and his life would be spared. "Excellent," Qiao Kui smiled as she approached, spreading her arms wide while holding up a half-finished garment against her back. The clothes made by her beloved were a source of great happiness for her. "Ah, the fit is just right. Once I finish, Mother can wear it," Qiao Wan remarked before sighing. "If only I knew how to embroider. I can make Mother's clothes even more beautiful." Qiao Kui took her hand, noticing the pricks on her fingers, and affectionately said, "Dear one, there is no need for such toil. Your hands are meant for greater purposes. Sewing is not their destiny." "Then what should I do?" Qiao Wan asked, puzzled. In her past life, the Qiao family had constantly indoctrinated her with notions of a woman's 3 obedience and 4 virtues, regarding cooking, washing, dressing, and folding bedding as paramount. However, she believed in pursuing more meaningful endeavors, such as cultivating herbs, practicing martial arts, studying medicine, and healing others. Listening intently, Qiao Wan's eyes gradually sparkled with realization. "Mother, can I really do that? Can I learn medicine?" "Of course," Qiao Kui replied. "I have also remembered these days. Once you establish a foundation in martial arts, we shall commence your medical training." "Yes, I will heed Mother's words and practice diligently," Qiao Wan affirmed. The bond between mother and daughter was filled with warmth. Meanwhile, Taoist Wuchan, who intended to curry favor with Qiao Kui, unexpectedly encountered Steward Luo, who had just exited the Lin family residence. "Steward Luo, why are you here? Has everything been arranged?" Taoist Wuchan inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the Lin family behind him. "I heard the bride is from the Qiao family. Why then did Steward Luo enter the Lin household?" Steward Luo explained, "It transpired that Lin Kuan's family presented the marriage proposal, claiming the birth details were a perfect match for Master Luo San. Hence, my master agreed to the betrothal, and Lin Kuan accepted the betrothal gifts. Now that the engagement is to be annulled, we must inform Lin Kuan accordingly." Taoist Wuchan nodded in understanding. "I see. You have pledged to the Qiao family, yet allowed the Lin family to dictate the terms. No wonder the heavens could not abide this. resulting in a calamity that endangered Master Luo San's life. Startled, Steward Luo asked Daoist Wuchan, "On what basis do you make such claims?" "At the time of the engagement, my master followed all proper rituals, including seeking a matchmaker, consulting birth details, and adhering to auspicious signs. How could there be calamity? From what I understand, the Qiao family has no ties to the Lin family. Why would the Lin family dictate the marriage? You are indeed mistaken. Come with me to see the Qiao daughter. We must clarify the situation and possibly remedy this." Steward Luo, feeling uneasy and conflicted, followed Daoist Wuchan towards Nyosho Mountain. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, he met Qiao Kui. Confusion filled Steward Luo's mind. This girl bore no resemblance to the rumors. "So, it was Lin Quan who dictated my marriage and sold me for 50 taels of silver?" Upon hearing this, Steward Luo hastily defended himself. "Miss, you misunderstand. There was no transaction. We approached properly for marriage, only to be deceived by Lin Quan's family, nearly causing you great harm. Upon learning the truth, my master sent me to annul the engagement. I ask for your forgiveness." Before Daoist Wuchan, Steward Luo presented the 20 taels of silver for the annulment, his heart heavy. This sum included not only the 15 taels he had received from the Lin family, but also 5 of his own savings. The audacity of the Lin family to deceive him was infuriating. Chapter 32. A family of virtue. Lin Quan's family was in high spirits, praising their guest Lin Chanyu as they sipped tea. A family of virtue behaves differently, exhibiting such generosity and grace. Lin Chanyu nodded in agreement, his hands caressing the exquisite tea box left by Steward Luo. "The Luo family is quite different," he added. "Do not drink all the tea. Save some for Xiangu as a gift. Times are tight at home, and we must be frugal." Suddenly, Lin Chanyu's mood soured, and he tossed the tea box onto the table, glaring at her with a fierce expression. "Our family's predicament is due to you." Startled, Qianshi replied softly, "Please do not be angry, dear. Once Lin Wan enters our household, I will ensure her dowry is brought forth, and our family will prosper. Do you think she is foolish?" Now that Qiao Kui has awakened, Lin Wan no longer desires the match. Otherwise, she would have already joined the Lin family. Qianshi, brimming with confidence, asserted, "Xiangu is already on his way. He will surely persuade her. She listens to him above all." Just then, the voice of Steward Luo echoed from outside. The couple exchanged glances. Lin Chanyu stood, straightened his attire, and smiled as he hurried to greet him. Qianshi tucked the silver away and followed closely behind. However, moments later, they wished to evict the incoming visitor from their home. "Steward Luo, isn't this silver meant as compensation for us?" Qianshi argued urgently. Steward Luo, eyes wide, scrutinized her with a sarcastic grin. "Madam, I have just learned that you and the Qiao family are unrelated. You dared to privately negotiate a marriage for her. If this were to spread, your Lin family would become a laughingstock, and the Luo family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. This loss is one you cannot afford." Qianshi's face flushed with anger and urgency. The betrothal gifts were not hers alone. The matchmaker, Wang, who facilitated the negotiations, and Uncle Qiao's family, who provided the birth details, all shared in the profits. She could not bear the financial burden alone. Lin Changyu's countenance tightened, and the earlier smile vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, rendered mute as the Quan family took the lead. Quan Shi argued passionately, pulling at the limits, insisting that if they sought money, they should approach Qiao Kui and see if she would become irrational and strike them. Although Master Luo did not mention the betrothal gifts as his trusted confidant, he naturally anticipated the master's thoughts and urgencies. What the master failed to foresee, he would address. Matters inconvenient for the master would fall to him. "Madam Lin, your words lack meaning," he remarked. "The truth of the matter is easily discernible with a single inquiry. Do you think the Luo family is so gullible as to be deceived by your underhanded tactics, nearly jeopardizing the third young master? The master is kind-hearted and will not hold you accountable, but do not expect to take advantage of the situation. The young master of your esteemed household is a rare practitioner of literary finesse, with a bright future ahead. Do not be the cause of your downfall." Lin Chanyu demanded. "Produce the money to give to him." Quan Shi retorted. "Where would she procure such funds? All has been spent on Lin Wenxian's journey to Xinjiang Prefecture." Ultimately, after an hour, Luo Guanshi took away the money, 50 taels as the return of the betrothal gift and 5 taels as a supplementary return. leaving with the pastries and tea that had been sent. This incident created quite a stir, and many became aware of Quan Shi's concealment of the 50 tales of betrothal gifts from Qiao Kui. Quan Shi fervently explained that it was for Qiao Wan's future, to support their life together. However, the truth of the matter was clear to everyone, and perceptions of Quan Shi began to shift. Enraged, Quan Shi raged at home, cursing the Luo family for their disloyalty, their changes of heart, their unjust annulment of the engagement, and their oppression of the common folk. Naturally, due to the substantial sum of 30 taels, Quan Shi incurred a severe beating from the furious Lin Chanyu, old wounds reopening with new injuries. Qiao Wan remained unaware of the Lin family's affairs. She was simply delighted that her mother's engagement to a fool had been cancelled, ensuring they would not be separated. After lunch, she sat under the eaves sewing the clothes she had not finished the previous day. Upon seeing Quan Shi approach with Lin Wenjing, her heart sank. She quickly gathered her sewing basket and placed it into the kitchen cabinet along with the leftover potato stew from lunch, locked it with a key, and checked for any forgotten items before stepping outside. Retrieving an old basket from her bedroom, she found Quan Shi and her daughter had already drawn near. "Why has Aunt Quan and Wenjing come?" she inquired. "Aunt Quan, what happened to your face? Are you injured?" Quan Shi, holding a handkerchief to obscure her face, explained. "I accidentally bumped into the stove while preparing lunch. It's nothing serious." Upon hearing this, Qiao Wan looked disapprovingly at Lin Wenjing and said, "Wenjing, this is your fault. Why did you not cook and let Aunt Quan bear the burden? Look at her face. Does she not suffer enough? With your laziness, how will you ever marry?" Lin Wenjing retorted, "Her father hit her. What does that have to do with me?" With a fiery temper, Lin Wenjing snapped, "How dare you call me lazy? Who do you think you are to lecture me?" Qiao Wan replied, "If Aunt Quan had not cooked, she would not have been injured. That is a fact. And I am not an inconsequential person. You lack decorum." Lin Wenjing, incensed by the accusation of laziness and lack of manners, was further provoked by Qiao Wan's words. "I will tear you apart, you shameless one." Quan Shi quickly intervened, her expression darkening as she advised, "Why are you so impulsive over a few words? Wan did not mean it. Were you not once the best of friends?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at her daughter, and Lin Wenjing, recalling her mother's instructions, reluctantly ceased her aggression, shooting Qiao Wan a fierce glare. With a smile, Quan Shi turned to Qiao Wan. "You are still the most considerate, my little cotton-padded jacket. I have been busy these past few days and Haven Tea come see you. How have you been? How is your mother? Has she struck you?" "I am well. And my mother is well, too. She is over there." Qiao Wan indicated toward the medicinal field, where her mother would sunbathe on the bluestone when free. Seeing Qiao Kui as her usual self allowed Quan Shi to relax and engage in conversation. "By the way, the Luo family sent someone to annul the engagement today. Your mother's marriage with the Luo family has fallen through. I am aware of this. Luo Guanshi even compensated my mother with silver as an apology." In Chapter 33, the violent beating of Quan Shi, Qiao Wan intentionally mentioned the silver, and indeed, she discerned a hidden delight in Quan Shi's eyes. Quan Shi then remarked to Lin Wenjing, "Did you not say you lost a handkerchief in Wan's room? You should go look for it." As Lin Wenjing stealthily rummaged through the sewing basket and found it filled with Qiao Wan's tattered old clothes, she expressed her disdain, "Such rags. Even village dogs would not wear them." Without regard for Qiao Wan, she headed directly to her room. Qiao Wan felt a sense of calm. In her past life, Lin Wenjing had freely entered her room, rummaging through her belongings as if it were her right, taking whatever she deemed worthy for herself. It was laughable that she had once been deceived by Quan Shi, always catering to Lin Wenjing, unable to see her true nature. "Do not be petty, Wan. I will buy you something better later." Indeed, infatuation renders one foolish. Observing this scene in this life, Qiao Wan chose not to interfere. Her room would contain nothing but a quilt. Quan Shi sat down and began to explain to Qiao Wan, "This matter is my fault for not informing you beforehand. Your grandfather entrusted me with this before he passed, saying you were too young to understand, and your mother was incapable of handling matters. He asked me to safeguard the silver for your future household use, yet." Recalling the 30 tales of debt owed, Quan Shi's face contorted in pain as tears streamed down her cheeks. "This was meant for your marriage with Xian Ge. Not only has it vanished, but your mother has also tarnished her reputation." Qiao Wan found it amusing. Had it not been for Quan Shi's own admission, she would have remained unaware of the malice with which Quan Shi had sold her mother for 50 taels of silver. Quan Shi even shamelessly claimed it was meant for her and Lin Wenxian's household. In both lives, had the Lin family ever given her a copper coin? She was no longer that naive fool. Moreover, she had sullied her grandfather's name. Such wickedness would not go unpunished. Guan, you have surely been deceived by the Luo family. My grandfather would never allow my mother to be betrothed to anyone. We should report this to the authorities and have them apprehend the Luo family. Quan Shi's cries ceased abruptly. Could they truly report this? Qiao Wan, with utmost seriousness, grasped Quan Shi's hand tightly. Aunt Quan, do not be afraid. Even if the Luo family is wealthy and powerful, what of it? They forcibly abduct women, oppress the common folk, and bully the village. The authorities will surely punish them. The expression on Quan Shi's face was more sorrowful than her tears. She urged urgently, Wan, do not act rashly. Reporting to the authorities will yield little. The Luo family will only compensate with some silver, and we shall face greater calamity. I am unafraid. If the local magistrate does not intervene, I shall go to the county, to Xinjiang Prefecture, and if that fails, I will go to the capital to seek justice. Quan Shi was at a loss for words. Was this Qiao Wan foolish or simple-minded? Do not speak such nonsense. How could I allow you to go to your demise? This matter ends here. We shall endure, and when Xiangu achieves success, we can take our revenge. Qiao Wan inwardly scoffed, but how long would that take? He had been cultivating for 6 years and was still a mere chin. He had failed the Xiuyu examination again. She had heard that some people spent their entire lives without advancing in their cultivation. Be silent. You are speaking nonsense. Quan Shi, infuriated, felt her scalp tingle with rage, and without thought, raised her hand and struck Qiao Wan across the face. Dare you curse my son? Go die. The slap came swiftly, and with him so close. Qiao Wan did not have time to react and received the blow squarely. Covering her face, she concealed the delight that flickered within. The hypocritical Quan Shi finally began to reveal her true nature. Regret washed over Quan Shi, but Qiao Wan was the first to cry out, You actually hit me? Upon the sound of Qiao Wan's cry, Qiao Kui rushed over, and as Qiao Wan called out mother, Quan Shi was seized by the enraged Qiao Kui by her hair. Dare you strike my daughter? I will kill you. The sound of 2 resounding slaps echoed as both sides of Quan Shi's face swelled. The excruciating pain rendered her numb, and Qiao Kui's fury escalated. More severe than ever before, Qiao Kui did not relent. She seized Quan Shi's hair and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. In both this life and the last, she had long harbored the desire to deal with Quan Shi, almost wishing for her demise. Yet, her dear treasure had endured, and so she too had restrained herself, day after day, watching Quan Shi prance around, becoming increasingly arrogant. An invisible surge of spiritual energy coursed violently within Quan Shi's body, causing her to feel as if she were being pricked by 1,000 needles, tears and snot streaming down her face, devoid of any strength to plead for mercy. Lin Wenjing was rummaging through the kitchen, searching high and low. In Qiao Wan's room, aside from a bed, a quilt, and a rickety cabinet, there was nothing left but the 4 drafty walls. She found nothing at all. Qiao Kui's room was even simpler, a bed, a broken cabinet, and everything else was painfully bare. She had come up empty-handed, having not even laid eyes on the silver her mother had mentioned. Undeterred, she returned to the kitchen, only to find the cabinet locked. Just as she pondered how to pry it open, she heard her mother's anguished scream. She rushed out to see her mother being ruthlessly beaten by Qiao Kui, blood streaming from her mouth and nose. Paralyzed with fear, she shrank into a corner, unable to utter a single word. Qiao Kui, in her madness, had struck her mother without cause last time, leaving her in pain for a long while. She dared not approach, fearful of suffering the same fate. When Qiao Kui finally grew weary of her assault, she released Quan Shi, tossing her onto the wooden bridge. Do not let me see you again. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time we meet. After Qiao Kui departed, Lin Wenjing dared to assist Quan Shi. Her heart ached. Her mother had endured so much, having been beaten by her father in the morning and then by Qiao Kui in the afternoon. Having taught Quan Shi a lesson, Qiao Kui felt invigorated, yet found physical punishment to be cumbersome and preferred to use her magical skills instead. Under Qiao Wan's admiring gaze, Qiao Kui felt even more elated. My dear treasure, let us celebrate with fish tonight. Lin Lijing sneered. Why was Quan Shi beaten? Did they not know in their hearts? Let him arbitrate. What justice does he serve? Did you think of me when you sold people for silver? This is a dispute among women. We men should refrain from meddling, lest we find ourselves embroiled in needless trouble. Lin Lijing, troubled by the prospect of barren land and the associated costs, did not offer Lin Changyu a kind expression. Initially believing that Qiao Kui's marriage to the Luo family would spare him the expense of purchasing wasteland, he was dismayed when the marriage proposal was retracted by afternoon. The Luo family was unworthy, treating marriage as a trivial matter. Clutching the account book, Qiao Kui knew that if he did not provide her with wasteland, both his position as Lijing and that of the clan leader would be jeopardized. Though Lin Lijing was a wealthy man in the village, possessing abundant assets and numerous servants, a rival branch of the Lin family sought his position, having had a son in the court for some time. Frustrated, Lin Lijing dismissed the dissatisfied Lin Changyu and instructed the household to proceed to the county town to handle land contracts. The next day, 2 officials clad in formal attire arrived, accompanied by Lin Lijing, to survey the land. Lin Lijing dutifully and enthusiastically marked off every inch of the rugged terrain at the foot of the mountain for Qiao Kui, ultimately tallying up to over 300 acres. With a wave of his hand, he included a bamboo grove of nearly 100 acres, bringing the total to 400 acres, nearly 4 hectares of land. This endeavor cost Lin Lijing 600 taels of silver. He scoffed internally. Although no taxes were due for the first 3 years, once the 3rd year passed, he would see how Qiao Kui intended to cultivate this 350 acres, plus the 100 acres of bamboo, and what she would use to pay taxes. With the river serving as the boundary, the northern lands were claimed. Should any villagers dare to trespass, they should not blame him for his ruthlessness. His authoritative declaration left Lin Lijing rolling his eyes. The route to this land was treacherous, and villagers seldom traversed this path. He had once granted it to Old Qiao for its remoteness and dampness, not expecting such a predicament. Mind your own affairs. Do not stir up trouble. Of course, as long as he could lead a peaceful life, the account book would remain firmly in his possession. Lin Lijing was incensed by Qiao Kui's shamelessness. How could she keep the account book and not burn it publicly? Was she waiting for the day she could use it to threaten him? Did she think him a fool? Take care of yourself, he grunted before leaving. Qiao Kui smirked. She was well aware of Lin Lijing's schemes. The wasteland would transform into fertile fields, and once taxes commenced in the 4th year, he was certain that she and her daughter would be unable to pay. If he aimed to deal with them in 3 years, she would counteract him well before that time. Qiao Wan took the land deed from Qiao Kui's hands. Examining it repeatedly, her emotions shifting from excitement to worry, then sorrow. Mother, Lin Lijing allocated the bamboo grove to us as well. Upon seeing the bamboo grove, Qiao Wan's anger boiled. Transforming the bamboo forest into wasteland meant that in 3 years it would be subject to the same taxes as fields. Who could accept such a thing? That Lin Lijing is utterly detestable. Do not fret. There will be a solution, Qiao Kui replied nonchalantly. In the realm of cultivation, she had begun with agriculture, growing spiritual plants and spiritual rice. In her eyes, the bamboo grove held as much value as farmland. But with so much land, how can the 2 of us manage? Qiao Kui glanced at her, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Do not think it is just us 2. We also have silver. Realization dawned on Qiao Wan, and her cheeks flushed. Do you mean we should hire people to cultivate the land? Precisely. My clever treasure. Qiao Kui praised her with an appreciative gaze, sketching a grand blueprint in her mind. We shall plant grains, vegetables, fruit trees, and flowers, whatever you wish to eat. We shall grow. The remaining land will be dedicated to medicinal herbs. As she listened, her mind whirled, envisioning the idyllic paradise her mother spoke of. She imagined planting her favorite flowers in front of their home, her beloved herbs in the distance. The fragrance of blossoms, the scent of medicine, and the aroma of fruits would fill the air, with a bountiful harvest in a year of abundant rice. Splendid. Let us transplant all the herbs from the mountain and buy seeds for flowers, grains, and medicinal plants at the temple fair. We will plant as much as we can. I adore medicinal herbs, roses, honeysuckle, and jasmine. As they spoke, Qiao Wan's expression grew troubled, her mood sinking. The last sale of Shijiang would have brought in 270 taels of silver, yet after purchasing grain and cloth, along with medicinal seeds costing over 70 taels, only 140 taels remained. With the 20 taels compensated by the Luo family and the silver left by her grandfather, their total barely reached 190 taels. This sum appeared substantial, yet good medicinal herbs were costly, and quality seeds were even rarer and more expensive. Considering labor costs, it was hardly sufficient. Mother, we do not have enough silver. Qiao Wan's mind raced with possibilities, yet her empty pockets rendered her powerless. The thought of parting with the few precious herbs nearing maturity was agonizing. Just then, a wooden box appeared before her. The silver has been prepared. Open it to see. Qiao Kui said with a mysterious smile. Qiao Wan hesitated, accepting the box and opening it. Upon seeing its contents, she quickly closed it again. Mother, what is this? She had never seen such dazzling golden leaves in her life. Golden leaves, use them freely. If you need more, I will find a way. Qiao Kui assured her nonchalantly. Qiao Wan was speechless. She knew well what the golden leaves were, but from where did her mother acquire them? Mother, where did this come from? Her concern grew. She had remained at home and was unaware if anyone in the village had lost valuables. Oh, no. How could she suspect her mother? Do not worry. It has a proper origin. We are honest people. We neither steal nor rob. Qiao Kui comforted her daughter. Qiao Wan's mind, usually so sharp, faltered at this moment. Mother, you should keep the silver safe. You will be in charge of the household from now on. As she spoke, her face was still smeared with dirt, oblivious to where her mother had hidden the money, making her resemble a beggar. This is hardly sufficient. You take it. I see you are capable of hiding silver. Otherwise, they would have taken it long ago. Qiao Wan felt a blush of embarrassment. For it was precisely because she had hidden things well that the Quan family and Lin Wenjing had been unable to uncover them. However, the treasures she concealed were far too substantial. They constituted her entire fortune, and she dared not gamble with them. Qiao Kui, not wishing to dwell on such matters, encouraged her, saying, one must possess confidence in life. What you have now is but a fraction. In the future, it will only increase. You must learn financial management and how to protect your assets. Consider this as a practice for you. With your mother by your side, nothing can be taken away. Anyone daring to seize my dear child's silver would find their hand severed. Qiao Wan, unable to argue with her mother, clutched the golden leaves and sought a place to hide them. The golden leaves weighed about 1 or 2 taels and could be exchanged for approximately 10 taels of silver. There were 119 pieces, amounting to 1,190 taels of silver, a considerable sum that could accomplish many things. Chapter 35. Planning, she set the wooden box aside, as the household still had 193 taels and 41 for daily expenses. To hire labor for land reclamation or purchase seeds, among other necessities. Besides the wooden box, she divided her belongings into 2 parcels, one locked deep within the cupboard, and the other concealed beneath thick mud and dry firewood in the kitchen, knowing that Lin Wenjing, who was fastidious about cleanliness, would not venture into such filthy places. After hiding these treasures, she found herself at a loss for a suitable place for the wooden box containing the golden leaves, feeling that every corner of the house was insecure. Ultimately, Xiao He dug a hole beneath the jujube tree in the medicinal field, and Qiao Wan placed the wooden box inside. Both she and her dog diligently covered the pit. Qiao Kui observed, casting a stern glance at the wagging-tailed Heitan. While the sky was still bright, the trio patrolled their territory. From the front of the Qiao family home to the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain, 400 mu of land belonged entirely to the Qiao family. Gazing at the endless expanse of weeds and rocks, Qiao Wan could hardly contain her excitement. What did it matter if there were weeds? She was the mistress of this land. With enthusiasm, Qiao Wan pulled Qiao Kui into a discussion about how to cultivate the land and what to plant. Near the river, close to the water source, she envisioned reclaiming fertile fields for rice cultivation. However, with the autumn harvest approaching, rice planting would have to wait until next year, so she suggested growing vegetables instead. The moist and fertile land at the mountain's base could be used for wheat, allowing for the luxury of both rice and flour. Additionally, she planned to cultivate green vegetables, potatoes, beans, loofahs, cucumbers, and eggplants, all of which were delicious and marketable. The bamboo grove could be enclosed for raising chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits, providing both sustenance and income. Qiao Kui nodded in agreement. Let us plant whatever we desire, according to our whims. Although the vegetables would be nourished by spiritual energy, she could not subsist solely on vegetables, treating herself like a rabbit. Thus, she devised a plan to use spiritual energy for cultivation to satisfy her culinary cravings. Life is about sustenance and enjoyment. Cultivating the land for self-sufficiency, they would live a contented pastoral life. 400 mu of land represented a monumental task for Qiao Wan, yet she found it quite manageable. While others doubted her capabilities and plotted against her, she was indeed capable of achieving her goals. In the evening, after her meal, Qiao Wan finally completed the garments she had been sewing and asked Qiao Kui to try them on. Clad in the new attire, Qiao Kui appeared even more enchanting. Against the gentle green backdrop, her skin glowed with a translucent radiance, as flawless as white jade. With a delicate nose and enchanting lips, she exuded a captivating charm. Qiao Wan gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Mother, you're truly beautiful." She had always known her mother was a striking woman, but after Qiao Kui regained consciousness, that beauty became even more palpable. Qiao Kui smiled, naturally beautiful, her appearance enhanced by the cleansing properties of spiritual energy that expelled impurities, leaving her in an even more splendid state. "My dear child is also lovely," Qiao Kui remarked, playfully pinching Qiao Wan's cheek with a gentle smile. Qiao Wan then retrieved the remaining fabric, preparing to craft another outfit for Qiao Kui. "Dear child, save it for tomorrow. Working at night strains the eyes." The slightly yellowed paper, preserved for many years, was carefully unfolded by Qiao Wan and laid on the table, prompting Qiao Kui to raise an eyebrow. "Mother, let's draw a planning map," Qiao Wan exclaimed with enthusiasm, clearly not at all inclined to sleep. With 300 mu of wasteland and a bamboo grove awaiting reclamation, sleep was far from her mind. Qiao Kui, resigned, adjusted the oil lamp to a brighter setting and joined her in the endeavor. Qiao Wan was literate. She had learned some characters from Qiao Laotu during her childhood, practicing with a wooden stick in the dirt. Later, upon entering the Lin family, she would listen to Lin Wenxian teach Lin Wenjing when he felt inclined, absorbing much knowledge as Lin Wenjing showed little interest in studying. With practice skill, Qiao Wan sketched a rough topographical map on the paper, with Yunhui River in front and Yosha Mountain behind, with wasteland in between. "By the river, we shall reclaim 2 plots of 2 mu for rice cultivation," Qiao Wan proposed. "Do not plant too much. Enough for our needs will suffice. Let us reserve a plot for lotus roots. They are delicious," Qiao Kui suggested. "Very well. As you wish, we shall plant lotus roots." On a corner of the white paper, Qiao Wan delineated 2 small boxes, representing the 2 rice fields. "At the foot of the mountain, let us plant wheat as well. Perhaps 2 plots, and reserve 4 plots for vegetables. What do you think about dedicating the rest to medicinal herbs?" Qiao Kui readily agreed, knowing that cultivating medicinal herbs was uncomplicated and manageable. Qiao Kui further added, "We should also plant fruit trees, peach, pear, juju, persimmon, and flowers. We must dig a well, otherwise, fetching water will be inconvenient." Qiao Kui's requests were somewhat numerous, all aimed at enhancing the pleasures of life. Listening attentively, Qiao Wan made mental notes, contemplating a visit to the temple fair to procure seeds and saplings or venture into the mountains to unearth medicinal herbs and transplant fruit trees. Planting flowers would also be delightful, providing both beauty and a means to earn silver. As she contemplated this, she diligently recorded their plans on paper, swiftly filling it with their aspirations. Once they had nearly finished, Qiao Wan began to feel drowsy. Qiao Kui said, "Let us arrange things this way for now. There's plenty of space. We can add new ideas later. For now, we should sleep. We must rise early tomorrow for practice." Qiao Wan agreed, folding the written paper carefully and placing it in a cabinet with a chipped corner and peeling paint. Qiao Kui frowned at the sight, realizing that in order to attain a quality life, they needed to tidy their home, at least to avoid the appearance of utter desolation. Perhaps the exertion from daytime training had left Qiao Wan weary, for she quickly fell into a deep slumber. Qiao Kui exited the room. The surroundings were tranquil, the bright moon hanging high, as if toasting to the heavens. In such moments, a drink would be delightful. Alas, her treasured spiritual wine had to wait for another day, as she longed to brew it to satiate her appetite. The loyal Hei Tan, lying under the eaves, approached, panting in circles around Qiao Kui, eagerly awaiting her attention. By the medicinal field, seated upon a green stone, Qiao Kui meditated, directing the rain of spiritual energy upon the herbs before her. As the abundant spiritual rain poured down, the herbs visibly transformed. Some, like the ghostly grass, began to emanate a deepening blue glow, evolving under Qiao Kui's continuous nurturing into mid-grade quality. The other herbs remained at the first grade, all invaluable treasures. Soon, spiritual energy surged upward, flowing into Qiao Kui's body as she circulated it, unceasing in her cultivation. By the second watch of the night, Qiao Kui opened her eyes, concluding her practice. With her right hand forming a gesture, she initiated the earth-turning technique. In the realm of cultivation, every novice disciple must master foundational techniques, and those specializing in spiritual plant cultivation often dedicate significant effort to enhancing these skills. Qiao Kui was particularly outstanding among them. In the early morning, Qiao Wan opened her room's door, heading to the kitchen. Recalling that the water jar home had run dry the previous day and that she needed to fetch water. Chapter 36. A long-kept secret: their family lacked a well, so they had to go to the bamboo forest, where a water hole existed created by Qiao Lao during his lifetime to channel spring water using bamboo tubes. Initially, Qiao Lao would fetch water, but as his health declined, the responsibility fell upon Qiao Wan. Being small and of slight strength, she transported water in buckets, taking an hour to fill the household water jar. Today was no different. However, when she went to lift the water buckets, she found them surprisingly full. With the dawnlight, she looked down and saw that both buckets were filled to the brim. She then lifted the lid of the water jar, discovering it was also brimming with clear, pristine water. Qiao Wan couldn't help but gaze toward the east room, her heart swelling with emotion. For breakfast, she prepared 2 boiled eggs, baked 5 scallion pancakes, and cooked a bowl of plain porridge, then went to the vegetable garden to gather some appealing greens to stir-fry. This constituted their meal for the day. Qiao Kui feigned sleepiness, her expression one of confusion. "Mother, something significant has occurred. Our barren land has been tampered with." Qiao Kui couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "Do not panic. What has been altered? Leave me to see." However, Qiao Wan was unable to articulate the specifics. Overnight, someone had cultivated the wasteland adjacent to their medicinal fields. The once towering weeds had vanished, and the rubble had been neatly arranged into a half-meter-wide stone path. Qiao Wan looked upon it with unease rather than joy. Upon seeing the transformation, Qiao Kui reflected that she was currently at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, only utilizing half of her strength. Otherwise, she could have cultivated 20 acres in a single hour. Even this mere 10 acres had thoroughly startled Qiao Wan. "Mother, look at how our land has been cleared." Qiao Kui replied, "Is this not a good thing? The mountain deity is benevolent. It must be the divine assistance at play." She gradually understood the situation. Qiao Wan, at the peak of her anxiety, whispered, "Mother, do you possess literary talent?" "Hush! This has been a secret I have kept for so long, and you have discerned it. You must help me keep it hidden." Qiao Wan responded, "Only the dead can forever remain silent." Qiao Kui laughed heartily, embracing her daughter and lightly tapping her head. Her daughter lacked the innocence typical of a child of her age. What thoughts occupied her little mind day by day? "Just accept the support that I provide you." "My dear." This was the first time Qiao Wan had been held in her mother's embrace, a tenderness she had never experienced throughout her life. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Mother, why did you only awaken now? How wonderful it would be if grandfather knew of your abilities." Qiao Kui fell silent, her thoughts drifting to her late father, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Indeed, how joyous it would be if father were aware. Alas, life seldom unfolds as one wishes, and perfection is a rare occurrence. "Child, you must understand that the moon experiences phases of fullness and emptiness, and humans face fortune and misfortune. Life will not always be smooth sailing." After some time, when Qiao Wan had calmed down, Qiao Kui found herself wide awake and began to instruct Qiao Wan in martial arts, personally demonstrating the techniques. In martial training, a solid foundation is paramount for longevity. After several days of practice, Qiao Wan made remarkable progress and would be ready to learn boxing techniques in half a month. As the saying goes, 10 years of boxing, 10 years of stance. One can refine their foundation while practicing their punches. After an hour of morning exercises, Qiao Wan reached her physical limit. Drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, Qiao Kui did not allow her to rest, instead guiding her in a slow walk around the medicinal fields, teaching her pressure techniques to alleviate muscle soreness. Once they had fully recovered, the two sat down to enjoy their breakfast. As the sun rose from the east, the sky filled with a purple aura. The mother and daughter, armed with hoes, made their way to the fields in single file. Under Qiao Wan's direction, the 10 acres of land, neither too large nor too small, situated near the edge of the 300 acres of wasteland, would be utilized for planting vegetables, ensuring ease of harvest in the future. The original medicinal fields would also be converted into vegetable plots. The front yard would be adorned with a sea of flowers, while the fertile land would yield wheat, corn, and beans, with medicinal herbs planted according to their properties, or perhaps at the foot of the mountain near the bamboo forest. As for fruit trees, they would be planted as opportunities arose. With 300 acres of wasteland and 100 acres of bamboo forest, they had ample space for cultivation. The vegetable seeds purchased at the temple fair had all sprouted, and under Qiao Kui's nurturing energy, they thrived day by day. The two busily transplanted the vibrant seedlings. Fully immersed in their work, transplanting was not difficult. Qiao Wan, having toiled in both her past and present lives, was even more adept at farming than Qiao Kui. Qiao Kui almost wished to use her magic to bury the seedlings in the soil. Sensing something, she straightened up and gazed towards the wooden bridge. A simple horse-drawn cart approached, driven by a young coachman. "Sister, we meet again." Xin Yin bowed with a courteous gesture, his charming smile captivating. Qiao Wan lost her composure, blushing and running away. Qiao Kui frowned, realizing that his injuries had healed, and he was back for trouble. A country woman, without kin or support, could hardly be addressed as sister by a noble young man. "Indeed, sister, your elegance is commendable. It is an honor for Yin to address you thus. You do have a talent for claiming kinship. I presume you have a multitude of relatives." Xin Yin smiled broadly, his demeanor unchanged. "Sister, you jest. I have no brothers or sisters, only you as kin. To have met you 3 times is my fortune." Five Xing rolled his eyes at the sky, thinking the young lord was losing all sense of propriety. Was it 3 times a fortune, or simply 3 instances of punishment? In his experience, this was the first time someone sought out punishment willingly. Should he run faster to avoid getting blood on himself? Under the blazing sun, Qiao Kui gazed at the radiant young man before her fists itching to strike. "How did you know I was here? What is it that you seek?" "To be candid, my younger brother feels a connection with you. Having not seen you for several days, I miss you dearly." "Speak plainly." "I wish to purchase vegetables." Xin Yin finally confessed his somewhat absurd reason. He had merely instructed the disciples of the temple to procure some vegetables from a market, yet his elders disapproved. His master had once said that a nimble body should not be burdened by old injuries, and even his teacher had advised him to sleep well at night. Monks do not speak falsehoods. It was then that he began to take it seriously. "The other day, I went to Shin Nong Tang to buy medicine, and the manager, Chi, gifted me a basket of vegetables. My elders enjoyed them, so I inquired about their origin, and to my surprise, they came from your family's land. No wonder they tasted so delightful. It must be your skill that yields such exquisite produce." Qiao Kui scoffed, recalling that day when Qi Si-Ying and Qiao Wan had conversed, and Qiao Wan mentioned their residence in Xinxia village. "Not for sale. I will pay you handsomely." Xin Yin quickly interjected. Upon hearing the phrase handsomely, Qiao Wan's interest was piqued. They had just purchased 400 acres of wasteland yesterday, and it seemed business would soon flourish. Perhaps their lives in 3 years would not be so dire. Qiao Wan gently tugged at Qiao Kui's sleeve, urging her to finalize this deal. Qiao Kui understood her dear one's eagerness but felt helpless. Her precious child was still too naive, unaware that the cunning young man before them had witnessed her seizing the Jingxin Dan from the Quan family. Had she known, she would have fled in haste. "Purchasing vegetables is easy, but my family's produce is not cheap." Xin Yin nodded vigorously, addressing Qiao Kui. "Your family's vegetables are exquisite. How about I procure them at the price of 1 tael of silver per jean? I would like to reserve 100 jeans. 5 Xing, bring the silver." 5 Xing. How could a wealthy young master be so oblivious to the true value of money? 1 tael of silver could not buy a mere season's worth of expenses for an ordinary household. Yet this young lord nonchalantly offered 1 tael per jean. How could he be so detached from reality? If he were to shout in the village, he could buy a cartload of vegetables for 1 tael. And yet here he was, seeking to purchase them. Qiao Wan was stunned. If their vegetables were so expensive, how much silver would she consume in a single meal? "Pick them yourself." Qiao Kui tossed the silver to Qiao Wan, pointed towards the vegetable patch, and returned to her work. Qiao Wan hurriedly followed, her heart soaring. She had just earned 100 taels in a single breath. This silver came far too easily, akin to it raining down from the heavens. As she reached for it, the silver seemed to fly into her embrace. 5 Xing, go and gather the vegetables. Sun Yin instructed 5 Xing before following Qiao Kui. Sister, are you going to the land? I can assist. I have recently comprehended a new literary talent that could aid you. 5 Xing gazed at the trio walking ahead and felt rather speechless. The matter of selling vegetables was of no concern to him, nor did he have any stake in the purchasing. He bore the brunt of it all. Strapping his sword to his back, he rolled up his sleeves and headed to the fields to gather vegetables. After all, he was a martial arts master, reduced to this. Sun Yin stood in the wasteland, fanning himself, and under Qiao Wan's bright gaze, he began his literary talent trial. Planting beans at the foot of Nanshan, the grass is abundant, but the bean sprouts are sparse. A gentle breeze swept through, and the once meticulously tended wasteland by Qiao Kui was once again overrun with lush weeds, growing wildly in Qiao Wan's bright, dark eyes. Facing the deathly gaze of Qiao Kui, Yin scratched his head and explained, "It's a misunderstanding. My original intention was to plant beans. The wild grass was an accident." Haha. Xing, busy in the vegetable patch, looked up at his young master with a face full of flattery. Qiao pondered for a moment, finally managing to utter, "Brother Yin is truly remarkable. It's just SOSO, but you may call me uncle." Qiao fell silent, realizing that despite being only a few years older, he was trying to take advantage of her. Yin recited to the wild grass, "Rise and gaze upon the southern mountain, where wildfire scorches the barren fields." He attempted the art of literary heart several times, yet the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Either fire or rain befell the once pristine land, turning it into a smoky haze, resulting in Qiao Kui chasing after him in anger. Yin, with an exquisite folding fan tucked at his waist, resignedly picked up a hoe and bent to labor, realizing that he was naturally dull-witted and unable to grasp the intricacies of literary heart. The path of cultivating literary heart could only be comprehended but never articulated, much like the line, "Planting beans at the foot of the southern mountain, where the grass flourishes while the bean sprouts are sparse." While others understood the essence of planting beans, what he conjured was wild grass. Planting beans at the foot of the southern mountain, leisurely gazing at the southern mountain. When the heavens return with rain, it seeks to strike the banana leaves. Xing, exhausted from picking vegetables, could only roll his eyes as his master began to act erratically again. Thankfully, they were not at the Marquis's residence. Otherwise, the roof would have been demolished by his antics. The two of them shamelessly lingered until afternoon, finally managing to scrounge a meal at the Qiao household before departing in satisfaction. The vegetables that master and master uncle had been concerned about turned out to have this flavor. He would eat them daily at every meal. Watching the departing carriage, Qiao felt indignant, as she had not eaten her fill at noon, with all the food devoured by Yin and Xing. What sort of master was he, robbing food like a beggar from the city? Inside the carriage, Yin wore a content expression, his stomach protruding as he swayed his head. Outside, Xing, satisfied, held the reins as they traveled. Without Xing, he could have devoured 5 more bowls of vegetables. Xing, however, did not wish to leave. Was he to dine alone? That would not do, for his duty was to ensure your safety, never leaving your side. "If you perish, so shall I," Yin scoffed internally. What a notion of never leaving a single inch. Did he even believe it? The last time he was beaten, he merely observed. Regardless, Yin could not dislodge Xing. Thus he resigned himself to the annoyance of having someone constantly snatch his rations. He wondered when the deposit he had given would yield a fresh batch of goods. After sending them off, Qiao began searching for a place to hide her silver at home. Yin had directly given her 500 taels of silver to reserve 500 jin of vegetables. With silver in hand, securely hidden, Qiao sat beneath the eaves, her brow furrowed. The vegetables in the patch were not abundant. They had previously planted them to eat more vegetables and less grain, thus saving on household expenses, a principle her family had adhered to, even if the 3 of them looked rather pallid. Today, the remaining scraps in the vegetable patch were insufficient for their needs. Where could they obtain another 500 jin? "Mother, our vegetables are insufficient. Should we return the silver to Yin?" Qiao Kui lifted her gaze to the barren vegetable patch, which had been ravaged by Xing, primarily due to their hearty lunch. Yin had given another 100 taels and personally descended with Xing to pick vegetables, leading to this predicament. Qiao Wan worried that they might not be able to grow vegetables, but Qiao Kui remained unperturbed. For she possessed the innate talent of a planting spirit root. To prevent Qiao Wan from suspecting her, she had refrained from channeling the wood spirit energy into the vegetable patch at night. Now, however, she was no longer afraid. For her secret had been discovered by her clever treasure. She simply stated, "If we return it, he will not accept it. Mother can cultivate literary heart. Tomorrow we shall have vegetables again, but you must keep this a secret. Do not tell anyone, or else our source of income will vanish." Qiao Wan nodded vigorously, promising to remain silent. The mother-daughter duo shared a knowing smile, and Qiao Kui said, "Let us find someone to clear the land quickly and sow the seeds. Once the seeds were sown and literary heart was utilized, the silver would follow." Qiao Wan quickly contemplated and told Qiao Kui, "I will go find Xing Hu Shn from Li Shu Cien and have her gather 30 people to assist." Qiao Kui remembered the Tn family. Known for their kindness, Qiao Wan's choice to seek out the Jiying family instead of trusting the villagers of Shicien was evident. She nodded in agreement, stating 30 win a day, and let them bring their own lunch. Chapter 38. I heard that Shicien has many transportation tools, mostly ox carts. Only a few families in the village own horse-drawn carriages, and the ones pulling the carriage are mules. The carriage was a luxury never seen by Chu Wan. She immediately recognized it as not belonging to either the Lin family or the Lin patriarch's family in the capital. Walking beside her, L.N.W. New Jersey Ying, holding a laundry basin, wondered, "Mother, which young master is heading towards NISHUSHN? It would be easier to enter the mountain via the wooden bridge in front of Uncle Arnie's house. Why go that way? Do they not know the route?" Chu Wan did not respond to her foolish daughter, who seemed single-minded. The carriage must surely be going to Qiao's home to find Qiao Kui and her mother. It was likely someone from the Qiao family in Xing Ying F. The plan for Qiao to escort Qiao Kui and her mother to enjoy a life of luxury in Xing Ying F was not a secret. However, Qiao's tragic accident the previous night had changed everything. It was possible that another messenger from the Qiao family had been dispatched. Qiao Wan had followed Qiao to gather herbs since childhood, becoming adept at identifying medicinal plants. Now, she was able to manage on her own. According to her plan, once Qiao and Qiao Kui passed, she would bring Qiao to the Ln family, providing a continuous source of income for their household and alleviating the financial strain on her and her husband in supporting Shi-Ng heir's education and cultivation. However, with Qiao Kui's miraculous revival, everything had changed. After repeatedly urging Qiao to join them, even contemplating breaking off the engagement, what was there to say? Was she foolish or just simple? Qiao was even younger than her, capable of earning a living. What could she do, other than eating and demanding money for flowers? What else could she accomplish? Chu In's dissatisfaction grew with each passing moment, her mood turbulent, causing her to unleash all the venomous words she had bottled up. "Mother, why do you scold me so?" L.N.W. New Jersey Ying was taken aback, bewildered that this was the same gentle and kind mother who had always doted on her. Chu In, realizing her outburst, quickly composed herself and added, "Mother did not mean it. I'm simply upset. Qiao refuses to move in. All these chores fall upon your shoulders, roughening your hands." Chu In did not respond, her thoughts still lingering on the carriage, ultimately heeding L.N.W. New Jersey Ying's advice to wait by the roadside for a while. After a quarter of an hour without a sight of the carriage, the two reluctantly returned home. "Mother, my hands have become rough from working these past few days. Could you buy me a box of face cream to apply? Otherwise, they won't look nice." "Mother, those are useless and stink." "How would they be useless? Everyone uses them." As they spoke, the mother and daughter continued on their way. The Ln family resided at the village entrance, and anyone entering or leaving the village would pass the small path in front of their gate. That day, Chu In was particularly attentive to the muddy road outside. Having not seen a carriage pass by for quite some time, she began to wonder if the carriage had indeed entered NISHUSHN, perhaps carrying nobility from the town or city on a hunting trip. It was not until the third watch that a carriage finally passed in front of the gate. Under the gaze of many, the young and handsome coachman kept his eyes straight ahead, guiding the carriage out of the village and onto the official road. The women resting in the shade of the large trees looked on curiously, murmuring, "Whose carriage is that? It looks truly splendid, and the driver is quite handsome. It must be the carriage of nobility heading up the mountain to hunt." Given its appearance, it was even more luxurious than the Lin patriarch's carriage. Oomph. The Lin patriarch's family is the most prominent in our village. Who would recognize them outside of Xian? Just look at this carriage. The horses are splendid, surely worth 100 taels of silver. Wow, truly wealthy, worth 100 taels. The crowd marveled. Chuan, where are you off to? Chuan, with a basket in hand, adjusted her hair and smiled gently at the onlookers, replying, "I am just going to visit WN's home." "Oh, you're going to deliver something to her again? How fortunate WN is to have you as a mother-in-law." Someone teased. Quen felt displeased. What did they mean by fortunate in her past life? Was this life devoid of fortune? Serving her family's Qiao was Qiao Wan's good fortune accumulated over many lifetimes. She pretended not to understand, merely sighing, "Alas, I will bring them some food. They are widows and orphans. Given the circumstances of Kuan Yang, how can I not keep an eye on them?" Quan Shi spoke with earnest concern, her face radiating compassion. Once she had walked far enough away, someone spat disdainfully. "Humph. What a good actress. She sold Qiao Kui for 50 taels. Her heart is as black as night, thinking we are all oblivious. Just the other day, Qiao Kui was beaten. She thought she could hide it from me, but I saw it all. She was truly pitiful. When Qiao Kui gets angry, she is merciless. Huh. She deserves it for selling Qiao Kui and using the excuse that it was Qiao Laoda's idea. It's just bullying without any witnesses." Discussing this engagement, others were more concerned about money. The Luo family returned the betrothal gift to Qiao Kui. It must be quite a sum. The Qiao family has turned misfortune into fortune. They must have received a considerable amount. I heard it was dozens of taels. No, I heard from Wang Motzi that it was 100 taels. You are all mistaken. It was 500 taels, as confirmed by Wang Fugue himself. In the crowd, a man with yellow teeth gleamed with excitement. Just then, Lin Liza approached with an important announcement, causing the crowd to erupt like a lake disturbed by 500 ducks, chattering incessantly. Each person had their own perspective, questioning why all the land north of Yanhui River was purchased by Qiao Kui, amounting to hundreds of acres, land that belonged to our village. Lin Liza snorted coldly. "Now you realize it belongs to our village? After all these years, why didn't you take action? If you had the ability, you could have bought it yourselves." The crowd fell silent. Who would want to buy barren land? With that money, one could purchase several acres of fertile farmland, which would yield visible returns. Barren land is akin to tossing silver into Yanhui River, with not a sound to be heard. Someone questioned, that stretch of land costs hundreds or thousands of taels. Where would she get such money? The crowd quickly reacted, voices rising in a cacophony. Yes, where would she acquire so much silver? The excitement rekindled as they eagerly discussed the matter. Everyone had witnessed the hardships faced by Qiao Laotu. How did Qiao Kui suddenly come into wealth? She made a bold move to acquire 400 acres of barren land. Chapter 39, Waves Upon Waves. First, I express my gratitude and wish for prosperity. Could it truly be that the silver came from the Luo family's cancellation of the engagement? Is it not a few hundred taels, but 1,000? Her source of silver is none of your concern. I warn you, Qiao Kui forbids anyone from entering that area. Should you be beaten, do not come to me to weep. With these words, another wave of tumult arose, and each person reacted differently. Some with reluctance, others with curses, maledictions, envy, and hatred. I will go. What is wrong with me taking a stroll? Just because the land is hers, does that mean I cannot go anywhere in Xinxiao village? I have never seen someone so tyrannical. Lin Liza should drive them away. A small group of people showcased the myriad facets of life. Lin Liza, hands clasped behind his back, left with satisfaction. Competing with him? Huh. A rude black dog bared its teeth at Quan Shi. You little beast, get lost. Quan Shi frowned at Haiten. Without managing the household, one would not know the worth of rice and firewood. Even if she herself was starving, she still had to keep a dog. With no one at home, the main room and kitchen were locked, preventing Quan Shi from entering. Thus, she went to the medicinal field, intending to check on the growth, taking a sickle from her basket. Upon arriving at the medicinal field, she discovered the growth was poor. The grass yellow and wilted, lacking vigor. She furrowed her brow at the sight of these misshapen plants. Even if she dug them up, the herbal merchants would likely scorn them. What a waste of effort. Just as she spotted some decent-looking plants, fresh and vibrant, she prepared to cut a few. But Heighten rushed towards her, baring its knife-like teeth. Startled, she quickly retreated. Unfortunately, she was one step too slow. Heighten viciously tore a piece from her pant leg. Furious, Quan Shi raised the sickle and swung at the dog. "You beast, get away." Heighten dodged the blade and lunged, sinking its teeth into Quan Shi's wrist. With force, its teeth pierced the flesh and blood oozed out. "Ah!" Quan Shi screamed in pain, releasing the sickle. Her face turned pale. She dared not linger. Forcefully shaking off Heighten and fleeing towards the wooden bridge. She did not even dare to retrieve the sickle from the ground. Any delay would allow Heighten to bite her again. Only after crossing the wooden bridge did Heighten stop, standing on the bridge and barking at Quan Shi. Breathless and furious, she clutched her injured wrist, filled with resentment. Lin Liza happened to pass by and, seeing her pitiful state, could not help but chuckle coldly. "I told you long ago that the land across the river belongs to Qiao Kui. She does not allow anyone to trespass." Quan Shi glared at Lin Liza, who was making snide remarks. "Did you ever mention this? What did you say so?" Lin Liza, in a good mood, explained, "I just announced it at the village entrance. Didn't you hear? You shouldn't rely on our shared surname to act insincerely, disregarding my orders." Quan Shi, Qiao Kui, and Qiao Wan are already at Lu Shui village at the Jiang family's. Qiao Kui took Qiao Wan along the perilous path around Niu Shou Mountain directly to Lu Shui village, without exiting the village. Tian Xinghua, upon hearing that 30 people were to be hired for land reclamation, with a daily wage of 31, was overjoyed and excitedly exclaimed, "Rest assured, I will gather the most capable and diligent workers to ensure the job is done well." Such a favorable opportunity naturally prioritized her own family. Even the Jiang family could provide over 10 strong laborers, earning a significant amount in a day. Moreover, Qiao Wan mentioned that there would be more work after the land was cleared, which delighted her further. Farmers possess boundless energy and are unafraid of hard work, only fearing the lack of opportunities to exert their strength. Qiao Kui readily provided 2 taels as a deposit, and the matter was settled. Although she could use the tilling technique to cultivate the land, it was better to keep some matters discreet to avoid unnecessary troubles. She openly hired workers, ensuring everything was above board. The arrangement was solidified, and Tian Xinghua promised that they would send workers to the field at the first hour of the next day. Upon arriving at the medicinal field, Heighten rushed over, proudly carrying the sickle in its mouth, wagging its tail as if presenting a treasure. "Where did this sickle come from?" Qiao Wan took it and looked. Heighten barked, wagging its tail. Qiao Wan recognized every farming tool in their home and quickly realized that this one was not theirs. Her expression changed, and she sprinted towards the medicinal field. Qiao Kui followed at a leisurely pace, with the formation she had set up, apart from herself and Qiao Wan. No one else could discern the true state of the medicinal field. She was confident in this. Even today, Xin Yin and Wu Xing could not see through it, and Xin Yin even had the audacity to claim that her medicinal field was not as well-grown as the vegetable field. How could she not recognize it? In her past life, she had worked in the fields wielding this very sickle multiple times. It seemed she was not easily dissuaded. Qiao Kui sighed lightly, noting that once she healed, she would be able to stir up trouble again. Sooner or later, she would be dealt with, thus she decided to come at noon. Qiao Wan remained silent, her eyes flickering, and she wandered around the medicinal field. The mother and daughter began preparing dinner in the kitchen. Upon seeing the half-rabbit that Qiao Kui took out, Qiao Wan helplessly remarked, "Mother, this is the last of our rabbit meat. Should we not save it for tomorrow? After all, if we eat it now, I won't be at ease." Qiao Kui shook her head in refusal, her eyes filled with longing for the meat. Once the bamboo grove was utilized, she intended to raise rabbits and chickens within it, nurturing them with spiritual energy, allowing her to eat whenever she desired. Qiao Wan wished to protest, but how could she refuse Qiao Kui's unreasonable demand? She grabbed 2 handfuls of dried mushrooms to soak and deftly chopped the rabbit. Qiao Kui, meanwhile, kicked Heighten, who was waiting by the table, 3 meters away, making her intentions clear. With no meat left at home, what would they eat tomorrow? Heighten barked in response. The mother and daughter worked in the kitchen, waiting for the braised rabbit to be ready. When outside, Lin Wenjing's furious voice rang out. "Qiao Wan, come out here." Qiao Wan pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with disdain. The inevitable confrontation had arrived. "Mother, I will step outside for a moment." Qiao Kui remained still, quietly watching the fire in the kitchen, her focus solely on the meat in the pot. Outside, voices soon rose between the two. Lin Wenjing, why are you at my house? The entire northern bank of the river is now my family's property. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. She unexpectedly addressed him by name, which left Lin Wenjing feeling exasperated. Upon arriving here, she was guarded by Haiten, who was quite ferocious. As soon as she set foot on the wooden bridge to cross the river, Haiten would rush over to bite her. Chapter 40. My brother is coming back. Seeing Qiao Wan's calm expression, Lin Wenjing felt inexplicably angry. Where did you go this afternoon? My mother kindly checked on you and was bitten by the dog you raised. You must give my mother an explanation. Qiao Wan found it amusing. After all, the Quan family had come to her house to steal with a sickle and had been bitten by the dog. Wasn't that just? How could they still have the audacity to demand compensation? It's akin to a thief breaking into someone else's home, failing to steal anything and getting injured, then suddenly turning into a victim demanding reparations. Such a beautiful thought. Don't speak nonsense. My dog Haiten doesn't bite people, Qiao Wan replied, looking down at Lin Wenjing from under the eaves. Haiten is a good little fellow. He only bites bad people. Haiten nuzzled next to Qiao Wan, wagging his tail obediently. Lin Wenjing was at a loss for words. Fuming, you shamelessly refused to admit it. My family's sickle is right here. Qiao Wan glanced at the sickle she had deliberately placed in the corner and could not help but say, Indeed. How did your family's sickle end up in my vegetable garden? What was your mother doing with it? Lin Wenjing was momentarily speechless, then realized she had been outsmarted by Qiao Wan and couldn't help but scoff. What is wrong with my mother harvesting a few vegetables? My mother treats you well. How can you be so petty and let your dog bite her? Qiao Wan retorted, taking without asking is theft. Look at how my vegetable garden has been ravaged by her. You should compensate us. What does that have to do with us? You're too lazy to tend the land, and now you want us to pay because nothing grows? Have you lost your mind over money? Lin Wenjing looked at Qiao Wan with contempt, sizing her up and huffing. The fact that my mother was bitten by Haiten is undeniable. If you give me 2 taels of silver and kill this beast, I want to pursue the matter further, or else I'll tell my brother. Lin Wenjing smugly mentioned Lin Wenxian. Haiten bared his teeth, growling at Lin Wenjing and preparing to attack her. Lin Wenjing stepped back in fear, pointing at Qiao Wan. Look at this beast. Why don't you kill it quickly? Qiao Wan found it amusing. Not only was Lin Wenjing greedy, but she also tried to use Lin Wenxian to intimidate her, as if he were an imperial decree. To her, Lin Wenxian was nothing. Lin Wenjing, feeling self-satisfied, overlooked Qiao Wan's casual use of her name. Qiao Wan then threw a punch at Lin Wenjing. Having practiced diligently these past few days, her strength was considerable, and she struck hard enough to make Lin Wenjing bleed from her nose. You think you can extort my money and kill my dog? Today, I'll teach you a lesson, and tomorrow I'll have Lin Wenxian come over. As she spoke, Qiao Wan lunged at Lin Wenjing, mimicking how Qiao Kui had fought the Quan family, kicking and punching fiercely, landing every blow. It was truly exhilarating to hit someone, especially Lin Wenjing, whom she had long wanted to confront. Lin Wenjing fought back, scratching and clawing, but she was no match for Qiao Wan. Qiao Wan held both of her hands with one hand and slapped her several times. How dare you hit me? Woo, I'll tell my mother and brother. That evening, Qiao Wan lay in her room for a long time before extinguishing the lamp and falling asleep. When Qiao Kui began her cultivation in the medicinal field, she noticed that the guyu grass had lost 2 leaves, and both Sheng Nansheng and Tsang Air were also missing some. Guyu grass, found north of Shengyosho, has leaves resembling sunflowers with red stems and flowers like grains. Consuming it, along with Sheng Nansheng and Tsang Air, can cloud one's mind and lead to a disoriented state. As usual, Haiten lay beside Qiao Kui, absorbing the lingering spiritual energy. Once Qiao Kui completed her 3 cycles of the rain technique, Haiten opened its eyes and waddled into the mountains. The chosen worker, Haiten, wagged its tail, approaching Qiao Kui, seeking praise. Qiao Kui pointed her finger, gathering a bit of spiritual energy at her fingertip and tossing it into Haiten's mouth. Haiten swallowed the spiritual energy and lay down beside Qiao Kui, looking content. At the hour of the rabbit, Qiao Kui prepared the rabbit and wild chickens, hanging them by the kitchen window to dry. Qiao Wan entered and, upon seeing the wild rabbit and chickens, became cheerful again. Haiten caught them. It's amazing. far surpassing the village hunters. Breakfast consisted of a simple vegetable soup. Qiao Kui did not mention meat. As today was the 7th day of the mourning period for the old man Qiao, a day of remembrance. At a quarter past the hour of the rabbit, Jiang Erqin and his family arrived with 30 men carrying farm tools. Some brought firewood and rice flour. Others brought vegetables, pots, and bowls. The Qiao family did not provide lunch, so they pooled their resources, bringing enough supplies to cook by the riverbank, with Grandma Hua and Tian Xinghua handling the cooking. Qiao Wan explained the tasks to be done, and they understood immediately, springing into action. Qiao Kui led Qiao Wan up the mountain to the grave of old man Qiao. The grave had been dug during old man Qiao's lifetime, to be shared with his deceased wife. Qiao Kui cleared away the scattered dead leaves, her fingers tracing the engraved words on the tombstone, silent tears falling. Having traversed 2 lives and a century, she ultimately could not let her parents see her one last time. In the realm of cultivation, she sought to sever worldly ties, to pursue immortality and ascension. Yet after a century, she had severed all familial bonds. Her heart turned to stone. She thought she could confront her parents' departure with calmness, but at this moment, she found herself unable to do so. The sorrow in her heart had no outlet. Years ago, she had accompanied her father to Xinjiang Prefecture, where they were harmed. After several twists and turns, she escaped to Longting Mountain, becoming trapped and separated from her father, only to emerge in a daze. Fully awake to find that her parents were no longer in this world, she looked up at the blue sky above her. The dogtail grass on the hillside swayed gently. Stirring tears, Qiao Wan knelt before the grave, watching the flames burn as she wept softly, murmuring, "Grandfather and grandmother, mother has awakened. We are doing well now. We have bought land and have silver in hand. If you are aware from the underworld, please rest in peace and be reborn soon, living a life of wealth and honor in the next life. All the hardships have been exhausted in this life. In the next, there shall only be blessings, longevity, and peace, a life of glory." The Qiao family's land reclamation was straightforward. Clear away weeds, chop down unnecessary trees, and remove stones. 10 men formed a team to clear the ground, moving forward, while another 10 collected the weeds to pile aside, and 5 used hoes and shovels to push the stones to the roadside. Jiang Erqin and another villager plowed the land with oxen, while 3 others bent down to gather the uprooted weed roots. Qiao Kui glanced at them and said to Qiao Wan, "With so few people, it will be slow. Let us have 30 more come tomorrow." Qiao Wan responded with an "oh" and went to inform Tian Xinghua. Naturally, Tian Xinghua was delighted. She could summon her brothers and nephews from her family. Yesterday, due to time constraints, the Jiang family had enough people, so her family members had a chance. Chapter 41. The Cultured Rogue. Qiao Wan requested to increase the number of workers, and she was happier than anyone. Grandma Hua, who was tending the fire, was also pleased, as she could invite her relatives over. With more people, they could even have one more cook. Although everyone was only willing to contribute 5-1 for cooking for their own people, it was still money. Cooking was something anyone could do. The commotion at the Qiao family could not escape the notice of the villagers, and by noon, it had been discovered. Just yesterday, they learned that Qiao Kui had bought land, and today they saw people clearing it. Could it be that they had truly become prosperous? Many rushed over to see the excitement, and the more they watched, the more dissatisfied they became. Anxious ones had already gone to find the village head. Did the village head know about the Qiao family hiring workers for land reclamation? Why not hire people from their own village? Was there no one in Xinxiao village that they had to bring in people from Lushui village? Exactly. Anyone can do land reclamation. They can earn that money too. The village head was speechless. Why didn't Qiao Kui hire locals and instead sought people from Lushui village? Did these people have no self-awareness? Why are you asking me? The Qiao family's land was their own business. They should tend to their own fields. The crowd was not satisfied, blocking the village head from leaving. Village head, you're the leader of the village. We all listen to you. Since Qiao Kui won to hire us and is hiring outsiders, you need to intervene. The village head waved his hand, shaking his head. I can't manage this. He wasn't going to do the land reclamation himself. They were earning the money, and he was not foolish enough to take the lead. If Qiao Kui had initially sought him out for assistance, he might have been willing to take on the task. However, as Qiao Kui bypassed him and the village in search of others, he found himself disinclined to intervene. Lin Li was strolling with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the agitated and furious villagers, their faces flushed with emotion. When he reached the bridge, he saw that someone had already confronted Qiao Kui for an explanation. Indeed, where there are tears, there are also sweets. Where there is milk, there is a mother. If one does not strive, how can one reap rewards? Qiao Kui gestured towards the wasteland, stating that the land was open for their use, but there was no silver to be found. The individuals preparing to approach were immediately incensed, suspecting that Qiao Kui was toying with them. Qiao Kui, this is rather unscrupulous of you. After all, we are of the same village and kin. Why seek aid from outsiders and let them mock us? One particularly vocal individual, Lin Changji, the third brother of Lin Chanyu, raised his voice. The land is mine, the silver is mine, and I may invite whomever I please. What say you? If you disagree, then keep it to yourself. Lin Changji's face darkened with rage as he pointed at Qiao Kui. Do you dare to point at me? Are you looking for a fight? As he spoke, Qiao Kui had already made a move, delivering a swift kick to Lin Changji's knee, causing him to buckle and kneel before her. I do not have a son of your stature. There is no need for you to kneel. Lin Changji, furious, began to curse. But Qiao Kui silenced him with a single slap. Whom do you insult? Speak again if you dare. Lin Changji's face swelled instantly, while Qiao Kui remained calm, her expression devoid of any emotion, instilling a sense of fear within him. Such a gaze, such demeanor, resembled that of a lofty, noble observing a mere ant. Some villagers rushed forward to mediate. Qiao Kui, why resort to violence? Lin Changji is, after all, your relative. It is unbecoming. Upon hearing this, Qiao Kui found it amusing. Relative. This was the most ludicrous thing she had ever heard. In her past life, Qiao Wan had toiled for the Lin family, yet they never acknowledged her existence. With no wedding, no bridal procession, and no celebratory feast, her daughter had suffered immensely. Now it was time for the Lin family to experience some of that bitterness. Jiang Erqin had been observing the commotion and, upon witnessing Qiao Kui's aggression, tossed aside his plow, disregarding the oxen, and seized a hoe from a nearby brother. Rushing towards the scene. If a fight is what you seek, come at me. I am your opponent. Others soon followed suit, armed with their tools. Even Granny Hua, who had been cooking, joined the fray with a kitchen knife and ladle, glaring at the villagers from Xinxia village. Qiao Wan, who had been preparing lunch, hurried out upon hearing the commotion, standing beside Qiao Kui. The situation reached a stalemate, with neither side daring to strike. After a moment, some gradually dispersed. The villagers from Lu Shui village eventually retreated, returning to their work with renewed vigor. As Qiao Wan prepared dinner, Qiao Kui surveyed the wasteland, where Haiten hopped around her feet, occasionally darting into the grass or burrowing into the soil, returning muddy. When it attempted to rub against her pants, Qiao Kui unceremoniously tossed it into the river. With a splash, Haiten began barking frantically. Qiao Kui felt as though it were cursing her, but she had no evidence. As she gazed at the riverbank, a young man approached along the bridge, clad in a fine cotton long shirt with a cap atop his head. Slender in form and handsome in countenance. Lin Wenxian. Qiao Kui thought of a term, a refined scoundrel. She intercepted him on the narrow path. Upon seeing her, Lin Wenxian's expression turned astonished as he hurriedly bowed. Wenxian pays his respects to Aunt Kui. Lowering his head, he lamented, "It is unfortunate. My misfortune stems from my own actions. Fate is indeed fickle. It appears you possess literary talent, but lack the aptitude for cultivation. No matter how hard you strive, it is in vain," Qiao Kui remarked, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. To slay one's enemies, one must strike at their hearts. The last rays of dusk fell upon Lin Wenxian's back, igniting the evening glow. His face flushed red as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within him. He had not anticipated that the previously simple-minded individual would possess such a sharp tongue. His mother was indeed correct. Qiao Kui had become even more formidable since her awakening. Aunt Kui misunderstands. Wenxian is not devoid of talent, but rather, time has not favored me. I shall one day soar to great heights. Ah, to soar to great heights. Qiao Kui to ascend to the heavens by slaying a wife. It seems I have misjudged you. Brother Xian is indeed talented and possesses literary prowess. Surely, one day you will rise to prominence. Alas, I heard your mother was robbed of 10 taels of silver for the Jingxin Dan at the last temple fair. Was that pill meant for you? What a pity. Lin Wenxian's heart raced, his agitation growing. As any mother would, She was concerned for her children. Yet here, Qiao Kui merely offered mockery. He gritted his teeth and took a couple of steps forward, pleading, "Aunt Kui, I wish to see Wan Wan." The normally kind and loving mother had transformed into an unrecognizable figure, berating both Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan, shattering his prior image of her. Upon arriving at the Qiao residence, the recuperated Qiao Kui left him feeling even more bewildered and estranged. What had transpired in just a month? Chapter 42. No longer marrying Lin Wenjing waited by the bridge and rushed to greet Lin Wenxian as he approached. "Brother, how did it go? Did you see Qiao Wan? You must teach her a lesson and make her apologize properly." Her gaze fell on a gift box Lin Wenxian was carrying. "Sister, Wan Wan and I are now grown. How can we meet in private? The matter of an apology can be discussed later." "Then what are you going for?" Lin Wenjing's dissatisfaction was evident in her tone. "To pay respects to Grandfather Qiao and visit Aunt Qiao," Lin Wenxian replied. In truth, he had not even reached the Qiao household before being intercepted by Qiao Kui, thus never laying eyes on Qiao Wan. "Is that so?" Lin Wenjing questioned, well aware of Qiao Kui's temperament. After 2 encounters, she had been struck twice, once herself and once her mother. Was this the courteous and sensible brother she had heard about? "Go home. Mother needs care at home." Qiao Wan stood beneath the eaves, gazing coldly towards the wooden bridge. In her past life, Lin Wenxian had entered the capital and achieved high honors, while the Quan family had eagerly conspired to bring her to ruin. Without Lin Wenxian's instigation, how could they have acted so brazenly? "Mother, dinner is ready." Qiao Wan took Qiao Kui's arm and led her into the kitchen. The dining table was adorned with 3 small dishes, creating a warm atmosphere for the mother and daughter. In an effort to discern whether she harbored feelings for Lin Wenxian, Qiao Wan reflected on how, after the deaths of her parents, she had been lured to the Lin family by the Quan family. Under the Lin family's oppressive grasp, and due to her mother's influence, she had lived cautiously, enduring hardships, and, despite her grievances, had foolishly served the Lin family due to Lin Wenxian's hollow flattery. Setting down her chopsticks, Qiao Wan spoke earnestly to Qiao Kui. "Mother, I no longer wish to marry him." "You no longer like him?" Qiao Kui inquired. Qiao Wan shook her head. What affection could there be but hate? It was said that when Grandfather Lin was bitten by a venomous snake on the mountain, it was Grandfather Qiao who saved him, leading to this engagement. At that time, Lin Wenxian was 4 years old, and she was merely 2. The 2 families had only exchanged verbal promises. Since Lin Wenxian was tested for literary talent at the age of 6, the Lin family had changed dramatically, never mentioning the exchange of betrothal gifts. The Quan family had only made verbal commitments regarding the marriage. After Grandfather Lin's passing 2 years ago, the Quan family had ceased to mention the engagement entirely. Recalling the myriad experiences of her past life and combining them with her present speculations, Qiao Wan surmised that the Lin family had been strained due to Lin Wenxian's scholarly pursuits. The Quan family, recognizing her ability to gather herbs, had taken her into the Lin family as a child bride, seeking an additional source of income. Once Lin Wenxian achieved success in his studies, they had eagerly plotted her demise. During those years of scheming, Qiao Kui had learned much about Qiao Wan, gaining a clearer understanding of the true nature of the Quan family, Lin Changyu, and even Lin Wenxian. In this life, Qiao Wan was no longer submissive, and Qiao Kui felt a great sense of relief. Since this engagement was merely a verbal agreement, lacking formal mediators or gifts, she would not marry. There are no 3-legged frogs, but plenty of 2-legged men. Qiao Wan nodded. Had her grandfather not been nearing death, he would not have allowed her to become a child bride in the Lin family. Now that my mother has awakened and found her support, she will no longer tread into the treacherous den of the Lin family, regardless of the duplicity and venomous tongues of the Quan clan. She cannot forget the expression on their faces when they pushed her off the cliff. "I shall not marry. What is the Lin family to me?" "Bah!" Qiao Wan declared fiercely. Qiao Kui offered her a reassuring glance and said, "You are absolutely right. The world has shown me no kindness. So why should I repay malice with virtue? From now on, do as you wish. I will always be by your side." The long-awaited maternal love embedded itself deeply in Qiao Wan's heart, causing her tears to flow uncontrollably, droplets cascading down her cheeks into the bowl, mingling with the rice grains before being swallowed. This life is starkly different from the last. Her mother will be her steadfast support. The 2 refrained from discussing the Lin family further. Their engagement had been mutually agreed upon, and they would focus their efforts in one direction, regardless of the process. as long as the outcome was achieved. At the hour of the rat, silence enveloped the world. Qiao Kui, engrossed in her cultivation, suddenly waved her hand to cast an invisibility spell, concealing her form. Heighten, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of her companion, sniffed around, his eyes darting curiously, eventually discovering something unusual and nudging it with his nose. A gust of wind swept through, sending Heighten tumbling away. Qiao Wan cautiously opened the door, stepping out under the moonlight, and carefully closed the door behind her. Heighten had already come to her feet, nudging her and whining. "Shoo! Heighten, be quiet," Qiao Wan whispered, covering his mouth and cradling him in her arms, glancing warily at Qiao Kui's room. Everything was still, and Qiao Wan sighed in relief as she bent down to gently open the door to the main hall. The pair quickly exited, crossed the bridge, and entered the village. The village was tranquil, all inhabitants lost in slumber. Qiao Wan navigated the familiar path to the Lin family's residence, feeling along the courtyard wall until she reached a slightly lower mud wall, beginning to climb with both hands and feet. This spot had been recently excavated by wild boars, and the newly built wall was not very high. Concealed in her invisibility, Qiao Kui found it amusing to see her sister scaling the wall, having gathered herbs since childhood. Traversing slopes and climbing trees was no challenge for Qiao Wan. The Lin family's low courtyard wall posed no difficulty. Heighten proved even swifter, leaping directly into the Lin family's yard, waiting patiently for Qiao Wan without a sound, as if he understood her intentions. Qiao Wan swiftly scaled the wall into the courtyard, heading straight for the west side room, where Lin Wenxian rested and studied. Standing outside the door, she scanned the area for any signs of life, then produced a skinning knife from her bosom, ready to pry open the door. However, the door creaked open from within, emitting a faint sound in the night. Startled, Qiao Wan nearly cried out, tightening her grip on the knife and thrusting it forward, only to find no one inside. Biting her lip, she clutched the knife tightly, her heart racing. Heighten emerged from the room, once again nudging her and tugging at her pant leg. Understanding the cue, Qiao Wan steeled her courage and followed Heighten inside. Moonlight streamed through the window, allowing Qiao Wan to faintly discern the figure stirring on the bed. She bit her lip, tightening her grip on the skinning knife before proceeding to the adjoining study. Ever since Lin Wenxian was diagnosed with literary talent at the age of 6, he had received the Lin family's full support, enjoying the finest of everything, his room being the largest in the household. Half served as a bedroom, while the other half functioned as a study. In the glow of the moonlight, Qiao Wan approached the bookshelf, rummaging until she finally found a porcelain vial. She emptied its contents before replacing them with the pills she had brought along. Once she completed her task, she carefully exited the room and closed the door behind her. Lin Wenjing, groggy, emerged and stumbled towards the outhouse, her gait unsteady. Upon reaching the courtyard, she noticed a vague figure emerging from her brother's room, which piqued her curiosity. Before she could call out, a gust of wind knocked her down, sending her into a deep slumber once more. Relaxing, she retraced her steps and climbed back over the wall. Once on the ground, Qiao Wan felt a surge of anxiety, nearly having been discovered. The young mistress of the East family, fair as snow, and the delicate girl of the West family, called for her brother, pleading for affection. Laughter echoed from a distance, and soon a figure emerged from beneath the crooked tree by the Lin family's courtyard. Staggering and humming an off-key tune, it was Lin Changji. Qiao Wan's expression hardened as she quickly concealed herself behind the wall. "Ah, what fine wine!" Lin Changji exhaled, his love for drink and gambling well known, along with his penchant for flirtation with widows. He had even attempted to lay hands on her in the past. Qiao Wan bent down to pick up a stone, waiting for him to stumble nearer. "Hey, Lun Yangzi, is that you? I was looking for you. Come give me a kiss." Qiao Wan froze, realizing there was another person present. She cautiously peeked out, and by the faint moonlight, her face paled in shock. Lin Changji was embracing the very crooked tree, caressing it affectionately. "Did you miss your brother? Your brother cares for you," he murmured, one hand around the tree while the other tossed aside his wine jug, unfastening his belt with reckless abandon. The absurdity of his actions was indelibly imprinted in Qiao Wan's clear gaze. "Brother is here, my dear. Do not be anxious. Tonight, I am yours. My dear, you smell so good, so soft." Qiao Wan felt her face flush crimson, and in a moment of determination, she hurled the stone with all her might at Lin Changji. She then dashed away, the sound of a thud echoing behind her as Lin Changji let out a pained cry, and collapsed to the ground. Qiao Kui observed, "Today's children are truly difficult to manage. They lack even a modicum of acting skills." Once Qiao Kui had settled down to sleep, she resumed her cultivation, hoping to break through to the 6th level of Qi training. Thanks to the nurturing energy of the medicinal fields and her prior cultivation experience, she avoided unnecessary detours, advancing rapidly in Qi training, though the foundational stage proved to be a significant hurdle, particularly due to the long-term reliance on pills. The following day, Jiang Erqin arrived with 60 individuals as planned, bustling about in the wasteland, while the area north of Yunhui River was teeming with activity. The residents of Xinxiao village chose not to witness the commotion, as they had far more entertaining matters to attend to. In the early hours, the Quan family sent their daughter, Lin Wenjing, to fetch 2 vegetables for breakfast. Lin Wenjing emerged, clutching her neck, and feeling sore from having slept outside the previous night, scolded by her mother for her negligence. As she rubbed her aching neck en route to the vegetable patch, she spotted a figure embracing the crooked tree by her family's courtyard. Curiosity piqued, she approached to see what was happening, only to discover a scene that would haunt her for life. Her uncle, Lin Changji, was wrapped around the tree, his legs clamped tightly against it, rhythmically moving up and down with his eyes closed. A bizarre smile plastered across his face. Staring in disbelief, Lin Wenjing's gaze drifted downward, landing on her uncle's discarded undergarments. "Ah!" A shriek erupted, awakening the neighbors, who assumed it was yet another beast descending from the mountains, scrambling to arm themselves. Hearing her daughter's cry, Quan rushed out first, only to be horrified by the sight. Those who had come to help soon realized it was not a beast, but something far stranger, and they gathered around to gawk. The tale spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire village was abuzz with the scandal of Lin Changji and the tree. The poor tree had suffered an undeserved calamity. Lin Changji remained oblivious, and Lin Changyu, furious, approached to pull up his brother's trousers and slapped him awake twice. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Changji, bewildered and reeking of alcohol, turned his anger upon his brother. "Why did you hit me? You disgraceful fool, what have you done?" Lin Changyu pointed at his brother. "What have I done?" Lin Changji bellowed, but suddenly his expression shifted from confusion to agony as he clutched his groin, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. "It hurts so much. I'm dying." The lively affairs of the Lin family bore no relation to the Qiao family, who resided on the outskirts of the village, devoid of any kin or friends to inform them. Thus, they remained unaware that Lin Changji had spent the night in the company of a crooked tree, resulting in a severe injury due to excessive exertion, necessitating his transfer to the town's physician. After their morning meal, Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan commenced the cultivation of medicinal herbs. The 10 mu of land that Qiao Kui had previously tilled remained incomplete, but on the previous day, Jiang Erqin and 30 others cleared an additional 10 mu, meticulously following Qiao Kui's instructions to break the stones and pave a small path. The 5 varieties of medicinal herbs chosen by Qiao Kui had all sprouted, each containing approximately 200 seeds, making transplantation a considerable undertaking. Fortunately, Qiao Kui had preemptively watered the land with spirit rain, rendering the soil moist and loose, facilitating their work as they toiled diligently in the fields. With Tian Xinghua and her mother-in-law taking the opportunity to assist, Tian Xinghua cheerfully remarked that Qiao Kui was industrious, having watered the fields early, and suggested that her husband could handle such tasks in the future, as he possessed ample strength. Tian Xinghua was perceptive. Given the vast expanse of Qiao Kui's land, assistance would undoubtedly be required in the future, and she was effectively securing work for her family in advance. This thought further delighted Tian Xinghua, as they now had prospects for future labor, prompting her to work even harder while offering numerous suggestions. She advised Qiao Kui to plant some thorns from the mountains along the edges to deter the wild beasts that frequently descended to wreak havoc on crops. Although constructing a stone wall was a possibility, she deemed the project too extensive. Intrigued by the thorns, Qiao Kui entertained the idea in her mind. Meanwhile, Qiao Wan, listening attentively, recalled their mother's desire for meat and inquired, "Aunt Tian, where can we purchase chicks and ducklings as well as rabbits? We wish to buy some." Tian Xinghua replied, "You came to the right person. My family is in this business. We just hatched a batch ready for sale. How many do you need? Would 50 suffice?" Surprised, Qiao Wan exclaimed, "Your family also hatches them for sale?" Unfazed, Tian Xinghua responded, "What of it? We engage in any business that can yield profit. Chapter 44. Development. Qiao Wan contemplated the dense bamboo forest, envisioning placing the chicks there while the ducklings could be raised by the riverbank. There was a small riverbank across Yunhui River that Lin had already designated for them. Then I shall start with 50 chicks and 50 ducklings as a trial, along with 50 rabbits, she declared. Hearing this, Tian Xinghua recognized a lucrative venture and readily agreed. No problem. However, we currently have only 20 chicks and 30 ducklings. I can give you these for now, and the remaining will be ready in 10 days. Is that acceptable? Qiao Wan nodded in agreement. Tian Xinghua then spoke of the rabbits. This is even easier. I'll send a few boys to the mountains to catch you about 10. Rabbits breed quickly. Within 3 months, you'll have dozens. Qiao Wan nodded again, recognizing that there was no immediate rush. There were many tasks to be done regarding the land reclamation, which would take time. However, she cautioned, but do ensure protection. Rabbits love to dig holes, and we must prevent their escape. Also, the chicks need guarding against mountain beasts and weasels. This elicited a moment of hesitation from Qiao Wan, as that could indeed pose a challenge. Qiao Kui interjected. I will handle that. You both just focus on constructing the chicken and duck houses. That evening, Qiao Kui ascended Nyosho Mountain and, utilizing her affinity with wood attributes, acquired numerous seeds. When Zhang Erqin and his companions commenced clearing land in the bamboo forest 2 weeks later, they discovered a dense thicket of clematis at the mountain's base. Intricately intertwined and extending toward the edge of the bamboo grove, effectively sealing off the passageway between the bamboo forest and the mountain path. The alternating purple and white blossoms flourished abundantly, vibrant and full of life, their petals dancing in the gentle breeze. The entire vine sprawled outward, seemingly poised to envelop the entire bamboo grove. This was part of Qiao Kui's plan, merely intended to provide everyone with a period of acclimatization. As anticipated, upon witnessing the clematis, the initial reaction from the onlookers was one of astonishment, followed by admiration. Who would have thought such a large expanse would grow here? It is quite beautiful. Qiao Wan also beheld the sight, her eyes sparkling with excitement, though she remained silent. The enlarged roots of the clematis could serve medicinal purposes, alleviating pain and promoting blood circulation, addressing ailments such as stomach pain and injuries. With such a vast area, they could potentially generate considerable income from medicinal sales each year. However, given its growth in high altitudes, she pondered how her mother managed to acquire it, undoubtedly due to her mother's exceptional talent. Sighing, she thought that if Xin Yin were to visit again, she might as well treat him kindly and inquire about her mother's secrets. What phrase corresponded to her mother's profound wisdom? With a barrier of clematis in place, the plan to raise chickens could be executed flawlessly. The initial 50 chicks were not excessive, merely satisfying the appetites of the 2 individuals in their household. Thus, the site selection was relatively cautious. Qiao Wan designated an area of nearly 2 mu near the mountain base to build 3 chicken houses, while 3 additional shelters for the rabbits were constructed to the north of the bamboo forest. This task proved simple. Zhang Erqin summoned several brothers to the mountains to gather timber, and within 5 days, 6 rudimentary thatched shelters were completed. Once the chicken houses were finished, they proceeded to construct the duck houses, remaining industrious without pause. Near the riverbank, close to their home, 3 more thatched shelters were erected, this time without utilizing clematis, instead employing woven bamboo to enclose the area. Haitan was now exceedingly busy, tasked not only with guarding the home, but also overseeing the chickens and ducks. In addition to hunting daily in the mountains, becoming a diligent laborer, the 50 chicks and ducklings proved insufficient, prompting Tian Xinghua to suggest increasing their numbers, as raising them to maturity could yield profits, especially with taxes looming in 3 years. However, Qiao Wan felt no urgency, having identified a path to financial sustenance. She was not hasty to expand her enterprises. With only her and her mother in the household, she wished to spare her mother from exhaustion, as her mother equally desired her to avoid undue toil. Thus, there were no immediate plans for an increase in livestock. Divided by Yunhui River, the northern bank bustled with activity, teeming with industrious figures. The southern bank of Xinxiao village mirrored this, filled with groups engaged in idle chatter. One individual grasped Lin Changyou's arm, eyes brimming with curiosity, inquiring, "How is Xiangu's father? How is his third uncle's condition? I want to see that tree. Its bark is completely stripped." The atmosphere was one of mutual destruction. Lin Changyou's mind raced with 1,000 expletives, wishing to strike the person before him with a shovel. What concern did Lin Changji's plight hold for him? The crooked tree at the back of his house had no connection to these individuals. It was merely that his third brother had suffered at the hands of that tree, which had become a point of interest for the villagers. Consequently, their family had faced incessant pointing and whispering during outings, while their scholarly son was pursued for news of his third uncle's injuries, tarnishing the reputation he had worked tirelessly to uphold. Note, this was the third uncle from whom they had been separated for many years. Such was the calamity they faced. Within the household, silence reigned, and the atmosphere felt stifling. Lin Wenjing wept in her room, her eyes having sustained severe injury that day. She could not shake the image of her third uncle's lifeless body from her mind. Lin Wenxian confined himself to his room for several days, reluctant to venture outside. How could he? Ignorant villagers, including women and children, would seize him to inquire about Lin Changji's condition. How severe was the injury? Would that thing ever function again? The dignity of a scholar lay in tatters. Lin Wenxian buried himself in his studies, ignoring all external disturbances to immerse himself in cultivation. The steadfastness of my spear cannot be breached. He boasted of his spear. Its sharpness can pierce through anything. An aura of profundity enveloped Lin Wenxian as a phantasmal spear materialized in his hand, slowly taking shape. Yet Lin Changji, you shameless wretch, how can you still indulge in feasting and drinking? Why do you not perish? I have been cursed by marrying you for 8 lifetimes. As the ethereal spear dissipated into nothingness, Lin Wenxian once more endeavored to gather his thoughts, yet he could not achieve the desired form. Unable to integrate into the profound realm he had just experienced. The essence of cultivation could only be comprehended intuitively, never articulated, evanescent and fleeting. Lin Wenxian's emotions grew increasingly agitated as he cycled through his practice, ultimately resorting to consuming a treasured elixir to suppress his turmoil. Father, the household is far from tranquil. I cannot focus on my studies or grasp the essence of cultivation. I must seek refuge in my teacher's home for a few nights. Before Lin Chanyu could respond, the anxious voice of Lin Wenjing emerged from her room, imploring him to stay. Her son had just returned home for a few days, yet he was preparing to depart once more. Moreover, Qiao Wan's matters remained unresolved. Lin Wenxian did not respond to his mother's words, but simply addressed Lin Chanyu. Father, I shall take my leave. Chapter 45. Exploring other avenues, Lin Chanyu pulled out a piece of broken silver from his pocket and handed it to Lin Wenxian, saying, Go. Do not dwell on your second uncle's matters. In the future, when you achieve greatness, others will only remember your virtues. Lin Wenxian accepted the silver, bowed to his mother, and hurriedly exited the house. Qianshi questioned Lin Chanyu. Where did you acquire this silver? Why did you let Sienna leave without clarifying the matter concerning Qiao Wan? Lin Chanyu cast a sidelong glance at Qianshi, refraining from explaining the origin of the silver, and merely scoffed. Are you foolish? If Wenxian goes out now, he will be accosted and questioned about the third son's affairs. How can he face the Qiao family? And what about the matters concerning Qiao Wan? We still have an external debt of 30 taels. Qianshi exclaimed anxiously. It is not merely 30 taels. Lin Wenxian must pay his schooling fees for the next term. He failed to gain admission to Bailu Academy and has settled for studying under a local scholar, which costs 8 taels each term. In addition to expenses for paper, ink, brushes, and the supplementary elixirs for his practice, the monthly expenditures are considerable, ranging from 3 to 10 taels. The pursuit of knowledge has no limits, and the procurement of medicinal herbs and elixirs is endless. Every corner demands silver. Over the years, Qianshi has aged with worry over Lin Wenxian's education and cultivation. Otherwise, she would never have consented to let her exceptional son marry a girl of Qiao Wan's background. Originally, they had hoped that Qiao Wan would alleviate their burdens by marrying into the Lin family, but unforeseen events transpired. Qiao Kui had returned from the dead. Qiao Wan was not entering the Lin family, and the anticipated wealth had vanished. Now, all they had were debts and no means to produce silver. Lin Chanyu glared at Qianshi with irritation, lamenting her incompetence. They had even canceled the engagement and returned the betrothal silver. If she could not manage a single Qiao Wan, how could she expect to recover the stolen Jingxin Dan? Ultimately, all their troubles stemmed from the Qiao family. You still expect Qiao Wan to obediently join the Lin family? With Qiao Kui revived and the family acquiring land, You might as well abandon that dream and seek other solutions. Lin Changyu believed his foresight surpassed that of Qian Shi and added, "Do not rely on the silver in Qiao Wan's possession. She likely squandered it on barren land. Her absence is fortuitous. We shall see what happens in 3 years." Qian Shi was well aware of this, her anger towards Qiao Wan causing her to see stars. Though she did not know how much silver Qiao Wan spent on the wasteland, it was evident that 400 acres would cost a fortune, likely 500 taels. She contemplated teaching Qiao Wan a lesson but feared the deranged Qiao Kui, knowing that past encounters had left her worse for wear. At this moment, Qiao Wan was enjoying a medicinal bath, one that strengthened the body and relieved fatigue, aiding her martial training. The concoction she had prepared for Lin Wenxian in her previous life was now turned upon herself. Moreover, with the formula reconfigured by Qiao Kui, its effects were even more pronounced, leaving Qiao Wan feeling invigorated, her fatigue dissipated. She could easily stand in horse stance for 2 hours without issue. Dressed in newly tailored garments of fine cotton and drying her hair with a clean cloth, Qiao Wan's physique had visibly improved due to enhanced nutrition and the nurturing spirit of Qiao Kui. No longer the frail and emaciated figure she once was. She had grown taller, her face now adorned with a pleasing roundness. Even her previously dull hair began to shine. Accompanied by her dog, she surveyed the cultivated land. Inhaling the fresh air and relishing the gentle breeze, her heart filled with contentment. The wasteland had been fully cleared, with tall weeds no longer present, revealing neatly arranged fields and a stone-paved path. Traversing the stone path, she skirted a desolate hillside, ventured into the bamboo grove to observe the chickens and rabbits, and inspected the ducks by the riverside. Her spirits lifted. She felt that everything here belonged to them. Outsiders would only watch their bustle, imagining a tragic fate 3 years hence when they could not pay taxes. Yet, such visions eluded them. They would plant rice and wheat on the wasteland, sow melons and beans, and raise chickens and ducks. In time, she and her mother would greet the sunrise and watch the sunset, living joyfully. The work of reclaiming land was far from over. The following day, Jiang Erqin would arrive to dig a well, and she would excavate a pond for fish and lotus flowers. However, Qiao Wan faced a quandary regarding the bare fields. Where would she find fruit trees? Where would she procure seeds for medicinal herbs and vegetables? To reap a harvest, she needed a variety of crops and herbs to entice Sun Yin to invest. During the next temple fair, she and her mother must venture forth, for they could not afford to be stingy with silver. They needed to buy more to earn greater returns in the future. Over the past month of land reclamation, she had already disbursed 60 taels for daily wages and other expenses, with the golden leaves from Qiao Kui and a base of 500 taels from Sun Yin, along with a few medicinal herbs from the flourishing fields. Qiao Wan felt no anxiety. With a confident demeanor, she mused that indeed, wealth breeds courage. While Qiao Wan planned for their future, Qiao Kui was also busy seeking a location to establish a future winery. The wine she brewed would naturally be spirit-enhancing elixirs, beneficial for cultivation and strength augmentation. Her senior in the cultivation realm was an excellent brewer, often filling her storage bag with various spirit wines, granting her the freedom to indulge. Alas, after a calamity, she was left with nothing. In the evening, Qiao Kui's practice extended beyond her family's medicinal fields, employing lightness techniques to enter Niuzhou Mountain. As He Tan watched Qiao Kui soar away, he barked in frustration, questioning why he was not included in her venture. Upon entering Niuzhou Mountain, Qiao Kui was enveloped by lush vegetation, feeling the abundant spiritual energy of the earth. With her eyes closed, she harnessed the wood spirit Qi, quickly perceiving all occurrences within a 10-mile radius. Following her instincts, she pressed forward into the depths of the mountains. An hour later, guided by her intuition, she arrived at a secluded valley. The valley was a riot of blossoms, fireflies dancing amidst various fruit trees and flowers, thriving in isolation. As Qiao Kui stepped inside, she sensed the richer spiritual energy compared to the outside world. To her surprise, a 9 heavens spiritual ginseng grew there, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Gazing at the precious herb, Qiao Kui murmured in astonishment. The 9 leaves of the 9 heavens spiritual ginseng represented longevity, with each leaf symbolizing 50 years. Thus, 9 leaves equated to 450 years. A surge of spiritual energy flowed forth, causing the entire stalk and leaves of the ginseng to tremble, leaning towards Qiao Kui as if yearning for more. More, you say? Suddenly, from the rear, a massive black snake, as thick as a wash basin, lunged towards Qiao Kui's back. It had been coiled beneath a towering tree, concealed in the night, now emerging to ambush the uninvited guest. Chapter 46. Subjugation: The Black Snake. With its gaping maw the size of a basin and fangs glimmering ominously under the moonlight, could easily swallow the petite Qiao Kui whole. She remained unmoved, merely snapping her fingers. Vines around her grew at a visible speed, swiftly weaving into a dense net behind her to thwart the snake's assault. The black snake, enraged by its failed attack, struck again with increased ferocity, breaking through the vine barrier and charging at Qiao Kui once more. She would not be lenient. Channeling her potent wood spirit qi into the vines, she urged them to grow relentlessly, wrapping around the black snake from all sides, encircling it until its entire body was ensnared. In the end, the black snake dangled beside Qiao Kui, held at a distance of a foot, unable to advance. The foul odor made Qiao Kui grimace, and she cast a barrier to isolate the stench. You reek! The black snake thrashed violently, twisting its body to break free from the constricting vines, but all was in vain. Under Qiao Kui's nurturing spirit energy, the vines were inexhaustible. Severed vines would regrow anew, ensnaring the creature once more. Ultimately, a massive green-skinned Zongzi dangled before Qiao Kui, a testament to her conquest. Is this your domain? Well, it belongs to me now. Qiao Kui calmly asserted her claim. And you shall belong to me as well and must obey. What? You refuse to heed my words, which is unacceptable. You are a defeated foe under my command. Do you not understand the principle of victors and vanquished? The black serpent hissed in anger, baring its fangs, but was soon ensnared tightly by the vines. It seemed futile to reason with a beast. Qiao Kui sighed, rolled up her sleeves, and delivered a powerful punch. The massive serpent's head was struck askew, its entire body swaying. Qiao Kui offered it no respite and followed with a second blow, a force akin to a mountain that twisted the black serpent in agony. Alas, it remained bound by the vines, unable to retaliate, forced to endure Qiao Kui's relentless onslaught. Time passed, and eventually, the serpent's head drooped, motionless, with only a faint breath indicating it was still alive. Qiao Kui, fatigued from the exertion, noticed her hands stained with blood. Utilizing her cleansing technique, the blood vanished instantaneously, leaving her refreshed. Are you convinced now? The black serpent remained still, its eyelids flickering. Understanding its defiance, Qiao Kui rolled up her sleeves once more. I see. You remain unconvinced. The serpent writhed wildly, the vines shaking incessantly, its eyes pleading. Qiao Kui perceived its intent, transforming her fist into an open palm and striking the serpent's head. You must speak. How could I know if you do not tell me? If you speak, I shall understand. If I understand, the matter is settled, is it not? Look at you, clearly able to avoid this beating, yet you choose to endure it. Your head is nearly deformed from the blows. The vines slackened, and the black serpent fell uncontrollably to the ground, its head resting on the earth, submitting before Qiao Kui. The serpent measured approximately 20 meters in length and was thicker than a barrel, now docile before Qiao Kui like a gentle lamb. Qiao Kui, satisfied, contemplated a name for her second pet. You are entirely black. Henceforth, you shall be called Shao Qi. You will guard this valley, and there shall be benefits for you. Qiao Kui beamed, delighted by the melodious sound of Shao Qi, clearly inheriting her talent for naming from her own lineage. Channeling her energy, she gently stroked the serpent's head, continuously infusing it with spirit energy, hastening the healing of its wounds and visibly reducing the swelling. The black serpent was no longer the lifeless creature of moments ago. It raised its head, its eyes shining brightly as it focused intently on the human before it, its tail swaying in a display of excitement. Shao Qi accompanied the king on a territory inspection. Shao Qi, having dwelled in the mountains for many years, had consumed the precious resources of the land to enhance its strength. The competition among beasts was more ruthless than that among humans. The law of the jungle prevailed, where the weak perished and the strong thrived. Shao Qi occupied this valley to secure the precious Juqian Lincoln. Once it reached 500 years of age, it would become a celestial-grade elixir of extraordinary efficacy. Now, all of this belonged to Qiao Kui, and she had gained a free guardian to protect her domain. The deeper she ventured, the more astonishing discoveries awaited her, revealing a hidden paradise filled with medicinal herbs and fruit trees. She encountered various plants, such as Lu, Chu In Xiing, T and M, Hshu, Kalian, and English, alongside fruits like hawthorn, red dates, goji berries, apples, peaches, and schisandra. Wherever she looked, there were medicinal herbs and fruit trees, for this was a paradise untouched by human feet, where the vegetation followed the natural order, blooming and withering in cycles year after year. The fallen petals were not devoid of sentiment. They transformed into spring mud to nurture the blossoms. Fruits that fell to the ground turned into new sprouts the following year. Her land was vast and sparsely populated, and her beloved had been troubled for days over what could be cultivated. Such burdens were not meant for one so young. As expected, the next day, Qiao Wan inspected the fields and discovered something unusual. Dozens of fruit trees had been planted in the fields near the foot of the mountain, while medicinal herbs grew on the other side. Qiao Wan was both astonished and elated and rushed to find Qiao Kui. "Mother, did you plant these?" Qiao Kui nodded. Qiao Wan's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Qiao Kui and inquired, "Mother, how did you manage to plant so many? Could it be your literary talent?" Qiao Kui nodded, feeling no shame. "Mother is truly remarkable to have planted so much in a single night. It must have been arduous. Not arduous. By next year, we shall be able to harvest the fruits, to ensure they could genuinely enjoy the fruits next year and use them to brew wine." Qiao Kui had selected 5-year-old fruit trees for transplantation. Fortunately, in Qiao Wan's eyes, her mother's literary prowess was boundless, and she held no doubts. If only I were as capable. Qiao Wan felt a fleeting pang of disappointment, realizing that if she possessed such abilities, she would not let her mother toil alone while she slept soundly indoors. If you diligently practice martial arts, you will surely become as formidable as mother. Qiao Kui smiled. "I am certainly practicing diligently. I train earnestly every day as you have taught me. Of course, once your foundation is solid, I shall teach you another set of techniques." "Wonderful, wonderful." When Jiang Erqin brought people to dig wells, they were astonished to find that the fields had been planted with herbs and fruit trees overnight. Qiao Wan explained, "After you left yesterday, the medicinal herbs and fruit trees we ordered arrived. The shopkeeper, being generous, worried we might struggle, so he had someone plant them for us. We only need to water them regularly." No one doubted her. Originally, Qiao Wan had planned to cultivate the land and grow medicinal herbs, and with the planting completed, there was nothing to question. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Erqin," Qiao Wan replied with a smile. Since her mother had awakened, she had not watered the medicinal fields or vegetable plots. A child with a mother is a treasure. Her mother wouldn't even allow her to carry a bucket or toil in the fields, treating her as a precious gem. Chapter 47. Procuring medicinal seeds. Jiang Erqin's well-digging crew surveyed the area and ultimately selected 2 sites near the foot of the mountain. The well-diggers, seasoned in their craft, pointed to Nyosho Mountain and remarked, "We live off the mountain. The groundwater beneath Nyosho Mountain is abundant, ensuring a steady supply." Qiao Kui noted, indicating 3 locations for well digging, ensuring that they would not raise suspicion about her magical watering of the land. Each well cost 15 taels of silver. Qiao Kui provided 5 as a deposit, agreeing to pay 10 upon completion of the first well and also offering a deposit for the second well. The well diggers, delighted with the substantial work, eagerly set to their task, determined to work diligently. Meanwhile, Jiang Erqin led the villagers of Lushui to dig a pond by the riverbank, planning to channel water from Yunhui River into it. This was a project more arduous than clearing land, demanding significant time and effort. The employer was kind, with modest expectations, providing daily wages of 41, ensuring stable work for them over the next 2 months. Everyone was cheerful, laboring fervently. Grandma Hua and her daughter-in-law remained busy preparing lunch. Knowing that Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan were heading to the temple fair to procure supplies, Tian Xinghua instructed her eldest son, Jiang Chunsheng, to harness the ox cart. Since taking on the work for the Qiao family, the Jiang family had not attended the market fair for 2 consecutive times. There was little to sell. They had sold the chickens and ducks they had hatched to the Qiao family, and a new batch had yet to emerge. The able-bodied members of the family were all engaged in this work, leaving no time to gather firewood in the mountains. When the fair arrived, they directly went to Shinong Hall to find Qi Xing. Qi Xing assumed Qiao Wan had discovered another precious herb, Although the last batch of Shijiao had not secured a connection with its Sin family, it had still earned her 800 taels of silver. No one was more generous than the young Sin Lord. Upon learning that Qiao Kui intended to purchase medicinal seeds, she warmly welcomed them, saying, "What do you wish to buy? Our Shinong Hall has branches in all 36 prefectures and 128 counties, even including the northern region of Shuezong and the distant western Tian Shui Kingdom. We have a wide array of medicinal seeds to ensure your satisfaction." Qiao Wan presented her meticulously prepared list of medicinal seeds, documenting herbs she was well acquainted with from both her past and present lives to maximize her potential yield. Qi Xiying, glancing through it with remarkable speed, quickly understood that the listed herbs were relatively common and abundant in the Nyosho mountain range, perfectly aligning with what her Shinong Hall had in stock. Shinong Hall was never lacking in medicinal herbs and seeds. "I will have someone fetch them for you right away. As for the price, it is negotiable. We are old customers, and I am quite fond of Wan. I shall grant you a 20% discount." Naturally, Qiao Wan was pleased to save money. However, Qiao Kui desired more than just these items. "Qiao, we desire more than just these. What other medicinal herbs do you have? Please bring them all forth. I wish to purchase additional quantities." The medicinal herbs abundant in Nishu Mountain are commonly collected by local foragers, thus their prices are naturally modest. To achieve greater profits, one must cultivate varieties not found locally. Whether they can thrive or not is a matter for her alone. Her boldness caught Qiying's attention. She appreciated such straightforward individuals. Without uttering a single superfluous word, Qiying instructed her staff to present all the medicinal herbs currently available at Tiang for Qiao Kui's inspection, allowing her to make her selections at will. Qiao Kui directed Qiao Wan to choose from the herbs listed, while she herself began selecting herbs that thrived in other regions. Of the 300 mu of land, aside from the barren riverbank, she intended to reserve space for wheat, rice, and vegetables, while the remaining 200 mu would be dedicated to fruit trees, gourds, and medicinal herbs. A diversified selection of herbs was essential for maximizing profits. Moreover, these herbs need not be planted right at her doorstep. The entirety of Nishu Mountain served as her personal garden. Qiao Kui, endowed with the ML-ing root, possessed an innate affinity for plants and could distinctly sense the vitality within each seed. Observing Qiao Kui sift through a collection of seeds with unrestrained spontaneity, Qiying initially considered stepping forward to make an introduction, but ultimately refrained. Some treasures are indeed worth pursuing based solely on a fleeting connection. In the end, Qiao Kui selected 232 varieties of herbs, comprising seeds from various prefectures, including those from Suxiying-gu, Tianshu-gu, and even farther lands. These were the seeds that resonated most vibrantly with Qiao Kui's ML-ing aura, coupled with the 108 varieties chosen by Qiao Wan. Each weighing 2 taels, the total was substantial. Qiying suppressed her excitement, retrieving an abacus and ledger to calculate the total cost personally. The sound of jade beads clacking echoed as her fingers deftly maneuvered, swiftly yielding a result. The total amounted to 935 taels of silver, significantly cheaper than what Qiao Kui had previously paid at the grain shop. These figures represented precious data meticulously gathered and recorded by Qi's staff during their inquiries. Qiao Wan carefully stored away the thick ledger. Qiying, with unwavering authority, offered an 8% discount, reducing the total to 748 taels, causing her heart to ache at her own impulsiveness. She regretted her hasty words, realizing that had she known the Qiao family intended to purchase such a large quantity, she would never have dared to make such a proposition. Despite her internal turmoil, her face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. "Qomeg, dear niece, henceforth, all your medicinal herbs must be supplied to Tiang. I hope we can establish a long-term partnership." Qiao Kui nodded in agreement, of course. "As long as Qiao is at Tiang, all our medicinal herbs will be sold to you." With Qiao Kui's assurance, Qiying's joy was palpable. She felt the trust bestowed upon her. Qiao Kui instructed Qiao Wan to count the silver, to which Qiao Wan retrieved a wooden box from her satchel, presenting it to Qiying. "May I use this for our transaction?" A glance at the box filled with golden leaves widened the smile on Qiyang's face. This is splendid. Currently, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 9 taels of silver. I shall have the balance weighed. Qiao Wan allowed Qiyang to weigh 800 taels of silver, retaining the remaining golden leaves for herself, much to the delight of the rotund shopkeeper. Typically, customers preferred the fatty cuts of meat, with bones being the least desirable. Yet, this unsuspecting buyer was purchasing lean meat that could not yield oil. The shopkeeper generously provided ample portions, even adding a couple of bones as a bonus. Chapter 48. The grand purchase. The two ventured to the market with their meat, yet failed to procure the lotus root needed for their pond. This outcome was anticipated by Qiao Kui. Lotus roots are costly, valued as ornamental treasures in the gardens of the affluent and frequented by literati and aristocrats alike. Qiao Kui had once witnessed the blooming lotuses in the pond of the Liu family, which were ethereal and resplendent without being garish. Next, they visited the grain shop, with a plump shopkeeper's eyes narrowed into slits upon seeing Qiao Kui and her daughter enter. "What may I assist you with today, esteemed guests?" Qiao Wan instinctively tightened her grip on her purse, feeling as though the shopkeeper regarded them as easy prey. No matter how grand your claims, this time I shall remain resolute, she thought. However, Qiao Kui held no such reservations, stating directly, "We wish to purchase some seeds. Please present all the available varieties." "Certainly, esteemed customers, please follow me. Our grain seeds are the most comprehensive in the entire fair and even in the neighboring counties. Whatever others possess, I have, and what they lack, I also offer, ensuring you will not find a second source," boasted the shopkeeper, personally leading Qiao Kui and her daughter to the 4-story shelving on the left side of the store. The wooden cabinets were filled with white fabric bags, while a rectangular wooden sign hung above, indicating the contents. "This is our meticulously selected premium rice seed, plump, high-yielding grains. This is soybean, and here we have corn from Teen Shigu, sweet potatoes, each one substantial enough to constitute a meal for an adult." Although Qiao Kui possessed great abilities, she could not defy natural laws to cultivate crops. A mere novice in the Qi cultivation stage could not contend with the scholarly and martial prowess of the entire DQ. She had no delusions of grandeur. A modest endeavor of growing vegetables and herbs was sufficient for her purposes. As for winter wheat, she had never heard of anyone in Xingf successfully cultivating it, indicating that the region was unsuitable for such crops. The shopkeeper was merely attempting to offload unsellable stock onto them. "Indeed, that is accurate," Qiao Kui acknowledged, though her gaze lingered on the bag of winter wheat. Unfazed, the shopkeeper, with a wry smile, began to present various fruit seed options. The last time they had visited, they had purchased vegetable seeds. This time, Qiao Kui ordered 10 varieties of fruit saplings, each consisting of 50 plants. The shopkeeper resumed his cheerful demeanor, calculating in his mind. "We currently do not have these saplings in stock. They must be sourced from elsewhere." Qiao Kui inquired, "How long will that take?" "Over 3 months. After some consideration, Qiao Kui decisively declined the offer. Thus, she only purchased a selection of vegetable and flower seeds. The shopkeeper continued to beam, knowing that the exotic fruits she had chosen from various regions would naturally command a higher price. Qiao Wan clutched her purse tightly, watching it gradually become emptier. However, this time, Qiao Kui ensured Qiao Wan had the first opportunity to negotiate. Ultimately, Qiao Kui turned her attention to the winter wheat, saying, "Having purchased so much, you must sell that to me as well." Certainly. Since you both agree, I shall offer you a discount. Typically, this is sold at 60 won per dough, but today it shall be 55 won per dough." Qiao Wan could barely contain her amusement. The shopkeeper's intentions were all too clear. Did he truly believe they were so easily deceived? This winter wheat, which could not yield anything, was being offered at a grain price. Thus, we shall forego this purchase. Additionally, given the shopkeeper's lack of sincerity in business, we shall not engage in further transactions. Let us seek another vendor, mother. Qiao Kui nodded. That is reasonable. Realizing the two were resolute in their decision, the shopkeeper bit the bullet and offered a final price. 41. I cannot go lower. I will give you 5 stone. Qiao Kui calculated in her mind. 1 stone of wheat could cultivate 2 mu of land, and 5 stone would approximately cover 10 mu. By next April at the latest, the uncultivated land would yield returns, alleviating her immediate concerns. Very well, she agreed. Seeing Qiao Kui acquiesce, Qiao Wan reluctantly followed suit. though she wondered why her mother was purchasing this when they could simply buy fine white flour. The grain seeds were meticulously chosen and were twice the price of ordinary wheat. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, quickly calling over an assistant to pack the bags, feeling relieved to finally rid himself of this burden, yielding a small profit. As for whether the two intended to experiment with planting or use the grain for milling, that was of no concern to him. They purchased a considerable amount, with the assistants weighing and bagging a variety of vegetables, flowers, and fruits, along with 5 stone of winter wheat seeds. And Qiao Wan paid a total of 123 taels and 50 coins. Qiao Wan touched her withered purse, her mind a tumult of thoughts regarding the impending expenses for digging a well, hiring labor for pond excavation, and employing hands for farming. Such matters weighed heavily on her mind. In contrast, Qiao Kui appeared quite content, leading the way with a bundle in hand. As the two passed by Cinc, the temple was bustling with devotees, incense wafting through the air. Qiao Kui spotted Lin Wenxian trailing behind a man, both entering the temple in tandem. Unbeknownst to Qiao Wan, who lacked the ability to discern what Qiao Kui had seen, she remained unperturbed. Pointing to a wonton stall by the roadside, Qiao Kui said, "Dear one, I am famished. Let us eat before we proceed." Naturally, Qiao Wan acquiesced, but her thoughts turned to Jiang Chunsheng, who was tasked with guarding their medicinal seeds. "What about Go?" she pondered. "No worries," Qiao Kui replied, gesturing towards the nearby Baozi shop. "Let's bring him 5 meat buns." While waiting for their wontons, Qiao Kui ventured into a neighboring bookstore, and it was only when the wontons were served that Qiao Wan saw her return with a parcel. "Mother, the wontons are ready. Come and eat. What did you buy?" Qiao Kui sat down, casually placing the items on the table before eagerly picking up her chopsticks. "Some paper and ink. We shall often need these at home." The wontons were delectable, and they indulged until Qiao Kui ordered another bowl before they finally ceased. Under the blazing sun, a bullock cart was tethered beneath the shade of a large tree, where Jiang Chunsheng awaited, enduring the heat and thirst without straying even a step. "Go, you have worked hard. Here is lunch we brought for you. Please eat," Qiao Wan said, extending the paper-wrapped meat buns to Jiang Chunsheng. And then she went to the tea stall to purchase a bowl of cool tea. Upon receiving the 5 large meat buns, Jiang Chunsheng felt a rush of nervousness. His hands trembling, he flashed a simple smile and hurriedly thanked Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan. He cautiously consumed 2 buns and drank 3 bowls of tea, wrapping the remaining 3 and carefully placing them in his bosom. The 2 women observed without pressing him further. After he organized his belongings, he drove the cart back. Inside Cinc, Lin Wenxian and his mentor Li Qingfeng awaited quietly in a side chamber. Li Qingfeng, around 40 years old, had a lean appearance and a scholarly demeanor, clad in a blue robe that glimmered with the dew of bamboo. Observing Lin Wenxian bowing respectfully, he spoke in a gentle tone. "In my youth, I had the fortune of a brief encounter with Master Xuanyue, which allowed me to seek his guidance. I can only accompany you thus far. Your future lies in your own hands." Lin Wenxian clasped his hands in gratitude and replied earnestly, "Thank you, Master. I hold your kindness in my heart and will strive diligently to repay your grace if I achieve success one day." To think that the Master knew someone of Xuanyue's standing. If only he had been introduced earlier, he would not have languished in obscurity. Li Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Lin Wenxian as the most promising of his students, known for his earnestness and integrity. Soon, a young monk entered, prompting Li Qingfeng to rise. Both men fixed their gazes on the newcomer. The young monk joined his palms and addressed them. "Esteemed patrons, the Master summons you." Upon encountering Master Xuanyue, who appeared to be of similar age to Li Qingfeng, Lin Wenxian felt a jolt of astonishment. He had heard that Master Xuanyue had lived for 327 years and yet looked so youthful. His heart raced with excitement, for after attaining the half-saint realm, one could extend their lifespan to 500 years, retaining eternal youth and immunity to malevolent forces. However, as he met the depths of Xuanyue's penetrating gaze, an involuntary shiver ran through him, and he found himself kneeling. "I am Lin Wenxian, paying my respects to Master Xuanyue." Li Qingfeng raised an eyebrow at Lin Wenxian's slow reaction, but quickly regained his composure. It was customary for all to respond this way to the Master, as the half-saint realm was a dream for all cultivators of the literary arts. Master Xuanyue sat upon a mat, gesturing slightly, causing the hem of his moon-white robe to flutter. Lin Wenxian felt an unseen force supporting his knees, lifting him to a standing position. He was further astounded. This was the power of literary wisdom that required no incantation. Li Qingfeng bowed, offering a hand in greeting, his tone imbued with humility. Master Xuanjue, it has been 10 years since we last met, yet your presence remains as commanding as ever. Indeed, it has been many years, Li. I trust you have fared well. Li Qingfeng struggled to maintain his composure, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. I have been well, and I owe my advancement to the guidance of the master. However, I have been slow of wit, and my cultivation has stagnated over the years. Li Qingfeng explained his purpose. This is my student, Lin Wenxian. He possesses commendable talent, but has faced misfortune and has yet to progress. I humbly request the master's guidance. Hearing this, Lin Wenxian tensed, bowing his head lower, listening attentively. His anxiety was palpable, a sense of urgency gnawing at him. Fate dictates one's path. What is meant to be will come in due time. What is not meant to be should not be forced. Master Xuanjue spoke softly, reassuring Lin Wenxian. On the path of cultivation, diligence is as crucial as talent. The heavens reward those who labor earnestly. I sense that your fortunes have recently been troubled, affecting your ability to attain tranquility in your practice. Lin Wenxian was taken aback, reflecting on his recent experiences, and replied, Indeed, ever since I unexpectedly failed my examinations at Xinjiang Prefecture, I have struggled to focus on my cultivation. At times, I find my mind wandering, plagued by restlessness. Li Qingfeng was startled, observing Lin Wenxian anew, unaware of his student's recent turmoil. Lin Wenxian had maintained his usual demeanor, respectful and diligent in his studies. A moment of silence enveloped them as Li Qingfeng fell into contemplation. Step forward. Let me examine you. Master Xuanjue beckoned. Lin Wenxian approached, extending his wrist as the master placed 2 fingers upon it. Time passed slowly in the stillness of the room, the noise of the outside world fading away. Master Xuanjue remained focused on Lin Wenxian's wrist, his brow furrowing in concentration. Li Qingfeng and Lin Wenxian found themselves holding their breath, their anxiety mounting. After a long pause, Master Xuanjue finally released Lin Wenxian, his expression grave. From what I discern, your condition is likely due to the effects of a certain substance. Prolonged consumption may have damaged your literary foundation, causing regression in your cultivation and clouding your mind, rendering you akin to an ordinary person. Lin Wenxian's face turned pale at the prospect, fear gripping him. Have you taken any pills recently? Li Qingfeng pressed urgently. Lin Wenxian's expression shifted as he hesitated, suppressing his anger. He had been unable to cultivate smoothly in recent days, and his agitation had led him to consume various pills, now regretting his decisions. Master Xuanjue opened an empty vial and sniffed it, his brow furrowing further. He passed the vial to Li Qingfeng. In my humble opinion, this is not a tranquilizing elixir, but rather something detrimental to one's intellect. Lin Wenxian, tell me swiftly, where did this come from? Li Qingfeng's expression turned serious. As they exited Cai NC, Lin Wenxian felt disoriented, the sun beating down fiercely upon him, and he struggled to suppress his rising anger. His mother, who professed to care for him so deeply, had resorted to purchasing counterfeit pills, jeopardizing his cultivation for the sake of money. Suppressing his burgeoning rage, Lin Wenxian followed closely behind Li Qingfeng as they navigated through the crowd. Li Qingfeng lamented, Today, we owe a debt of gratitude to Master Xuanjue for uncovering your plight and providing healing. Otherwise, you could have spent another 20 years with no progress. Lin Wenxian lowered his head further, concealing his true feelings from Li Qingfeng. I'm grateful for your recommendation, Master. I shall never forget your kindness. Li Qingfeng nodded slightly, feeling satisfied with the day's events. Not only had Master Xuanjue guided Lin Wenxian in his cultivation, but he had also identified his affliction. Watching Li Qingfeng depart, Lin Wenxian could no longer contain his tumultuous emotions. The turmoil was unbearable, truly unbearable. His mind was a haze, leaving only a singular intent. He yearned for violence. The demons within him clamored for release, compelling Lin Wenxian to stumble through the throngs of people. Hey, watch where you're going. You bumped into someone. Are you going to hit me? Lin Wenxian kicked over the farmer's burden and shoved him aside. Get lost. The farmer wished to understand the theory. Yet upon encountering the fierce gaze of the youth, he was struck with terror, watching helplessly as the boy vanished into the crowd. Chapter 50. The Formation of Talismans. After Chu Yin escaped from Longting Mountain, the herbalist girl mysteriously disappeared. In the ensuing 2 years, Chu Yan's old injuries healed, and his strength increased significantly, allowing him to break through to the 7th rank of the Xian realm. That same year, the Minister of Revenue was discovered to be a spy for the Shuetsong Kingdom, prompting the court to send Chu Yin to lead an army to eliminate the threat. In response, Shuetsong dispatched a 7th-rank martial expert and 2 6th-rank literary masters to assist. The two sides battled fiercely at Shueliang Pass for 3 days. The conflict was so intense that the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Ultimately, Chu Yin employed the literary skill of 1,000 Miles Frozen to encircle the minister's family and the 3 experts from Shuetsong, transforming his bow into a full moon and striking down the 7th-rank martial expert. The minister's family, comprising 36 members, including the minister's daughter Jiang Shangwei, who had once admired him, perished, with none surviving. Chu Yin gained fame from this battle and now holds the esteemed position of Minister of War. However, it puzzled many how Jiang Shangwei, who had assisted Chu Yin in his escape from Longting Mountain, could be so swiftly killed by her benefactor. Such ruthlessness and cold-heartedness provoked further concern about the whereabouts of the herbalist girl. Had she been buried by the furious Chu Yin in a tavern? The old man, Mo, stroked his beard, his gaze slightly hazy as he listened to the crowd's confusion and gossip, letting out a soft sigh. This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to actual events is coincidental. Instantly, a chorus of curses erupted, creating a cacophony. In a secluded corner of the tavern's back alley, blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Several wild cats lay in grotesque positions, while Lin Wenxian stood among them, his hands stained with crimson, his gaze indifferent. They would resume their work when the sun was less fierce. Oh, Sister Kui has bought so much. It was all seeds, and she would need to trouble Aunt Tian and Brother Jiang for assistance later. Qiao Kui alighted from the carriage, helping Qiao Wan down as well. Upon hearing this, Tian Xinghua's face brightened. Sister Kui, do not worry. We may not have other skills, but we are adept at tending to crops, and we will certainly take care of this for you. When she saw the winter wheat in the cloth bag, Tian Xinghua's smile froze, and she asked uncertainly, Sister, did you buy this to eat? Ah, you must have been deceived, for no one in Xinjiang Prefecture grows winter wheat. Qiao Wan glanced at Qiao Kui, noticing her calm demeanor, and her earlier worries dissipated. After all, where there is a mother, there is a way. Was it that no one could grow it, or that they simply would not? Or perhaps they could not sustain it. Qiao Kui pressed these questions in succession. Tian Xinghua was left speechless, her mind buzzing. They certainly knew how to farm, but in Xinjiang Prefecture, no one planted winter wheat. Their fields were limited and with poor soil fertility. They would nurture the land after the autumn harvest to ensure a good yield for the following year. Otherwise, neglecting the land or planting other crops after the autumn harvest would deplete the soil's nutrients, making it impossible to cultivate in spring, and how would the family survive? As for whether it would grow successfully, she truly did not know. She only knew that in Xinjiang Prefecture, no one would plant winter wheat. After understanding this, Qiao Kui realized that these farmers surprisingly did not practice composting. It was not that they couldn't compost. Rather, the results were poor. Thus, after the autumn harvest, they prefer to leave the land fallow to grow grass rather than plant food. Therefore, there were reasons behind their avoidance of winter wheat. Tian Xinghua opened her mouth, unsure of how to dissuade her, worried that she might irritate Qiao Kui and lose this rare opportunity. She merely said, in our Xinjiang region, there were once people who cultivated winter wheat, but due to poor yields and adverse effects on the following year's harvest, no one continues to plant it. However, Sister Kui, it wouldn't hurt to try here. Leaving new land fallow is wasteful. After saying this, she went to help Jiang Erqin and his son move things. Once everything was in place, Qiao Wan discussed with Tian Xinghua the need to invite 10 more people tomorrow to help sow the medicinal and vegetable seeds. The quantity was too large for just her and her mother to manage, so hiring help was essential. Tian Xinghua agreed eagerly, though inwardly, she wondered if planting some medicinal herbs and vegetables would be feasible alongside the winter wheat. Would they be throwing their money away? As the sun dipped low in the sky, Jiang Erqin and his workers commenced their tasks again, and after a morning of labor, the pond began to take shape. It was expected to be deepened by 3 feet within a month, with water from Yunhui River flowing in. She was currently at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi training, and forming talismans was not difficult. Combined with her previous experience, she was quite adept. It was time to use some talismans to aid herself. The Qing Xin talisman. It allows one to achieve clarity of mind, purifying thoughts, and dispelling chaotic emotions, stabilizing the spirit, akin to the tranquilizing pills consumed during cultivation. The Shield talisman forms a protective barrier around the body. With her current spiritual power, it can withstand a full-force strike from third-rank scholars and martial experts. By drawing a few more, she could protect her dear one. The Fireball talisman releases a fireball with the power of second-rank literary skill. It can be used for attack and, more importantly, to ignite fires as her cultivation advances. The power of the Fireball talisman would undoubtedly increase. The Divine Movement talisman, as the name suggests. The Binding talisman, the Exorcism talisman, the Evasion talisman, and the Puppet talisman. Though the materials were limited, and the talisman paper was not of the highest quality, and the ink and brush were not magical tools, Qiao Kui understood that the efficacy of the talismans produced would be significantly diminished, yet they would suffice. By the time her spiritual power was exhausted, Qiao Kui had crafted a total of 50 talismans of various types. She nodded in satisfaction, selecting 2 of each type, folding them neatly, and preparing to give them to her dear one for protection. She concealed spiritual energy mechanisms within each talisman. With a gentle effort, the talismans would activate. Wanner, it has been quite some time since I last saw you. How have you been? After several days apart, Quan's tone remained gentle. And Quan, I am well. I heard there was an incident in the village recently, and that Wenjing suffered. Is she better now? Qiao Wan referred to the matter concerning Lin Wenjing witnessing her uncle Lin Changji's misconduct. Quan's eyes flickered, harboring resentment towards the village's gossip mongers who spread rumors across the river. Day after day, they did nothing productive. How had they not been drowned by the waters of Yunhui River? Who did you hear that from? She is perfectly fine. I have her doing needlework at home and have not allowed her to visit you. Qiao Wan smirked internally. Quan remained as hypocritical as ever. Although she had not entered the village, she was aware of the events unfolding there, as rumors had spread widely, and Lin Wenjing had been hiding. Too ashamed to show her face. Chapter 51. We are good sisters. Although the other party was her uncle, had their actions not been discovered, the Lin family could have dealt with the matter privately, avoiding any scandal. However, Lin Wenjing's cries had been so loud that many villagers had witnessed the scene. Those who should not have seen it did so, and those who should not have known were informed. There was no way to conceal it. Consequently, Lin Wenjing had spent these days crying in her room, too embarrassed to come out. Qiao Wan had not anticipated that her actions would lead to such significant repercussions. It was both surprising and delightful. She was more eager to learn about Lin Wenjing's situation, whether he had consumed the carefully concocted pills she had prepared, which contained the precious essence of guayu grass. Guayu grass was a rare herb, worth its weight in gold. So that's how it is. I heard she was ruined by Lin Changji. I was worried, but alas, my mother kept me from going to the village. Otherwise, I would have gone to see her. Qiao Wan feigned innocence, expressing concern for her dear sister, each word striking at Quan's nerves. She felt emboldened. Her mother was in the room behind her, and if Quan dared to lay a finger on her, her mother could ensure Quan left standing sideways. Quan's heart seethed with inexplicable anger, struggling to suppress the urge to slap her. This girl had no respect for her elders and was truly ill-mannered. Who told you such nonsense? I will tear their mouth out. Children should not hear such things. Oh, so it was all a fabrication. Then I am relieved. As long as Lin Wenjing's reputation remains intact, I am reassured. Aunt Quan, do you have business here? My mother is resting. Do not disturb her sweet dreams. Upon hearing Qiao Kui's words, Quan felt a jolt of fear. That day, Qiao Kui had indeed struck her hard. Chu Nsha's countenance shifted repeatedly, enduring much in silence. Over the years, she had established an impeccable reputation in the village, alongside a remarkable son, thus maintaining her dignity. Qiao Wan, with a grave expression, stated firmly, in regard to this matter, I was left with no other choice. That day, Wen came over and disrespected my mother with her nonsensical words. Fearing my mother's wrath, I had to strike first, otherwise she would have retaliated more fiercely. After all, I remembered that Wen is a childhood friend and refrained from inflicting serious harm. By the way, is she all right? Is she all right? What about you? Qiao Wan continued relentlessly, unwavering in her stance. Aunt Chuan, you should teach Wnjing better in the future. Beware of the troubles that may arise from careless words. I did not hold it against her. A simple beating sufficed. However, if she inadvertently offends someone else, it would not be so easily resolved. Chu Nsh retorted, listen to yourself. Are you speaking rationally? She should not have come. It nearly drove me to madness. I shall not pursue her misdeeds any further, but you must refrain from using violence. She is still but a child, and Wen would be displeased. Chu Nsh cast a warning glance at Qiao, invoking Lnw Wen to intimidate her, completely disregarding the fact that Qiao was younger than Lnw by half a year. At last, upon mentioning Lnw name, Qiao suppressed her feelings of disgust and inquired, Aunt Chuan, I have not seen Lnw venture outside these past few days. Is he still at home practicing? To what level has he progressed? He has gone to the teacher's residence. The teacher holds him in high regard and has written to summon him for personal guidance. Qiao felt a twinge of disappointment upon not receiving the answer she desired. Could it be that Lnw had not yet consumed the elixir? Given the current circumstances of the Ln family, how could Chu Nsh afford to buy elixirs for him? Each elixir consumed was one less available, and it was possible that Lnw was reluctant to use them. What a pity! She wished to witness Lnw downfall, to see the dreams he had pursued for so long shatter. Noticing Qiao silence, Chu Nsh sighed and continued, our family is not in a good state. We have little to offer him. We can only send him to the teacher. Alas, it is our inadequacy that prevents us from providing him with more resources. Otherwise, with his talent, he should have already advanced to WNYU and entered the court as an official. Within Qiao heart, a cold laughter echoed. Chu Nsh was indeed adept at embellishing her worthless son's reputation. In her past life, had it not been for her grandfather and her own medicinal baths, how could Lnw have achieved success and aspired to marry a noble lady? My mother said that a slow bird must fly first. Hard work can make up for lack of talent. I believe he will surely succeed. Chu Nsh nearly choked on her words. Could she refrain from uttering such inflammatory remarks? Chu Nsh spoke earnestly, tears welling up as she reached an emotional peak, yet Qiao remained unmoved. In the past, had she broached such topics, the old man Qiao would have willingly provided her with medicinal herbs. Qiao was indeed foolish, expecting her future husband to assist her while still desiring to marry into the family. Wen has been diligently practicing. He often declares his intention to achieve success and bring you into a life of wealth. Is that so? Then I can have 10 servants waiting on me, without the need to cook or wash clothes, nor to gather herbs in the mountains. Qiao asked joyfully, her smile radiant. Chu Nsh replied, so, you understood only that one sentence from all I have said. A good life has its prerequisites. Did you grasp that? With a gentle smile, Chu Nsh continued. Of course, when you marry in, you may enjoy a life of ease. I shall have Wen purchase 10 or 8 maidservants to attend to your needs. However, Chu Nsh's tone shifted, growing somber as she added, but I have recently heard from the teacher that Wen is at a critical juncture in his advancement. If he had the assistance of elixirs and medicinal baths, he could successfully ascend to Shi Y. Chu Nsh's gaze bore into Qiao, a silent plea for assistance. It was so apparent that even the most obtuse could comprehend it. Hurry and bring forth the medicinal herbs and supplies. Realizing the implication, Qiao responded, I understand, Aunt Chuan. My mother and I went to purchase seeds for medicinal herbs today. We shall plant them tomorrow, and in 3 years, when they mature, we will deliver them to you. 3 years? By then, the flowers will have wilted. Chu Nsh gritted her teeth in frustration, but continued with a bold face. Wen cannot wait for 3 years. Did not your grandfather leave behind a wealth of medicinal herbs while he was alive? Just provide them for immediate use. But those herbs were all taken by you, were they not? Chu Nsh, disbelieving, felt her temper flare at Qiao continual evasion. Do you not understand that your grandfather promised to betroth you to Wen? I pledged to him on his deathbed that you would be treated as a daughter of the LN family, raised as a cherished daughter. Your grandfather even stated that the family's finances and medicinal herbs were to be at my disposal. Today, you must bring them forth so I can prepare elixirs and baths for W. in Xian to facilitate his advancement into office. In DQ, those with literary aspirations need only to reach Shi and pass the scholar's examination to secure an official position, unlike those who cannot cultivate and must attain a higher degree to enter the bureaucracy. A cold laughter resonated within Qiao heart as she shed her pretense. However, were not my grandfather's possessions meant for my mother? Now that she has awakened, these things naturally belong to her. Furthermore, we have purchased wasteland and hired workers to cultivate it, expending all our funds. I was hoping to seek some assistance from Aunt Chu-En. Chapter 52. Playing with words, Chu-Nsh's heart ached with distress. Qiao-Wan had indeed become shameless. With a weighty tone, she spoke to Qiao-Wan, WNR, you are being unfilial. You squander your grandfather's funds on this useless wasteland, which should have been reserved for W.N. Xian's cultivation expenses. What can I say to you? Qiao-Wan blinked innocently. Aunt Chu-En, you are overthinking it. My grandfather did not specify that this money was for L and W.N. Xian's cultivation. It was meant for my dowry. Are you planning to take the future daughter-in-law's dowry for your own ends? Chu-Nsh's face stiffened, and she stammered. You and W.N. Xian, being young and close, would surely leave the funds for his cultivation. How could that be? My money belongs to my mother and me. It is inconceivable to give it to others. Additionally, we have no medicinal herbs to spare, so Aunt Chu-En, you must devise another plan. Chu-Nsh seethed inwardly. Qiao-Wan was unwilling to part with even a single herb, and she could only wish for W.N. Xian's misfortune. Venner, W.N. Xian is at a crucial moment. Medicinal herbs are of utmost importance. Do not act out of spite and jeopardize his future. Chu-Nsh's demeanor turned submissive, and Qiao-Wan reveled in her triumph. In her past life, they had taken advantage of her, demanding that she gather herbs despite her injuries to provide W.N. Xian with baths. In this life, they would not obtain any herbs from her. Kun, you can see for yourself, my medicinal fields are currently in such condition that they yield no decent herbs. However, with you wholeheartedly considering his future, he will surely prosper. Before her, the medicinal herbs remained as they had been on her last visit, and Chu-Nsh's heart simmered with rage. She could not fathom the transformation. Qiao-Wan had once been obedient and dutiful, but since the passing of the old man Qiao, she had become so shameless. Was this her true nature, or had she been influenced by Qiao Kui? Gazing at the well-formed fields, Chu-Nsh's mind began to devise a plan. Once a tangle of weeds and rocky wilderness, the land had been transformed into orderly plots, with dozens of laborers digging ponds. This was not an impossible venture. If sold to wealthy families, there would undoubtedly be buyers. With determination, Chu-Nsh addressed Qiao-Wan, WNR, I understand your difficulties, but alas, every family has its struggles. We cannot help it. I know you resent me for not formally settling your marriage with W.N. Xian, but I have already promised your grandfather that you would be taken into the LN family as a child bride. This is a commitment I have made. Once you go to the LN family, I will have W.N. Xian's father invite the clan elder to the ancestral hall to have you recorded in the family tree, and you will become the matriarch of our family. Qiao-Wan felt a surge of joy within her. In her past life, she had been a pawn, controlled by others. In this life, she sought to play and toy with them, returning all the suffering she had endured to the LN family. Unexpectedly, the privileges she had never received in her past life were now being offered to her in this one. Regrettably, she no longer needed them. Kun, I fear that will not be possible. My mother has stated that she will make decisions regarding my marriage. She will not allow me to endure hardship in the LN family. S countenance was displeasing, as if she regarded the Lin household as a dragon's lair, enduring grievances. Her Xiangu was a cultivator destined for greatness, poised to soar to the heavens, serving as an official of high rank. Allowing Qiao Wan to enter their abode was a monumental favor, yet she still felt wronged. My dear child, what words are those? You know not what sort of person I am. I have treated you as my own daughter. How could I allow you to suffer? Qiao Wan smiled silently. For all her past grievances stemmed from Quan Shi and Lin Wenxian, both epitomes of hypocrisy. The tales of Lin Wenxian's arduous cultivation and the family's hardships were mere aids, meant to coax her into willingly serving the Lin family as a beast of burden. Moreover, Lin Wenxian would often lament, "My mother has toiled her entire life for the family. Please be more understanding. My sister is still young and naive. Be magnanimous and patient. Once I ascend to my official position, I shall ensure you no longer endure such indignities." Indeed, the Lin family achieved their goal, sparing her from further humiliation. Originally, a verbal agreement existed between Lin's grandfather and her own grandfather, yet no marriage contract was exchanged, and Qiao Wan had never formalized any engagement. Consequently, her mother declared that the marriage was null and void, and thereafter, she would have the final say. Qiao Wan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that her initial wisdom had backfired upon her. "You are unfilial, defying your father's last wishes. This will surely trouble your grandfather's spirit." "Guan stut, Zeppling, Guan on, du I sagota." My grandfather adored my mother. If he were to learn of her recovery, he would certainly smile from beyond. How could he smile? Your mother is disobedient and ungrateful. Old man Lin will surely rest uneasily, unable to be reborn. You dare curse my father? Qiao Kui's voice was icy as she stepped out of the room, each stride exuding pressure. Qiao Wan approached, fanning herself and nodding. "Mother, can you believe Qiao Wan's disrespect?" Wailing. Grandfather treated the Lin family so well during his life, granting every request. All of Lin Wenxian's medicinal herbs were provided by him. Wailing. How could she say such things? Truly, when a person departs, the warmth of tea is lost. Seeing Qiao Kui's frostbitten expression, Qiao Wan staggered back in fear, accidentally falling to the ground and spilling her basket, the dried vegetables scattering about, a mockery of her foolishness. She had entered the village carrying the basket, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, who merely assumed Qiao Wan was delivering goods to the Qiao family, thus gaining a favorable reputation. Today was to be no different, but unfortunately, Qiao Wan would not permit it. Qiao Kui would equally not provide any medicinal herbs. Every 5 days, she would collect stones by the river to alter the medicinal field's formation, all to guard against Qiao Wan and her ilk. It's all a misunderstanding. I was merely speaking casually. Qiao Wan hastily scrambled to her feet, abandoning her basket, and fled in disarray. Qiao Wan chuckled, finding amusement in the situation, relishing the prospect of watching the Lin family gradually falter. If only Lin Wenxian had taken the elixir, the amusement would have been even greater. Regarding the actions of her dear child, Qiao Kui felt somewhat helpless. In her view, directly confronting that family would be more satisfying. Cultivators adhered to the principle of settling scores on the same day, lest the adversary gain the upper hand in the future. However, if her dear child wished to play, then as a mother, she must cooperate. Qiao Kui ushered her inside, presenting her with talismans, stating earnestly, "This is a protective talisman. It must remain with you at all times. This fire talisman can unleash fireballs to attack enemies. This is a swift talisman. If you cannot win, do not hesitate to flee. There is no shame in it. This is a binding talisman." Each type of talisman was given in pairs, with explicit instructions to keep them from prying eyes to avoid trouble. Qiao Wan committed each detail to memory, her heart aflame with excitement. Indeed, her mother was a person of extraordinary capabilities. Chapter 53. Depart at once, just a moment more, and she would have been struck by Qiao Kui. It seemed that until the matter with Qiao Kui was resolved, Qiao Wan would refrain from gathering any medicinal herbs for Xiange. With Qiao Kui as her support, her confidence surged. Qiao Wan scoffed inwardly. She was displeased, for Lin Changyu was deceitful and lazy, disinterested in labor. Their son was of precious lineage, while their daughter had been raised delicately, destined for a high marriage. Thus, the only laborer left in the household was herself. If Qiao Wan were to enter the Lin family, she could be made to handle those tasks, affording Qiao Wan some respite. No, Yao Wan diffusis. She has grown defiant and no longer heeds my words. Lin Changyu was incensed. What? She dares to deny the herbs? This is outrageous. I shall teach her a lesson. Lin Changyu took a few steps before pausing to inquire Qiao Wan, "Are those mud-legged folk from Lushui village still over there?" Guanxi, too furious to lift her eyelids, huffed. "Yes, they're digging ponds." "What ponds?" "They're digging a pool." "How absurd. The entirety of Yunhui River is not for their use." Lin Changyu cursed, feeling rooted to the spot, abandoning thoughts of confronting Qiao Wan. Quan Shi smirked coldly. It was always the same. She knew the color of his intentions at a glance. This household would not function without her. In this regard, Quan Shi found herself powerless. After contemplating, she suggested, there are some medicinal herbs at home, just lacking 2 varieties. Go borrow some from the village head. His grandson is simple-minded and surely lacks foresight. It would be a waste not to prepare these. Lin Changyu found her reasoning sound, nodding in agreement. You are right. I see that boy. Yong is rather foolish. He does not seem capable of cultivation. Our Xiangu was intelligent as a child. It was clear he was gifted. I shall go borrow some. Lin Changyu left to procure the herbs. The medicinal baths used for Wenxian's cultivation were fixed formulas, varying only in the years of the herbs used, which affected their potency. Quan Shi tidied her hair before entering her son's room. My child, I have come in. Lin Wenxian sat by the window, engrossed in his reading. Sunlight streaming through the intricately carved window, casting a glittering halo upon his face. He turned pages, his gaze intent and focused, embodying tranquility amidst the passage of time. The creaking door interrupted the serene ambience, prompting him to set the book down and glance at Quan Shi, his expression ordinary. Quan Shi scrutinized Lin Wenxian's face, her heart aching. Oh dear, you have grown thinner again. I shall kill a chicken later to nourish you. Lin Wenxian remained silent, and Quan Shi continued her monologue. Studying and cultivating are indeed vital, but your health is paramount. Do not neglect your well-being. Lin Wenxian interrupted her incessant chatter, suddenly asking, Mother, where did you purchase the calming elixir last time? Quan Shi, oblivious to her son's cold tone, responded, I always buy it from the herbal hall. Have you run out? Alas, that thief stole the calming elixir I bought. Otherwise, you would not have been without it. She did not speak the truth. The family was financially strained, and she had surely switched to cheaper herbs. Otherwise, he would have been fine had he continued his previous regimen. He had always known of their financial struggles, and the herbs he used for cultivation had been supplied by the Qiao family. Were it not for this, the old man would not have leveraged the situation to wed him to Qiao Wan, that lowly herb gatherer. What status did the Qiao family hold? What status did he possess? They were unworthy of even carrying his shoes. Thinking back to the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Qiao Kui, Lin Wenxian felt a surge of anger. While Quan Shi continued to ramble, Lin Wenxian grew increasingly agitated, reaching out for the calming elixir, only to pause. Master Xianju had instructed him to cease taking the pills. He no longer possessed any calming elixir. We have prepared a medicinal bath for you. You shall soak in it tonight. Lin Wenxian bellowed, Get out. Quan Shi froze, her words lodged in her throat, unable to believe her ears. My child, what did you just say? I did not hear clearly. Lin Wenxian replied, Nothing. I am tired and wish to rest. Please leave, mother. She was certain Qiao Wan had provoked him. How could Xiangu utter such words? Surely, it was that Qiao Wan's doing. Her son was exceedingly thin. She planned to kill a chicken to nourish him, and with time running short, she hurriedly sought out Lin Wenjing to assist in catching a chicken. Lin Wenjing's room was a small space partitioned from the bedroom of the Quan couple, devoid of windows and shrouded in darkness. Lin Wenjing lay on the bed, sound asleep. When she heard Quan calling, she did not respond and remained still. The chicken was meant for her brother, and she could simply sip a few spoonfuls of soup. There was no need for her to exert herself. After calling several times without receiving an answer, Quan assumed her daughter was still grieving over something, and, fearing that continuing to call might disturb her son who was studying, she decided to attend to matters herself. Once the chicken was caught and slaughtered, Quan skillfully plucked its feathers at the kitchen door. Lin Changyu chuckled with satisfaction, remarking that there was no need to give it away as the inspection for Wenxin would not begin until next month. It was of no use to him, and selling it would be more beneficial. He assured that once Yongge conducted the inspection on Wenxin, he would return double the value. Hearing the phrase double, Quan's heart skipped a beat. Double? This man, who did not manage household affairs, was unaware of the value of basic necessities. Did he not know their family situation? Lin Changyu chuckled again, urging her to hurry, claiming that Yongge was not someone capable of cultivation and that the medicine would ultimately benefit them. Quan responded affirmatively and, placing the chicken down, hurried to assist. The medicine required 3 hours to brew, allowing her ample time to prepare chicken soup for her son, keeping her busy. During this time, Lin Wenxian ventured out again. Qiao Kui, upon seeing Lin Wenxian's demeanor, could not help but laugh. Did he think a mere handkerchief would suffice to dismiss someone? No need for that. Whatever her daughter required, she would procure herself. Chapter 54. Striking only the face. Aunt Kui, this is a small token of my esteem, Lin Wenxian said, his face flushed, though inwardly he was fuming. He had never given Qiao Wan gifts. He merely needed to treat her kindly, and she would be devoted to him. Now, having brought something, he found himself unable to offer it. Qiao Kui was truly vexatious. What token? Young Master Lin, having read the classics, should know the propriety of male and female interactions. Lin Wenxian pressed his lips together to explain, I have been betrothed to Wan since childhood, and our relationship is close. So it is only fitting to present her with gifts. Taken aback, he stepped back 2 paces, raising his gaze to meet Qiao Kui's eyes, struggling to argue. Aunt Kui has misunderstood. There's a marriage contract established by our elders. Qiao Kui approached step by step, extending her hand. Bring forth the marriage certificate. Lin Wenxian was momentarily stunned, fully aware of his mother's intentions, to dangle Qiao's family along until he found a more suitable match to abandon the current arrangement. Qiao Wan was a mere herb-gathering girl, and her mother had a notorious reputation. How could such a background possibly befit him? Thus, despite his grandfather's strong support for the union, it had not been formalized, and there was no marriage certificate to present. Seeing his predicament, Qiao Kui smirked, abandoning any pretense of politeness, and launched an attack. Lin Wenxian turned his head, feeling the punch graze his face, sending his hat flying and his hair cascading down in disarray. He had not anticipated Qiao Kui's readiness to engage in physical confrontation, truly confirming Quan's words about her being quite unpredictable. Qiao Kui did not give him a moment to recover and struck again. I will strike only the face. Lin Wenxian hurriedly dodged, reciting, treading snow leaves no trace, the wind rises beneath my feet. A swirling vortex began to form beneath him, lifting Lin Wenxian as he attempted to ride the wind away, yet his speed only elicited laughter from Qiao Kui. Was he so inept as to think his opponent would simply stand by and await his spell? With a swift motion, Qiao Kui dispersed the vortex, causing Lin Wenxian to plummet, utterly bewildered. As Qiao Kui advanced once more, he turned and fled, abandoning all thoughts of Wenxin. Qiao Kui did not pursue him, but instead watched with a cold smile as he retreated in disgrace. Compared to the composed and resourceful Xin Yan, Lin Wenxian was significantly lacking. That evening, the Lin family gathered in the main hall, enjoying fragrant chicken soup when a small creature scurried through a dog hole in the wall. It was heightened, sent by Qiao Wan, carrying something in its mouth, its blue eyes darting around, sniffing the air before making its way straight to the cleansing room. Inside stood a large wooden tub, emanating warmth and the scent of herbs. Heighten circled the tub, remembering its young master's command, and with a gentle leap, dropped the item into the tub. After finishing his meal, Lin Chanyu approached, checking the temperature of the herbal broth, adding 2 buckets of clean water before calling his son to bathe. Heighten, well done. You're such a good boy. Tonight, you shall have meat and bones. Qiao Wan smiled as she lifted Heighten into the air. Qiao Kui, tending to the fire, bore a mischievous smile, noting that the ghostly herb in the medicinal field had lost 2 more leaves. Qiao Wan, undeterred by her previous failure, plotted anew, unwilling to relent until Lin Wenxian was thoroughly dealt with. After landing, Heighten eagerly approached Qiao Kui, nuzzling against her, seeking praise. Qiao Kui raised her finger, sending a spark of spiritual energy into Heighten's mouth, prompting a low, satisfying rumble from the creature. As night deepened, the area around Nyosho Mountain was thick with darkness, an icy chill in the air as a black serpent slithered through the woods. Its massive body brushed against the decaying leaves on the ground, producing a sound like shattering glass. Entwined with vines, it bore several fruit trees clinging to the earth. In Qiao Wan's mind, she saw herself as a diligent and capable mother, yet behind the scenes, she was merely a contractor exploiting free labor. The hefty serpent moved forward with determination, its great form parting the underbrush, creating a path wide enough for a person. Behind, Qiao Kui walked at a leisurely pace, treading softly on the fallen leaves, exuding an air of tranquility. With a flick of her finger, she sent a burst of spiritual energy toward Xiaoqi, who happily accepted it and bounded ahead, occasionally circling trees or burrowing into the ground, startling the countless birds in the forest. At the foot of the mountain, 2 shadowy figures swiftly crossed a wooden bridge, heading toward the Qiao family's small dwelling. Soon, they halted before the quiet, humble abode. One remarked, This is the place, without a doubt. The other nodded, drawing a long sword from his waist, his voice icy. Act swiftly. The pair ascended the steps, expertly prying open the wooden latch of the door and entering the house. They first entered the inner room, discovering it empty. Exchanging glances, they proceeded to the northern chamber. Woof, woof. Where's that dog? One exclaimed as Heighten charged from the shadows, leaping at one of the intruders. The man, amused, swung his sword, missing entirely. Heighten evaded the attack, positioning itself at Qiao Wan's door, barking ferociously, revealing its fangs with a fierce expression. This little creature is amusing, another said, pushing past his companion, sword in hand. With a thrust, he aimed to pierce Heighten. Heighten leaped aside, seizing the opportunity to bite, its teeth sinking deep into the man's flesh. In pain, the man kicked wildly, flinging Heighten away but also tearing a chunk of skin from his own calf, before his companion could mock him. The sound of a window opening echoed from within the house. She's trying to escape. You guard the door while I pursue. With that, he turned to circle around to the back window. The injured man grunted, disregarding the pain, shattering the wooden door with a single stroke of his sword, kicking the splintered remains aside as he rushed into the room. The windows were wide open. Indeed, the person had fled. Before he could think further, as he prepared to leap through the window in pursuit, something dark was hurled at him. He raised his sword to deflect it, but upon contact, the object exploded into a fiery inferno, scorching heat searing his eyes. He cried out in agony, clutching his eyes with one hand, while the other frantically tried to extinguish the flames engulfing him, his mind clouded with confusion. Deep down, he was horrified. How could there be a Wenqin cultivator here? Before the flames could be fully extinguished, a heavy blow struck the back of his head. Qiao Wan, witnessing the figure in black collapse to the ground, discarded her stool and fled. She had awakened the moment Heighten barked, and opening the window was merely a ruse. Her true intention was to hide and ambush. Clutching the talisman her mother had given her tightly, she felt emboldened and dashed straight toward Qiao Kui's room. In the room of Qiao Kui, there was no one present, and Qiao Wan's face turned ashen in an instant. With her mother absent, had she fallen victim to some malevolent scheme? Mother, she called, her voice filled with urgency. At her feet, Heitan barked furiously, nipping at the hem of Qiao Wan's trousers and bounding about. You know where my mother is, don't you? Lead me to her. Heitan barked twice and swiftly dashed toward the direction of the bamboo forest. He had seen Qiao Kui ascend the mountain from this very path earlier in the night, and it was the same route she would take down. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiao Wan followed Heitan, who was pursued by a shadowy figure, moving with formidable speed. The disparity in their abilities was stark. The cloaked figure was soon upon them. From her bosom, Qiao Wan retrieved an object and pressed it against her leg, instantly feeling her body grow light. Her legs, no longer under her control, propelled her forward with newfound swiftness, allowing her to catch up to Heitan. She scooped him into her arms and continued her frantic flight, witnessing the distance between them and the pursuer widen. The cloaked figure couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Interesting, he mused, quickening his pace. Yet he could not match Qiao Wan's speed as she darted into the dense bamboo thicket. How delightful, he smirked, following her into the shadows of the bamboo. The forest was dim, the sound of rustling leaves surrounding them as Qiao Wan's figure vanished from sight. The cloaked figure remained unfazed. Little girl, come out. I see you. He taunted, swinging his sword, which effortlessly fell to bamboo as thick as a wrist. Hidden behind a passion flower, Qiao Wan heard the chaotic sounds and dared not move, biting her lip as her heart raced, tears streaming down her cheeks. Where is mother at this hour? Has she been harmed? After entering the forest, Heitan had fled deeper into the mountains for safety. Qiao Wan held her breath, listening to the sound of bamboo being chopped, which grew ever closer, her fingers tightly clutching the talisman her mother had given her. Suddenly, there was a commotion within the dense passion flower, and the cloaked figure struck out, his sword slicing through the foliage with unstoppable force, piercing the hidden prey behind it. A chick. An object flew toward him from the side, and the cloaked figure's eyes narrowed. Recalling the gruesome fate of his companion, he leaped back to avoid the projectile, which landed and emitted a searing glow, illuminating the astonished expression on his face. Another treasure. If I kill this girl, all will be mine. Realizing she had exposed her hiding place, Qiao Wan fled through the passion flower, heading up the mountain. Once she reached the terrain, her chances of survival would increase. However, The cloaked figure was determined to seize a mere 10-year-old girl, focused solely on her escape. Qiao Wan did not throw anything else, which allowed the cloaked figure to relax and pursue her, raising his sword to strike. Yet, upon contact with Qiao Wan, he felt an unexpected resistance, as though an invisible wall prevented his strike from landing. Something was amiss. Could this girl possess a literary heart? The cloaked figure's expression shifted. For the greatest adversaries of martial artists were those with delicate literary skills, whose unpredictable strategies were nearly impossible to counter. Gathering his strength, he unleashed a powerful blow that sent Qiao Wan flying. Though protected by a shield, she lost control and soared through the air. "Ah!" she cried, closing her eyes as she faced the impending impact with a large tree. In her final moments, a single thought crossed her mind. It's over. I haven't yet avenged the Lin family, and now I'm to perish. Truly, foes should not be allowed to survive into the new year. Yet, she did not collide with the tree. Instead, her body halted midair, as if time itself had frozen. Qiao Wan felt a gentle binding around her waist and cautiously opened her eyes to find herself suspended in the air, ensnared by a vine. The vine softly lowered her to the ground and into Qiao Kui's embrace. Standing before her was not the pursuer, but her mother, along with the previously vanished Heitan. Joy surged through Qiao Wan, quickly followed by a sense of grievance. "Mother, someone's trying to kill us." Qiao Kui set Qiao Wan down on a large stone, her icy gaze concealing the chill within, and spoke gently. "Wait here for me. I will pursue him." "Mother, he is formidable," Qiao Wan protested, grasping her mother's arm to prevent her from going. Heitan, panting heavily, approached and lay beside Qiao Wan. "Good boy. So you want to find Mother to save me?" "Thank you," she said, cradling Heitan and stroking his sleek fur tenderly. In the shadows, not far away, Shaoqi lay quietly. The cloaked figure dashed through the mountains, his heart pounding and sweat pouring down. The moment he witnessed Qiao Wan's rescue, he began to flee. He was no match for her strength and cursed his master for sending them without proper reconnaissance. Two defenseless women? His companion had perished easily at the hands of a mere girl due to underestimating her capabilities, and now he found himself fleeing from an opponent he could hardly comprehend. The cloaked figure moved fluidly through the forest, merging seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. Sensing no pursuit, he finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. Indeed, as long as he ran swiftly, even the wind could not catch him. He enjoyed the exhilarating sensation of freedom, his ears filled with the sound of the wind rushing past, mingling with the scent of decaying leaves, drowning out his frantic breaths and the crunch of twigs beneath his feet. Not even the thorns trying to cling to his clothing could compel him to pause. He was like the wind, leaving no trace behind. In his eyes, a shadow of thorns emerged, drifting through the air. The cloaked figure smiled, skillfully evading it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the thorns ensnared his neck, dragging him forcefully for several meters. The sharp points pierced his skin, blood trickling down his neck. He struggled against the thorns, desperately trying to prevent them from penetrating his throat, but with each thorn he severed, countless others ensnared him, tightening their grip. Ultimately, the cloaked figure became ensnared, the sharp points embedding into his flesh, blood spilling forth. Unable to wield his sword any longer, he could only release a pained wail. "Spare me, Great One. I am but a fool who failed to recognize greatness. Please show mercy." The only response he received was the voice of the wind. Qiao Kui emerged from the shadows, stepping upon the fallen leaves, her eyes like frost. "Who sent you?" she demanded. "If you do not know, then what use are you to me?" Qiao Kui sneered, raising her hand to strike. In Chapter 56, Qi Xing Tang, Qiao Kui halted her hand, causing the thorns to cease their growth, granting the cloaked figure a moment to breathe. "Where is Qi Xing Tang?" he gasped. "It is located at the Tianbao Gambling House on Haitang Street in Xinjiang Prefecture. 2 underground levels housing the branch of Qi Xing Tang. Any guest may purchase a golden die for 100 taels to enter the branch and accept tasks." Upon finishing his words, the cloaked figure's face contorted in agony, his eyes wide as he opened his mouth to speak. Yet no words emerged, only pitiful cries. His hands clenched desperately at the thorns gripping his neck, but it was futile. Soon his head drooped to the side, lifeless. The thorns sprouted anew from his bloodied neck, flourishing with fresh buds. In the forest, Shaoqi quietly approached, seeing Qiao Kui emerge, and came over eagerly, coiling its massive serpentine body into a circle. attempting to appear cute. Qiao Kui disdainfully pushed aside the enormous, oblivious serpent, channeling a spark of spiritual energy into it to calm it down. Awakened from her slumber, Peyton opened her eyes wide, crawling over to gaze at the flicker of spiritual energy. She opened her mouth, her tail wagging in excitement. Qiao Kui generously bestowed a bit of energy upon her, and upon receiving it, Peyton closed her mouth contentedly, a look of bliss on her face. Clean up the evidence, leave no trace behind, Qiao Kui instructed, lifting Qiao Wan and heading homeward. Xiao Qi's massive form slithered through the forest, keeping pace with Qiao Kui, leading the way down the mountain. In the shadows, the unconscious figure clad in black slowly regained consciousness, laboriously rising to his feet, his eyes still searing with pain. After considerable effort, he managed to pry his eyes open, realizing with a bitter pang that he had met with an unexpected defeat. Destined to become the subject of ridicule for Li Jiao, he spat disdainfully and staggered toward the door. Time felt elongated. Surely, Li Jiao had dealt with the two adversaries by now, rendering the reward unattainable. As he shielded his eyes from the light, he cursed under his breath. His peripheral vision caught sight of a black dog crouched by the entrance. The black-clad man felt an overwhelming surge of anger. It was this creature that had brought about his downfall. Instinctively, he reached for the long sword at his back, intent on ending the dog's life in the most brutal manner. However, his hand found only coldness, startling him and causing the air around him to grow still. He felt warmth against the nape of his neck, and a chill of sweat trickled down his spine as he slowly turned his head, his eyes widening in terror. Reflected within them was the sight of a massive python coiled above him, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in the sparse moonlight as it lunged toward him. Fear etched itself as the last emotion on his face. The python consumed the black-clad man without any discomfort, its slender body gliding away just before Qiao Kui descended the mountain. Qiao Wan had already awakened and was speaking softly against Qiao Kui's back. "Mother, did that man catch up?" "No, he escaped." Qiao Kui carried her daughter steadily, each step firm, for in the darkness, every plant served as her eyes. "He won't," Qiao Kui replied coolly, her confident demeanor illuminated by the bright moonlight. Even if his soul escaped, she could still find a way to kill him again. "Mother, there's still one person inside. I knocked him out," Qiao Wan recalled, hastily reminding her. She chose not to mention Xiao Qi's involvement, fearing it might frighten her child. "I wonder who would want to kill us?" Qiao Wan asked, perplexed, unable to fathom who would target them, as they secluded themselves from the villagers. Could it be the Lin family? Perhaps Quan and Lin Wenxian have lost their patience and are resorting to desperate measures? The plan to poison the elixir was executed with utmost caution. They would not know. Today, I had heightened, secretly poisoned Lin Wenxian. But could it be that the poison took effect? The thought sparked a glimmer in Qiao Wan's eyes. The potent drug would surely incapacitate Lin Wenxian within 3 days. Little did she know, Qiao Kui had already replaced it with a slow-acting poison, one that would insidiously infiltrate the body, rendering its effects undetectable until 2 or 3 doses had been administered. Those skilled in medicine often became adept at concocting poisons. In Xinjiang Prefecture, we must remain vigilant henceforth, Qiao Wan said, furrowing her brow as she calculated potential enemies. In Xinxiao village, aside from the Lin family, there was also Lin Lijing, who had been swindled out of 600 taels of silver by her mother. It would not be surprising if he sought vengeance. Who else could there be? As they traversed the dense thickets of clematis, emerging from the bamboo grove, Qiao Wan spotted a bundle of fruit trees by the ridge and exclaimed, "Mother, did you go back up the mountain to find fruit trees again?" "Yes," Qiao Kui replied, moved to tears. Qiao Wan realized her mother tirelessly searched for fruit trees at night to secure a better future for them both, while she herself had rested peacefully at home. Indeed, the life they currently enjoyed was a testament to her mother's relentless sacrifices. Unaware that her daughter was touched by her dedication, Qiao Kui mused, "There is no need for such burdens. It is merely a snake that bears the weight. Mother, I will practice martial arts more diligently from now on. Will you teach me medicine starting tomorrow?" Qiao Kui sighed quietly, advising, "My dear, there is no need for such pressure. Simply let things unfold naturally. You have already put forth great effort." However, Qiao Wan remained resolute, insisting, "But mother, I wish to grow stronger, so I won't be a burden to you. I want to fight alongside you." "There is no need for that. The reality is harsh, and the gap between us is significant. Yet, she could not bring herself to discourage her child. Very well, I will acquiesce, but we shall limit our medical studies to half an hour each day. As they spoke, a small black dog came bounding from the house to greet them, tail wagging excitedly. Heighten, is that person dead? Qiao Wan slipped down from Qiao Kui's back. Woof woof. The response was unclear to Qiao Wan, prompting her to inquire further. Is he still here? Woof woof woof. This time, Heighten understood, darting back into the house and returning to bark incessantly while wagging its tail. The two quickly entered the residence, where silence reigned. Qiao Kui flicked her fingers, igniting a flame that illuminated the oil lamp on the table. Aside from the fallen stool and an untouched sword, there were no other signs, nor any trace of blood. Chapter 57. This assassin lacked professionalism. Once assured they were alone, Qiao Wan bent to retrieve the long sword from the ground, its weight piquing her curiosity as she examined it closely before asking Qiao Kui, "Mother, that man escaped, but why did he leave his sword behind?" "I don't know. Perhaps he was in such a rush that he forgot it." Confused, Qiao Wan pondered. He abandoned his weapon. This assassin is rather unprofessional. Indeed, it seems he must be an amateur, given that he was wounded by you. Do you think he will return to kill us again? Qiao Kui sought to rationalize. No. He likely realized we have no valuables and won't return. He won't find anything. I buried the silver beneath a tree. Qiao Wan smiled, pleased with her clever hiding spot. Who would have imagined she would conceal their wealth outdoors rather than at home? Seeing her daughter believe her, Qiao Kui felt a twinge of doubt, stating, "I will prepare some talismans for you. If anyone comes again, throw them with all your might. One down, and we can bury them beneath the tree as fertilizer." Qiao Wan nodded earnestly, yes. Speaking of talismans, she added, "Mother, that teleportation talisman worked wonderfully, though it didn't last long, and my legs were exhausted afterward." Qiao Kui understood the limitations of the talismans and felt helpless. Without better materials, their efficacy was greatly diminished. It is likely due to your current stamina. You are still young. Once you grow stronger, you won't experience such discomfort. I will prepare some herbs for bathing to enhance your physique, fortify your body, and help you cultivate the courage needed to embark on the martial arts path. Qiao Wan nodded with enthusiasm, realizing after tonight's events that she needed to improve. "Give me the sword. I will find a place to bury it." "Oh." Qiao Wan obediently handed the long sword to Qiao Kui. After their ordeal, neither mother nor daughter felt inclined to sleep. Qiao Wan proposed planting the fruit trees they had brought down mountain. Qiao Kui decisively shook her head. "My dear, you are working so hard. How will you manage to use the earth-turning and spiritual rain techniques? There is no rush. After all you've been through, you must be tired. Rest now. Tomorrow we will rise early to practice martial arts and learn medicine. You cannot do so without energy, and the Jiang family can plant them just the same." After considering this, Qiao Wan felt embarrassed, having forgotten her earlier vows of diligence. After freshening up, she lay in bed but found sleep elusive, her mind replaying the events of the night. Seeing Qiao Kui prepare to leave, she grasped her mother's sleeve, pleading, "Mother, please don't go. Stay with me tonight." Qiao Kui smiled softly. "All right." In the warmth of the blankets, Qiao Wan embraced Qiao Kui's arm, feeling the reassuring warmth of her mother, and joyfully exclaimed, "Mother, having you is wonderful." Qiao Kui gently held her hand, her eyes shimmering with affection, her voice low, "Having you is the greatest happiness of my life." "Hee, mother, I think the same. Mother, sing me a song." Qiao Kui hesitated, pondering for a moment before softly beginning. "The moon is crescent, the flowers fragrant, the night sky descends. Stars twinkle brightly, twinkling into my heart. My dear child drifts into dreamland." Her voice trailed off gently, and Qiao Kui softly patted Qiao Wan, tucking her in snugly, gazing at her sleeping form. And once more, the image of that man resurfaced in her thoughts. The man, aside from bringing her unforeseen calamities, also gifted her this precious daughter. Should they meet again, she might spare his life. As dawn broke, Qiao Wan rose to engage in her morning exercises, fulfilling her promise to grow stronger. By the time Jiang Erqin and the others arrived to dig the pond, Qiao Wan was already drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Tian Xinghua's eyes brightened. It was not her first time witnessing Qiao Wan's martial training, and the thoughts in her heart could no longer be suppressed. Seizing the opportunity while Qiao Kui approached to instruct them to plant trees, Tian Xinghua lingered by her side, inquiring after her well-being and initiating various topics of conversation. The previous day, she had brought 30 fruit saplings down the mountain, each laden with rich soil, and after a night of nurturing under the wood spirit's energy, they remained as vibrant as ever. While planting trees, Jiang Erqin and his companions marveled at Qiao Kui's connections, able to easily transport 5-year-old fruit trees. Indeed, poverty not only limited their lives, but also stifled their imagination. This vast expanse of flourishing orchards represented a wealth they could hardly articulate. Tian Xinghua followed Qiao Kui closely until her mother-in-law urged her to prepare lunch, at which point she hesitantly spoke up. Sister Qiao, I noticed Wan practicing martial arts. Does she have a mentor? Who did she apprentice under? Qiao Kui looked at Tian Xinghua, observing her face gradually redden under her gaze. Tian Xinghua, feeling embarrassed, stammered, My eldest and second sons have considerable strength, and I wish to send them to martial training. There are martial arts schools in town, county, and city where they could go. Her face flushed deeper as she lowered her head. But the fees at the martial arts schools are steep, and if one fails the assessment after 3 months, they're expelled. We truly cannot afford it. By the end, Tian Xinghua could hardly hear her own voice. It was I who taught her. She has no formal mentor, just casual instruction. Tian Xinghua was taken aback, staring at Qiao Kui in disbelief, then thought she had misheard. Sister, you must be joking. How could you practice martial arts? Qiao Kui smiled lightly, unfazed, and retorted, Why wouldn't I? Do you think only fools cannot practice martial arts? Tian Xinghua, plain and sincere, felt a wave of shame wash over her, struggling to explain, No, sister, that's not what I meant. I just sigh. Suddenly, she slapped herself hard, with such force and urgency that her face turned askew, prompting Qiao Kui to wince in sympathy. I'm clumsy with words and don't wish to upset you. I'll go prepare lunch. Tian Xinghua, feeling utterly humiliated, hurriedly fled. She stood still, face flushed with shame before Qiao Kui, only able to lower her head to mask her embarrassment. With newfound joy, Tian Xinghua lifted her head and quickly said, I don't need money. Qiao Kui interrupted her, rising and stepping away, her calm voice resonating in Tian Xinghua's ears like thunder. Chapter 58. Xinyan returns. Tian Xinghua did not spend much time pondering the matter. After lunch, she pulled her husband aside to discuss it, and soon, Jiang Erqin arrived with his 2 sons. We are grateful to Miss Qiao for her generosity in teaching these 2 boys martial arts. Regardless of the outcome, the Jiang family will forever be indebted to you. They shall serve you as sons, loyal to your command. Jiang Erqin spoke with a firm tone. Aside from their poverty, their only asset was loyalty. Kneel. Jiang Chunsheng and his 7-year-old brother, Jiang Qiusheng, bent their knees, ready to kneel, but to their astonishment, they found themselves unable to do so, as if held back by an unseen force. Frustrated, Jiang Erqin kicked one down, shouting, You 2 scoundrels, I commanded you to kneel. After being kicked, the 2 quickly scrambled to their feet, attempting to kneel again, perspiring profusely, their faces flushed, yet despite their efforts, their knees could not touch the ground. Jiang Chunsheng, blushing, explained to Jiang Erqin, Father, it's not that we don't want to, we simply cannot kneel. Jiang Erqin and Tian Xinghua exchanged bewildered glances, realizing something was amiss as they stared at Qiao Kui. Jiang Erqin nodded repeatedly, affirming, We will dedicate our lives to the Qiao family. Should we betray this oath, may the heavens strike down the Jiang family, leaving us without descendants. After this, he compelled his sons to swear an oath to demonstrate their resolve. Qiao Kui nodded in satisfaction. She could trust the Jiang family. The heavens watch over us, and those who cultivate the way value their promises above all. Otherwise, they will eventually be consumed by inner demons. From now on, come to me for training every day from the first watch until the 3rd watch for 3 months. If you cannot develop martial courage by then, there is no need to return. Yes, the Jiang family was ecstatic. They had just witnessed Qiao Kui's capabilities, and even if they were dense as wood, following her teachings would benefit them for a lifetime. Thus, Qiao Wan gained 2 training companions, while Jiang Erqin and Tian Xinghua worked even harder, always considering the Qiao family's interests. After practicing martial arts, the 2 Jiang brothers would remain at the Qiao household to help with chores until the autumn harvest. The autumn harvest was a significant event of the year, requiring meticulous attention. Over the course of half a month, Qiao Kui had little to say. Her pond was not urgent, and she instructed them to return after the harvest. The Qiao family had no worries about the autumn harvest. Qiao Wan diligently practiced her martial arts and learned medicine under Qiao Kui's guidance after lunch. With her extensive knowledge of herbs and their properties, along with Qiao Kui's mentorship, she learned medicine with remarkable efficiency. Qiao Kui also bought her several medical books at the temple fair, further fueling her dedication to learning. One day, after completing a round of the new boxing technique taught by Qiao Kui, Qiao Wan emerged from her bath, refreshed and glowing. As she stepped out, she spotted a carriage approaching over the wooden bridge. It was Yin, whom she had not seen in over a month since their last parting. The 500 taels of silver she had received were mostly spent, and she had nearly forgotten about him. The young driver, still as stoic as ever, reined in the horses. As the carriage came to a steady halt, the dashing Yin lifted the curtain and leaped down. "Miss Qiao, it's a pleasure to see you again." Qiao Wan pursed her lips. The two rascals had returned. "What brings you here?" "The appointed time has not yet arrived." She lamented the state of her precious, freshly sprouted, verdant vegetables that they had previously ravaged. Sensing her displeasure, Yin smiled warmly, casting a sidelong glance at the young driver. "Only you can eat. Miss Qiao must have some psychological scars from our last visit. We are not particularly welcomed, are we?" The young driver, 5 elements, remained stoic, focusing his gaze straight ahead. "Abandon your misguided perceptions. Please recognize yourself rationally." Their silent exchange of glances lasted only a moment, as Yin beamed amicably, retrieving a beautifully crafted brocade box from the carriage. Qiao Wan suddenly remembered that the Mid-Autumn Festival was just around the corner. Yin, with both hands, presented the gift box. 5 elements stood with his sword, feeling a surge of satisfaction, even a sense of vindication. The renowned Qiao was experiencing this day. "Miss Qiao, given their cooperative relationship, it would be inappropriate to refuse. It is never wise to strike a smiling face." With this thought, she accepted the box with both hands, murmuring, "Please take a seat." Qiao Wan set up a table in the courtyard, offering them tea and fruits. The tea was brewed from herbs blended by Qiao Kui, and the fruits were picked for her daughter as snacks. These were all wild foods native to Nyosho Mountain. But thanks to Qiao Kui's nurturing spirit energy, their flavors were distinctively enhanced. Yin savored the tea, finding its ordinary flavor remarkably unique. As he swallowed, a refreshing sensation filled his core, accompanied by a faint medicinal fragrance. Meanwhile, 5 elements had already poured himself a 5th cup. "Yin, you are indulging excessively. Miss Qiao, do you have more of this tea? I would like to purchase 10 pounds for 200 taels." Qiao Wan, this is the legendary foolish son of a landlord. Shaking her head, Qiao Wan resolutely rejects the allure of wealth. How could she part with the tea and fruit her mother painstakingly prepared for her? Not even a fortune could replace it. Yin, filled with disappointment, mused that such fine tea would surely be cherished by his parents and master. Much like the vegetables from the Qiao family, his father remained as stern as ever, reprimanding him for being wasteful and indulging in greed and pleasure. His mother, however, was the one who soothed her, emphasizing the value of humble gifts. She was the mole on his father's heart. Of course, the illustrious Xiaoho would never reveal this truth to Qiao Wan, for that would be akin to slapping his own face. Upon learning that the tea was out of stock, Yin, clutching the banknotes he could not give away, silently poured himself another cup. It seemed there were indeed unspendable silver coins in this world. Chapter 59. The 3 rules Qiao Kui had been practicing by near the medicinal fields. A stone they had long kept. The 2 of them fetched water twice, only stopping when they could no longer discern its flavor. Having quenched his thirst, Yin approached Qiao Kui. "Sister, it has been many days since we last met, yet you remain as radiant as ever." Qiao Kui glanced at him before closing her eyes to meditate again. Unaware of her indifference, Yin drew closer. "It has been a while. I see the fields here have been cultivated. If there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. It would be my honor to help my sister." Wei Xing stood at a distance, wishing he could shut down his senses entirely, unable to bear the sight. The pristine and untainted Xiaoho appeared in such a state. "Are you quite idle?" he asked. "I came specifically to visit my sister before our paths diverged for a long time." Qiao Kui thought Yin might be quite the chatterbox. What should I do if my fists are itching? She pondered whether it was permissible to strike a benefactor. Wei Xing glanced around, searching for something. "What are you looking for?" My young master's face, he replied. Xinyan feigned injury. Sister, you are always so heartless. After encountering Qiao Kui's expressionless gaze, he quickly added, I come to purchase a batch of vegetables. Qiao Kui casually gestured, take whatever can be harvested from what you see. Ah, Xinyan exclaimed with delight, beckoning Wei Xing to begin gathering. He himself dragged out a large basket from the cart, filled to the brim with rice, flour, oil, meat, eggs, and fowl, everything one could desire in substantial quantities. We prefer simplicity in our meals. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Qiao girl. A bowl of rice and a basin of vegetables will suffice, Xinyan shamelessly stated, emphasizing a basin, not just a bowl. Qiao Wan gazed at the basket devoid of fresh greens, speechless. His intentions were glaringly obvious. This was her future benefactor, and she chose to endure. The two busied themselves in the fields until noon, managing to fill the cart. Once again, it was time for the delightful midday meal. The pair ate quickly at the table, striving to maintain the elegance befitting their noble status. However, not a single leaf of the vegetables Qiao Wan prepared remained. She felt irritable looking at the empty basin. She had only eaten to half satisfaction. Yet, upon seeing her benefactor produce a stack of silver, her grievances dissipated. Indeed, Xinyan revealed yet another stack of silver, this time 2,000 taels. Sister, this is my plan. Now that you have cleared the fields and expanded your land, everything you grow, fruits, vegetables, grains, and poultry, will be sold to me. This 2,000 taels, along with the previous 500, serves as a deposit. After that, he produced another 200 taels. This is for today's vegetables. The meaning was clear, 2,500 taels as a deposit, with additional payments for each harvest. What a fortuitous buyer Xinyan was. This little fox was not one to engage in unprepared ventures. During the brief moment of vegetable gathering, he had already learned everything about the Qiao family's current situation. He continued, the Xin family also deals in medicinal herbs. Henceforth, all the herbs you produce can be sold to us. Our prices will be the highest in the Qi. Wei Xing, patting his bulging belly, could hardly contain his scorn for his young master's actions. For a morsel of food, his standards had plummeted. Qiao Wan stared at the pile of silver on the table, hesitating, caught in a dilemma. The prospect of buyers before the crops had even grown meant incoming silver, which should be a joyful matter. Yet, the windfall felt too grand. She questioned its authenticity. Was she already dreaming before nightfall? Qiao Kui harbored no such concerns. Xinyan, cunning as a fox, knew the value of her goods and was eager to monopolize them, revealing his grand ambitions. Realizing this, she picked up the banknotes and handed them to Qiao Wan. Xinyan suppressed his inner joy and asked, Sister, please proceed. First, you may only take what is available in the fields. You cannot make unreasonable demands. Second, you must not take anything without my permission. Third, this matter must not be disclosed to outsiders, or our cooperation will be nullified. As you say, sister, Xinyan nodded, knowing well he would not broadcast this arrangement. Otherwise, how could he procure such fine goods? In recent days, he and Wei Xing had dined on Qiao family's vegetables daily, feeling their cultivation steadily progress. His master's old injuries had eased, and his mentor appeared clearer and more vibrant. All four of them had benefited from consuming Qiao family's produce. Whether in scholarly pursuits or martial valor, advancement in the late stages of the third realm was exceedingly difficult. Each elevation required not only innate talent, but also favorable circumstances. Xinyan, gifted beyond measure, began his training at 4 and had now reached the pinnacle of the 5th-tier scholar. Yet he had stagnated there for 2 years without progress. Holding the banknotes, Qiao Wan's hands trembled slightly. A month prior, she had felt rich holding the 270 taels earned from selling resin wood. Now, clutching 2,200 taels, her heart was beyond description, consumed by a singular thought. She would surely possess even more in the future. Sister, I see many vacant spots in our fields. I have plenty of medicinal herb seeds and seeds for grains and vegetables at home. How about I send some to you? After pondering briefly, Qiao Kui nodded, realizing that with this collaboration, she need not scavenge for seeds any longer. Xinyan, upon receiving her affirmation, felt elated. It seemed his sister did not reject him. People are drawn to strength, and Qiao Kui was strong enough to elude his understanding. Yet, he sensed no threat in her first gaze, only warmth. Thinking of the unfinished pond, Xinyan could not help but say, I also have a pond at home. Do you enjoy koi? I can have someone send some over. The The reds, blues, and greens of the koi, a delightful sight, always lifted one's spirits. Wei Xing's eyelids twitched violently. "Young master, what are you saying? Did you bring your brain with you today?" Qiao Wan was oblivious to the significance of koi and simply knew that Qiao Kui loved fish, shaking her head without hesitation. "No, we want to raise fish and plant lotus to harvest lotus roots." Her unfeasible ideas left Xin Yin feeling utterly disheartened. Wei Xing sighed in relief. His meticulous arrangements would not be contested by Qiao Kui, and Qiao Wan found no grounds for objection. This was a solid partnership. Being evasive would only breed irritation. With plans for lotus root cultivation, they would harvest lotus seeds, paddle on the lake, and gather fruits and vegetables while sharing wine and discussing simple pleasures. Enjoying the serene beauty of the fields together. How delightful. Chapter 60. The thick-skinned Quan family. After their meal, Xin Yin left. Satisfied with the 2 taels of tea leaves received from Qiao Kui, Qiao Wan took 200 taels for household expenses, dividing the remaining silver into 4 portions of 500 taels each, burying them beneath the jujube tree in the medicinal field, treating it as a treasure trove. Unconcerned about being discovered, Qiao Kui felt grateful that her hiding spot was sufficiently deep. Otherwise, she would have been forced to unearth it again. She watched in disbelief as her dear treasure treated the jujube tree as a vault. The exquisite gift box, adorned with intricately carved lotus patterns, captivated Qiao Wan, and the contents inside dazzled her even more. They were mooncakes in 12 colors, each uniquely shaped and designed, but all equally pleasing to the eye, a magnificent sight. Exquisite to the point of evoking reluctance to consume, any attempt to mar this beauty would be a disservice. Qiao Wan was astonished to discover the myriad variations that an ordinary mooncake could take. Unbeknownst to her, these delicacies were produced by the renowned Shi Xiang Zhai in the capital, yet her delight was palpable as she admired them one by one, so engrossed that she was oblivious to Quan's approach. "Wan, from whence does this gift box come?" "It is remarkably beautiful and delicate," Quan remarked, her gaze already fixed upon the box, revealing unabashed greed. As she reached for it, Qiao Wan swiftly tucked it away. "No, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Qiao Wan inquired, furrowing her brow as she locked the gift box in the cabinet, effectively severing Quan's eager gaze. Ever since Qiao Kui had bluntly addressed Lin Wenxian, Qiao Wan had ceased to feign civility. The notion of seniority was irrelevant. Quan was hardly worthy of such respect. Though Quan harbored resentment, she kept it suppressed, having already deduced that the carriage seen earlier was indeed from the Qiao family. Yet she remained unaware that Qiao Kui and her mother had a wealthy relative. Could it be someone from the Qiao family of Xingyang? "Look at you. After just a few days apart, you've grown distant. I came to see you, and besides, we had a chicken slaughtered for the autumn harvest. I thought you might like to join us," Quan said. Qiao Wan scoffed inwardly. The invitation was clearly a ruse to lure her into laboring in the fields. Just as she and her grandfather had been duped before, toiling under the harshest conditions and subsisting on meager rations. It was entirely Quan's fault that her grandfather had passed away so soon. Quan, unwilling to relinquish her hopes for the exquisite gift, was calculating, her intentions evident on her face, which only served to irritate Qiao Wan further. Previously, she had endured Quan's insincerity and pretended to be meek. But now she possessed her mother, precious medicines, and wealth, providing her with unshakable confidence, especially after poisoning Lin Wenxian. She longed for the day when retribution would befall the Lin family. "Tonight, I shall send He Tan again. Last time, he must have forgotten to put the poison in Lin Wenxian's bath," she resolved. Quan, in pursuit of the valuable gift box, attempted to persuade her, "My dear child, why have you grown so distant? We rarely have the chance to slaughter a chicken. I was merely considering you." Qiao Wan responded with a cold laugh, well aware that such words were only believed by Quan herself. Recently, He Tan had been providing consistent supply of game, and, under Qiao Kui's indulgent care, he had grown robust and spirited. Compared to the time of Qiao Lao's recent passing, Qiao Wan had transformed considerably, her beauty and vivacity blossoming. Quan, unable to recognize her, was taken aback by Qiao Wan's radiant appearance. Dressed in simple cotton garments, she was not inferior to the daughters of affluent families in the city, truly deserving of her son. What was she thinking? The chilly tone of Qiao Wan ignited Quan's frustration, yet she could not retort. She had witnessed the formidable nature of Qiao Kui and understood it well. "What has become of you? If only you had listened to me and come to my house." How wonderful it would have been. Quan, intent on the gift box, remained rooted to the spot, incessantly criticizing Qiao Wan's upbringing. Each time, she leaped over Qiao Kui's boundaries. She believed herself to be clever. Qiao Wan found herself amused by Quan's audacity, mocking her lack of decorum while simultaneously seeking to exploit her. Ignoring Quan's disapproving expression, she continued, "My mother made it clear to Lin Wenxian that the engagement between the Qiao and Lin families is null and void. You should not come here anymore. It seems Lin Wenxian has failed to inform you." Quan was momentarily stunned, completely unaware of this development. How could it possibly be null? This engagement was established by our fathers. You two cannot simply disregard it. What about duty and filial piety? Quan's fury escalated, her voice rising, oblivious to whether Qiao Kui could overhear. Although she had never acknowledged the marriage in her heart, she could not allow Qiao Wan to voice it aloud. There was a distinct difference between something one did not desire and something one was rejected by. Qiao Wan could scarcely be bothered to raise her eyelids. Her tone icy and assured. How can it be valid? It was merely a verbal agreement, without a matchmaker or formal engagement. You have taken advantage of us for years, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Naturally, Quan was unwilling to concede this point. She still needed to rely on Qiao Wan's medicinal abilities until Lin Wenxian achieved success. Observing Qiao Wan's indifference, she resorted to invoking her illustrious son. You and Xiange were childhood sweethearts. Do you not wish to marry him? Qiao Wan was thoroughly entertained by Quan's shamelessness, truly a person devoid of shame, unrivaled in her audacity. Previously, she had repeatedly mentioned the cancellation of the engagement, yet Quan feigned ignorance, always performing her heartfelt act before Qiao Wan. Did she truly believe Lin Wenxian was a prized catch, a morsel that even the stray dogs would pounce upon? Not in the slightest. Even if Lin Wenxian were a phoenix from the heavens, she would not covet him. Leave at once, or I shall strike you each time I see you. Qiao Wan retorted, forcibly ushering Quan out the door. Fuming after being expelled, Quan was further incensed by the sight of the carriage that had passed earlier, leading her to suspect ulterior motives. Upon seeing the exquisite gift box, she sought to claim it, only to be met with Qiao Wan's relentless rejection, even asserting that the engagement between their families was void. Humph! An engagement cannot be dismissed by a mere girl, who in Xinxiao village is unaware of the engagement between Lin Wenxian and Qiao Wan. Enjoying mooncakes while admiring the full moon was a novel experience for Qiao Wan. As she savored the delicacies, she exclaimed, "Mother, these mooncakes are delightful. Mine has the flavor of osmanthus. You must try it." She broke off half and offered it to Qiao Kui. "Indeed, quite good. Mine is salted egg yolk. You should sample as well. We ought to make some ourselves." Qiao Wan's face swelled with happiness as she puffed up her cheeks. "Certainly, we can make them," Qiao Kui affirmed. "However, Qiao Wan hesitated, but we lack molds. We cannot replicate these beautiful patterns." "Indeed," Qiao Kui replied, recognizing her precious child as aspirations to rival the exquisite offerings of prestigious establishments. Such ambition should not be stifled. A mother must fulfill her child's every desire. You may prepare the filling. I shall carve the molds tonight. I also wish to make osmanthus-flavored ones, adding some honey, along with chrysanthemum, rose, and jasmine. Qiao Wan expressed her wishes. All of that is possible, Qiao Kui assured her. That night, the flower fields on Niu Shou Mountain suffered greatly. Every bloom was summoned forth by Qiao Kui's spiritual energy, and the most tender and vibrant petals were harvested. She even raided 5 beehives overnight, collecting 10 jars of honey for her cherished child. Upon awakening the next day, Qiao Wan was astonished to find fresh flowers arranged in a basket, glistening with morning dew, hardly believing her eyes. "Mother, where did these come from?" Qiao Kui gestured toward Tan, who was lounging in the corner. He brought them. With a swift motion, Qiao Wan rushed over to embrace the drowsy Tan, lifting him high and twirling in circles, exclaiming joyfully, "Tan, you are simply remarkable." She had never doubted Tan's abilities. A few flowers were nothing compared to the game he had brought down from the mountains. Tan, bewildered, barked twice, unable to comprehend. Qiao Wan then pointed to the 10 jars on the table, stating these were also gathered by Tan. "Ha ha, our little treasure, you are truly incredible. Once I make the mooncakes, I shall share half with you." Delighted barks echoed in response. She poured fine white flour into a basin and added water, her enthusiasm palpable. Qiao Kui, not wishing to interrupt, sat nearby with a piece of wood and a small knife, meticulously carving, following the design of the mooncakes they had tasted yesterday. She carved intricate patterns at her leisure. The delicate art of carving posed no challenge for her. The ingredients included 20 eggs, a hen, a 2-pound piece of fatty pork, a package of mooncakes, a bag of persimmons from Jiang Chunxing's forging in the mountains, and a pair of shoes, each made by their own hands. All the sentiments were encapsulated within these items. Compared to Quan, who only knew how to verbally exploit others, Tian Xinghua was far more deserving of such treasures. After bidding farewell to her guests, Qiao Wan resumed her mooncake-making endeavors. In addition to those flavored with chrysanthemum, osmanthus, rose, and jasmine, she crafted varieties with meat and salted egg yolk fillings, embracing a philosophy of diversity and abundance. As Qiao Kui would say, mooncakes symbolize freedom and indulgence. Reflecting on this, she turned to Lin Changyu and remarked, "Dear, I was considering that we still have the exquisite embroidery made by our Jing girl that hasn't been sold yet. Her craftsmanship is quite commendable, so I thought we could gift 2 handkerchiefs and 2 pouches. What do you think? Such trivial matters shouldn't require his approval, should they?" Meanwhile, the couple next door, Lin Changji and his wife, had begun yet another quarrel. Quan Shi was observing him, awaiting his decision, her demeanor cautious and servile, which provided a modicum of satisfaction to Lin Changyu's irritable heart. He waved his hand, adopting the air of a family patriarch. "It's a trifling matter, you may decide." Indeed, he knew that the head of the household would surely agree. However, she felt that presenting such humble gifts might offend Mr. Li and diminish our CNGE standing. Why not procure some meat and catch a couple of fish to complement it? Upon hearing this, Lin Changyu felt invigorated, extending his hand. "Give me the money. I shall take care of it." Lin Changyu felt a surge of displeasure, rising from his seat. It was precisely what Quan Shi had intended. "I have no silver left. Haven't all the family funds been entrusted to you? Dear, the truth is we truly have no money at home. If you have any, please bring it forth." Lin Changyu repeatedly denied it. No, my pockets are emptier than my face." Seeing this, Quan Shi felt helpless. She had hoped to seize this opportunity to extract Lin Changyu's secret savings, but he denied it, sacrificing his own son's future in the process. After much pleading, Lin Changyu finally consented to catch 2 fish for their son. Quan Shi then made further demands. Angered, she retorted, "Is it a matter of sitting idly in the field for half a day?" Lin Changyu's words were met with disbelief, leading to a brief exchange of heated words, culminating in Lin Changyu delivering a couple of slaps in anger. "What a disrespectful woman, meddling in men's affairs. Why shouldn't I meddle? We're barely able to put food on the table, while you remain carefree and indifferent." Furious, Quan Shi clawed at Lin Changyu's face. Just then, Lin Changji and his wife appeared. Upon seeing the scratch marks on Lin Changyu's face, Lin Changji couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, you seem unable to manage your wife. Look how obedient Wu Shi is." To which Wu Shi replied with a blank expression. Lin Changyu shot a dark glare at his third brother, displeased. "What business is it of yours? We've suffered enough because of you. Leave us be." "Brother, that is not fair. I was merely intoxicated that day, and I vow not to drink again." Lin Changji despised being reminded of that incident, as the village gossips had spread rumors about his inadequacies, leaving him feeling humiliated. Wolves may travel far and feast on meat, but dogs travel far to feast on dung. You are indeed the latter." Quan Shi scoffed unceremoniously. "Hey, men are speaking. Why do women have to interrupt?" Lin Changji retorted, infuriated. Wu Shi quickly grabbed her husband's arm, whispering, "Dear, we came with a purpose. Let us not delay important matters." Lin Changji had no choice but to relent, addressing Lin Changyu and his wife. "We've come to discuss the mid-autumn family banquet. Last year, it was held at my home. This year, it's your turn to arrange the feast. Remember, we cannot skimp on chicken, duck, fish, or meat. We must uphold Xiangu's reputation." Quan Shi spat. "You've disgraced Xiangu, making him lose face. How dare you come here to feast? Dream on. I'll tell you, not a chance." Enraged at the thought of her melancholic daughter and her son locked away in his room, Quan Shi could hardly contain her fury. As Lin Changji seethed, he shot a fierce glance at Quan Shi, then turned to Lin Changyu. "Brother, how do you respond to this?" Lin Changyu remained silent, his meaning clear. Just moments ago, Quan Shi had been lamenting their financial woes, and here he was, poised to dive into the river to catch fish while also preparing a feast for his resentful brother. Lin Changji and his wife would have none of it. Having dined lavishly at her home last year, it was unreasonable for them to receive nothing in return this year. They refused to be bullied. With a darkened expression, Lin Changji pointed at Lin Changyu and his wife, declaring, "Since you've broken the rules, don't blame us for being rude. We will take matters into our own hands." Naturally, Lin Changyu and Quan Shi were unwilling, leading to a physical altercation that escalated from mutual insults to shoving and finally to a brawl. Meanwhile, Lin Wenxian and Lin Wenjing remained hidden in their respective rooms, surrounded by an eerie silence. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers from the neighborhood, and several families friendly with Quan Shi rushed over to mediate, successfully separating the two sides. In the aftermath, Quan Shi wept and lamented while cleaning up the mess, heartbroken over the loss of her cherished cured meats hanging from the beams and the flowers she had saved. Truly, the saying of family in dire straits rang true. Furious, she stormed into Lin Wenjing's room, unleashing a torrent of curses, which soon prompted Lin Wenjing's cries to echo throughout. The black cat adeptly crawled through the wall's crevice. Clutching an object in its mouth, it first ventured to the bathhouse, discovering it empty, then retreated to the kitchen, discarding its find into the water vat outside the Lin family's kitchen. That night, all four of them suffered from severe discomfort, their stomachs churning violently, leading to uncontrollable vomiting and diarrhea, leaving them utterly exhausted and weak. The yard was filled with a foul stench, waste scattered everywhere. Lin Wenxian, being a cultivator and accustomed to medicinal baths, managed to endure the discomfort and sought help from the village's headman, who owned a large estate with numerous workers and servants, purchasing herbs from local gatherers for sale. The headman summoned the village's barefoot doctor, who diagnosed Lin Changyu and the others with dysentery. Under Lin Wenxian's assurance, the doctor provided herbal medicine, which finally offered some relief. Upon awakening, Lin Changyu's first thought was that Lin Changji had orchestrated a revenge plot, poisoning them. A pale Quan Shi echoed his thoughts weakly. It must have been those two. They assaulted us in the afternoon, robbed us of our possessions, and then poisoned us at night, attempting to end our lives. Headman, you must seek justice for us. Lin Wenxian, filled with sorrow, knelt before the headman, pleading, "Three uncles and aunts are wicked. Please, headman, uphold justice for us." The headman furrowed his brow, remaining silent, while Lin Changji and his wife approached. They vehemently denied any wrongdoing, loudly retorting, "What does your stomach trouble have to do with us? We are siblings. Would I risk your lives over trivial matters? You've always been ruthless and vile. What went to you do?" Lin Changyu accused his brother, pointing an accusatory finger. Lin Changji's face flushed with rage, gritting his teeth. "As for ruthlessness, who can rival you? You are nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel. When you were 10, you spied on village women bathing. At 12, you stole a woman's undergarment to play with. Silence. You speak nonsense." Lin Changyu shouted in exasperation, attempting to silence him. However, Lin Changji had already revealed too much, and the gathering neighbors overheard the scandalous gossip. The onlookers were enthralled by the unexpected revelations, their eyes sparkling with excitement. All eyes then turned to Lin Wenxian, who seemed unfortunate to have such a father. Lin Wenxian stood silently to the side, his gaze cast downward. Lin Changyu felt an overwhelming urge to tear Lin Changji apart, panting heavily, trembling as he pointed at him. "I know you have envied me since childhood, jealous of my intelligence, of how our parents favored me, and how they entrusted the majority of the family assets to me after their passing. Your bitterness drives you to spread rumors and seek to ruin me." Lin Changyu was deeply pained, covering his face and weeping, his heartfelt speech eliciting sorrow from those who heard it and tears from those who listened. His neighbors, reflecting on Lin Changyu's mannerisms and contrasting them with those of Lin Changji, quickly found their hearts leaning towards Lin Changyu. Lin Wenxian lifted his head, gazing at Lin Changji's expression of hurt and disappointment, his eyes deep with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, he bent his knees and knelt towards Lin Changji. "Third uncle, I implore you, do not act this way. If it is because of me, I would rather forsake my cultivation than see you two at odds." Lin Lijing raised his head, looking at Lin Wenxian with an expression full of meaning, only to sigh, "Alas, why must you be so?" Villagers had begun to murmur about Lin Changji, and after Lin Wenxian knelt, they voiced their discontent on his behalf. Lin Changji is truly despicable. He misbehaves and yet seeks to slander his elder brother. He is simply envious of Xian Ji's talent and wishes to ruin him. Indeed, Those with talent often attract jealousy. And Lin Wenxian was unfortunate to have such a third uncle. With misfortune at home, Xian Ji's prospects dimmed. Lin Changji grew anxious. His elder brother was adept at feigning sincerity, yet his endless arguments fell on deaf ears. In comparison to the well-regarded Lin Changyu, who had an exemplary son, Lin Changji's reputation, marked by laziness and dishonesty, lacked credibility. People were more inclined to trust Lin Changyu's character. Lin Changyu had already addressed Lin Lijing, saying, "Lin Lijing, although I share the same mother with Lin Changji, today he has harmed my entire family and tarnished my reputation, jeopardizing Xianji's future. I now wish to sever all ties with him. I ask you to stand for me. Indeed, we must cut ties with them and demand 50 taels of silver in compensation," Qianshi added vehemently. Lin Changyu did not oppose Qianshi's proposal, but silently watched Lin Lijing. Naturally, Lin Changji and Wu Shi objected, claiming they were innocent and could not possibly pay. Wu Shi sighed and sat on the ground, beginning to weep. "What does it matter if you have upset your stomach? How dare you attempt to extort silver from us? This is utterly unreasonable." Upon hearing this, Lin Changji grew despondent, and Wu Shi fell silent, both appearing as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. As the farce concluded, everyone dispersed. Aside from the financially wounded Lin Changji's family, others had gained from the situation, concealed among the dense trees outside the Lin residence. Qiao Kui leaped away from the Lin family's domain. With 50 taels of silver received, debts were settled, and there was a slight surplus. Qianshi felt lightheaded, her ailments fading away. Yet, thinking of the exquisite gift box prepared by Qiao Wan, her heart ached. That box was so delicate, it rightfully belonged to her. Yet it had been given to the oblivious Qiao Wan, who was unaware of how it had been mistreated. The festival's offerings were insufficient. Fish still had to be caught. Under the scorching midday sun, Lin Changyu, accompanied by several villagers, went to Yunhui River to fish, dragging along a borrowed net. From a distance, Qiao Kui observed the commotion at Yunhui River, stroking her chin with amusement. Last night, she had replaced the poison Qiao Wan prepared with a harmless powder, causing the Lin family to suffer from stomach ailments. Qiao Wan, witnessing Lin Changyu lively by the riverbank, felt disappointment for quite a while. She had aimed to poison the Lin family, but had chosen a direct and forceful method, caring little for the potential inquiry from authorities. She reasoned that as long as they remained distant from the village, the officials would not trace the matter back to them. Qiao Kui, however, thought otherwise. With so many capable individuals in the world, it was wise to bide one's time to enjoy life. There are countless paths leading to an ending, each with its own scenery. With collective effort, they quickly caught 2 baskets of plum carp. With Lin Changyu's borrowed net monopolizing one basket while the remaining villagers divided the other. His cleverness in borrowing the net from the 5th brother had indeed yielded a bountiful catch. Unbeknownst to him, he encountered his rival, Lin Changji, who was carrying a hoe along the ridge. The sight of an enemy ignited intense animosity, the atmosphere charged with the potential for conflict. Resembling the classic adage that where brave men meet, only one can prevail. "Step aside and let me pass," Lin Changyu demanded. Lin Changji stood firm, coldly scoffing. "What are you to command me? Should I simply move because you say so? You block my path and expect to be in the right? Hurry up and move aside." Lin Changyu's temper flared, and he abandoned his burden to shove Lin Changji. Pain surged through him, igniting his rage, and he retaliated with his carrying pole, striking Lin Changji's head and knocking it askew. Thus, a fierce brawl erupted between them on the ridge, each refusing to yield, escalating from the ridge to the fields, fiercely battling for dominance and targeting each other's vulnerabilities. Lin Changyu resented Lin Changji for exposing his secrets, while Lin Changji despised Lin Changyu for extorting 50 taels from him. Both longed to end the other's life right then. Hidden at a distance, Qiao Kui observed the fight, her eyes alight with amusement. In a prior life, brothers were amiable, with Lin Changji thriving thanks to Lin Changyu. In this life, they battled fiercely over 50 taels. The baskets of fish were overturned, the fish thrashing with their remaining strength, gasping for air under the scorching sun. Qiao Kui deftly flicked her fingers, sending fine needles that vanished into the refracted sunlight, embedding themselves within the fish. Ultimately, Lin Changyu gained the upper hand, delivering a harsh kick to Lin Changji, splattering him with mud and triumphantly leaving with his burden. Meanwhile, From the Lin Changji household came the furious cries of Wu Shi, cursing with abandon, accompanied by Lin Changji's agonized wails that threatened to lift the roof off. Qin Shi, not to be outdone, exchanged shouts with the other side across the courtyard. Having compelled Lin Changji to relinquish 50 taels the night before, Lin Lijing's efforts were commendable, fostering neighborly relations and maintaining social ties. As for Li Qingfeng, Qian Shi added 2 pairs of satin shoes and a garment, instructing Lin Xian to personally deliver them. Before departing, she reminded her son, on the Mid-Autumn Festival, Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan busied themselves early in the kitchen, the fragrant smoke curling into the air. Yet, preoccupied with matters concerning the Lin family, Qiao Wan's mind wandered from the dining table. Observing her distraction, Qiao Kui gently advised, "Dear one, some things need not be rushed. Enjoy the journey." Qiao Wan looked up, sensing her mother's insinuation. "Mother, what do you mean?" Qiao Kui smiled softly, her gaze tender, placing the most tender piece of fish in her bowl. "You know what I mean? You're no longer who you were yesterday. Let go of the past to embrace a new life. Better days await you." Qiao Wan bowed her head in silence, her eyes welling with tears that flowed unbidden. She believed she had concealed her feelings well. Yet her mother was fully aware of everything, allowing her to navigate her own path. Her mother urged her to release the grudges of her past life, and she ought to heed her mother's words. Yet, how could she let go? "Mother, I cannot let go. What should I do?" Qiao Kui wiped away her tears, smiling mysteriously. "What to do? The show is about to begin. Watch with your eyes." Qiao Wan was puzzled, but Qiao Kui continued to eat leisurely, offering no further explanation. Soon, Qiao Wan grasped her mother's meaning. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, as families reunited, every household in Xinxiao village buzzed with activity, each celebrating in their own way. The affluent purchased meat and delicacies for a lavish feast, while those less fortunate prepared as best they could, bringing out their stored grains and frying peanuts for the children as snacks. Those unable to afford meat went fishing in Yunhui River. However, the act of fishing resulted in calamity. At the homes of Lin Lijing, several clan elders of the Lin family, and Lin Changyu's household, numerous individuals found sharp needles in their fish. Some suffered injuries to their tongues, others were choked, and some, tragically, succumbed due to the ordeal. Now, because of this fish incident, the village faced injuries and fatalities, with the only barefoot doctor overwhelmed by the influx of pleas for help. The Lijing family was shrouded in despair, as their precious grandson, Lin Qingyong, had sustained a tongue injury and was currently spitting blood. Lin Qingyong, 6 years old, was spirited and clever, with the whole family eagerly anticipating his upcoming literary assessment. Now, this incident had cast a shadow over their hopes. Lin Lijing's wife embraced her dear grandson, weeping. "Which vile wretch placed needles in the fish, harming my precious child? I shall have their life." Lin Qingyong's mother wiped her tears and bitterly remarked, "Father, mother, the fish was sent by the Lin Chanyu family. They cannot be absolved from this matter." "Father, I inquired at Lin Changyu's home, and they too suffered injuries from a fish. Several other households in the village experienced the same fate after consuming the fish delivered by Lin Chanyu yesterday." Lin's eldest son, enraged, noted that the needle was short and fine. Initially, they thought it was a fish bone, but upon closer inspection under the light, they discovered it was indeed a needle. Such a malevolent act. In that moment, Lin Lijing suddenly realized the true culprit and stood up decisively. "Come with me to apprehend the real perpetrator." The news of such a grave incident spread quickly, and Lin Changji learned of it while he was at home, chuckling with his sinister glee, spitting a thick phlegm against the wall. "Lin Changyu, you have your day of reckoning. May you meet your demise." Wu also laughed, her expression one of satisfaction. As the couple laughed, their door was suddenly kicked open. "Lin Changji, you despicable villain, Xinxiao village cannot harbor you." The next day, Qiao Kui took a stroll around the village and learned the outcome. Lin Changji had been killed, and Wu along with her 3 children had been expelled from Xinxiao village. The one who killed Lin Changji was the son of the deceased clan elder. The elder's eldest son had achieved great success outside, while the younger son remained at home to care for their parents. Both were renowned for their filial piety. Yet, their father lost his life over a mere fish, and in a fit of rage, the younger son unwittingly struck Lin Changji dead. This incident left Lin Changji with no opportunity for appeal. No one even reported his case to the authorities, and Lin Lijing simply deemed it an internal clan affair, thus concluding the matter. The village was engulfed in sorrowful lamentation, the cries mingling with the busy autumn harvest as waves of mourners came forth. They did not mourn Lin Changji, but rather the clan elder who had died unjustly because of a fish. As for Lin Changji, he was cast into an unmarked grave, unattended. Upon learning of Lin Changji's demise, Qiao Wan felt a sense of delight. In her previous life, he and Wu had wronged her deeply, and now one was dead and the other banished, a true vindication. She was unaware that Lin Changji was merely the first of many to face judgment. Qiao Kui was not one to abandon her endeavors midway. With Xinxiao village bustling with the autumn harvest, the two from the Qiao family also began their labor. Xin Yan's efficiency was astonishing. Just 5 days after the Mid-Autumn Festival, 10 horse-drawn carts arrived, parading through the village towards the north of Yunhui River. The robust laborers of Xinxiao village were all engaged in the harvest, naturally noticing this grand occurrence, with some even following the carts to the wooden bridge, witnessing them halt before the Qiao residence. Oh my, how can the Qiao family, a widow with her children, have such distinguished relatives? Extraordinary. Some pointed in astonishment at the formerly barren land belonging to the Qiao family. They realized that the strange rocky hills and wild trees had vanished, replaced by neatly cultivated fields. Everyone was struck with a singular thought. So the Qiao family possesses wealth. Hiding it all along, Lin Lijing was among them. His household had hired laborers and servants, freeing him from manual toil. Thus he found himself more at ease than other villagers. Gazing at the fields across the river, his eyes darkened. All of this was his lost fortune. He no longer wished to wait 3 years. With a cold laugh, he contemptuously regarded the drooling villagers. Only now do you realize the strength of the Qiao family? Too late. The crowd murmured, feeling worse than if they had lost 500 taels of silver. How could a widow possess such vast tracts of land? Many felt a surge of hope, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Qiao Wan was a widow. It was not impossible for a widow to remarry. Among the 10 carts, 7 were filled with seeds for fruit trees, 2 carried laborers sent by Xin Yan, and 1 was a gift prepared for Qiao Kui and her companion. The laborers were all robust men, accompanied by a steward. The steward smiled broadly and bowed to Qiao Kui. Madam Qiao, my young master instructed us to plan all of these for you. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to command us. We are at your service. He was quite considerate. Qiao Kui nodded, her face reflecting satisfaction. Xin Yan was the most reliable buyer she had encountered thus far. He provided the seeds, brought the laborers, and offered emotional support. She could find no one more perfect as a buyer. Chapter 65, The Disappeared Ones. Xin Yan sent not only vegetable seeds, but also 20 varieties of fruit tree saplings and 30 types of precious ornamental trees. The steward informed Qiao Kui. We also have lotus roots and fish fry prepared. They will be delivered as soon as your pond is ready. Qiao Kui nodded approvingly. Xin Yan's gifts had truly reached her heart, and she resolved to treat him well upon his next visit. The group was disciplined and well-trained, cooking their meals and sleeping on the ground, planting the seeds within 3 days. Before their arrival, the young master had instructed them to follow Qiao Kui's orders. Qiao Kui thought, with spirit energy in hand, all things can flourish. After 3 days, everything was in order, and the steward bid farewell to Qiao Kui. The 10 carts departed from the Qiao household, leaving Xinxiao village in grand procession. This journey, of course, could not escape the notice of the villagers. That evening, as Qiao Kui sat by the medicinal fields practicing her cultivation, using spirit energy to summon clouds and rain while absorbing the energy from the fields, she found that with the expansion of her medicinal and vegetable plots, she could attract even more spirit energy, and her strength had already broken through to the 8th level of Qi training. Qiao Kui opened her eyes and noticed 2 furtive figures approaching from the wooden bridge, stumbling through the simple maze she had set up. Beside her, Heighton rose, his ethereal blue eyes fixed intently on the 2 circling figures. One man wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered, "Why are we not there yet? I feel like I've been walking for ages." The other pointed toward the shadowy Qiao residence. "We're almost there. I can see the Qiao family. Let's go in. I'll take the bigger one, and you can have the smaller one. We agreed, right? Once we marry these 2, we will split the land and the family fortune." I know, hurry up. I can't wait any longer." The man was eager, rubbing his hands together and quickening his pace toward the small house ahead. There's a saying that the mountain looks closer than it is. After half an hour, the two realized something was amiss, their faces turning ashen. They had encountered a phenomenon known as the ghost wall. They exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. The night was eerie, filled with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects, when suddenly one of them shouted, "Ghost!" Terrified, they scattered in panic, darting in all directions. But no matter where they ran, they could not escape this little world. Their faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably, they cried out in despair. Qiao Kui, growing annoyed, waved her hand and dispelled the formation. The two, spotting the wooden bridge that suddenly appeared before them, rushed over without a second thought. A voice told them that safety lay just across the bridge. However, where was the safety? A large dog, its fur black as night, stood at the bridge's edge, blending seamlessly with the darkness, leaving only its glowing blue eyes shimmering ominously in the night. Heighton let out a long howl and leaped toward the two men, who were already petrified with fear. He tore a chunk of flesh from one man's leg, who screamed in agony, staggering backward and losing his footing, falling into the river. The other man attempted to escape in the commotion, but was violently knocked over by Heighton, also plunging into Yunhui River. The two flailed in the water, shouting for help. But their cries were quickly muffled as the river's weeds ensnared them, bobbing them up and down until they were ultimately swallowed by Yunhui River. Soon, the two were swept away, vanishing without a trace. In Xinxia village, no one noticed the absence of these two individuals. They were known for their idleness, indulging in gambling and all manner of vice, having long since ruined their family. It would not be surprising if one day they lost all their money in a gamble and were discarded like refuse in an unmarked grave. Today, as they came for examination, Qiao Kui could easily discern that the two brothers had not been idle. Qiao Kui, with profound intentions, began to instruct the two individuals in a set of martial arts. In the fields, Jiang Erqin toiled with fervor. 3 water wells had been successfully drilled, and the pond still required some finishing touches. Jiang Erqin, accompanied by his team, ascended the mountains to extract stones, diligently reinforcing the riverbank. Each evening, Qiao Kui continued to catch some fish to introduce into the pond, intentionally infusing it with spiritual energy during her cultivation. Before long, she would relish the taste of fresh and exquisite spiritual fish. All that remained was for the lotus roots from Tsinyan to arrive, marking the completion of her endeavors. Once the pond was excavated, fewer hands would be required in the fields. Qiao Kui instructed Jiang Erqin to keep 3 individuals as permanent workers, who would assist her every 5 days in tending to the medicinal herbs and vegetables in the fields. Jiang Erqin readily agreed, counting himself, his wife Tian Xinghua, and his younger brother as the 3. All 3 were relatives, adeptly employing the principle of appointing the worthy without shunning kin. Trusting Jiang Erqin with her medicinal herbs, she could not possibly assign this task to anyone else. Qiao Kui further gathered some pebbles to arrange defensive formations in the intricate Zhujuan Shibuan maze around her house. Those without cultivation who ventured near would find themselves as lost as the 2 from that night, eventually succumbing to exhaustion within the maze. Should cultivators approach and breach the maze, they would encounter the defensive formation awaiting them. The formations, while effective, relied on mere stones. The pebbles could not store spiritual energy and needed to be rearranged every 2 days, a troublesome task for the safety of her beloved treasures. She was determined not to let a repeat of that night occur. She planned to take Qiao Wan to Xinjiang Prefecture after these matters concluded, as it was high time to address the issues with Qi Xingtang. Following the pond, they commenced sowing winter wheat, with Jiang Erqin and the 3 permanent workers busy with the planting, assisted by the Jiang Chunqing brothers. The method of sowing winter wheat mirrored that of spring wheat. Yet both Jiang Erqin and Tian Xinghua could not help but worry, as winter wheat had not been sown in their area before, leaving them uncertain of its viability. If there were no harvest next year, it would be a significant loss. Tian Xinghua even urged Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan regarding this matter. Qiao Kui replied that they had already purchased the seeds, and it was essential to give it a try. If it did not succeed, they would not plant it again next year. The couple bent over, laboring, sighing as they worked. Chapter 66. The examination of literary aptitude. The Qiao family was bustling with activity, mirroring the vibrancy of Xinxia village. Once the autumn harvest was completed and taxes were duly paid, their labors bore fruit, ushering in even more significant days. It was time once again for the triennial examination of literary aptitude. The Grand Decree specified that all children aged 6 to 10 were eligible to participate in the test. Lin Wenxian had been identified as possessing literary aptitude at the tender age of 6, setting him on an extraordinary path. The villagers of Xinxia held this event in high regard, as it would reveal whether a child was a worm or a dragon. Upon demonstrating literary aptitude, children could attend the academy established by the court for 6 years at no cost, receiving monthly provisions of rice from the government. After 6 years, they could enter prestigious academies, where they would continue to receive provisions, while those who failed could seek renowned teachers but would no longer receive governmental support. Lin Wenxian belonged to the latter category, opting to study under Li Qingfeng instead. Li Qingfeng was also a formidable figure in the town, running a school and accepting numerous disciples. Early in the morning, families sent their eligible children to the village threshing ground, anxiously awaiting the event, creating a lively atmosphere filled with parents discussing their children's exceptional abilities. Lin Changyu was present in the crowd, surrounded by admirers as he imparted tales of Lin Wenxian's testing experience, resembling a butterfly in bloom. Lin Lijing, serving as the clan leader and village chief of Xinxia, had already led several elders to welcome the participants at the village entrance. Lin Lijing's wife and daughter-in-law waited anxiously at home, surrounded by swirling incense smoke. Since morning, they had continuously offered prayers to their ancestors. May the ancestors bless my brave child with literary aptitude, enabling him to become a cultivator and rise to great heights. The daughter-in-law clasped her hands together, bowing in reverence. It is certain my brave child has always been clever and astute, no less than Lin Wenxian, spoke Lin Lijing's wife with unwavering confidence. Indeed, I have seen Lin Wenxian looking rather dull. If he can possess literary aptitude, our brave child must surely have it as well, she fervently agreed. As the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conversed, individuals began to arrive at the village entrance, sent by the academy specifically to conduct the tests. A pair of individuals donned in white garments adorned with blue trimmings, their hair bound by jade crowns, approached with an imposing presence. Lin Lijing greeted them with utmost respect. "Welcome to Xinxia village, esteemed guests," he said, leading them forward. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let's proceed." The elder of the two replied dismissively, his gaze fixed ahead. The crowd parted, creating a pathway for them to pass. The literary aptitude test was straightforward. The elder scanned the area, noting the children who had been waiting, and softly chanted, waving his hand to conjure a faint blue halo in front of him. "The candidates may now walk through here." The villagers gazed in awe at the seemingly magical glow, holding their breath in reverence, some even taking a step back, none daring to approach. Observing this, the elder sighed, "Come forth quickly, or all your qualifications will be revoked." Finally, someone, gathering their courage, pushed their child forward, hopeful as they watched the child step into the halo, anxiously traversing through as the blue glow enveloped them. No literary aptitude. Next came the indifferent response. No literary aptitude. One by one, boys and girls passed through, greeted only by the cold, emotionless verdict. Those 3 words became a nightmare for all, shattering their hopes. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent, disappointment etched on every face. When Lin Xingyong stepped through the halo, the previously unchanging blue suddenly transformed into a light red, enveloping the young child. Literary aptitude detected, grade C, capable of cultivation. The elder remained impassive, while the other person noted the result in a blank ledger. Lin Lijing could hardly contain his joy, bowing graciously in response to the envious and jealous gazes of the villagers. The elder surveyed the crowd, stating calmly, "Are there any more candidates? Step forward." "There are none. All eligible children in Xinxia village are present," Lin Lijing replied. Some in the crowd recalled that the Qiao family girl had seemingly never participated in the test, but though they were aware, no one spoke up. Among the 68 eligible boys and girls in Xinxia village, only Lin Xingyong emerged with literary aptitude. After a brief pause, the elder confirmed no further candidates remained and dismissed the spell. Lin Lijing stepped forward, inviting esteemed guests after your arduous journey. "We have prepared a modest offering of wine at home. We would be honored by your presence." The elder waved his hand. "No need. We must proceed to the next village and ensure Lin Xingyong enrolls in the academy promptly." The two quickly departed, and the crowd erupted, surrounding Lin Lijing with congratulations and flattery. Though Lin Lijing's heart soared, he maintained an air of calm dignity befitting a village leader, bowing his thanks as he led his grandson away. Lin Changyu stood at the back of the crowd, pouting, once the center of attention 6 years prior. He now felt neglected, stirring resentment within him. I cannot believe Lin Qingyong truly struck gold, he muttered. With hands behind his back, he raised his gaze dismissively. The academy is hardly an extraordinary place. Our Xiangu said it is no different from an ordinary school, lacking only a single course on literary aptitude, with a dedicated teacher to guide students in understanding it. Oh, and there are monthly provisions, another chimed in. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a pang of discontent. The distinction was indeed world apart. In the jurisdictions of Xinjiang Prefecture, only about 100 could gain entry to the academy. For many, it was an unattainable dream. What a pity that Xiangu did not gain admission to Bailu Academy. Otherwise, your family would have flourished. Lin Changyu, displeased by the words, retorted loudly. What do you mean by not being accepted? Our Xiangu has stated that the teachers outside are far more capable than those in the academy. Following them, one can learn much more about the essence of culture. My Xiangu is indeed far superior to those scholars from the academy. He continued, a master leads one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Do not think that merely entering the Tong Yuan will allow you to ascend to greatness in one step. Many fail to grasp even a single aspect of the essence after 6 years, becoming no different from ordinary scholars. I shan't waste my breath on you. You simply do not understand. With a shake of his head, Lin Changyu departed, leaving behind the villagers who scoffed at him. The disdainful glances directed at Lin Changyu were palpable. You understand. You understand. Your son is quite talented, yet he couldn't even pass the academy's entrance exam. Chapter 67. Establishing a connection, martial practitioners can undergo medicinal baths every 3 to 5 days to enhance their physique and refine their martial spirit, whereas those cultivating cultural essence require only 2 to 3 baths monthly, with different effects and medicinal preparations. Regardless of the type, the expenses are considerable. Previously, the Lin family allocated 3 baths monthly for Lin Wenxian, but in these dire times, the Quan family must economize and can barely manage 2. Lin Changyu furrowed his brow at this troubling matter and looked at Quan, expressing his discontent. Isn't there still 20 taels of silver? He referred to the 50 taels Lin Changji had been made to compensate previously. Quan, feeling helpless, explained, 30 taels have gone to repay debts, and 8 taels have been allocated for Xianji's tuition for the next term. We must reserve some for purchasing medicinal pills. 20 taels simply isn't sufficient. Anger surged within Lin Changyu as he pointed an accusatory finger at Quan, exclaiming, is it not your incompetence? The medicinal pills we had were seized by others, and we cannot obtain herbs from Qiao Wan. Otherwise, how could our family be in such hardship? Profligate woman. Quan felt a sense of injustice, retorting that it was not her choice for the pills to be taken, nor could she compel Qiao Wan to provide herbs. After venting his frustrations, Lin Changyu regained some composure and took on the responsibility of the family head, stating, I will seek out the village chief later for assistance. But now that Yongge has demonstrated his cultural essence, the future will be challenging. The village chief was celebrating today upon receiving the news. He had slaughtered a chicken in jubilation, sharing fine wine with his 2 sons. When Lin Changyu arrived, the village chief, satiated from his meal, lounged in a chair, nearly dozing off, while the village chief's wife and daughter-in-law busied themselves packing Lin Qingyong's belongings, discussing the upcoming enrollment in the academy, barely acknowledging Lin Changyu's entrance. Glancing at Lin Changyu, the village chief could not be bothered to lift his eyelids. You've arrived, he remarked, casting a glance at Lin Changyu's empty hands before closing his eyes again to bask in the rare afternoon sun. Congratulations, second brother. Yongge has acquired cultural essence. The Lin clan have produced 2 exceptional individuals. The prosperity of our clan is imminent, Lin Changyu exclaimed. The village chief replied nonchalantly, his thoughts drifting to his grandson's future, feeling a sense of delight. He mused that he might even achieve the status of a venerable elder one day. Having spent 6 years in the academy, Lin Wenxian had much wisdom to impart. We should send Yongge to learn from him later, to guide him and help him avoid unnecessary detours. The village chief nodded absent-mindedly, skeptical of the idea, as he worried that Lin Wenxian might not succeed in entering the academy himself. He thought to himself that claims of teachers outside being more capable were merely self-aggrandizement. Lin Chanyu, oblivious to the village chief's disdain, leaned in closer. Second brother, it is rare for our Lin clan to have two who can cultivate cultural essence. Once they grow, they will bring glory to our lineage for a century. Xiangu and Qingyong are brothers of the same womb. You must treat them equally. The village chief's eyelids twitched as he scrutinized Lin Chanyu more closely, recalling that Lin Chanyu had made similar remarks the last time he sought medicinal herbs. You are correct. Now that Yongge has attained cultural essence, preparations must be made. As for the herbs you borrowed last time, you promised to return them in double once Yongge achieved cultural essence. You may return them now, and I will ensure Yongge has what he needs. Lin Chanyu replied, Second brother, your family is large and prosperous. There is no need for haste. Supporting CNG's growth is vital, for in the future, they will support one another, creating a brilliant legacy for the Lin clan. Though the words were eloquent, the village chief felt displeased. Suspecting Lin Chanyu was merely seeking to exploit his generosity. He straightened up, stating, Chanyu, I appreciate your intentions, but the clan is facing difficulties. I cannot draw from the communal funds, nor can I, as an uncle, use public resources for personal matters. To be frank, if Xiangu is making no progress in his cultivation, you are merely throwing money into a pit. It would be wise to plan for him. You speak nonsense. Lin Chanyu retorted angrily. You are utterly mistaken. My son is destined for greatness. It is only a matter of time before he soars. Lin Qingyong is merely a mediocre talent. You will regret treating him as a treasure. He could not bear such slander against his beloved son, who he believed had immense potential, attributing any doubts to the envy and gossip of the villagers. The village chief, unable to tolerate the insult directed at his grandson, stood abruptly, pointing at Lin Chanyu. Lin Wenxian possesses only mediocre talent. With such a background, how far can he truly go? You have relied on the Qiao family for 6 years, but now Qiao Kui refuses to assist you. If you are so capable, why not ask her for herbs? Lin Chanyu was left speechless, as he had no means of obtaining herbs from Qiao Kui. The village chief's scornful words struck deep, fueling his frustration. Have you forgotten your own dealings with the Qiao family? It is laughable to think that the Qiao family would look upon you favorably. The mention of Qiao Kui further inflamed the village chief's anger, recalling her father's past kindness to him and feeling the sting of Lin Chanyu's accusations. Why did the Qiao family only keep account of Lin Chanyu's debts? It was infuriating. The cessation of herb supplies from Qiao Kui left both Lin Chanyu and Quan feeling helpless and enraged, especially with Qiao Kui's refusal to acknowledge their marriage, leaving them at her mercy. Lin Chanyu's face flushed with anger, unable to articulate a response. He had secretly taken silver from Qiao's father, a fact unknown to Quan. Yet now it was revealed to the village chief. The village chief, no longer pretending, scoffed. I know all about your affair with the widow. Do not think I am unaware. Lin Chanyu was taken aback, his face shifting between red and white, but he quickly regained a semblance of composure, forcing a smile. Second brother, do not take offense. My younger brother speaks thoughtlessly. Please do not hold it against me. As for my affair with Wu the widow, you must understand. It is a common folly among men. Lin Chanyu leaned closer to the village chief, whispering, Rest assured, I will not breathe a word of your affair with the new bride of the Qiao family to anyone. I shall take it to my grave. The village chief, startled, nearly dropped the steaming teacup he had just received, feeling the heat in his hands. Lin Chanyu steadied the cup, smiling, Do not be alarmed, second brother. Men have their whims. Our sons will achieve greatness, and one day we shall be honored elders. What harm is there in having a mistress? Chapter 68, The Outburst Ultimately. Lin Chanyu left with the medicinal herbs, a broad smile on his face, while the village chief's expression darkened as he watched Lin Chanyu's retreating figure for a long while. It seems Lin Wenxian is preparing for another medicinal bath. The youth, carrying silver, expressed his gratitude to Qiao Kui. His name was Qiao Ji, a member of the Qiao clan, whose father had grown up alongside Qiao Kui, creating a bond of familiarity. However, during Qiao Kui's past troubles, he had been powerless to assist, though he often reminisced about their childhood friendship. Last year, Qiao Kui and her husband had been killed by bandits while selling grain in the county, leaving behind 3 children, 2 daughters and a son, without support. Qiao Ji bore the burden of caring for his two younger sisters while facing various difficulties from their relatives, making life exceedingly challenging. When Qiao Kui approached, Qiao Ji's eldest sister was unwell and desperately needed money. Without hesitation, he agreed to act as Qiao Kui's informant in the village. Principles seemed trivial in the face of survival. Qiao Kui instructed him to keep an eye on the Lin family and Lin Chanyu, promising that there was no easier way to earn money than this. Qiao Ji felt justified in his actions. Qiao Kui was generous, and each time, Qiao Ji would share additional tidbits of information. For instance, the village was conducting a Wenxin test that day, yet no one had informed Qiao Kui, and Lin Lijing intentionally concealed Qiao Wan's age. Thus, Qiao Wan had not undergone the Wenxin test by the age of 10. If 3 more years passed, she would lose her chance entirely. Qiao Kui let out a cold laugh and made a note against Lin Lijing. Moreover, Qiao Ji conveyed another piece of news to Qiao Kui. 2 corpses had been discovered on the riverbank downstream of Yunhui River. The bodies, swollen from being submerged in the water, resembled Daoi buns and were partially devoured by fish, rendering their identities unrecognizable. The authorities dispatched individuals to various villages to inquire about any missing villagers. The 2 families in Xinxiao village were also called to identify the bodies, but they could not recognize their own son, merely assuming he had won money and gone off to indulge, or had lost a bet and was hiding in another place. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. When one became wealthy, they often neglected their families, and families likewise did not share in their fortunes. My son, this is a calming elixir I bought for you. Life at home is tough, yet your father and I would rather endure hardship than deny you support in your cultivation. Look, your father has asked me to buy another bottle, hoping you will soon achieve success and surpass Qingqing. Quan Shi spoke earnestly, filled with anticipation. But Lin Wenxin's demeanor was peculiar. His mind was preoccupied with the day he and his teacher visited Master Xuanjue, who had discovered the incident of mistakenly consuming a poisonous pill. Quan Shi rambled on about the hardships she and Lin Chanyu faced for their son, completely oblivious to Lin Wenxian's subdued expression. Ultimately, Lin Wenxian suppressed the turmoil within him and accepted the bottle of elixir. When Quan Shi was not looking, he poured it into a flower pot inside the house, burying it in the soil. In the afternoon, Quan Shi, overjoyed, prepared a medicinal bath for her son. The black charcoal arrived as scheduled, as she tossed in the items she had been chewing, unaware that the Lin family was oblivious to the impending danger. Qiao Kui controlled the dosage, attempting not to kill Lin Wenxian in one go. However, she underestimated his constitution, as that night, Lin Wenxian's body reacted violently. Previously, after each medicinal bath, Lin Wenxian's Wenxin platform would be enveloped in warmth, invigorating him and leaving him refreshed. Yet today was drastically different. As night fell, Lin Wenxian experienced excruciating abdominal pain, a surging rage violently twisting his Wenxin platform, as if it aimed to grind it to dust. Lin Wenxian let out a pained scream, veins bulging on his forehead, sweeping everything from his desk and overturning the bookshelf, wreaking havoc in the room, desperately hoping to alleviate his suffering. Despite demolishing his surroundings, he could not escape the agony within. Lin Chanyu and Quan Shi, who had initially gone to bed early, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The sight that greeted them was a chaotic room, and their precious son lay amidst the disorder, writhing in pain. "Son, what has happened to you?" Quan Shi screamed, rushing forward but was forcefully pushed away by Lin Wenxian. Lin Chanyu also approached to help, only to be similarly shoved aside, falling to the ground. "Xian Yi, what is wrong? We are your parents." Quan Shi scrambled to her feet and edged closer. Lin Wenxian's eyes blazed with fury, the pain within him compounded by mental torment, rendering him almost lifeless. Through gritted teeth, he spat, "Where did you find the medicinal materials that have harmed me so?" Quan Shi was taken aback, hurriedly explaining, "I got everything from Lin Lijing. How could there be a problem?" As she spoke, she glanced at Lin Chanyu, who lay collapsed against the bookshelf, signaling with her eyes. Lin Chanyu's body was screaming in pain, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. The medicinal materials must be severely flawed. However, at that moment, they could not afford to dwell on it and hurriedly brought Lin Wenxian to the town's major medical clinic. The physician at the clinic administered a needle and prepared a herbal concoction, yet it yielded little effect. Lin Wenxian still sweated profusely, his face as pale as a sheet. The doctor shook his head and said to the 3, "I cannot treat this ailment. You must quickly seek a renowned physician in the county or Xinjiang prefecture. Quan Shi and Lin Changyu exchanged anxious glances, both recognizing the urgency in each other's eyes. Currently, Quan Shi had a mere 5 taels of silver, a meager sum. When money is needed, it is always insufficient. 5 taels would not even grant them entry into a medical clinic in the county, let alone in Xinjiang prefecture. With determination, Quan Shi said to Lin Changyu, "Go to Mr. Li and ask him for support. He is Xianji's mentor and surely cannot stand by and do nothing." "I will go," Lin Changyu replied, dashing out of the clinic, merging into the vastness of the night. What has happened? Lin Qingfeng was taken aback upon seeing Lin Wenxian's condition. At that moment, Lin Wenxian had succumbed to pain, losing consciousness, his voice hoarse and eyes vacant. "Sir, we do not know how this occurred. We prepared medicinal bath for Xiangu in the evening, and he became like this. Could it be the medicinal materials are unsuitable?" Li Qingfeng immediately pointed out the issue. Quan Shi shook her head. "Impossible. I have brewed medicine for Xiangu for many years. I can distinguish the materials even with my eyes closed." Chapter 69. Return seeing Lin Wenxian's state. Li Qingfeng realized the issue stemmed from the medicinal materials. However, Quan Shi was adamant, and he subtly cautioned, some medicinal materials appear remarkably similar and are difficult to distinguish. Using the wrong ones can lead to drastically different effects, with severe cases resulting in loss of life. Lin Changyu was taken aback, recalling how he had offended Lin Lijing to obtain the medicine for his son. Surely, Lin Lijing harbored resentment and had secretly swapped the medicine. They had not discerned the differences due to the similarities in the materials. "You, Lin Yaotian, intend to harm my Xiangu," allowing Lin Qingyong to monopolize the Lin family legacy. Seeing that the two were at a loss, Li Qingfeng sighed helplessly and withdrew a prepared pouch of money. "Time is of the essence. I have 100 taels here. Take it to seek medical help." As the Lin family departed from Xinxiao village, Qiao Kui was immediately informed and felt a fleeting surprise. It seemed Lin Wenxian's prowess fell short of her expectations, away from Qiao Wan's support. His true ineptitude was laid bare. Upon encountering Lin Changyu, Lin Lijing inquired kindly, "I heard that Xiangu fell ill the other day. Is he feeling any better?" It appears that whether in cultivating Wenxin or martial courage, one must not neglect physical training, lest they suffer sudden ailments like Xiangu. Lin Changyu said nothing and turned to leave. Lin Lijing was displeased. How dare Lin Changyu disregard him? He locked himself in his room, retreating into the shadows. His gaze fixated on the brightly lit window. The entire Lin family unanimously believed that Lin Wenxian's misfortune was due to Lin Lijing, harboring intense hatred for him. Guan Shi, seeing her son in such distress, personally prepared a bowl of egg custard to deliver. "Son, please eat something. You haven't had any food for 3 days. Are you trying to drive your mother to despair?" Lin Wenxian ignored her, staring blankly out the window. Quan Shi, tears streaming down her face, wiped them away and tried to comfort Lin Wenxian with a hoarse voice. "Xiangu, the doctor from Xinjiang prefecture has said that your injuries have yet to heal, which is why you feel this way. Once you recover, you will be able to utilize Wenxin. Get away. It's all your fault." Lin Wenxian suddenly shouted, pushing Quan Shi away. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground, spilling the egg custard everywhere. Lin Wenxian had lost all restraint, pointing at Quan Shi and cursing. "It's all because of you. You bought me fake pills and ruined my cultivation. Now you've used flawed materials to destroy my path to success. What is your intention? To kill your own son?" Quan Shi was left in shock, witnessing Lin Wenxian's descent into madness. "I was once a precious being, a distinguished cultivator. Why was I born into your family? You possess nothing and provide no aid to me." From the gaze of the physician at Shinnong Hall in Xinjiang City, Lin Wenxian understood everything. The notion that Wenxin would recover from her illness was merely the physician's pitiful consolation. His entire life was ruined. Quan Shi, in a daze, stared blankly at her beloved son's madness. To her surprise, Lin Changyu and Quan Shi managed to hold their tongues. Did they not suspect Lin Lijing? What a pity. Qiao Kui pondered, calculating her next move. "Mother," Qiao Wan exclaimed, running over with a bouquet of flowers. Upon seeing Qiao Ji, she involuntarily slowed her pace. Qiao Ji noticed Qiao Wan approaching and quickly lowered his head to depart. "Mother, who is that person?" "Just someone from the village, asking if we had any work available. But I declined." Qiao Kui casually fabricated a reason as she accepted the flowers from Qiao Wan. In her hands, The initially wilted blossoms seemed to regain vitality. These flowers are truly beautiful. Let us place them in a vase to nurture them, Qiao Kui declared, fetching a black and gold vase. Filling it with water to care for the flowers. This vase was one of the gifts sent by Xinyan from a previous visit. It was perfect for cherishing the freshly picked blooms from her precious child. Mother, there are many more by the riverbank, Qiao Wan said, linking her arm with Qiao Kui affectionately. Now that Qiao Kui had engaged Jiang Erqin and the others to tend to their land, even household chores were eagerly taken on by the Jiang Chunqing brothers. With nothing to occupy her industrious spirit, Qiao Wan felt an affectionate connection to the wildflowers blooming by the riverside. On this day, at dusk, Lin Lijing emerged from his home, hands clasped behind his back, making his way toward the straw stacks at the village entrance. Xiao Ji followed at a distance, startled when he inadvertently noticed Lin Changyu trailing Lin Lijing closely behind. Alarmed, he quickly hid, his mind racing with suspicion. Why was Lin Changyu stealthily following Lin Lijing? Of course, Xiao Ji would not miss the opportunity for the silver in Qiao Kui's possession, and he carefully continued to follow. Lin Lijing avoided the crowds, retreating into a small grove behind Qiao Dabo's home, concealing himself behind a large tree. Not far behind, Lin Changyu also found a tree to hide behind. Soon, a slender figure entered the grove, approaching Lin Lijing. Xiao Ji focused intently and was taken aback. The visitor was none other than the third daughter-in-law of Qiao Dabo, who had married into the family 6 months prior. Why have you come before it's dark? A soft, alluring voice echoed from the grove. I missed you so much. I brought you a gift from the county, Lin Lijing replied cheerfully from behind the tree. What is it? Don't tease me with some worthless handkerchief. I would take care for that. How could I give you something worthless? Look, it's a gold hairpin. The woman gasped in delight, her voice rising in excitement. It's made of pure gold. My dear husband, you are so good to me. The woman's voice sent shivers down Xiao Ji's spine. Of course, being with you, I must provide you with the best. Their voices diminished, replaced by hushed whispers, and Xiao Ji realized what was transpiring. His face flushing in embarrassment as he shook his head vigorously, striving to dismiss the inappropriate thoughts. To think that Lin Lijing, a respected figure, would engage in such disgraceful conduct. It was truly a scandal, unworthy of a village leader. Fortunately, the area was secluded, with no passers-by. However, besides him, there was another. Suddenly, Qiao Ji remembered Lin Changyu and realized it was too late. The black and white of his eyes reflected Lin Changyu's figure as he brandished a stone, charging forth. Boldly, in broad daylight, a man and woman in such disgrace. I will kill you, Lin Changyu shouted with all his might, smashing the stone against Lin Lijing's skull. Chapter 70. Retribution. Even from several meters away, Qiao Ji heard the loud thud as Lin Lijing fell to the ground, revealing a portion of his thigh concealed behind a tree. The woman let out a piercing scream, and all the flirtation evaporated in an instant. Qiao Ji hastily concealed himself, mingling with the crowd to observe the commotion openly. Lin Lijing had lost consciousness, and the disheveled state of both him and the woman left no doubt about what had transpired. Only then did Lin Changyu drop the stone, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's Lin Lijing. I didn't know it was you. If I had known, I wouldn't have struck. I didn't mean to do this. What should I do?" The crowd responded. You shouted so loudly that even from the peak of Nyosho Mountain, one could hear your words. Are you worried that others might not recognize Lin Lijing? Well done. Your objective has been achieved, we all heard. This is no misunderstanding. How could this be a misunderstanding? Do you expect us to believe that Lin Lijing and the third daughter-in-law of the Qiao family were merely chatting here without their pants? Qiao Dabo's wife rushed forward, seizing the woman's hair, furiously striking and berating her. We treated you well, giving you a bride price of 28 taels to marry you. How could you be so unfaithful? What fault does my third son have? You choose to be vile with this old man. Qiao Dabo's wife was beside herself with rage, her hands tearing at the woman's hair and scratching her face with her nails. The affection she once held for her daughter-in-law was now replaced with unbridled hatred. It's all a misunderstanding. We did nothing. The third daughter-in-law protested, clutching her disheveled clothes in pain. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all my fault. Everyone, please disperse. Lin Changyu, like a child caught in wrongdoing, anxiously attempted to clarify, seeking to remedy the situation. However, with Lin Lijing lying unconscious on the ground, his pants not even pulled up, Lin Changyou's attempts to explain only made the situation more suspicious. Did you think we were blind? You have sullied your virtue, and I will drown you in a pig cage. The words were venomous, and the slaps were delivered with force. Qiao Dubo's wife could no longer contain her emotions. Having lost her beloved son's new bride, whose beauty and charm had captivated her son, she never imagined such a scandal would occur, turning the Qiao family into a village laughingstock. To marry her, the family had gone into debt, and now they were left to suffer in silence. Sen Lang, help me. We did nothing. You must believe me. The woman pleaded, spotting Qiao San Lang in the crowd, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Qiao San Lang stood among the onlookers, a green leaf above his head, his expression one of anguish as he felt the weight of sympathetic yet mocking gazes surrounding him. Unable to bear it any longer, he pushed through the crowd and fled. Qiao Dubo's wife, in a panic, called for her eldest and second sons to pursue him. My precious daughter-in-law has faced such a calamity. He must not take it too hard. Yet, Qiao Dubo's wife was a step too late. In a fit of rage, Qiao San Lang jumped into the river, and when rescued, it was too late. She wept bitterly, cradling her son's lifeless body. Meanwhile, Qiao Kui had stealthily come to witness the commotion, never anticipating that Lin Changyou would deliver such a startling surprise. Her son's cultivation was impacted, yet he managed to endure in silence, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, while Lin Lijing was clandestinely meeting with the third daughter-in-law of the Qiao family. Lin Lijing was awakened by a splash of cold water, regaining consciousness in the Lin family ancestral hall, where all the members of the Lin clan had gathered, the elders sitting solemnly, their expressions grave. Lin Lijing recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness, his countenance waning. It was over. Everything was lost. Having committed such an act, he could no longer hold the title of clan leader for the Lin family, nor could he retain the position of village leader in Xinxia village. The death of Qiao's son ignited immense resentment from the Qiao family, a prominent household in Xinxia village, leading to a violent clash between the Lin and Qiao clans, resulting in casualties on both sides. Ultimately, the authorities were summoned to investigate, and Lin Lijing was taken away in shackles. The third daughter-in-law of the Qiao family was submerged in a pig cage and drowned. With the efforts of the Qiao clan members, the village leader's position in Xinxia village was transferred to a member of the Qiao family, and the Lin clan lost their standing. Their dissatisfaction with Lin Lijing only deepened as he was imprisoned for 3 years due to his disgraceful actions. Lin Shi could not locate his person and vented his frustrations on the Lin family, seizing 30 mu of prime rice fields to serve as the family sacrificial land, thus bringing a semblance of peace to the matter. With Lin Li's demise, Lin Changyou felt no joy. The debts looming over his household sent shivers down his spine. His son, Wangsentai, had suffered damage, necessitating repairs that led the family to borrow a total of 500 taels of silver. This sum included 200 taels from Mr. Li Qingfeng, 100 taels from various relatives, and the remaining 200 taels borrowed from the county's pawnshop. The silver flowed like water. Yet Lin Wenxian's Wenxin remained unattainable. Lin Wenxian's temperament grew increasingly irritable, isolating himself in his room, where he shattered all the furniture in a fit of rage. Quan Shi watched in sorrow, yet dared not intervene, knowing that her words would only exacerbate Lin Wenxian's fury. Their family could not afford further loss. Mother, hurry and borrow silver to buy medicine. I cannot be without Wenxin, Lin Wenxian screamed, veins bulging on his neck. Eventually, he settled down, and Quan Shi cautiously approached him, saying, Xiange, actually, if we speak of the examination, even without Wenxin, one can still attain an official position. Lin Wenxian abruptly lifted his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon Quan Shi, the anger that had momentarily subsided reigniting in his eyes. He stood up and forcefully shoved her aside, causing her to fall onto the ground, her back embedding into the shards of pottery, leaving her pale with pain and disbelief as she looked at Lin Wenxian as if encountering a stranger. How dare you utter such words? Without Wenxin, I shall never enter the 6 ministries or the inner cabinet. I cannot be conferred titles or serve as a minister. Lin Wenxian pointed at Quan Shi, filled with hatred, then suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Yes, you have always wished for my failure, obstructing my path with counterfeit elixirs and ruining my Wenxin with false herbs. You possess a cruel heart. You cannot be my true parents. I am your stolen child. Indeed, you are mere country bumpkins. Without Wenxin yet, with an exceptional son like me, Tell me, from where did you steal me? Who are my real parents? All the pent-up grievances culminated into a towering rage that rendered Lin Wenxian utterly irrational. Chapter 71. Insanity. Lin Wenxian had already grasped Quan Shi's throat, his fingers tightening as she struggled to breathe, blood staining her back. Yet, the pain in her heart eclipsed that of her back. Over the years, she had devoted herself entirely to her son, meticulously planning for his future, only to yield such a son. Lin Changyu entered the house with hands clasped behind his back. Having no means to procure silver, neighbors and relatives had grown wary of him, avoiding him like a venomous snake. He sensed that since the fall of the previous village head, the villagers had distanced themselves from him, refusing to engage deeply, even whispering behind his back. Truly, it was baffling. He had acted with righteousness, yet these people failed to understand, revealing a warped sense of morality. Helpless, he turned towards Wu Nyangzi's place at the village's edge. Compared to the complaining Quan Shi, Wu Nyangzi was a gentle flower in his heart. After all, the former village head had behaved improperly, unable to control his own desires, while he sought companionship only with the solitary Wu Nyangzi. Comforted by Wu Nyangzi's gentle attentions, Lin Changyu's spirits lifted considerably as he contemplated where to gather silver, knowing that the Shinong Hall in Xingyang had a low-grade xianshun that could restore Wenxin. But it required 1,500 taels of silver. As Lin Wenxian regained his senses, he noticed Quan Shi's face, flushed from lack of air, and the anger radiating from his father at the door, causing him to weaken, his eyes fluttering shut before he fainted. Xian Yi! Quan Shi cried out in horror, rushing to his side. When Lin Wenxian awoke once more, dusk had settled, with Quan Shi and Lin Changyu at his bedside. Father, mother, why are you both here? What has happened to me? You fainted just now. Do you remember what you did before losing consciousness? Lin Changyu asked sternly. Lin Wenxian glanced at the marks on Quan Shi's neck, a fleeting glimmer of recognition crossing his eyes as he softly replied, I do not recall, mother. What has happened to you? You nearly harmed your mother, Quan Shi interjected. No, Xian Ge did not mean it. He does not remember. It was unintentional. Lin Wenxian gasped in shock, exclaiming, how could that be? I would never harm my mother. She is the one I respect most. I would rather harm myself than inflict even a scratch upon her. I believe in you, my dear, Quan Shi reassured him. How could you ever harm me? You are not one to harbor such thoughts. It must have been due to a moment of confusion. Lin Changyu frowned, recalling the exorbitant price of 1,500 taels for the low-grade xianshun needed for Wenxin's restoration. He advised, you are aware of our family's circumstances. We have borrowed 300 taels already, along with an additional 200 in interest. It is simply impossible to support your cultivation any longer. Reluctantly, I urge you to abandon this pursuit and settle for being an ordinary scholar. Lin Wenxian was taken aback, sitting upright in bed, shaking his head in refusal. Father, I cannot give up. I've already attained the strength of Xiaoyu. To abandon this now would be a grave loss. Do you not wish for your son to serve in the court, to attain titles, and elevate the Lin family? Lin Changyu sighed deeply, expressing helplessness. Xian Ge, it is not my desire for you to give up, but rather that fate does not permit it. Our family cannot bear the weight of sudden fortune. Do you know how much silver is required for the low-grade xianshun to restore your Wenxin? 1,500 taels, a staggering sum. Where can we procure such an amount? If he were not their son, if he had been born into a wealthy family, he would not have to worry about money. He might have already achieved excellence or even entered the ranks of officials. I understand your difficulties, Father, but after all these years of expenditure and effort, it is unbearable to give up now at the last moment. We can find a way to gather the necessary silver. Lin Changyu sighed again, gazing out into the encroaching darkness, speaking softly. Where else can we find such a large sum of silver? In the darkness, Quan Shi slowly raised her head, a glimmer of inspiration in her eyes. The Qiao family has land. If they sell it, we will have the silver. Lin Changyu looked at her as if she had lost her senses. Setting aside whether Qiao Kui would agree, that land was once barren. Who would pay 1,500 taels for it? Quan Shi remained adamant. That land could at least fetch 1,000 taels now. We will find a way for the rest. Lin Changyu furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously. Since the former village head's arrest, he had heard a rumor that the land purchased by the former village head for Qiao Kui was now available, with the proper arrangements. Selling it for 1,000 or 1,800 taels was not out of the realm of possibility. Lin Wenxian added, Father, I have long been fond of Wan Wan. If I marry her, Aunt Kui will surely sell the land to support me. Quan sure hesitated, sensing her son had forgotten certain details. She distinctly remembered Qiao Wan stating that their engagement was no longer valid. The family sat with furrowed brows, discussing their financial woes. Outside the courtyard, someone approached and called out from beside the tall wall, revealing the long-unseen manager Luo from the Luo family. Is Brother Chanyu home? Everything was running smoothly. Jiang Erqin and the others no longer came daily, but agreed to visit every 5 days to inspect the fields, tending to weeds and the like, while spending the rest of their time on their own affairs. The two brothers were diligent and capable, able to endure hardship, pleasing Qiao Kui, who inadvertently taught them more. Jiang Chunsheng rose early each day, eager to learn, yet diligence alone could not replace innate talent and understanding. The younger Jiang Qiuxing exhibited even greater comprehension and aptitude than his brother. Qiao Kui could tell that within 2 years, Jiang Qiuxing would surely cultivate his martial spirit ahead of his elder brother. She no longer needed to tend to the chickens, ducks, or rabbits. Apart from playing with the dog, she found no other tasks to occupy her. Mother, I have finished reading the Huangdi Neijing and can recite 10 pages. In 3 days, I will memorize it all. Qiao Kui nodded in satisfaction and then inquired what she wished to eat that evening. Chapter 72. Peril at the Stone House as night fell. Qiao Kui once again ventured into the valley, where Shao Qi welcomed her with enthusiastic circling, eager to please. Have you been diligent in your tasks, greedy serpent? Shao Qi swiftly darted up a towering tree, its head repeatedly flicking out vibrant red tongues before Qiao Kui, almost as if attempting to communicate. Nodding, Qiao Kui bestowed upon it a couple of points of spiritual energy. Shao Qi swallowed them eagerly, relishing the moment, coiling on the ground as it digested the energy within. Qiao Kui paid it no mind and proceeded to patrol her territory within the valley. Over the past few days, she had frequently come to gather herbs for transplantation, and now the valley boasted a significantly increased number of medicinal plants. Under her nurturing spiritual energy, 30 of these herbs had evolved into precious varieties. Qiao Kui felt quite satisfied. The medicinal fields at the foot of the mountain were merely her public enterprises, while this valley served as her true apothecary. Against the mountainside, the proud Jiutian Linkan stood alone, exuding an air of uniqueness amidst the multitude of blossoms. A flicker of firefly light arose from its fingertips, flitting through the grass and landing atop the Linkan, which quivered slightly and inclined toward Qiao Kui. When Shao Qi returned, the duo set off. After their departure, the thorny brambles at the valley's entrance automatically closed, concealing the valley securely. Shao Qi guided Qiao Kui across the mountain, not only guarding the valley, but also daily seeking treasures for her, awaiting her arrival to collect them. This time, after Qiao Kui harvested several medicinal plants, Shao Qi led her to a mountain peak where, beneath a century-old locust tree, a stone house quietly stood. Qiao Kui frowned, puzzled as she looked at Shao Qi. You brought me here for treasure, yet is there something of value inside? Shao Qi shook its head and tail, urging her to enter. Do you take me for a fool? An unknown stone house perched atop a mountain, and you expect me to go inside? I have reasonable suspicions that you intend to eliminate me. Shao Qi had already slithered toward the stone house. Closing her eyes, Qiao Kui summoned her wooden spiritual energy. An unknown grass rapidly grew around the stone house under the moonlight, with one long leaf vein extending through a crack into the interior. The spiritual energy sensed no presence within, and there were no traps or dangers. In fact, the place was utterly empty. How strange. After placing a protective talisman on herself, she followed Shao Qi into the stone house. Upon entering, she was greeted by bare walls devoid of decoration, clearly abandoned for a long time. Who would build such a dwelling atop a mountain? Perhaps a hunter frequently traversing these heights. Qiao Kui surveyed the interior. There was no bed or any living supplies. Shao Qi slithered about and soon discovered a stone slab, tapping it incessantly with its tail. Qiao Kui approached, crouching down to examine it closely, and soon realized something unusual. She lifted the slab, revealing another smaller stone beneath it. Qiao Kui furrowed her brow, immediately recalling the notion of a mechanism. Exercising caution, she cast a protective shield of spiritual energy around herself and cautiously reached for the stone slab, which remained steadfast. As she rotated her wrist, the slab surprisingly turned 90 degrees. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as iron chains rattled beneath the floor, and the previously barren walls transformed, revealing numerous small holes. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Qi raised its head and, in a flash, darted out of the window. Qiao Kui took flight, bolting toward the door as a barrage of sharpened arrows rained down upon her, only to be deflected by her shield. She felt a chill of fear. Had she not fortified herself with dual protective barriers beforehand, she would have been reduced to a sieve by now. After the harrowing experience, Qiao Kui delivered several sharp punches to Xiao Qi. Indeed, you conspired to usurp my valley. Xiao Qi lay on the ground, unable to lift its head, inching forward to nuzzle against Qiao Kui's pant leg. Qiao Kui kicked it lightly, exasperated. And you feel wronged? Do you have any shame? Inside, the sound of arrows continued to clatter. Undeterred, Qiao Kui resolved to investigate further, unwilling to allow herself to be outsmarted by a hidden trap. She was not one to suffer in vain. After a quarter of an hour, the commotion subsided, and Qiao Kui prepared to explore again, but soon heard the swift approach of footsteps from the distant tree line. Who goes there? One voice called out sharply, drawing a massive sword from behind and unleashing a fierce strike. The sword's energy slicing toward Qiao Kui. Xiao Qi, frightened, stood upright and swiftly fled, abandoning its owner. Qiao Kui's expression changed. Seeds dropped to the ground, taking root and sprouting rapidly. At the same time, she activated another protective talisman and channeled her spiritual energy around her, causing a dense thicket of thorns to form a barrier before her. The sword's energy cleaved through the thicket, which shattered into fragments, leaving Qiao Kui unharmed. Though one of her protective talismans had been used up, a sense of alarm washed over her. This was the might of a martial artist. What level of cultivation was this? Adjusting her fingers, she activated the Qing Shuangju, transforming water into ice, and then ice into blades, sending several icy projectiles hurtling toward the two figures approaching. One was scholarly, the other martial. Their prowess was formidable, and this place was no longer safe. Without further hesitation, Qiao Kui turned to flee. The man wielding the giant sword landed and pursued her, while the leader remained stationary, merely waving a hand. A radiant aura formed beneath the giant, sword-wielding man, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Qiao Kui realized this was the miraculous application of literary and martial arts. It was truly impressive. No wonder Lin Wenxian devoted himself tirelessly to his training. There was reason behind it. She activated another talisman of swift movement, scattering thorn seeds that took root and sprouted at her feet, obstructing her pursuers. The leader, clad in a luxurious black robe and adorned with a jade crown, stood with an air of distinction atop the mountain, allowing the night wind to billow through his garments. This is the territory of Xinjiang Prefecture. It is my ancestral home. I am a member of the Qiao family from Xinjiang Prefecture. Whence do you hail? Soon, footsteps echoed through the woods, and the man with the giant sword emerged. Master, she has escaped. The man hesitated for a moment before replying. This individual is very likely a remnant of the martial king's lineage. Letting her escape would be a pity. Chu Yin shook his head. The tide of the world is already set. He cannot stir up any further waves. The martial king's treasure takes precedence. Chu Yin approached the stone house, while the man drew his black iron sword, raising it protectively before him. Chu Yin calmly stated, "Yishi need not act in such a manner. We have searched numerous locations for the martial king's treasure. This place may not necessarily be genuine." Yishi did not agree, insisting, "It is my duty to ensure the master's safety, regardless of whether this is the martial king's treasure or not. The mechanisms within will be plentiful. Master, please allow me a moment to investigate further." Yishi swiftly entered the house to examine it and reported to Chu Yin, "Master, that person has triggered the first layer of mechanisms." Chu Yin had already noticed the arrows scattered across the ground. Indeed, that individual had displayed remarkable skill to evade the rain of arrows. Yishi grasped the half-human tall, giant sword once more and struck down forcefully, causing the stone slab that Qiao Kui had recently turned to sink under the tremendous force. Chapter 73. A paragon of literary and martial arts. The ground trembled, and the stone house underwent a transformation. The original floor tiles began to detach, falling into the abyss below, revealing a staircase leading downward into darkness, unknown in direction. It turned out that she had misjudged the location earlier, inadvertently triggering the first layer of mechanisms. Xiao Qi, that foolish serpent, had only pointed her toward traps. Indeed, it was not particularly clever. Perhaps it should be renamed the greedy, foolish serpent. It was indeed the treasure trove of the martial king, with mechanisms laid out in a similar fashion. Yi Shi slung the giant sword across his back, his expression one of exhilaration. Qiao Kui paused, contemplating the tales of the martial king. 12 years prior, the late king had passed, and the throne was bequeathed to the crown prince. Seizing the opportunity, the martial king instigated a rebellion to claim the throne for himself. Unfortunately, he was defeated and retreated to the northern deserts, with rumors circulating that he had left behind a vast treasure in hopes of making a comeback. However, these were mere legends recounted by tavern storytellers, often embellished to earn a few coins. Even the tales of Chu Yin and the herbalist had numerous versions, each more splendid than the last, sparking the imagination. Qiao Kui had always listened with great enthusiasm. The notion of the martial king's treasure had once attracted many a scholar and warrior, banding together in search of riches overnight. Yet they returned empty-handed. Gradually, this topic faded from discussion circles, becoming widely regarded as falsehood. Now, however, it appeared that the rumors may not be entirely unfounded. Qiao Kui contemplated her next move, to kill and seize the treasure? No. Unable to triumph, these two possess both intellect and valor, excelling in martial and literary skills. Their cooperation seamless. She may have a chance against the one wielding a massive sword, but against the other, whose cunning ideas are endless, the odds are insurmountable. Reluctantly retreating, Qiao Kui feels unsatisfied. This royal treasure must contain what she seeks. How to seize the stone from the tiger's mouth? Could she perhaps change the heavens and the earth? Deep in thought, she pondered how to discreetly acquire some items beneath the watchful eyes of these two formidable masters. No, this is what she rightfully deserves. While she mused, the two had already descended the stone steps, moving deeper underground. Yi Shi, sword in hand, guarded the front, ever vigilant. As they ventured further, his furrowed brow deepened, resembling an elderly man. A quarter of an hour later, gazing at the seemingly endless path ahead, a possibility dawned on him, and Yi Shi could hardly contain his excitement. Master, this is highly likely the true treasure trove of the martial king. After 8 long years, we may finally have a lead. Soon, they arrived at a stone door. Chu Yin stepped back a pace, granting Yi Shi the position. Yi Shi swung down his massive sword, and the heavy stone door crumbled to dust beneath its might. Qiao Kui gasped in surprise. Her calculations had been flawed. She couldn't defeat this one either. What should she do? Time was of the essence. It truly was the martial king's treasure site. Master, we have finally found it. Upon hearing the joyous voices from within, Qiao Kui contemplated her next move and quietly retreated. Casting a talisman into the air, it landed silently, then erupted with a thunderous blast. It was her crafted explosion talisman. Chu Yan's expression shifted, and he grasped the still gleeful Yi Shi, forming a protective shield between them to block the falling debris. Qiao Kui stood above, observing the collapsing passageway with an impassive expression. Before her invisibility talisman expired, she cast another for herself and retreated to the edge of the cliff. Soon, a beam of golden light shot skyward as Chu Yin seized Yi Shi and charged forth, enveloped in a protective shield. Although they appeared somewhat disheveled, neither had sustained any injuries. Qiao Kui's resolve finally waned. Chu Yin gazed at the empty cliff and, with a wave of his hand, unleashed a sword chi. Before the blade reached her, Qiao Kui's invisibility talisman was shattered, and she revealed a sly smile, leaning back and plunging over the cliff just as the sword chi approached. Chu Yin was taken aback. For the first time, his calm demeanor faltered as he leaped to the cliff's edge, desperately reaching for Qiao Kui's hand, but grasping at empty air, watching helplessly as she fell. She has fallen. My subordinate must follow. Alive, I want to see her. Dead, I want her body. Yi Shi exclaimed, flustered and covered in dirt. Yi Shi felt anxious. With formidable enemies nearby, he was uneasy leaving the master alone. No need. Who in this world could harm me? You may go without worry. Yi Shi was taken aback. They had nearly been buried alive moments ago. His master was overly confident. He sensed the master's turbulent emotions and dared not argue, hastily departing. Standing atop the mountain, Chu Yan's gaze remained fixed on the dark abyss as he called out, "A friend from afar has arrived. Since you are here, why not reveal yourself?" Below, Qiao Kui, bound by vines, remained motionless. To meet with a strike? How can that be considered friendship? The cool breeze below beckoned. Why not come up for a chat? Chu Yin continued. Qiao Kui remained silent, as if she had truly fallen. Clutching various talismans, she prepared to defend herself if anyone dared to approach. Little Seven appeared from an unknown location, and upon seeing it, Qiao Kui felt a surge of anger, glaring at it fiercely. Little Seven expressed its grievances. Why should she, who had endured all the harm in breaking the formation, allow these two to reap the benefits? Taking a single box should not be too much to ask. Qiao Kui awaited an opportunity. If Little Seven could draw attention, she could rush out and seize the treasure. Observing Little Seven's sudden appearance, its tail burrowing into a pile of discarded stones, it soon unearthed a chest from the ground. Chu Yin couldn't help but laugh. How bold to snatch a treasure right under his nose. He watched as Little Seven encircled the treasure chest and decided to follow. Sensing the stillness above, Qiao Kui quickly ascended, employing the earth-turning technique to unearth a pile of treasure chests. She had no time to be selective and hastily grabbed one before attempting to flee. Suddenly, her expression changed as she leapt back. A water arrow shot out, only to collide with an invisible barrier, falling to the ground in a puddle. Indeed, a transparent shield had appeared, blocking her path. Gritting her teeth, she thought, this treacherous man is as cunning as ever. Just before her leap from the cliff, she had recognized Chu Yin. Under the moonlight, he resembled the man from years past, though now he exuded an air of calm and restraint. Back then, Chu Yin had been blind. Now his eyes sparkled with vitality, likely healed by his master or a renowned physician from the capital. She had hoped Little Seven would distract Chu Yin, but she hadn't expected him to return. Chu Yin scrutinized Qiao Kui, a look of confusion in his eyes. Miss, have we met before? Qiao Kui felt a pang in her heart and chuckled lightly. Is this how you approach a lady? You misunderstand, Mississippi. I, Chu Yin, also known as Yun Hung, merely feel a sense of familiarity with you. May I inquire if you are an old acquaintance of mine? He had forgotten her. I am Chu Yin, also known as Yun Hung, a person from the capital. Do all scholars speak in such a flowery manner? It sounds rather awkward. My name is Qiao Kui, from the Qiao family of Xinjiang Prefecture. You may simply call me Qiao Kui. Chapter 74. You have no objections, right? Thus, you may call me Yun Hung as well. In the days to come, I shall rely on you, Qiao Kui, and I am humbled. No witties. I have followed my father in the mountains to gather herbs since childhood. I can go anywhere, so rest assured. I am Qiao Kui. I am Chu Yun Hung. Here, at Longting Mountain, with heaven and earth as witnesses, I, Chu Yun Hung, willingly take Qiao Kui as my wife, with love unyielding, sharing life and death together. Now, reunited, the person remains, yet the circumstances have changed. Perhaps she is not the person she once was, nor is he. The fact that he does not recognize her now leaves Qiao Kui with mixed feelings. Was it because of amnesia that he failed to search for her and her mother, causing Wan to suffer the pains of being parentless in both lives? Regardless of Chu Yan's reasons, they are unforgivable. I am but a simple villager. How could we be acquainted? Just now, I risked my life to set the mechanisms in motion, allowing you to succeed. I am entitled to a share of the treasure. I will only take this one box. You have no objections, right? Chu Yin was momentarily stunned as distant memories surfaced. Today we had roasted rabbit with mushroom soup. You have no objections, right? A buzzing filled Chu Yan's mind, countless images flitting by, elusive and indistinct. His head began to ache again. Do you have any objections? Qiao Kui frowned, clutching several talismans, ready for a confrontation. Do you have any objections? You must keep them to yourself. I do not accept rebuttals. None. Very well, farewell. Clutching the box, Qiao Kui affixed a movement talisman to herself, vanishing into the dark forest. Chu Yin gazed at the disappearing figure, lost in thought. Who is she? The voice that frequently echoed in his mind, the figure that repeatedly appeared in his dreams. Xinjiang? Qiao Kui, you foolish snake. I told you to lead them away, and you couldn't even do that. What good are you? Qiao Kui vented her frustration and delivered a couple of punches to Little Seven. Little Seven looked aggrieved, curling its tail and presenting the box to Qiao Kui in a bid for favor. At least you have some conscience. You didn't lead them into the valley. Otherwise, I would have made you into snake soup. Feeling somewhat better, Qiao Kui accepted the box. She took one, and Little Seven took another. Together, they had not worked in vain that night and compensated for the lost talismans. Sitting down, she began to tally her spoils. Qiao Kui's expression darkened. No wonder the box was heavy. It was filled with gold. The shimmering jewels and dazzling ornaments filled the entire chest, and Qiao Kui was overjoyed. Finally, the jade stones for setting up the formation were within reach. She couldn't help but pat little Seven's head, praising, "You truly are capable. Here, a reward for you." With that, she gathered a surge of spiritual energy threefold and sent it to him. "Work hard, and this king will not shortchange you." 90, 91, 100. 101. Just 7 more to go. Qiao Kui rummaged through the box and unearthed a belt adorned with 12 resplendent rubies, each the size of a longan. "This shall suffice," she declared without hesitation, meticulously detaching each gem. Once she had amassed a total of 108 rubies, Qiao Kui descended the mountain under the cover of night, infusing the gems with spiritual energy. She began to arrange 36 of them into a complex maze formation known as the Jiao Wan Shirba, Wanmi Zhongzhen, starting from the wooden bridge, while deploying 12 to establish a defensive array around her dwelling. With the grand formation complete, a sense of relief washed over her. These gems would store spiritual energy for half a year, alleviating her need to frequently replace the pebbles that maintained her formations. The treasures of the Wu Wang Bao Tsang were indeed remarkable. As she passed by, He Tan, who had been napping beneath the eaves, barked in protest, his voice laden with dissatisfaction at being left behind. "I am awake now. Do not disturb mother with your noise." Jiang Chun Sheng arrived with his younger brother, Jiang Qiao Sheng. The brothers first washed their faces with cool water in the kitchen, skillfully igniting the stove to prepare rice and steaming a bag of white buns before commencing their daily martial training. The brothers had hearty appetites, and every few days, Tian Xinghua would ask them to carry 10 jin of grain back, a request to which Qiao Kui made no objections. Qiao Wan emerged from her room, and warm water had been prepared. Jiang Qiao Sheng brought over a basin. "Senior sister, please wash up." Qiao Wan, feeling a tad embarrassed, blushed as she replied, "You need not prepare these for me, Qiao Sheng. I can manage on my own." In her previous life, she had served the Lin family in such a manner, and now, experiencing such care herself was quite an adjustment. Each morning, when she awoke, the Jiang brothers were already organized, sparing her the task of preparing breakfast, even having her washing water ready, which made her feel somewhat guilty. "You entered the martial path before I did. You are my lifelong senior sister, and it is only right that I tend to you. This is a soap made from soap pods crafted by my mother, excellent for washing hair and face. Use it, and if it proves beneficial, I shall procure more. I must now return to my training." Jiang Qiao Sheng beamed, revealing a bright smile as he produced a dark brown bar of soap from his pocket and joined Jiang Chun Sheng in their practice. Qiao Kui's gaze lingered on the soap, her expression sharpening. Had she overlooked something in recent days? Jiao Wan quickly finished her washing and joined the morning training. After lunch, the trio busied themselves with their respective tasks. Jiao Wan seized the opportunity to take the ducks to the riverbank, accompanied by He Tan. Meanwhile, the Jiang brothers ventured into the bamboo forest, one to feed the chickens and the other to tend to the rabbits and clean their hutch. In Chapter 75, titled Not Marrying, Qiao Kui found herself the most leisurely among her family, seated on a stone in the medicinal garden, meditating with her eyes closed. Xiaoji approached, carrying a bundle of rabbit grass on his back. After crossing the wooden bridge, he halted and called out to Qiao Kui from a distance. Once she reached him, he placed the fresh rabbit grass on the ground. "This is what my sister and I gathered this morning. The morning dew has already dried," Xiaoji said with a smile. Since the fall of Lin Lizheng, Xiaoji no longer concealed his exchanges with Yun Hui on the north side of the He River. Qiao Kui had requested him to bring 3 bundles of rabbit grass daily, each worth 10 won, which contributed to their sustenance. Xiaoji was grateful for this arrangement and inquired further about the Lin family's affairs. Yesterday, the steward from the Luo family visited Lin's household. "Lin Chang, you sold Lin Wenjing for 300 taels. "Oh, not sold. That was a poor choice of words. It's that Lord Luo wishes to offer 500 taels as a betrothal gift to marry Lin Wenjing." Qiao Kui raised an eyebrow. The third young master of the Luo family. Was he not her former foolish fiancé, the one who was notoriously difficult to deal with? Ultimately, it was Taoist Wu Chun who had rejected the marriage due to incompatible fates, and the Luo family had compensated with 20 taels of divorce money. Now, they sought to marry Lin Wenjing. Indeed, the Luo family was generous. Without prompting, Qiao Ji continued, Surprisingly, Lin Chongyu and his wife consented. Truly, he laughed mockingly. Who in Xinxia village does not know that the Quan family treats their children equally? What a good mother she is to allow her own daughter to marry a fool. It seemed that as long as the price was right, anything could be sold. Qiao Ji cautiously observed Qiao Kui's expression, fearing her anger. The Quan family had previously attempted to sell her to the Luo family, and now they were marrying off their own daughter. He wondered if Aunt Qiao would recall the previous unpleasantness. Soon, he realized his concerns were unfounded. Qiao Kui showed no signs of displeasure, but rather, she appeared pleased. In her past life, Lin Wenjing had treated her precious servant as a subordinate, barking orders and demanding that she wash her undergarments. Now, with a good match ahead, she would have servants to attend to her, luxurious silks and satins, and splendid jewelry. It was indeed a beautiful turn of fate. Qiao Ji hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Qiao Kui of his recent overhearing, but considering all that she had already given, he felt there was little to conceal. Thus, he voiced his suspicions. I suspect Lin Wenxian's cultivation has encountered problems. I overheard him smashing things in his room yesterday, and even cursing the Quan family. Is it not evident that Lin Wenxian's literary heart is flawed? After consuming the tonic she personally prepared, if there were no issues, it would be strange, especially since she has already uprooted several precious herbs from the medicinal garden. Lin Chongyu has been keeping this a secret, and he must now be seeking funds to procure rare medicines to restore Lin Wenxian's literary heart. Upon seeing Qiao Kui nodding in agreement, Qiao Ji felt reassured in his deductions and added, in recent days, Lin Chongyu has been borrowing money left and right. Even relatives are wary of his requests. By the way, he even visited Widow Luo's house yesterday and stayed there for an hour, emerging with a radiant complexion. Qiao Kui, must you scrutinize such matters so closely? Lin Wenxian, aside from his damaged literary heart, has also been affected by the toxicity of the Gui Yu Chao, leading to irritability and violent outbursts. The inability to cultivate due to his literary heart being compromised may very well become his breaking point. The combination of Gui Yu Chao with other poisons can be fatal. At that moment, a woman clad in a crimson gown, adorned with a red flower in her hair, emerged from the Lin household. Quan Shi tidied up the gifts on the table, confirming that the Luo family's proposal had been accepted. In the mirror, Quan Shi appeared radiant, her golden hairpin adding an air of nobility. After organizing the items, she carried them to Lin Wenjing's room. Lin Wenjing was bound to the bed, and to avoid any disruption to the engagement, Quan Shi had even gagged her. Lin Wenjing struggled against her restraints, her eyes fixed on Quan Shi as she entered. Why must you be so stubborn? Look at these splendid gifts, all from the Luo family for you. Quan Shi carefully placed the gifts on the cabinet before removing the cloth from Lin Wenjing's mouth. I will not marry. I would rather die. Lin Wenjing cried out in despair, her voice hoarse from weeping. Last night, she had cried until her throat was raw and tears had run dry. Yet she could not alter her parents' decision. In their determination to prevent her escape, they had even cruelly bound her. Lin Wenjing was stunned, unable to comprehend that these were words her mother would utter. Am I not your daughter? You would sell me for Lin Wenxian? Lower your voice. Do not let your brother hear. He is troubled as well, Quan Shi replied, tears streaming down her face. It is the fault of your father and me for not having the means. Otherwise, how could we allow you to marry a fool? Your fates align with Luo San Shao, and that is why the Luo family is willing to offer 500 taels as a bride price. While Qiao Kui previously offered only 50, Lin Wenjing could not bear to listen any longer. Her mother had the audacity to compare her to Qiao Kui. Was her mother mad, or had she lost her wits? Do not rush. Allow me to explain. The Luo family is wealthy and esteemed. They value you and will not treat you unjustly. Luo San Shao may be a fool, but he cannot harm you. You would merely be living in a different place. Seeing her daughter's expression soften, Quan Shi pressed on, believing she was making headway. Endure for a few years. Once your brother excels in his training and secures a position, he will come to fetch you and find a suitable match for you. Who would marry me? Who would want me? Lin Wenjing retorted, her voice filled with anguish. Your brother will hold an important position in the court, and those who seek favor will not dare to reject you. The Luo family is merely a common wealthy household and would not dare offend an official with a literary heart. They will even contribute to your dowry, ensuring a grand marriage. Yesterday, the steward from the Luo residence came to propose, and the Quan family did not hesitate to agree. even contemplating a contingency plan in an instant. It was fortunate that their daughter's destiny aligned perfectly with Luo Sanxiaoyi. Otherwise, such a favorable match would not have graced their household. Initially, the Luo family was only willing to offer 100 taels of silver, but she insisted on 500, leveraging the fact that her son was cultivating literary skills as a bargaining chip, which made the Luo family value Xiangu and ultimately agree. Thus, they were only 1,000 taels short of the total 1,500. Seeing this opportunity, the Luo family seized the moment. The Luo family is affluent. You will be the mistress once you marry, with maids and servants at your service, and you shall lack for nothing in silk and satin, fine clothing, and sumptuous feasts. Look at this attire, this fabric, and these jewels. They're all gifts from the Luo family, a testament to how much they cherish you. When Lin Wenjing ceased to resist, Quan Shi untied her, took out a gold bracelet she could not wear, and gently took her daughter's hand, saying with warmth, "Come, let me adorn you with this. This bracelet is meant for your delicate wrist. How beautiful it will look." Chapter 76. Lin Wenxian is beaten with Lin Wenjing's agreement to the marriage, a heavy stone lifted from Quan Shi's heart, and she exited her daughter's chamber with satisfaction. She conferred with Lin Chanyu on how to procure the remaining 1,000 taels. Quan Shi inquired, "Dear husband, where shall we source this 1,000 taels? Xianji's health cannot be delayed. It is best to settle this soon. Furthermore, there are 200 taels from the county gambling house that we will collect next month." Mentioning this, Lin Changyu's earlier good mood evaporated. "Do not bother me with this. Did you not have a plan in mind?" Quan Shi, helpless, spread her hands. Qiao Kui is quite unruly now. She resorts to violence at the slightest provocation, and I truly cannot control her. "You foolish woman, just approach Qiao Wan. As long as she agrees, we could devise a strategy to handle Qiao Kui. What is there to fear?" Lin Changyu had already formulated a plan to deal with the Qiao mother and daughter. Upon hearing this, Quan Shi suddenly realized, so that is how it is. Qiao Wan is dutiful. She must be reluctant to marry Xiangu for this very reason. It is merely her pride at play. Once that is soothed, all difficulties will dissipate. Thus, in the evening, Lin Wenxian once again appeared by the wooden bridge. The Zhang brothers were in the bamboo grove, tending to chickens and rabbits, while Qiao Wan, accompanied by Haitan, was herding ducklings by the riverbank. Haitan leapt into Yunhui River, barking several times, herding the reluctant, half-grown ducklings back to shore, which all waddled into the pen under her fierce pursuit. Qiao Wan then secured the gate. As Lin Wenxian approached, he beheld a young lady standing gracefully by the riverbank, clad in simple garments, her figure slender, complexion fair, and features exquisite. Her flowing black hair danced gently in the breeze by the riverside, stirring Lin Wenxian's heartstrings. He had never encountered a woman of such captivating beauty. He momentarily lost himself in admiration. It was Haitan who noticed Lin Wenxian standing foolishly by the wooden bridge, barking in disdain. In her rebirth, she had fantasized about reuniting with Lin Wenxian, longing to ask him why he had to rid himself of her as a burdensome wife once he achieved success. Now, she no longer wished to inquire. What was the need? Pursuing wealth and status, leaping over the dragon gate, severing ties with the past, and discarding the burdensome wife, she no longer needed to seek reasons. She only needed to shatter Lin Wenxian's lifelong aspirations, ensuring he lived in despair. Casting a glance at her mother still seated on the bluestone, Qiao Wan slowly approached. In the sunset, behind her was the resplendent glow of the western sky, while Lin Wenxian was enveloped by the encroaching night. As she drew closer, she discerned Lin Wenxian's dejection. His complexion was ashen, his eyes sunken and dark. He was no longer the delicate flower she once nurtured, nor the gallant son of a humble family standing proud against the wind. Her mother was right. One cannot strike down an opponent in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the joy of revenge is lost. It must be a gradual erosion, a slow dismantling of the adversary's faith, destroying their most cherished possessions, offering them hope only to leave them in profound disappointment. Ensuring he dwells in endless agony would be the only way to alleviate her past sufferings. As she approached, Lin Wenxian recognized the young woman before him as Qiao Wan, his eyes entranced, his heart fluttering in sync with her steps. It turned out Qiao Wan could be so strikingly beautiful. Thus, his tone inadvertently took on a hint of urgency. "Wan Mei, it has been so long since we last met. Lin Gongzi, Please have some decorum. My given name is not for you to utter. Qiao Wan corrected him sternly, finding the words repugnant coming from his lips. In her past life, he had shown her indifference, feigning concern while binding her with moral obligations. Such emotional callousness could also masquerade as deep affection. What was the point? Merely because she was a herbalist whose family relied on her for survival? Lin Wenxian and Quan Shi feigned kindness towards her, but once Lin Wenxian succeeded academically, the Lin family would no longer need her. Lin Wenxian looked wounded, his eyes filled with grievance as he gazed at Qiao Wan. Wan Mei, we used to address one another this way, and you no longer call me Lin Gongzi. Have we grown so distant? Haiten could no longer contain herself, barking angrily as if to say, "How dare you?" In her youth, she had been naive. Did Lin Gongzi, who studied the classics, not understand decorum and shame? Addressing a young lady by her given name so recklessly? Impertinent and disrespectful. Did you hear that? Faced with the cold-hearted Qiao Wan, Lin Wenxian grew increasingly agitated. Yet upon seeing her strikingly ethereal beauty, he found it difficult to summon anger. He clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, returning to his gentle demeanor. Miss Qiao, I apologize for my lack of propriety. I hope you will not hold it against me. Is your treatment of me due to my absence at Qiao grandfather's funeral? On the day of his passing, I felt unwell, suffering from nausea and abdominal pain, which led me to miss the assessment. Qiao Wan could bear it no longer and kicked him in the knee. Caught off guard, Lin Wenxian knelt on the ground. How dare you? Your inability to pass the examination is not my grandfather's fault. Did he not treat you with great kindness during his lifetime? You're lower than a dog. Don't bring dogs into this. There are no scoundrels among them. Enduring the pain, Lin Wenxian rose, his expression shifting as he held back tears. Von Mei, if you dare to be frivolous with me, I swear I will. Qiao Wan was no longer listening, her fists clenched as she charged at him. Haiten dashed forward as well, and the two, a master and her servant, began to attack, leaving Lin Wenxian in a state of utter disarray. Miss Qiao, I am innocent. My intentions were not malicious. I meant to express my heartfelt connection, sensing Qiao grandfather's misfortune. Please stop, it hurts. Lin Wenxian received a punch from Qiao Wan. His words stifled, his frustration mounting. He had come with goodwill to reconcile. Yet Qiao Wan remained obstinate, proving that a country girl could be uncouth despite her attractive appearance. It was a pity that he had not articulated his purpose before her rudeness interrupted. Miss Qiao, please refrain from striking. We are betrothed. I came for this very reason. I am prepared to welcome you into my home. In the future, I will enter the civil service through literary achievements, and you will be the esteemed wife of a respected official. I will strive to secure a noble title for you, ensuring a lifetime of luxury. To hell with your marriage contract. You think you could deceive me with that? My mother has already informed you that our engagement is void. If you dare to speak of it again and tarnish my reputation, I will end you. Did you not have enough from the past life as disappointments? Now you wish to paint another picture for me to consume? Chapter 77. The Alliance of Three and a Dog. Lin Wenxian, having undergone 6 years of medicinal bathing. Though his literary talents were diminished, his physical strength was unmatched by Qiao Wan. Gradually, she began to falter. Sister, Jiang Qiusheng called out. Jiang Chunsheng had already rushed over, while Jiang Qiusheng lagged behind, wielding a kitchen knife. They had been chopping herbs to feed the chickens. Upon seeing the two approaching, Lin Wenxian's expression darkened, his voice turning harsh. Qiao Wan, how dare you consort with a man outside your marriage vows? You are promised to another. Get lost. What do you mean by marriage? Are you deaf? The engagement is null and void. Can you not comprehend that? Jiang Chunsheng arrived, delivering a swift kick that struck Lin Wenxian squarely in the chest, sending him several meters back. The two brothers of Jiang stood guard by Qiao Wan's side, their gazes fixed intently upon Lin Wenxian, akin to the fierce generals of old. The trio, accompanied by a dog, formed an unyielding alliance under the last remnants of the evening glow. Jiang Chunsheng raised the kitchen knife, ready to strike should Lin Wenxian dare to approach. Lin Wenxian fell to the ground, spitting blood, his meticulously chosen attire now soiled, his hair disheveled. Faced with the predatory stares of the three, he succumbed to his fury and retched, expelling another mouthful of blood. You three, how dare you tarnish my senior sister's reputation? I will slay you. Jiang Qiusheng charged forth with his knife, followed closely by Jiang Chunsheng, who rolled up his sleeves, only to hesitate and lower them again. Lin Wenxian, seeing the two advance, cast aside all caution, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Had he been able to wield his literary talents, he would not have feared these two brute men. Yet now, he found himself like a tiger fallen to the plains. The sight of his disheveled escape brought forth hearty laughter from the trio, while the dog, heightened, barked joyfully, leaping high in celebration. The three and the dog reveled in their victory, while Lin Wenxian felt like a disgraced hound, overwhelmed with anxiety and rage, his resentment toward his parents intensifying. It was their foolish plan that led to his humiliation. Regrettably, he had yet to voice his grievances, left battered and humiliated by Qiao Wan. The more he brooded, the angrier he grew, mistaking a black-feathered chicken pecking at the roadside for heightened, barking and showing off before him. In a fit of rage, he kicked the chicken, sending it crashing against a tree, where it lay twitching before succumbing to death. Still unsatisfied, Lin Wenxian lifted it again, violently smashing it against the tree until its blood stained the trunk, thus relieving his wrath. Upon returning home, Lin Wenxian locked himself in his room. When the Quan family came to inquire, he unleashed a tirade upon them. Powerless, Quan could only weep, feeling wronged. As his mother, what could she do but endure? Villagers, incensed over the loss of a chicken, raised their voices in harsh reproach, their shouts echoing through the darkness and unsettling the entire village. Quan grew increasingly agitated. Day after day, once their bellies were full, they had the energy to bicker. Whose fault was it that their chicken was not well looked after? Lin Changyu barely lifted his eyelids, equally disappointed in his son's ineptitude. With some effort, he could have charmed that girl. His son was not lacking in looks, being handsome and refined, the pride of Xinxiao village. Yet, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Qiao Wan. It appeared his son was lacking in this regard. It seemed that the Qiao family had firmly resolved against their union. Thus, there was no need for excessive effort, especially since Wenjing was to marry into the Luo family. Their status as a wealthy family had changed the dynamics. They mustn't make the marriage public knowledge, lest it tarnish Xianji's prospects. Upon reflection, Quan's eyes brightened. Indeed, the Luo family was a local affluent household, owning vast tracts of land, with tenants from several nearby villages. If they could arrange a marriage for Xiangu through the Luo family, how could they lack for silver? Moreover, Xiangu was a rare cultivator of literary talent. With a boundless future ahead, wouldn't those nobles seek to curry favor? This was an investment. Why should they cling to the ill-reputed Qiao Wan, merely a herbalist, of uncertain parentage, and with Qiao Kui's disgraceful reputation? Why should they subject Xiangu to such indignity? Just yesterday, Quan had not considered this. Today, it was clear as day, and she found herself looking down upon Qiao Wan. You were right. This union was indeed a humiliation for Xiangu. A decision made by the elder, one I was reluctant to accept. Qiao Wan was unworthy of our family. It was she who was climbing too high. As she contemplated her son's future prospects, Quan felt a surge of joy, completely forgetting Lin Wenxian's prior embarrassment after failing to gain admission to the academy, causing all those who had previously sought to curry favor and propose alliances to vanish overnight. It was then that she had begun to value the Qiao family's proposal. Thankfully, only a few familiar households were aware of this matter. Tomorrow, I shall inform each one to refrain from spreading rumors. Lin Changyu nodded, relieved that Quan was finally using her intellect. He had actually thought of this long ago. For years, he had allowed Quan to dangle the Qiao family along. Once Xiangu advanced to the Xiuyu realm, he would have the opportunity to study at the academy again, and his future would be assured. A hidden dragon in a deep pool would eventually soar into the sky. As for the Qiao family's land, it was all funded by the Lin family. Keeping it for them made him uneasy. Quan then inquired, why should it be that their rice paddies and dry fields total only 32 acres, while Qiao Kui possesses 400? Just thinking of this made her furious. What is the rush? Why should we take action? With so many Lin family members in the village, who would sit idly by? Just the other day, Taoist Wuchan admitted that Qiao Kui is his master's niece. They're merely biding their time. Leaning closer, Quan whispered, if we could obtain that land, wouldn't that secure us 1,000 taels? Lin Changyu finally raised his eyes, scrutinizing Quan. Your courage is commendable, daring to seize what others covet. Those lands are coveted by several families in the village. What is there to fear? Qiao Kui and her ilk are timid, waiting for the first move. Their thoughts are too convoluted. We might as well strike first. What do you have in mind? Speak. Husband, here's my thought, the couple leaned in, whispering. The Qiao family of Xingyang had prospered through generations of managing their medicinal business, now holding a prominent position within the region. 10 years prior, they gained the patronage of the capital's nobility, propelling their swift rise, now nearly surpassing the Qi family. The Qiao estate, having flourished over the past decade, now occupied half of Chang'e Street. Inside the Qiao residence, lights blazed brightly, the atmosphere unusually festive. A throng of elegantly dressed, noble women gathered at the floral archway, gazing longingly toward the front courtyard. The matriarch of the Qiao family, enveloped by the crowd, stood without a trace of complaint, even instructing her eldest daughter-in-law. "Where's my daughter? Send someone to the front courtyard to check if they have arrived." The young and beautiful second daughter-in-law, Yi, supported the old matriarch's other arm, affectionately saying, "Yes." We dispatched a steward to greet them at the city gates and stationed a servant at the street corner to report any news immediately. Despite such meticulous arrangements, the old matriarch remained uneasy, her gaze fixed on the front courtyard as she muttered, "Why haven't they arrived yet? This is driving me mad. It's so late. I wonder if my daughter is cold or hungry." Behind her, the daughters-in-law and granddaughters, all splendidly adorned, listened to the matriarch's murmurs with smiles, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at the distant, vibrant lights. "They have arrived. The carriage of our cousin is already in the city. In a quarter of an hour, they will enter the estate." The old matriarch strained her neck, finally receiving the news. Elated, she exclaimed, "Excellent. Quickly instruct the kitchen to prepare the food, heat water, and send someone to inspect Chunwu courtyard to ensure there are no oversights." The eldest daughter-in-law, Lu, acknowledged each request, and soon maids and servants were bustling about, some to the kitchen for preparations, others to inspect Chunwu courtyard. Lu supported the old matriarch, concerned she might faint from standing too long, gently advising, "Mother, there's still some time. Let us go inside and rest. My daughter is such a good child. She has been without a mother since childhood. Who but I will cherish her." This time, she has invited the morning sun princess from the Duke of Ming's household. "We must ensure everything is perfect, lest we bring shame upon her. Rest assured, mother, everything has been arranged. Chunwu courtyard is our grandest and most luxurious. With all furnishings chosen by you, it cannot go wrong." Lu suppressed her excitement, holding her head high, striving to maintain the dignity of the household. You were smile, yet inwardly cursed Lu for monopolizing such good fortune, gaining prestige from the visit of the Duke's princess. Soon, a well-trained contingent of cavalry appeared at the street corner, escorting 20 lavishly adorned carriages, with the head of the Qiao family personally welcoming them, bowing and following alongside like a humble servant. At the entrance of the Qiao residence, the steward had long been awaiting the arrival of the grand procession. Upon sighting the majestic convoy, he promptly ordered the main gate to be opened, welcoming the carriages into the estate. Once inside, a throng of guards remained in the courtyard, as a young lady, surrounded by numerous maids and servants, alighted from her carriage, taking a seat in a small sedan chair adorned in azure fabric. Passing through the drooping flower gate, she came to a halt, assisted by her attendants. The venerable Qiao matriarch, accompanied by a multitude of others, had already positioned herself at the courtyard entrance. Upon recognizing a young woman dressed in opulent attire, her eyes brimmed with tears as she staggered forward with outstretched arms. Chun Yinan pressed her lips together, and, urged by an elderly maid behind her, she rushed towards the Qiao matriarch, embracing her tightly. "Grandmother, Nin has missed you dearly," she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Following closely behind was a little girl clad in striking red, her bright eyes sparkling. A crimson whip studded with blue and red gemstones hung from her waist, and her attire was both vigorous and neat. This was the illustrious Princess Chaoyang of the Kanglin Duke's residence, Yi Tao, observing the tender scene of maternal affection. Yi Tao maintained an impassive expression, opting not to be assisted by her maidservants as she stepped out of the sedan chair, her gaze surveying her surroundings with keen interest. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the renowned Princess Chaoyang of the Kanglin Duke's estate? The revelation was indeed astonishing. The woman accompanying Chun Yinan, who appeared to be in her 30s, first offered her greetings to a few individuals before introducing. "This is the Princess Chaoyang of the Kanglin Duke's residence." The others reciprocated the courtesy, while the Qiao family and the young women of similar age to Chun Yinan discreetly scrutinized Qiao, their curiosity unabashedly evident. The Qiao matriarch held Chu Nianin in a prolonged embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nian's mother, Nian Shi, pursed her lips, observing that it was evident they had not seen each other in a year, and the bond of grandmother and granddaughter was profound. Those unaware might mistake this for a reunion akin to Lin Daiyu entering the Rongbo mansion. Lu Shi and Yan Shi attempted to console her, eventually persuading the Qiao matriarch to cease her tears and guide Chu Nian into the hall. As the maidservants arranged cushions, Chu Nian knelt on them to pay her respects to the Qiao matriarch. Meanwhile, Qiao sat to the side, entranced by the pastries just brought in by the maid. "Please stand up. You must be weary from your journey," the Qiao matriarch spoke with heartfelt concern, continuing to engage Chu Nian while also inviting Qiao to partake in tea and delicacies. "I'm not tired at all. Princess Chaiyang has taken great care of me during the journey," Chu Nian replied, casting a grateful smile towards Qiao. The princess merely nodded slightly, maintaining a composed smile as she delicately picked up a piece of lotus cake to savor, causing the maid behind her, Chu Mama, to furrow her brow. In contrast to the overwhelming warmth displayed by the Qiao family and Chu Nian, Qiao appeared somewhat aloof, even enigmatic. She was not fond of witnessing such familial displays of affection. Her parents had always advised that public displays were merely for show, leaving one to wonder how much sincerity lay behind closed doors. After another bite of the bland pastry, her interest waned, and she felt no inclination to linger in this setting. Casting a glance at Chu Mama, who stood as steadfast as a cypress, the maid understood and proceeded to bring forth a wooden box, making her way to the main hall. She first offered a respectful bow to the Qiao matriarch and the two ladies. "We apologize for intruding, and this is but a modest token of our appreciation. We hope that the esteemed Qiao matriarch and the ladies will not take offense. Our young lady has endured a taxing journey and requires some time to refresh and rest. We kindly request your assistance in arranging accommodations for her to retreat and recuperate." A hush fell over the hall as the Qiao matriarch, Wu Shi, and Nian Shi all turned crimson, their expressions exceedingly grim. Chu Mama's gentle yet respectful request was akin to a slap in their faces, making them realize they had become overly excited and momentarily overlooked the young lady. While it is customary for juniors to pay their respects to their elders, Qiao, being the legitimate daughter of the Kanglin Duke and the Princess Chaiyang, was not someone they could treat as they would a girl from Xingyang Mansion. They had gravely miscalculated. In the Qiao matriarch's courtyard, once everyone departed, only the Qiao matriarch, Lu Shi, and the young woman beside, Chu Nian remained in the hall. The young woman, lifting her head, approached the Qiao matriarch and sat beside her, resting her head on her shoulder. "Mother, Yong has missed you." The Qiao matriarch gently stroked the young woman's hair and murmured, "For the sake of the Qiao family, these years have kept you distanced. You have suffered." The young woman accompanying Chu Nian was none other than Qiao Yuyong, the Qiao matriarch's youngest daughter and the youngest sister of the head of the Qiao family. Lu Shi also took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. "These years, we owe it all to fifth sister. Otherwise, how would our Qiao family have reached such heights today?" Her tone was accusatory, causing Lu Shi to feel distressed and embarrassed. Faced with Qiao Yuyong's piercing gaze, she could only helplessly explain, "This matter is complicated. That person has been foolish for nearly a decade, and it is astonishing that a bowl of poison has cured him. It may indeed be a case of using poison to counteract poison." Qiao Yuyong frowned, displeased. "To deal with such trivial matters, you have repeatedly failed. I cannot help but doubt my elder brother's capabilities." Lu Shi, flustered, stood to clarify, "Fifth sister, your elder brother has done his utmost. You need not worry about this matter. Once the Chu Marquis departs, he will find a way to ensure that mother and daughter will not survive. The current inaction is merely to avoid alerting the Chu Marquis. These years, if it were not for my management within the Chu Marquis's residence, would the Qiao family have attained today's prosperity? Your elder brother is too cautious, lacking in initiative. Had he heeded my advice earlier and let the second brother take charge, the Qiao family would have established itself in the capital long ago." Lu Shi was rendered speechless, feeling stifled, yet could not dare to refute Qiao Yuyong's assertiveness. The Qiao family's current standing was entirely due to Qiao Yuyong's contributions. The bold decision made back then was solely driven by her determination. Once the Qiao matriarch allowed her daughter to vent her frustrations, She spoke. Enough, Yuyong. Do not blame your elder brother. He is kind-hearted and cannot bear to annihilate completely. However, let us not mention the matter of the family head in the future. Discord among brothers can only lead to disaster, and it is the root of familial strife. Xiao Yuyong became even angrier. Mother, you still defend my elder brother. If he had not been so soft-hearted, had he listened to me back then and eliminated them, we would not have to live in fear now. Yuyong, your second brother acts impulsively, and your second sister-in-law is a liability. It would not be wise for her to know of this matter. Therefore, do not mention it again, lest you create a rift with your elder brother. Xiao Yuyong understood this logic. Thus, every time she felt discontent towards her elder brother, she could only vent her anger on her mother and sister-in-law. Are you so eager for us to act on this matter because the Chu Marquis has recalled something? Xiao Yuyong's gaze deepened as she replied, I do not know. The Marquis has never allowed us to approach. However, the last time Yan'an went to pay her respects, she inadvertently overheard him mentioning Kuei Nyang, which has left me restless, fearing he may recall matters from a decade ago. The Qiao matriarch and Lu Shi exchanged glances, both realizing the gravity of the situation. Learning that Chu Yan was currently at Xingyang Mansion, the Qiao matriarch and Lu Shi felt their anxiety mounting. Madame Qiao heaved a deep sigh, expressing her astonishment at the presence of Duke Chu. This matter must be dealt with promptly. Lu Shi, go and inform the eldest son to resolve it within 3 days, leaving no room for future troubles. Lu Shi opened her mouth, feeling discontented. The mother and daughter duo were difficult to eliminate. Was 3 days truly sufficient? Madame Qiao's countenance turned grave as she regarded Lu Shi. This concerns the survival of the Qiao family. Do not let any unforeseen circumstances arise. Lu Shi dared not argue and consented. Once Lu Shi departed, Madame Qiao took her daughter aside to speak of Chu Yan'an. Yan'an has been raised splendidly, blossoming into a graceful young woman. It is a pity that you two cannot recognize each other. It is the mother's fault. Upon finishing her words, tears cascaded down Madame Qiao's cheeks. Qiao Yurong shook her head, offering a handkerchief to her mother, dismissively saying, It is a blessing enough that I could witness her grow. I have no regrets. Madame Qiao replied, The Qiao family owes its current standing to your sacrifices. I am well aware of that. But you must ensure that eldest brother delivers my rightful share on time. Madame Qiao was momentarily at a loss for a retort and could only acquiesce. She then inquired about Chu Yan'an's marriage prospects. Now that Yan'an is of age, are there any suitable families? Qiao Yurong felt fatigued and did not wish to discuss such matters, knowing that even if she did, her mother might not comprehend. Mother is unaware of the powerful families in the capital. Yan'an's marriage will be decided by the Duke. He is formidable and favored by the Emperor, and many are eager to ally with the Duke's household. Madame Qiao felt reassured. As long as Chu Yan'an married into a prestigious family, the Qiao family could enjoy another century of glory. Seeing her mother's thoughts laid bare, Qiao Yurong felt a sense of helplessness. Her mother and eldest brother had simplistic views, and she truly could not bear the burden alone. That night, atop Nyosho Mountain, Yishi ordered all the boxes to be transported down the mountain and approached Chu Yan for instructions. Master, the young lady has safely arrived at the Qiao family. Shall we proceed? Is it you, Qiao Kui? I am Qiao Kui, a member of the Qiao family from Xingyang Prefecture. Investigate one more matter. All the daughters of the Qiao family, both direct and collateral branches, who bear the name Kui. The following day, Yi Qiao bid farewell to the Qiao family. I apologize for the disturbances last night. I have pressing matters and cannot linger. Farewell, Miss Chu. We shall meet in the capital. Chu Yan'an felt a pang of reluctance, as did the Qiao family, despite Yi Qiao having embarrassed them the previous night. The presence of a legitimate daughter from the Duke of Kanglin's household residing with the Qiao family was enough to elevate their reputation in Xingyang Prefecture. There is no one who did not know of the Duke of Kanglin. Her father was the Grand General who defended the northern domain, ensuring peace, while her mother was the regent princess, a sibling of the emperor, co-ruling the realm. Yi Qiao's status was unparalleled, being the foremost noblewoman in the capital. Chu Yan'an grasped Yi Qiao's hand, personally seeing her off, expressing her reluctance. Sister Qiao, the journey is long and tedious. I would accompany you for companionship. But Sister Qiao, I cannot bear to leave you alone. Her urgent expression resembled that of an eager pup wanting to follow its master, which Yi Qiao found unappealing. As a daughter of Duke Chu, Yan'an held a noble status, yet she stooped to seek favor from others, lowering herself to a subordinate position. Was it merely due to the absence of literary talent? Literary talent is a fine gift, yet she too lacked it. Yi Qiao Qiao lightly caressed the crimson whip coiled at her waist, responding with indifference. I am protected by elite soldiers. How could I be unsafe? Moreover, if true danger arises. Dear sister, without any cultivation, would you not be in greater peril? At this, Chu Nianen's head drooped, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her face. Yi Qiao Qiao's words pierced her heart. Her father was the esteemed Duke Chu, yet she, as his only bloodline, inherited her mother's humble lineage, a commoner. Why did she not possess a regal mother? The absence of literary talent had rendered her sensitive and insecure since childhood, cultivating a habit of weeping. Yi Qiao Qiao, feeling helpless, reflected on the matter. Lacking literary talent and unable to endure the hardships of martial cultivation. How many noble families were not faced with the choice of literary prowess or martial courage, enduring trials and tribulations? The offspring of nobility earned their glory through blood and sweat. Yet she was an exception, and her penchant for self-pity was unwarranted. I mean, no offense. Do not overthink it. There are advantages to lacking literary talent. One can enjoy the fruits without the labor, living in luxury without the struggles we endured since childhood. Stop talking, exclaimed Grandma Chu. Look at how the young lady is weeping. You ought to maintain some decorum. It is time, my lady, we must set out. As Yi Qiao Qiao departed, she took with her the entourage that had arrived in grand style the previous day, leaving Chu Nianen in tears at the Qiao family's threshold. Qiao Yurong felt sorrow for her daughter, who faced exclusion and disdain. Yet what could be done? The offspring of two individuals lacking literary talent could not possess the rare gift. Chu Nianen was a prime example. She had faced ridicule and ostracism from the noble ladies of the capital, deemed unworthy of being the daughter of Duke Chu. Yet what could be done? Her identity as the sole bloodline of Duke Chu remained unchanged. With resentment in her eyes, Chu Nian gazed at the vanishing carriage, expressing her unwillingness. Nanny, if only I had literary talent, would they treat me differently? Do not dwell on such thoughts, my lady. You are the cherished pearl of Duke Chu, esteemed and precious. Who would dare to look down upon you? Even without literary talent, what can they do? They are merely envious of your fortune. Some are born with a silver spoon, and you are one of them. Your accomplishments surpass what they could achieve in a lifetime. Within the carriage, Yi Qiao Qiao idly lifted the curtain, observing the bustling crowds outside. Grandma Chu sat beside her, muttering discontentedly. My lady, cease this. Yi Qiao Qiao interrupted with a sigh. The journey is long. Grant me some ease. Grandma Chu, unable to contain her frustrations, retorted, I acknowledge my indiscretion. Nonetheless, the young lady is the sole bloodline of Duke Chu. You ought to show her some leniency for the Duke's sake. Look at her. She has not inherited the noble demeanor of Duke Chu, only the ability to curry favor and ingratiate herself. If she could pursue martial valor, I might regard her differently, yet she does not. Her frailty and ailments are mere excuses, easily resolved with a couple of medicinal pills, yet she broadcast her plight for all to see. If not for the Duke's reputation, who would bother with her? Grandma Chu's brows furrowed deeply, her heart laden with frustration. Her young mistress was too straightforward and would suffer for it. Not everyone could endure the rigors of martial training. The young lady had lost her mother at a tender age, which was indeed tragic. Yi Qiao Qiao did not retort, not because she disagreed with the lament of Chu Nianen's mother's early passing, but rather because she pondered the caliber of the woman who could earn Duke Chu's unwavering devotion for a decade. The rumors circulating were not to be trusted. After all, what kind of person was Duke Chu to be forced into anything? Meanwhile, in Xinxia village, Lin Changyu also departed home, feeling accomplished as he headed towards the Luo family. At the Qiao family, Jiang Erqin arrived today with his two brothers, ready to begin their martial training. Qiao Kui, accompanied by Qiao Wan, climbed onto the ox cart, driven by Jiang Erqin towards the county town. Upon reaching the county town, Jiang Erqin took his leave, and Qiao Kui led Qiao Wan to the horse market, spending 60 taels of silver to purchase a sturdy young mule and another 5 taels for a nearly new cart frame. The horse trader beamed with delight as he swiftly harnessed the cart for Qiao Kui. Seated at the front of the cart, Qiao Kui cracked the whip, setting off towards Xinjiang Prefecture. Do not question why a woman would drive a cart. After a century of cultivation, what could she not master? Qiao Wan sat in the cart, occasionally lifting the curtain to gaze excitedly at the lively market streets. It was her first journey beyond familiar boundaries, and her spirits soared with joy, eager to witness the vibrant atmosphere of Xinjiang Prefecture. The horse-drawn carriage rattled and swayed as it departed the county town, the number of pedestrians gradually diminishing. Along the way, rustic cottages appeared intermittently, with glimpses of human activity. By midday, having traveled further, encounters with fellow travelers became scarce. The vastness of the wilderness stretched beneath the low-hanging sky, and the carriage journeyed on its solitary path. Qiao Kui tossed the reins aside and leaned back to doze, leaving the mule to navigate ahead. Qiao Wan found the journey dull and decided to exit the carriage, sitting beside Qiao Kui, her body leaning against him. The swaying of the carriage made her head spin. "Mother, how long until we reach Xinjiang Prefecture? What's wrong? Are you bored after just half a day?" Qiao Kui chuckled, maintaining her balance to make Qiao Wan more comfortable. "Yes, quite boring," Qiao Wan admitted, even yawning. "If only Hayton could join us, it would be more entertaining." Qiao Kui smiled, explaining that she hadn't allowed Haytan to accompany them, as it was guarding their home, essential for activating the protective formations. "It's still early. We won't arrive at Xinjiang Prefecture until the day after tomorrow. If we find ourselves bored, let us seek a place to rest. We aren't constrained by time. We can treat this journey as a leisurely excursion." Indeed, Qiao Kui selected a spot by the water to stop, and Qiao Wan jumped down from the carriage, stretching her limbs. After just one morning, she felt nearly disassembled from the bumps. Qiao Kui retrieved a water pouch, cooking utensils, and the dry rations prepared by Tian Xinghua. She built a simple fire with 2 stones and set a pot to boil water, utilizing the readily available firewood. "Mother, let me help," Qiao Wan exclaimed, rushing to take the bowls and chopsticks from Qiao Kui and washing them at the riverbank. After 2 months back home, Qiao Kui had gradually adjusted to life again, relearning the skills she had once mastered. "Mother, there are fish in the river. Let us catch some to eat," Qiao Wan called out excitedly. When Qiao Kui arrived, however, the fish had already vanished, frightened away by her loud voice. Qiao Wan chuckled awkwardly at Qiao Kui. Qiao Kui lightly scolded her and continued preparing their meal, adding dried meat and breaking steam buns into small pieces to cook, along with a handful of greens. Soon, a fragrant lunch was ready, and, after eating, they did not hurry to leave. Qiao Kui took a nap in the disassembled carriage, while Qiao Wan took the new family member, the mule, to the river for a bath, brushing its coat with grass. She even named the new addition He Shi, from the He clan, meaning Blackstone. Qiao Kui was silently impressed, appreciating her daughter's gift for naming. As the sun climbed higher, Qiao Kui awoke, and Qiao Wan to become familiar with He Shi. They resumed their journey, and Qiao Kui handed the reins to Qiao Wan. "Give it a try. You don't need to strike hard. Just tap the frame to make a sound." Excitedly, Qiao Wan took the reins and gently tapped them on the carriage frame, calling out, "He Shi, we're off." He Shi began to move. "Left, right, go straight. We're about to fall into a ditch," Qiao Wan exclaimed, her brow glistening with sweat. By the time Qiao Wan could fully control the carriage, dusk had fallen, and they had not reached the next town. At their current pace, the journey meant they might take 5 days to cover what should be 2. "Mother, are we going to sleep in the wilderness?" Qiao Kui sat up, assessing the road ahead. She pointed to a grove of trees, saying, "Camping outdoors can be quite charming. Let us find a spot there." "Hey!" Qiao Wan urged He Shi toward the grove. "Who goes there? There are people here. Leave quickly." A sudden voice startled Qiao Wan. She caught a glimpse of lights among the trees to the left, where 2 guarded tents stood deeper in. However, the direction Qiao Kui indicated was to the right, not conflicting with the camp's location. Instinctively, Qiao Wan pointed to the right grove, saying, "We'll go that way. We want to intrude." Startled, she realized her rashness, tugging on the reins to change direction. "We'll be on our way." "Stop!" A clear female voice rang out from among the guards, reaching Qiao Wan's ears through the throng of protectors. "Put down your weapons. Traveling at night is not easy. Allow them to rest beside us for the night." At once, a guard approached to lead the horse, followed by an older woman who said, "Why are you 2 traveling at such an hour? Our master has compassion and permits you to stay with us for the night." The guard said nothing and settled the carriage under a large tree, 10 meters from their camp. The woman, noticing Qiao Wan driving the carriage alone while the older Qiao Kui lay within, felt displeased. How could a child be allowed to drive while her mother slept? It was irresponsible. Feeling pity for the young girl, she arranged for the carriage to be unloaded and provided 2 blankets and some food. Qiao was in the camp, reading by candlelight, the soft glow illuminating her serene profile. Their convoy was not a haphazard assembly like Qiao Kui's, but comprised elite soldiers and fine steeds, capable of covering great distances. Having arrived there in just one day, "Don't strain your eyes, my lady," Chu Mama cautioned, pouring her a cup of tea. Bored, Qiao tossed the book aside and accepted the tea. Chu Mama mentioned Qiao Kui and her daughter. The young girl seems so pitiful, appearing no older than 10. Driving the carriage while her mother sleeps. It's truly disheartening. Qiao cast a glance at Chu Mama, who usually bore a stern expression but had a soft heart. Who knows what circumstances brought them here at night? Suddenly, Qiao's delicate nose twitched, and she stood up excitedly. "Who is cooking? It smells delightful." "Chu Mama, what were you just saying?" "My lady's nose seems to have a mind of its own." Chu Mama replied, "I have some leftover bok choy from home, so I thought I'd de-cook it now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fresh tomorrow." As the vegetable soup was served, Qiao Kui also woke up, holding a bowl and waiting to eat. At that moment, Chu Mama arrived again, placing a bag on the ground with a warm smile. "I brought some fodder for your horse. It has run all day and needs something good to eat, or it will lack energy tomorrow." "Thank you, Auntie." Qiao Wan quickly expressed her gratitude. "No need to thank me. Just call me Chu Mama. You're such a lovely girl. I don't even know your name yet," Chu Mama replied, her face radiating kindness, causing Qiao Kui to tilt her head in suspicion. That smile seemed to hold ulterior motives. She must be cautious not to let her precious daughter be swayed. Chu Mama's heart was conflicted, feeling particularly discontented. Here she was, a capable steward beside the princess and a notable figure in the Kanglan state, reduced to begging for food. Alas, dealing with a gluttonous master was no easy task. The bitterness she felt was too embarrassing to share with others. Chu Mama struggled to voice her thoughts, while Qiao Wan found the kind and amiable Chu Mama delightful, not only bringing food, but also caring for Hey Sure. "My name is Qiao Wan, and this is my mother. We're going to Xinjiang Prefecture to visit relatives." Chu Momo was utterly astonished and hurriedly urged, "My lady, do take your time. I have yet to test for poison. What if it is toxic? If there is no poison, it is quite delicious. I shall partake as well." Taio was so engrossed in her meal that she did not lift her head. She had already emptied her bowl, draining the last remnants of soup, leaving no morsel behind for Chu Momo. Taken aback by the empty bowl, Itoto awkwardly smiled. "It was just too delightful. I couldn't resist. I promise to save some for you next time." Chu Momo mused, "Pray tell, how exquisite must it be to captivate the princess to such an extent?" Energized, Taio exclaimed, "I feel invigorated and shall practice my whip techniques." With her whip in hand, she exited the tent and soon began to skillfully practice in the open space. The whip danced like a dragon, moving seamlessly and with precision, a testament to her rigorous training. The 2 maidservants accompanying her began to clear the dishes. One remarked with a smile, "It is the first time our princess has eaten so cleanly." The other chimed in, "Not a drop of soup left, indeed, quite tidy." Chu Momo's expression darkened as she retorted, "The princess's actions are none of your concern." The 2 maids, realizing their slip of tongue, fell silent, aware that their careless words could tarnish the princess's reputation for indulgence. Taio, having changed her attire, inquired of her attendant, "Has Sister Qiao received any hot water?" Chu Momo, barely lifting her eyelids, felt too fatigued to comment, realizing that Miss Qiao had already been designated as a sister by the princess. Taio stated, "After our travel, we ought to be considerate hosts. Momo, please send 2 buckets of hot water for them to refresh themselves." Chu Momo was about to comply when Taio added, "Never mind, I will deliver it myself. Please also fetch me 2 boxes of insect repellent and 2 sets of clean clothing." As a throng of people brought hot water, Qiao Wan and Qiao Kui had already finished their meal. Qiao Wan was by the river, washing the dishes while feeding the Haishi family member, Haishi, some fodder. Upon opening the bag sent by Chu Momo, she was taken aback and whispered to Qiao Kui, who was seated beneath a tree gazing at the luminous moon, "Mother, they are actually feeding the horse soybeans." She spoke softly, fearing to reveal her ignorance. Qiao Kui, unfazed, noted that their horses were robust, even adorned with silver armor, easily identifiable as war horses. What harm is there in feeding them black and yellow beans? "Sister Qiao, the night air is cool. Be cautious not to catch a chill." Qiao Wan paused, observing the newcomer, whose crimson attire illuminated the darkness, infusing it with vibrant color. As the figure approached, Qiao Wan quickly composed herself and bowed. "Thank you, noble one, for sheltering us." Yi Taio lifted Qiao Wan, stating, "In times of need, we rely on friends. There is no need for thanks, Sister Qiao." However, upon seeing Qiao Wan's visage, Yi Taio momentarily lost her composure. This Qiao Wan bore a striking resemblance to her late grandmother, stirring an unexpected fondness within her. "I heard from Momo that you and your mother travel lightly, so I brought you hot water for washing and 2 sets of clothing, along with insect repellent. Please do not refuse." Blushing, Qiao Wan declined, yet her hand remained in Yi Taio's grasp, perhaps forgotten. "Thank you, elder sister, but such items are valuable. We cannot accept rewards for nothing. They are not precious items, merely provisions for use. The night is rife with snakes and insects. The repellent scattered near your carriage will help keep them at bay. Please do not hesitate." Finally, Yi Taio relinquished her hold on Qiao Wan's hand and personally handed her the items. "Our encounter is serendipitous. As neighbors, it is only right to extend care. I am Yi Taio, a few years your elder. You may call me sister." Chu Momo glanced at the sky, noting the fullness of the moon. Bai He, accompanying them, was astonished. When had their princess become so amiable? Even the noble Chu Nianin, daughter of the Chu family, found no favor in her eyes. Could it be that a single bowl of food had rendered the princess shameless? Little did they realize, Yi Taio's fondness for Qiao Wan was sincere. The more she beheld her, the more she was reminded of her beloved grandmother. "How delightful! Let me hear you call me sister," Yi Taio playfully teased, gently touching Qiao Wan's nose, causing her to blush. Qiao Wan, flustered, softly murmured, "Sister Yi. Ah, now you are being good. Henceforth, I shall look after you." Qiao Kui quipped, "What a brazen young lady, teasing my precious sister." Bai He stood agape. Chu Momo admonished, "She should not be here. She ought to be in the soil. Is there no crevice for her to burrow into?" Coughing lightly, Chu Momo reminded her lady to be mindful of her station. Yi Taio remarked, "Our Chu Momo seems unwell. After days of travel, it is only natural to be fatigued and unable to eat. Even that bowl of vegetable soup was a struggle." "Gumomo?" Qiao Wan interjected, "Momo has worked hard. Traveling can be quite inconvenient. I have some dried vegetables and potatoes to offer you, Momo, to improve your diet, and I hope for your swift recovery." Chapter 83. The principle of reciprocity. The fresh vegetables they brought had been consumed, leaving only 3 pounds of dried cowpeas and 5 pounds of easily stored potatoes. In their travels, Qiao Kui did not wish to neglect her appetite. Today, it seemed Yi Taio had struck a fortune. "They are all homegrown. Please do not disdain them," Qiao Wan said, her cheeks flushed. Yi Taio was delighted by the unexpected bounty, and the notion of homegrown delicacies reminded her of culinary dreams. "Thank you, sister. To taste the vegetables you cultivated is a stroke of fortune for me. However, I cannot accept your generosity without offering something in return. May I purchase them with silver?" Qiao Wan, embarrassed, shook her head. "These are not valuable items. They're merely gifts to exchange for a change of taste. Although they might seem valuable to Xinyan, she had grown accustomed to them through daily consumption, rendering them less significant. Compared to what Yi Taio had gifted her, a few pounds of vegetables seemed trivial. Nevertheless, Yi Taio insisted on offering silver, generously presenting Qiao Wan with a handful of golden melon seeds. "Take these, for I have taken your homegrown vegetables. These little trinkets are but playful tokens. Mother, Sister Yi is truly generous. Such a quantity for just a few pounds of vegetables." Qiao Wan leaned towards Qiao Kui, displaying the golden seeds. Qiao Kui glanced at them and replied, "It matters not. She has gifted them to you, so keep them for enjoyment. If I sell our vegetables, Mother won't be angry, will she?" Qiao Wan clung to Qiao Kui's arm, feigning innocence. Qiao Kui chuckled and playfully swatted her. "You think of Mother now, after the fact." Embarrassed, Qiao Wan explained, "Sister Yi has sheltered us and provided clothing and insect repellent. She has treated us so kindly, and since we have nothing to repay her with, I thought, as she enjoys these vegetables, I would simply gift them to her. Your intentions are commendable. Reciprocity is essential for maintaining equality in our interactions. However, we have no vegetables left. No matter. Our purpose here is to enjoy ourselves. Tomorrow, we shall forage for wild vegetables along the way, and we can restock in the next town. She possessed the ability to discreetly conjure a batch of vegetables, ensuring her appetite would not go unfulfilled. Braised potatoes, potato slices, shredded potatoes, spicy, sour, steamed, candied little lotus seed mashed potatoes, and dried cowpeas. Oh dear! Without quality ingredients, the culinary delights would be wasted. How shall we dine tomorrow, with so little? Chumomo could no longer contain herself. Frowning as she advised, "My lady, it is time to set it down. You have held it for quite some time." "Oh, I shall put it down." Soon realized the impracticality of her actions, placing her belongings on the table only to find no suitable surface around. In a moment of frustration, she opened her trunk, carelessly throwing out the clothes inside to make room for her items. Remarked in disbelief, "This is simply absurd. Each piece of clothing could purchase an entire cart of vegetables. Yet the princess chooses to discard them on the ground." Unfazed, explained, "We are in the wilderness where snakes, mice, and mosquitoes abound. If these garments were to be gnawed upon, they would become ineatable." Weary of the conversation, instructed and to tidy up the scattered clothes, and sternly admonished, "As a noble, you must not lower yourself to call a commoner your sister. If the were to learn of it, it could cause a rift." Dismissed her concerns with a wave of her hand. "What being a commoner? I find to be more amiable than that. Do you not see the resemblance to my grandmother?" Indeed, bore a striking likeness to the late matriarch of the, which endeared her too. It is worth noting that the late matriarch of the and the late matriarch of the were twin sisters, deeply bonded and both married into prominent families. In contrast, bore no resemblance to the deceased matriarch, both in appearance and temperament, which made her less appealing too. This rural girl, however, bore a striking similarity to the late matriarch, capturing his attention. It seemed as if fate had intertwined their paths, suggesting a bond of familiarity upon first meeting. Unable to articulate the reason behind this connection, chose not to press further, contemplating how to protect herself when the might seek retribution later. Unburdened by such concerns, settled down under the attentive care of, and dreaming of the delightful meal with beautiful company that awaited her the next day. Early the following morning, she ordered a simple dish of mashed potatoes, delighting in its familiar taste, each bite a sumptuous indulgence. 2. Fell silent, savoring the rare delicacy. The kitchen had prepared the mashed potatoes in a remarkably simplistic manner, yet the flavor was uniquely exquisite. Ordinarily, she would have chastised the lack of decorum, but today, she relished the dish, her eyes narrowing in contentment. Understanding her young mistress's singular passion, she refrained from playing the role of the villain. After breakfast, came to bid farewell, as she too had to embark on her journey. Reluctant to part with her newfound sister, suggested they travel together. However, their destinations diverged, one heading south and the other north, forcing to relinquish her wish. "I will surely visit your hometown one day," she vowed. Replied, "I am from, residing on the northern bank of the." Took note of her address, and, as a parting gift, presented with a small, gem-embellished dagger. "As you travel, this will protect you from any ill-intentioned souls." Hesitated, saying, "I cannot accept this, has already been so kind to us." Insisted, "Material possessions are of little consequence. Keep it as a memento. Our connection is rare, and while our time together is short, we cannot share meals or sleep in the same quarters." Chapter 84. A gift exchanged. The exquisite dagger lay delicately in his palm, a luxurious item she had never encountered before. Yet it was thrust into her hands by who bore an insistence that left no room for refusal. The weight of the dagger mirrored the weight of her heart, pondering her mother's teachings on reciprocity. After some contemplation, unfastened a small, plush white rabbit fur pouch from her waist and offered it to. "This pouch is handmade by me, containing a protective talisman for my mother. I hope it ensures your safe travels." Observed with concern, fearing for, as her mistress had a tendency to collect everything. Such a hastily crafted item seemed unworthy of her status. Anticipating a possible mockery from, she felt compelled to intervene, having just enjoyed the mashed potatoes that had provided. However, to her surprise, accepted the pouch with delight, tying it around her waist. "It is lovely. You are so thoughtful," she exclaimed, twirling around, allowing the pouch to dance with her skirts. "Please keep it close, as it holds your protection," urged. "I will cherish it always," promised. Soon the two parted ways, each heading in opposite directions, their paths diverging. In her carriage, gently caressed the fluffy pouch, a smile gracing her features. Suddenly, She struck the pouch and discovered a yellow paper talisman within, scrawled with hasty black ink, the contents indecipherable. She chuckled, realizing it was indeed a protective charm. How amusing. Is truly delightful, she mused, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances of such a wonderful girl having an inept mother. Please allow me to keep that for you, suggested. No need, replied, securing it to her waist. I must honor's heartfelt gesture. Shook her head, amused yet resigned. I shall certainly visit, she declared with enthusiasm. Sensing her mistress's excitement, refrained from further admonitions, recognizing the futility of discouraging her spirited nature. Meanwhile, in the carriage, drove while sat beside her, toying with the dagger. Mother is quite peculiar. She gifted me such a lavish present upon our first meeting. Smiled gently, advising her daughter, a dagger may seem precious to you, yet to her, it could simply be a trifle. Perspectives vary greatly based on one's station in life, and we must not impose our values upon others. You will come to understand this in time. Nodded, albeit somewhat confused, while silently supported her daughter's decisions, allowing her to navigate her own thoughts. Given stature, we may never cross paths again. Acknowledge the disparity in their social standings with a sigh. It is unlikely she will remember me after today. Why dwell on such pessimism? Perhaps she will seek you out after her affairs are settled. The differences in their status and the value of their gifts hinted at a relationship where one party might end up in a position of benevolence, while the other could become subservient. Felt a sense of pride in her daughter's clarity regarding these matters. Shifting away from the uncomfortable topic, took the reins, demonstrating her newfound skills in handling the carriage. The well-trained family horses obediently followed her commands, embraced her role as a supportive mother, allowing the journey to unfold, focusing on the experience rather than the destination. Qiao Wan relished these moments. Whether in her past life or this one, it was her inaugural journey. Her first experience of guiding a carriage, and her initial night spent under the open sky in a dilapidated temple. Qiao Kui taught her how to catch fish in the river, how to kindle fire by friction, how to locate water sources, how to create insect repellent powder, how to discern directions, and how to find safe resting places. These myriad firsts opened the gateway to a new world for Qiao Wan. On the road, her studies did not cease. Each day she recited medical texts and practiced martial arts for an hour. Thus, the two traveled, stopping intermittently, even taking wrong turns, causing their arrival at Xinjiang Prefecture to be delayed by 3 days. That evening, they similarly missed an inn, and the heavens did not favor them, unleashing the first rain of autumn. Fortunately, Qiao Wan found a sheltered spot beneath a cliff just in time. The area beneath the stone cliff was spacious and clean, untouched by the rain. Qiao Wan dismounted the carriage and skillfully untied the ropes. Mother, it seems we shall be taking refuge in this dilapidated temple tonight. With a curtain fashioned from a blanket, Qiao Kui created a simple barrier, and they laid down straw mats and bedding upon a large stone, thus fashioning a makeshift bed. Qiao Wan placed a pottery jar on the ground, allowing rainwater to flow down the cliff and fill the jar quickly. She had already taken dry firewood from the carriage, employing the method taught by Qiao Kui to spark a flame, having since been instructed not to use fire starters. Seizing the moment, Qiao Kui gathered 2 stones to create a hearth and set the jar atop it. Qiao Wan effortlessly ignited the dry straw, and the flames quickly surged. Mother, allow me to do it. In Chapter 85, Farewell to Chu Yin, Qiao Kui would certainly not inform Qiao Wan that only she could procure food for the evening. Feeling bored alone, Qiao Wan took out the dagger gifted by Yi Tiao Qiao and began practicing the sword techniques recently taught by Qiao Kui. Eventually, they discovered that the dagger was no ordinary item. Adorned with precious gems, its blade was exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through iron as if it were mud. As legends foretold, Qiao Kui had not ventured far. Qiao Wan remained within her range of perception, casually scattering a few seeds to encourage growth. The wild vegetables encountered on their journey were merely a pretext. Under the influence of spiritual energy, the seeds quickly sprouted, rapidly growing before Qiao Kui, a vibrant green amidst the withering autumn, embodying an indomitable vitality that was refreshing to behold. Beneath the stone cliff, 2 figures, one clad in blue and the other in black, appeared at an unknown moment. The figure in blue, graceful and poised, with sword-like brows and keen eyes, was engaged in a hushed conversation with Qiao Wan, while the figure in black, bearing a towering great sword, sat silently on a stone. The blue-clad individual was instructing Qiao Wan in martial arts, causing Qiao Kui to frown. These two persistent souls had indeed followed them here. The newcomers were none other than Chu Yin and Yi Shi, seeking shelter from the rain. They had noticed Qiao Kui's arrival, with Chu Yin observing her with a deep gaze, quietly appraising her. Yi Shi stood, shaking off his previous nonchalance, scrutinizing Qiao Kui with a puzzled expression. The aura of this woman felt familiar to him. Chu Yin clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "We are merely seeking refuge from the rain, and have intruded upon you too. Please forgive us." Qiao Kui remained calm, responding, "This is not our territory. Please feel free to do as you wish. We are merely women and cannot engage with men from outside, so we ask for your understanding. Let this place be our boundary, like the Chu River and Han River, and do not cross." Chu Yin glanced at the point Qiao Kui indicated, which was indeed where Yi Shi sat, separated by 100 paces. This was a clear sign of their unwelcomeness, and indeed, Qiao Kui did not wish for their company. Their unexpected presence, feigning to instruct Qiao Wan, was entirely unnecessary. For the first 10 years of her life, Qiao Wan had been without a father, and for the next 100 years, she would continue to be so. As long as she had her mother, that would suffice. Chu Yin smiled faintly and turned his attention back to Qiao Wan, gracefully approaching her with each step. However, Qiao Wan sensed her mother's sudden temper, feeling a twinge of fear. This was the first time her mother had displayed anger since regaining her clarity. Instinctively, she took 2 steps back, unable to meet Qiao Kui's gaze. Qiao Kui admonished, "We have been out for so long. Do not trust strangers lightly. Human hearts can be treacherous. Sometimes good and evil are but a thought apart." "Oh," Qiao Wan nodded, sheathing the dagger and recalling how Chu Yin had guided her earlier. She explained, "Uncle Chu does not seem like a bad person. He not only taught me martial arts, but also recognized that this dagger belongs to Sister Yi. Is this your reason for allowing him to approach you? Do you know his identity and background?" "You were easily swayed by just a few words," Qiao Kui said, and Qiao Wan felt an inexplicable anger rise within her, not directed at her mother, but at the man surnamed Chu. Why should he, who had not supported her for 10 years, gain her recognition merely by appearing? To hell with paternal instincts. Qiao Wan's face flushed, appearing as if she had committed a wrongdoing. Qiao Kui's heart softened, and she lowered her voice, saying, "I do not mean to blame you. While we are out, we must remain vigilant. We cannot let down our guard. Since he knows Yi Tiao, he must possess an extraordinary identity, one we cannot provoke. And not all noble figures are like Yi Tiao. Qiao Wan nodded repeatedly, indicating she would be more cautious in the future. Soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air, enticing one to hunger. Qiao Kui felt quite satisfied. Once their homegrown chickens, ducks, fish, and rabbits matured, and the winter wheat was harvested, she would achieve culinary freedom. What could be more delightful than savoring food infused with spiritual energy? The mother and daughter shared their dinner, while the 2 men 100 paces away merely observed, the air thick with the fragrant aroma of food and a profound silence. Yi Shi inhaled deeply, the scent of the food reminiscent of the dishes sent by Shouts and Ho. He was astonished to encounter it here. Chu Yin said, "Qiao, we have traveled light and brought no provisions. Our stomachs are empty. May we purchase food from you with silver?" His master had said that he could rely on his charm, and indeed, he would find success. However, Qiao Kui remained as cold as stone towards Chu Yin, devoid of any warmth. She remained silent, and the air fell into a heavy silence. Chu Yin's gaze lingered on Qiao Kui, unbroken, as memories sealed within the corridors of time began to awaken through her bright eyes. "We have labored to procure our food. It would be improper to share it with you, and I cannot abide by the notion of living off another's generosity." Upon hearing this, Chu Yin chuckled, recalling the familiar visage from his memories. Qiao Wan felt a pang of sympathy, yet her mother's words held truth. Having met them only briefly, where was the compassion? Qiao Wan eventually realized that Uncle Chu was too familiar and overly confident in his approach. Qiao Kui, seizing the opportunity to instruct her daughter, remarked, "See, they clearly have provisions, but deceive us into thinking they do not. Their intentions run deep, filled with cunning. We must not engage with them." She added pointedly, "Especially those who are handsome. Their hearts can be even more malicious." Qiao Wan nodded in agreement, saying, "Mother, I will remember." Their conversation was clearly heard by Chu Yin and Yi Shi, who exchanged glances with Chu Yin smiling calmly while enjoying a meat pie. Meanwhile, Yishi remained silent. Qiao Kui disregarded their presence, happily sharing a meal with Qiao Wan until every drop of soup was consumed. After dinner, while there was still light, Qiao Wan resumed her unfinished sword practice, while Qiao Kui scattered insect repellent powder around their campsite. The repellent powder Qiao Wan concocted surpassed that given by Yi Qiao Tiao. The two completely ignored the presence of Chu Yin and Yishi. Yishi leaned closer to Chu Yin and whispered, "Master, should I go over?" Chu Yin shook his head, saying, "I already have my answer." Yishi fell silent again. A few days prior, his master had instructed him to investigate the Qiao clan, specifically a woman named Kui, of which he had found 3, with Qiao Kui being one of them. 10 years ago, she had left home, only to return now, pregnant. Chapter 86. The biological father of the child. The timeline of Qiao Kui's disappearance coincides with Chu Yin being trapped on Longtung Mountain. However, by the time they arrived at Xinxia village, Qiao Kui had already departed with Qiao Wan, and they were not expecting to encounter each other there. Upon seeing Qiao Kui, Chu Yin recognized her as the woman who had taken the Wu Wang treasure that night, yet she appeared entirely different from his memories. In his fragmented recollection, Qiao Kui was knowledgeable about herbs, confident and lively, charmingly beautiful. She was flawless in every aspect except for her lack of literary grace and martial courage. Although he had been blind at the time, he sensed her excellence with his heart. The rain continued to pour, cascading down the cliff and forming a curtain of droplets before them, each drop gathering in shallow pools on the ground. A pair of piercing gazes was indeed bothersome, prompting Qiao Kui to produce a piece of curtain fabric to shield Chu Yin's view. The fabric was a silk satin, smooth as water, of exquisite quality. A gift from Granny Chu, now repurposed to protect Qiao Kui from the elements. Granny Chu would surely be heartbroken to learn of this. In the previous battle between Shuetsongguo and his master, he had been ambushed and thrown off Longtung Mountain by the people of Shuetsongguo, sustaining severe injuries and losing his sight, perceiving everything only as vague shadows. I am a stunning celestial being, blooming like flowers at their sight. Yet alas, you cannot see me. Yin Heng, I have crafted a cane for you. You shall use it to walk. Yin Heng, let us go fishing today. We shall feast on fish. Yin Heng, this is called cat's eye, which indeed signifies the ability to heal eyes. Is this name not unique? Allow me to gather a few more and brew medicine for you. Yin Heng, I am your wife. From now on, all shall be under my care. If you disobey, I shall leave you with a child. Yin Heng, your courtesy name is Yin Heng. What is your true name? During these days, he found himself reminiscing more, suddenly recalling many memories from the past. As dawn approached, the autumn rain finally ceased. Qiao Kui opened her eyes, gazing absent-mindedly at the falling rain. The sleeping Qiao Wan nestled beside her, curled up like a well-behaved kitten. After tucking Qiao Wan in, Qiao Kui gently rose and stepped into the night. Soon, another figure departed the area as well. Yishi turned over and fell asleep again, clutching his massive sword. After the fresh rain in the empty mountains, the weather felt revitalized. Standing amidst the rain-washed woods, every breath of air was refreshing. The droplets on the leaves fell, dampening her hair and simultaneously awakening her heart. Chu Yin approached, gazing at the person before him, softly calling out, "Kuanyang." The voice remained, yet the person was no longer the same. Years have passed, and things have changed. She was still unaware that Yun Heng was merely his courtesy name. His true name was Chu Yin. It was amusing that she learned of his identity from storyteller at an eatery. The current influential and powerful Jiaoi Marquis, Chu Yin. We are not acquainted. The foreword struck Chu Yan's heart like ice. Furthermore, are you investigating me? In the darkness, a fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Chu Yan's eyes, quickly replaced by rationality. Indeed, I am investigating you. I am searching for a woman named Qiao Kui, whose name coincides with that of Qiaonyang. Might I inquire if Qiaonyang was present at Longtung Mountain 10 years ago? No, Qiao Kui shook her head. 10 years ago, Qiaonyang had accompanied her father to Xinjiang Prefecture, after which she disappeared, only to reappear a year later with child. Chu Yin wished to know who the biological father of the child was. He truly was investigating her. Qiao Kui pressed her lips together, her voice growing colder. Are you, Sir Chu, from the government? Are you investigating me because I have committed a crime? No, Chu Yin shook his head. I only seek the truth. If that is the case, Sir Chu should not investigate me. I implore you, Qiao Yang, to speak truthfully. I merely seek the truth and mean no harm. Before Qiao Kui, the esteemed Chu Yin, with his cultivation of the seventh realm, felt his heart tugged, anxiously awaiting the answer he desired. Qiao Kui took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, her tone flat and unruffled. In the darkness, Qiao Kui spoke calmly, her expression unwavering, while Chu Yin fell silent, the light in his eyes gradually fading. So, it is, according to my knowledge, Qiao Yang had previously possessed no cultivation. It seems that Sir Chu is well informed regarding my matters. Do you not know Taoist Wuchen? I am his senior disciple. I followed my master in dreams to cultivate, which is why I have fallen into a state of foolishness in reality. Chu Yin was relentless in his pursuit, prompting Qiao Kui to reveal the excuse regarding Taoist Wuchen, knowing that this matter was no longer a secret in Xinxia village, and believed that Chu Yin had likely already discovered it. Taoist Wuchen had initially crafted this explanation for self-preservation. Unbeknownst to him, that would provide her with the perfect excuse today. Chu Yin, of course, did not believe such claims, yet Qiao Kui spoke with conviction, openly stating her lineage, that throughout history, individuals have cultivated literary grace and martial courage in their dreams. Miss Wan possesses literary grace. I wish to take her for cultivation. Might Qiao and Yang be willing? I am unwilling. Qiao Kui refused decisively. Wan has enough with her, and I can teach her martial arts and medicine. I would never send her to her worthless father. If Wan desires, I can also guide her in cultivating literary grace. Xin Yin is quite good. There are many paths to saintliness. Why should one concern themselves with Chu Yan's? Thinking of Qiao Wan, disappointment filled Chu Yin, and he mentally noted the words Qiao Kui had spoken. Thus, I apologize for the disturbance. Please forgive me, Qiao Yang. Chu Yin swiftly departed. Qiao Kui watched his retreating figure, her gaze devoid of any emotion. For Chu Yin, mere 10 years had passed, yet for her, it felt like the blink of an eye. The following day, Chu Yin was even more silent than before. He made a point to meet with Qiao Wan before leaving. He smiled as he said, I am very pleased to meet the young friend today. This piece of jade is a gift for you. It contains a sealed spell that can defend against attacks below the fifth realm. Qiao Wan held the droplet-shaped jade in her hands, unsure of what to do. Glancing at Qiao Kui frowned, wanting to refuse, but Chu Yin did not give her the chance, gently nodding at her before swiftly leaving with Yishi. Chapter 87. That Peddler. Mother, what should we do? The jade stone was cradled in Qiao Wan's palms, and Qiao Kui could distinctly sense the power contained within. Qiao Kui had cursed Chu Yin 1,000 times in her heart. He must have been certain that she would not act against him in front of her daughter, allowing him to be so brazen. However, even if he had guessed the truth, it mattered not. She would never acknowledge that she was the person he sought. She could clearly feel that Qiao Kui was unwilling to rekindle their past connection. Throughout the journey, Chu Yan's mood remained low, engulfed in sorrow. Since he became aware of the world, he had begun his cultivation. While people knew of his glory in public, they were unaware of the suffering he endured behind the scenes, losing one opportunity only to gain another. It was precisely because he could not see that he lost the chance to behold the true visage of the one he cherished. Yishi sensed Chu Yan's despondency and quietly asked, Master, is there something left unsaid? Yes, I want to know who that peddler is. Chu Yin gritted his teeth, his aura turning fierce. Indeed, Qiao Kui and the others continued their journey, setting off for Xingyang Prefecture. Encountering Chu Yin was merely an interlude in their travels. Qiao Wan joyfully journeyed each day, following the path beneath her feet, going wherever her heart desired, casting aside thoughts of Chu Yin. Each day, accompanied by the setting sun, they paused wherever they pleased, without concern for shelter, finding refuge in caves, on stony banks, beneath trees, or among the branches. The two wandered freely, exuberantly, leaving Lin Changyu and Quan Shi in Xinxiao village in a state of distress. Lin Wenxian had another bout of illness, his volatile emotions surging uncontrollably, causing him to kill all the chickens in the cage. Lin Changyu and Quan Shi rushed to intervene, but were both beaten by Lin Wenxian. After a long while, Lin Wenxian collapsed, leaving the two a moment to breathe. Lin Changyu had been struck on the head by Lin Wenxian's hoe, causing a severe gash, blood flowing profusely, the dried blood on his face resembling parched earth. He remained silent, crouching in the corner, shrinking into the shadows. Bruised and battered, Quan Shi rose, gazing at the gruesome scene of the dead chickens scattered across the yard, her cries echoing in despair. These are the fruits of her arduous labor, nurtured with great care. Lin Wenjing was embroidering a coat in her room when she heard a commotion outside. She stepped out just in time to witness Lin Wenxian gripping their parents by the throat, lifting them off the ground. Quan Shi, with tears streaming down her face, implored Lin Changyu, "What shall we do? Our CNG's condition has worsened again." Ever since the first incident when Lin Wenxian had choked Quan Shi, these episodes had recurred every 3 days without warning, leading to rampant destruction at home and even violence against their parents. Today was no exception. Both Lin Changyu and Quan Shi had been assaulted. "Wake up! Can you hear me? Call for his soul. Call louder!" Lin Changyu growled, suppressing his voice. How could his wife, so lacking in wisdom, stir things further? It was truly a reversal of fortune, witnessing his own son attack him. What kind of son raises a hand against his father? Lin Changyu felt a mix of anger and grievance, as Quan Shi chattered incessantly in his ear. He wished he could silence her with a blow. Quan Shi's voice was hoarse as she cried softly, "What has happened to our son? Why has he changed so drastically? Hurry and get money for his treatment. How can we treat him?" Lin Changyu replied, "We only have 500 taels at home. Where will we find the rest? We still need 1,000 taels. Didn't they say they would sell land? Why haven't the Luo family made any progress?" Quan Shi felt somewhat reassured. She believed the Luo family would eventually act. She had secretly visited and seen the transformation of barren land into fertile fields, lush and vibrant, enjoying 3 years of tax exemption. Such land would surely entice anyone. Her anxiety heightened as she thought of the precious medicine in Xinjiang Prefecture, knowing they were not the only buyers. Lin Changyu stood up, dusting off his clothes and smoothing out the wrinkles. "I will visit the Luo family again. You tidy up the house." Sighing, he remembered the inkstone he bought 2 years ago, the vase from a year ago, and the recent purchase of paper and ink, all now reduced to ashes. His heart ached, and he felt powerless to assign blame, for once Lin Wenxian woke, he would have no recollection of his misdeeds. Soon after, 2 men from the Luo family arrived, crossing the wooden bridge, but after speaking with the Jiang brothers, they were thrown out. On the other side, Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan, after half a month and 3 wrong turns, finally reached Xinjiang Prefecture. "Mother, we have arrived," Qiao Wan exclaimed, gazing at the towering city gate, letting out a sigh of relief as she wiped non-existent sweat from her brow. "Xinjiang Prefecture, I have finally come." They queued to enter the city, and Qiao Kui led Qiao Wan directly south, navigating through the bustling crowd until they found Nin. Glancing at the somewhat worn sign of Xinglong Inn, she opted for the opposite Maoyuan Inn. Qiao Kui was not short of silver. She tossed 2 taels down, booked a room, and instructed the innkeeper to take care of their belongings before heading to their room. The second-floor window faced the street, and as soon as Qiao Wan placed her bundle on the table, she opened the window to look outside. "Mother, Xinjiang Prefecture is so lively. There are so many people." "Indeed," Qiao Kui replied nonchalantly, casting a glance out the window and pursing her lips. Coincidentally, they could see the entrance of the opposite inn clearly. Unlike Maoyuan, the entrance of Xinglong Inn was deserted. A middle-aged man in a long robe stood at the door, shouting and pulling at passers-by, but no one paid him any mind. Xinglong is not thriving. It has truly lived up to its name. Qiao Wan asked, "Mother, when shall we go shopping? I want to explore." "Aren't you tired?" Qiao Wan shook her head vigorously. "Not at all. I'm not tired. I could walk another 5 miles. Qiao Kui smiled and nodded. "Very well. We shall indulge you and go see the sights." This was Qiao Kui's first genuine visit to Xinjiang Prefecture, years prior. She had not had the chance to witness its splendor before being captured the next day, and after a harrowing escape, she had ventured into Longting Mountain in pursuit of medicinal herbs. Qiao Wan, still a child, was overwhelmed by the myriad of new and fascinating sights, her eyes darting everywhere. However, when Qiao Kui purchased everything Qiao Wan had shown interest in, the latter was stunned. "Mother, why did you buy everything?" "I was just looking. If you like it, then buy it. I have the money." Qiao Kui waved her hand, declaring bye. In Chapter 88, it proved that wealth could indeed fulfill desires. Qiao Wan, overwhelmed by the acquisitions, eventually dared not to look at anything else. She began sorting through the spoils of the day, each item a gift from Qiao Kui, snacks, toys, hair ornaments, fragrant sachets, all strewn across the table. She felt both elated and pained, realizing that no mother could compare to Qiao Kui, who must have spent a fortune raising her. With a look of deep concern, Qiao Wan remarked, "Mother, there's so many things. It must have cost a lot. Let's not buy so much next time." Although they had a deposit of 2,500 taels from Sun Yin, it was still just a deposit. Sun Yin had vanished for quite some time, and she worried he might withdraw the order. Qiao Kui reassured her, "Money is not something for you to fret over. Don't frown, it doesn't suit you." She placed a large red peony flower in Qiao Wan's bun and exclaimed, "How lovely." Her taste was undeniably exquisite. "Mother has money, plenty of it." Qiao Wan, speechless, removed the ornamental flower, realizing that many items had merely caught her eye out of curiosity. She swore she had only glanced at them. How could she possess such peculiar preferences? Her mother indulged in shopping without concern for money or aesthetics, relishing the joy that buying brought her. While Qiao Kui reveled in happiness, Qiao Wan faced a dilemma regarding the useless items they had purchased. Spending money on impractical things broke her heart. Noticing her daughter turning into a little old lady, Qiao Kui could not help but chuckle. Tossing a gold ingot onto the table, Qiao Wan was taken aback, unsure how to respond. "Mother, where did this gold come from?" She glanced at the window and then at the door to ensure it was closed. Her mother's sudden display had frightened her. "It's from the little black coal found on the mountain." Qiao Wan opened her mouth, unsure how to express her thoughts. She had never heard of anyone finding gold in the mountains. Fortune truly favored them. Cautiously, she held the gold, her smile stretching ear to ear. Her eyes filled with nothing but the glimmer of gold. Qiao Kui, 1,000 miles away, mused. Who knew miners could be so fortunate? After playing with it for a while, Qiao Wan returned it to Qiao Kui, saying, "Mother, you should keep it. I'm afraid to hold it." "All right, let us go get something to eat." The most famous dish in Xinjiang Prefecture is the divine chicken, said to have originated from a tale of a destitute man who, after stealing a neighbor's chicken for food, attained enlightenment in his dreams and achieved greatness. This story led to the creation of the renowned dish, divine chicken, celebrated throughout the land. People in Xinjiang Prefecture, to varying degrees, were captivated by it, whether dining alone, gathering with friends, or celebrating at home. Divine chicken was an indispensable dish on the table, embodying dreams of soaring to great heights. The streets of Xinjiang were filled with vendors selling divine chicken, each with its unique flavor, and the air was filled with enticing aromas. Upon seeing divine chicken, Qiao Kui couldn't help but smile. "Isn't this just called flower chicken?" The two headed straight to the largest and most bustling restaurant in Xinjiang Prefecture, ordering divine chicken along with 3 side dishes. However, upon tasting it, Qiao Wan frowned. While the flavor of the divine chicken was acceptable, the vegetable dish was nearly inedible, stir-fried bok choy that was difficult to swallow. Far inferior to a simple home-cooked meal. After forcing down a couple of bites, she began to eat the chicken, frequently glancing around the bustling restaurant filled with patrons and bustling staff, a clear sign of thriving business. The design features 2 stories, with a circular platform vacant in the center, adorned by fluttering ribbons of various hues. In the corners, musical instruments are arranged, and a few individuals sit amongst them, their melodious tunes wafting through the tavern. 8 enchanting dancers, upon hearing the music, rise to perform, providing a delightful spectacle for the diners. Thus, it is no surprise that this establishment thrives in business. However, Qiao Wan appears distracted, as if she has stumbled upon a new world, and leans closer to Qiao Kui to whisper, "Mother, this dish is not as delicious as ours." Though her voice is soft, it is caught clearly by a passing attendant. The attendant is not offended. Instead, he smiles and explains to Qiao Wan, "The dishes served here are freshly picked each day, prepared from the most tender and freshest ingredients, making them a unique delight of Xinjiang food." Qiao Wan's cheeks flush like ripe apples as she bows her head to eat the chicken leg placed in her bowl by Qiao Kui. She is wise enough not to argue with the attendant, for debating such matters in someone else's domain would surely lead to her expulsion. The attendant, noticing Qiao Wan's youth, brushes it off with a smile and attends to other patrons. As they exit the tavern, dusk has settled in, but nightfall does not signify the end in Xinjiang Fu. Rather, it heralds the onset of revelry. Numerous makeshift stalls line the streets, selling rouge, sewing supplies, handkerchiefs, dried fruits, sweet confections, and fabrics, creating a bustling atmosphere rivaling that of the daytime, with shouts of vendors ringing out. Several soldiers clad in uniform black attire patrol the streets, swords at their sides. Qiao Kui leads Qiao Wan through the crowd. This time, Qiao Wan dares not look around, tightly clutching Qiao Kui's hand to prevent her from reaching for a purse. Nevertheless, Qiao Kui still manages to purchase a fair number of snacks, claiming they are for herself. Mother, look over there. Qiao Wan suddenly points to the rooftop. There, a captain in black attire stands vigilantly, scanning the surroundings as though searching for something. In the dim light of the night, his handsome features exude an air of intensity. His right hand poised on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at a moment's notice. With a single glance, Qiao Kui swiftly pulls Qiao Wan away. A gentleman does not linger beneath a perilous wall. Curiosity kills the cat. Let's go. A group of similarly clad officers rushes past them to join the black-clad figure. Captain Ling, there are no findings in the vicinity, one reports. Ling Yu frowns, none at all. He is injured and cannot flee far. We must seal the city gates to prevent his escape. With that, Ling Yu quickly leads his team away into the shadows. Qiao Kui, however, feels no weariness, leaning against the window as she drinks to the moon. The wine is fragrant and invigorating, warming her throat. Yet it pales in comparison to the ethereal liquor she keeps in her storage bag. Consuming it lacks flavor, yet discarding it would be a pity. The lights of Xinjiang City gradually extinguish, leaving the once lively city in slumber, awaiting the dawn to awaken it. Qiao Kui sets up a protective array by her bedside, then leaps from the window, making her way toward the Xinglong Inn across the street. In the Xinglong Inn, the proprietor, Long Zhonggui, extinguishes the last oil lamp in the main hall, holding a lantern in his hand. After closing the counter, the dim candlelight casts shadows on two drowsy young attendants. Hearing the proprietor speak, they respond half-heartedly before falling silent. Long Zhonggui pays them no mind. At this hour of the night, it is always the same. He heads directly to the back courtyard and enters the eastern chamber, where darkness envelopes him, and an unexpected voice pierces the silence. Long Zhonggui shows no sign of alarm as he closes the door, lights a candle in the room, and pours himself a cup of hot tea. The man, accustomed to his demeanor, waits until Long Zhonggui is settled before speaking again. Ling Yu has set his sights on me. I had a skirmish with him, and he possesses greater prowess. I barely escaped. Ling Yu, hailing from the capital, is of the fifth realm of martial nobility. You are no match for him. Long Zhonggui's tone is steady, revealing none of the obsequiousness he displayed while welcoming guests earlier in the day. Humph. The man scoffs, disagreeing with Long Zhonggui's assessment. Long Zhonggui is not surprised. The strong often possess their own pride, and being confronted with one's inferiority can be difficult to bear. I suspect it is someone from the Ling family. It is best to avoid trouble. The man, taken aback, asks which Ling family. Long Zhonggui glances at him with the barest of eyes, providing no further explanation. The man sneers, just one Ling Yu, and you're afraid? Better safe than sorry. The greatest concealment lies within the city, while the smallest lies in the wild. Our ability to establish ourselves in Xinjiang City over the years has never solely relied on our martial strength. The man huffs slightly, falling silent, indicating his agreement. Yet, he suddenly adds, today, I spotted 2 fine goods at Maoyuan. Let us complete this deal before departing. Long Zhonggui ponders for a moment, then shakes his head. Perhaps another time. Insufficient preparation may leave traces. You are overly cautious. Long Zhonggui does not retort. For many years, he has operated an inn in Xinjiang City, appearing to run a legitimate establishment while secretly engaging in abduction. The proposal rejected, the man finds it dull, rising to push aside a bookshelf against the wall, revealing a hidden underground chamber. Soon, the anguished screams of a woman echo from below, causing Long Zhonggui to frown deeply, dissatisfied with the man's methods. Fortunately, the man exercises restraint, avoiding the mistreatment of those with appealing features. Otherwise, Long Zhonggui would not spare him. Suddenly, an icy sword pierces through the window, aimed directly at Long Zhonggui's brow. Startled, Long Zhonggui barely has time to turn his head, the sword grazing his ear and leaving a trail of blood, ultimately embedding itself in a wooden cabinet, dissolving into a puddle of water. As Long Zhonggui regains his composure, he grasps a bronze blade in his hand, pulling a rope that echoes in the basement. The man inside, hearing the noise, hastily adjusts his trousers and rushes upward. Who are you? Why do you seek my life? 5 ice blades respond to him, wielding tremendous power. For years, he has acted with utmost caution, never engaging in violence on his own turf. The window swings open, and in the moonlight, the chilling night wind rushes into the room, leaving Long Zhonggui's back drenched in cold sweat, his mind racing. After a moment, the man emerges, fastening his belt, a fierce expression etched upon his face. Who is it? Long Zhonggui shakes his head. I do not know. If we join forces, why should we fear him? Let's charge out. Agreed. In no time, the two leap from opposite windows, choosing different paths. Long Zhonggui lets out a scream as the icy sword strikes his brow. Old Ghost. A black-clad figure calls out to his companions in alarm. Old Ghost, the black-clad figure, seeing the scene, is horrified to find Long Zhonggui lying lifeless on the ground. In a fleeting moment, a life is extinguished. Yet they remain oblivious to whether their foe is friend or enemy. Who goes there? What trickery is this? If you have the ability, come forth, and we shall fight. The black-clad figure shouts in fear, gripping his sword. Having had her fill of amusement, Qiao Kui sneers, producing an explosive talisman and hurling it forward. Consider yourselves fortunate. Soon, a tremendous explosion draws the attention of Ling Yu, who is patrolling nearby. There is a situation. Let's investigate. Inside, the man realizes a fire has ignited, comprehending that it is a ploy to summon the patrolling officials. In a panic, he dashes towards the front door, only to be halted by an invisible barrier that sends him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, he notices a lithe figure approaching, none other than Ling Yu. Casting a glance at the brightly lit Xinglong Inn, Qiao Kui lies back in satisfaction. The commotion at the Xinglong Inn awakens the slumbering patrons, many rushing from their rooms upon hearing the ruckus, only to find flames and begin shouting for help. The clamor rises, and numerous officials rush in from various directions. Qiao Wan, too, is roused from her sleep, getting out of bed to investigate. Mother, wake up, there's a flood. Qiao Kui feigns waking up, rubbing her eyes as she glances out the window, reassuring her daughter, it's merely a flood from the inn across the way. However, the fire is not significant and has already been extinguished. Indeed, it has not been extinguished. The talisman Qiao Kui threw was solely to attract the authorities, not to cause a fire. Ling Yu had not anticipated that they would merely come to extinguish a fire, only to be met with a monumental case. Not only did they apprehend a fugitive, but they also uncovered a decade-long missing persons investigation. Within the confines of a dim chamber, they rescued over a dozen trapped children. Ling Yu, quick to react, summoned soldiers to encircle the Xinglong Inn and apprehended several of its staff. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Qiao Kui and her daughter had lost all inclination for sleep, peering out the window to observe the unfolding commotion. Soon, the uproar spread. Downstairs, the voices of officials echoed in inquiry, followed by a cacophony of sounds, the creaking of footsteps on the wooden floorboards resonating ominously. Every door was knocked upon as the officials conducted their investigation, rousing all within, clad in the garb of the guards. The captains proceeded to interrogate the guests of each room. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals at the Xinglong Inn? Ling Yu queried coldly. In response, Qiao Kui naturally shook her head, portraying herself as a frail woman without any means of defense. No, we were asleep, unaware of anything. Ling Yu scrutinized Qiao Kui for a moment before inquiring further. May I ask your names and origins, as well as your purpose for being here? Chapter 90. Interrogation. We hail from Xinxiao village in Qingshui County. Here to face questioning, Qiao Kui replied succinctly. Ling Yu frowned in silence, observing the two women huddled together, and pressed on. Xinxiao village is a 3-day journey from Xinjiang Prefecture. How did you arrive here? Naturally, we traveled by horse cart. I could drive one. Do you doubt that 2 delicate women could reach Xinjiang Prefecture? Qiao Kui retorted desciantly. Ling Yu made a mental note of her spirited response. What brings you here? Ling Yu remained skeptical of this excuse and went on to inquire about neighboring villages and the towns along the route to Xinjiang, recording each detail meticulously. Qiao Kui furrowed her brow at the thoroughness of the interrogation. If she were not from Xinxiao village, she might inadvertently reveal the truth. The officials indeed possessed keen insight. Pardon the disturbance. Qiao Wan quietly interjected after the door was closed. That man is quite formidable. The officials carry an air of authority, without needing to raise their voices. They command respect, making common folk feel inferior, Qiao Kui remarked, advising Qiao Wan further. Even in the face of injustice, one must maintain composure and not reveal any flaws. Qiao Wan nodded, acknowledging her mother's wisdom, which would serve her well in the years to come when facing formidable adversaries. Let's return to sleep. This matter does not concern us. The commotion surrounding the Xinglong quickly became the talk of the town. As Qiao Kui rested, she offered 10 copper coins to a young attendant, who eagerly shared the latest gossip. It turned out that the Xinglong had, for many years, masqueraded as an ordinary establishment while secretly engaging in abductions. The Maoyuan Inn and several nearby eateries and tea houses had all been targets of the Xinglong Inn. Even the charming dogs passing by were not spared. They would meticulously select their victims, youthful and attractive, regardless of gender, ensnaring anyone who ventured into their vicinity. Of course, they refrained from acting within the area, waiting until their targets had departed before striking. Just last night, Lingyu had rescued numerous victims from a concealed chamber beneath the inn, comprising both young men and women, some in their prime and others mere children. The attendant mentioned that about 20 individuals were saved. These captives had been hidden there, with plans for them to be smuggled out of the city and sold in the capital or the more affluent southern regions. For years, they had operated without arousing suspicion. But last night, as fire had exposed their heinous activities, it seemed that divine retribution had finally intervened, punishing these wretches. Do not inquire how the attendant acquired this knowledge. There are plenty in the city who have nothing better to do than gossip. Based on the descriptions of the rescued victims, they were able to piece together the sordid dealings of the Xinglong Inn. Coupled with Ling Yu's swift departure from the city, the attendant's imagination filled in the gaps, embellishing the tale into a dramatic narrative that, while perhaps exaggerated, remained close to the truth. How astonishing that for 10 years, no one discovered this. It appears the local officials are utterly inept, Qiao Kui mused, sipping her tea. After a century of exile, she resolved to take vengeance herself. She inquired further about Lingyu. The attendant shook his head. I know little about him, only that he was reassigned last month. He is a skilled fighter and has apprehended many bandits and thugs since his arrival, dismantling nearby mountain bandit dens and solving several major cases. He is indeed formidable. Yet he has treated us well. Indeed, he is quite formidable, Qiao Kui thought silently. The previous night's interrogation left them under suspicion. As they had arrived alone, they were indeed conspicuous. With Lingyu having left the city, she needed to expedite her plans and depart promptly. After breakfast, Qiao Kui and Qiao Wan ventured out once more, this time heading to Haitang Street in the east of the city, where they chose to attend a renowned opera at the Pear Garden. They settled into seats on the second floor by the window, and from afar, Qiao Kui spotted the Tianbao gambling house. She instructed Qiao Wan, stay put and do not wander off while I step away for a moment. The performance was telling the tale of Chun Shimi, who, after achieving success, abandoned his wife and children for a princess. Upon learning the truth, the princess was furious and sought to divorce him. Qiao Wan was captivated by the story and nodded obediently at her mother's words. Descending the stairs, Qiao Kui passed by a tailor shop, and, upon exiting, she had changed into male attire. Slender in form, with a dark complexion and spirited eyes, she possessed an appearance that would easily be overlooked in a crowd. Inside the gambling house, the atmosphere was chaotic, filled with a cacophony of voices and a pervasive stench that was quite unsettling. Qiao Kui surveyed the surroundings, pausing at various gaming tables until she approached a tall, burly man with a bag of silver in hand. I wish to purchase a golden die. Lead the way, she declared, tossing out 100 taels with an air of pride. Please, follow me, the man replied. Before long, Qiao Kui acquired a golden die and was escorted to the basement. The atmosphere below was a stark contrast to the noise above. Only a single table was present, with an elderly man in his 50s seated at it. Soft sounds occasionally drifted down from above, but overall, it was much quieter than the chaos above. What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? The old man inquired. Qiao Kui tossed her pouch onto the table, revealing her winnings of 1,000 taels. I seek a life, the life of Qiao Hongjie, the head of the Qiao clan. The old man raised an eyebrow and scoffed. How audacious to propose such a deal, offering winnings to purchase a life. Qiao Kui crossed her arms, grinning unabashedly. I want it fair and square. Can your Qixing Hall not afford to lose? Indeed, Qixing Hall is not lacking in silver, but that cannot purchase a life. Qiao Kui nodded, fully aware of this fact. She placed another package on the table. Will this suffice? The old man glanced at Qiao Kui, opened a corner of the cloth bag, and upon seeing the contents, nodded in satisfaction. She had brought along 20 gold ingots. each weighing a pound and redeemable for 1,200 taels. Thus, 20 ingots amounted to 12,000 taels. The old man was quite pleased with this price. 24,000 taels is a fair price for the life of the Qiao clan leader, sufficient for Qixing Hall to take action. Rest assured, Qixing Hall will deliver satisfactory results. He assured. Huh. Qiao Kui chuckled, harboring doubts about his claims. Isn't it true that the last two failed assassins also came from Qixing Hall? Their mission to eliminate me bore no follow-up, leaving one to wonder if Qixing Hall simply forgot or if the task was rescinded. Chapter 91. Surveillance. Qiao Kui raised an eyebrow, recognizing that this was one of Qixing Hall's more unscrupulous clauses. Once a task was initiated, regardless of success or failure, half of the bounty would be claimed. If Qixing Hall's operatives were negligent, they would still claim half the bounty. Rest assured, esteemed guest. Qixing Hall has been in operation for decades, prioritizing integrity and never engaging in deceitful practices. Very well, I hope to receive good news. After turning into a secluded alley, they vanished from sight entirely. The two individuals approached, glancing around. One voiced confusion. This is a dead end. Where could they have gone? Am I seeing things? Another individual, feeling trapped by the towering walls, nodded. I have seen her enter as well. Are you searching for me? A mocking voice suddenly echoed from behind, startling the two, who instinctively reached for the knives hidden at their waists. However, Qiao Kui was swifter, delivering a swift kick to each of them, sending them crashing to the ground. What are you doing? Why are you striking indiscriminately? We have every right to walk this path just as you do. One of them protested, only to have Qiao Kui plant a foot firmly on their face, forcing an intimate encounter with the ground. Oomph. You have been tailing me all this way. Do you really think I am foolish enough to believe you want to kill me to inherit my gold? Both individuals, filled with urgency and fury, attempted to resist, yet found themselves utterly humiliated beneath Qiao Kui's foot. Do not underestimate us. We of Qixing Tang are not easily provoked. You cannot even follow someone properly. With a bunch of useless fools like you around, it would be wise to shut your doors for good. Oh, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? Qiao Kui, in a moment of panic, scanned the surroundings, wondering who dared to harm her precious treasure. No, I was just captivated by the play, Qiao Wan quickly clarified. Oh, what play has brought tears to your eyes? Qiao Wan felt embarrassed, quietly explaining it was the story of Chun Shimi. After achieving fame, he abandoned his humble wife to marry a princess, only to be divorced by her and ultimately executed by the emperor. I see, how delightful. Heaven has eyes. Unfaithful men shall reap their just rewards. It is not that retribution does not come. It is merely a matter of time. Indeed, Qiao Wan chuckled. Shall we continue watching? Qiao Kui inquired. No more. I am hungry and wish to eat yesterday's roast duck. Then let us go. Whatever the young ladies of Xingyang Fu wear, she shall purchase for her treasure. She deserves nothing but the finest. Do not lament the material possessions. If they are lost, we can earn them again. I wish to make you the happiest girl in the world. What others possess, you shall possess. What others lack, you shall also have. Qiao Wan's mother, filled with ambition, painted grand designs for her, igniting an infinite yearning in her heart as this maternal love gradually filled her soul. Ultimately, Qiao Wan could not dissuade Qiao Kui from her shopping spree, which took them from the eastern to the western part of the city, from the northern to the southern end. Qiao Kui only purchased the expensive, disregarding what was appropriate. As dusk fell, they realized they had wandered quite far, a considerable distance from a Maoyuan inn where they intended to stay. The carriage was already laden with their spoils from the day. Gazing at the clothing and jewelry she would not wear even in 10 years, Qiao Wan felt a mix of emotions, happiness overshadowing her helplessness. She believed the significance of her rebirth lay not in vengeance, but in having a mother who cherished her deeply. Do not run, do not run. Qiao Kui's ears perked up, her brows furrowing as she urged the driver. Master, hurry up. Got it. The driver cracked the whip, and the carriage sped forward. Wait, help me. The two girls chasing behind, seeing the distance between them and the carriage widening, cried out anxiously, exerting all their strength to run. Qiao Kui turned a deaf ear, merely pressing the driver to quicken their pace. However, as the carriage approached an intersection, it slowed to avoid an elderly man pushing a cart, allowing the two girls to catch up and even climb aboard. Sister, please help us. I am being chased by bad people, the leading girl cried, desperately clinging to the carriage frame. Qiao Kui frowned. It was not in her nature to meddle in others' affairs. The lives of others were of no concern to her. Little girl, if you wish to save someone, you should seek the authorities. We cannot assist you. But sister, if you let me aboard, they will not be able to pursue us. I beg you, I have silver. My mother is Qi Zhonggui of Shenongtang, and she will repay you. Upon hearing Shenongtang, Qiao Wan realized and whispered to Qiao Kui, Mother, it is Qi Seeing. Qiao Kui sighed. Her precious one was kind-hearted and gentle. If she were to ignore Qi Seeing's daughter in her moment of peril, would she not appear cold-blooded and heartless in her eyes? Driver, accelerate. Do not let them catch up. Behind them, 6 brawny men pursued, shouting for the carriage to stop. It would be foolish to halt. The carriage swiftly distanced itself from the pursuers, who could only watch in frustration as it receded. Qi Susu sighed with relief and bowed to Qiao Kui. Thank you for saving my life. It was nothing, merely a small favor, Qiao Kui replied nonchalantly, knowing she had acted out of concern for her precious one and should not be misconstrued as a good Samaritan. Sister, who are you in relation to Qi Zhonggui? Qiao Wan inquired with curiosity. Qi Seeing is my mother. I am Qi Susu, and this is my sister Qi Lingling. We were being pursued, and had no choice but to seek help. Thank you for rescuing us. May I ask your esteemed names, so I can inform my mother and ensure you are rewarded? Qiao Wan wished to ask more, but was restrained by Qiao Kui. No need for rewards. We are merely acquaintances of your mother. Now that you are out of danger, you may leave. As Qiao Kui spoke, the driver, well aware of the situation, brought the carriage to a halt. Chapter 92, A Bounty for the Head. Qi Susu paused, taken aback by Qiao Kui's decision to expel them from the carriage. After a moment's hesitation, she took her sister's hand and jumped down, once again thanking Qiao Kui before disappearing into the crowd. Mother, should we have let them go like that? Will they be in danger? Treasure, we can be kind, but we must not be naive. Helping them once is already a favor owed to Qi Seeing. We are 2 defenseless women alone in the world. We cannot invite trouble upon ourselves. Her life or death is of no concern to us. Yet, in the eyes of her precious one, she was a kind and gentle person, and she could not tarnish that perfect image. Qiao Wan contemplated silently, nodding in agreement. She should learn from her mother, preserving her own safety and not involving herself in the affairs of others. She also purchased a significant amount of high-quality vermilion talisman paper and brushes, spending her nights by the light, drawing talismans. In those moments, Qiao Wan would quietly sit beside her, eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched the focused Qiao Kui. She marveled at her mother's strength and the wonders of the talismans, which had once saved her life during perilous times. When Qiao Kui finished her work, she set aside some talisman paper for Qiao Wan, who eagerly accepted it. Thank you, Mother. You are truly amazing. I am so happy. Take care of them. And keep them close, Qiao Kui advised. Yes, I will keep them on me. If any bad person comes, I will throw them at them, Qiao Wan replied earnestly. Mother, last time I gave a protective talisman to Sister Yi. Could that bring us misfortune? Just like the jade that Uncle Chu gave me? Qiao Wan asked, pulling out the jade given to her by Chu Yan. Qiao Kui glanced at the jade, sensing the power contained within and understanding that those who cultivated Wenxin would store their essence in jade for later use. Even with the cultivation of martial courage, a lifespan would be limited to 300 years at most, which is why everyone revered Wenxin, yearning to become one. In her previous life, she had lived in a mountain village like Qiao Wan, unaware of the world beyond, with her farthest travels reaching Xingyangfu. She had not comprehended the splendor of this realm and had only heard of Wenxin without witnessing its might. This time around, given the chance to start anew, she would not allow Qiao Wan to traverse the path she once walked. Even if she had to live hidden in the mountains, she would do so freely, not as a pitiful creature to be manipulated. During their daytime excursions, Qiao Wan soon found herself drowsy and fell asleep. Qiao Kui carried her to bed, waiting for her to fall into a deep slumber before setting up defensive formations by the bed, changing in her night attire, and slipping out through the window. These past few days, she had not been idle. She had gathered considerable information under the guise of amusement. Every day, Xiao Hongjie left the residence and would pass by Xingningfang. If Qi Xingtang were to carry out an assassination, they would undoubtedly lay in wait in Xingningfang. Therefore, she vigilantly monitored the area each night, having purchased an entry ticket with 20 gold bricks, seeking not only the life of Xiao Hongjie. As expected, when Qiao Kui concealed her presence and arrived at Xingningfang, she noticed that the atmosphere was markedly different from before, as several powerful presences had emerged. The people of Qixing Tang had indeed arrived. Qiao Kui steadied her breath and waited in silence. Soon, a magnificent horse-drawn carriage appeared at the corner, approaching Xingning Fong. Qiao Kui recognized it as the carriage of Qiao Hongjie, the head of the Qiao clan. Suddenly, a sharp arrow materialized out of thin air, heading straight for Qiao Hongjie's carriage. "Be careful!" A shout rang out, as someone leapt forward to intercept it, striking the arrow mid-flight with a sword. The force of the arrow, however, pushed the individual back several meters. Qiao Kui nodded in approval. Indeed, Qixing Tang possessed some strength, dispatching individuals of at least 5th rank cultivation, rather than mere inept followers. "Enemy attack!" the man shouted, prompting the riders on either side of the carriage to draw their swords, forming a protective barrier around it. "Listen, I, Qiao, have always been benevolent towards others, avoiding conflicts and grudges. Who wishes to take my life?" came Qiao Hongjie's calm voice from within the carriage. In response, a deadly volley of arrows rained down from all directions, intent on ending his life. "Oomph! Overestimating yourselves," Qiao Hongjie sneered, and without even lifting a finger, 2 more individuals stepped in front of the carriage, cutting down the incoming arrows with ease. Qiao Hongjie emerged, exuding a powerful aura, revealing himself to be a master of martial arts. From a distance, Qiao Kui watched with a cold smile. Qixing Tang would not dare to harm the heir of a medical family like Qiao Hongjie. Her 20 gold bricks would be squandered. The audacity of Qixing Tang, having stirred up trouble in Xinjiang Prefecture for years, now provoking the Qiao family, enraged Qiao Hongjie. With a sweeping motion of his wide sleeves, he charged towards the hidden assailant. The guards beside him rushed forward, determined to capture the Qixing Tang member. The situation demanded swift action. He shouted, "Brothers, charge! The bounty awaits." With that, he raised his sword and charged into battle. Soon, 4 more figures descended to engage the 2 guards beside Qiao Hongjie. He single-handedly faced 2 opponents, effortlessly maintaining the upper hand. Hidden in the shadows, Qiao Kui watched with great interest, thinking it was the perfect time for some snacks. Just then, a bag of fragrant roasted chestnuts appeared before her. Qiao Kui transformed the moisture at her fingertips into ice needles, swiftly launching them at the source of the chestnuts, only for them to be effortlessly caught. The ice needles melted into water, cascading from the person's palm. It was Chu Yin, who had reappeared before her, smiling gently. "Would you like some? Freshly made chestnuts, sweet and soft. You used to love these." Qiao Kui replied. "Your persistence is relentless." She had used a concealment talisman. How had he discovered her? "You must be mistaken. I have never cared for chestnuts." "Is that so?" Chu Yin asked, perplexed, then added, "But you once had me use a stick to knock them down for you." Qiao Kui raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze back to the fierce battle, ignoring him. Had he remembered that? Chapter 93. Threats. She recalled how she had once coveted the chestnuts in the tree, urging Chu Yin to stand beneath and knock them down. Despite being blind, he skillfully avoided the falling chestnut husks. Nostalgia was a powerful thing. Chu Yin gradually unearthed buried memories, revealing more delightful recollections. Cracking open the delicate shell to reveal the golden flesh, he savored the sweet and soft texture that quickly satisfied his palate. Qiao Kui wore a face of disdain. Indeed, Chu Yin had always been of such a disposition. Beneath his composed exterior lay a playful spirit, and even his blindness did not hinder his humorous nature. "Would you not care for one? They are delicious." Chu Yin extended his hand, offering her 2 peeled chestnuts, tempting her as he once did. "Is the esteemed Duke of Jiaoyi quite idle?" Qiao Kui asked coolly. Chu Yin momentarily looked startled, inquiring, "You know who I am?" Qiao Kui chuckled. He too could be foolish at times. "Duke of Jiaoyi, Chu Yin, renowned throughout the land. Could there be another with your name?" "Oh, Duke Chu, you are too modest. We common folk do not dare utter your name." "You certainly can," Chu Yin murmured. But Qiao Kui feigned ignorance, continuing to observe the duel. "Speaking of which, there are many matters concerning you, Qiao Kui, that I am unaware of." Qiao Kui chose not to respond, focusing intently on the contest. Qiao Hongjie, single-handedly facing 2 adversaries, grew more formidable with each exchange. The assassins from Qixing Tang began to waver, bound by their engagements and unable to escape. Qiao Kui watched with keen interest. The outcome of this battle was already determined, and her 20 gold bricks were slipping away. As the head of the Qiao clan, Qiao Hongjia had access to ample resources for martial cultivation, bolstered by medicinal aids, making him exceptionally powerful. Qi Xingtang had underestimated him severely by sending only 5 martial experts. The outcome was clear, and there was no need to linger further. However, successfully inciting a conflict between the Qiao family and Qi Xingtang was sufficient. She hoped that the Qiao family would act decisively, eliminating Qi Xingtang entirely, ensuring a perpetual enmity between the two factions. Yet, Qiao Kui halted, revealing herself with an unfriendly expression toward the newcomer. "Why are you following me, Duke Chu? Are you intending to trouble this humble woman?" Chu Yin replied, "You misunderstand, Qiao Kui. I have located that peddler. Would you like to see him?" "Peddler? Which peddler?" Qiao Kui realized she nearly fell into his trap. "I have long severed ties with him. Duke, if you are so idle as to pry into my private affairs, it would be better to devote your time to matters of state and relieve your sovereign's burdens. And you do not wish to see him?" He pressed, "If so, he has no reason to live." Qiao Kui's brow twitched violently. How had this Chu Yin changed so much? Beneath his polished demeanor lay a chilling resolve. Was the rumor true that he had annihilated the family of the former Minister of Revenue? Would the innocuous peddler truly face his wrath? Qiao Kui would not allow herself to be entangled in such consequences. After all, he was the father of her child. She implored Duke Chu to show mercy. Furthermore, she had severed all ties with him and wished for no further mention of him, nor for Duke Chu to interfere in their lives. "Very well. I shall heed your wishes. I will spare him, but I wish to see Wan. May I?" "Absolutely not," Qiao Kui firmly rejected. She did not desire further entanglement with him, turning to leave, only to be blocked by Chu Yin. "Do you wish to go to Qi Xingtang?" Qiao Kui glared at him, her eyes filled with animosity. He knew far too much. "Why not join me? I can assist you with whatever you wish to do." Chu Yin reverted to his previous gentle demeanor. "I do not wish to go. I am merely passing through. And will you join us?" Qiao Hongjia cannot bear this affront, and will certainly seek revenge on Qi Xingtang. It will surely be quite lively. "I have no business there. Why should it concern me?" "Chu Yunheng, you scoundrel!" Qiao Kui exclaimed, no longer able to contain her fury. She hurled her most potent lightning talisman, quickly followed by a handful of thorn seeds. Chu Yan's thin lips parted, softly uttering 2 words, and a golden shield materialized beside him, effortlessly deflecting Qiao Kui's attacks. Neither the lightning nor the thorns could harm him in the slightest. Qiao Kui's anger boiled. No wonder Yi Shi, who was always by his side, was absent. She had gone to Maoyuan in. Such a clever scheme. With no need to worry about Wan. "Qiao Kui, why not join me to witness a splendid performance?" Chu Yin smiled, unfazed by her dark expression. The Tianbao gambling house remained as raucous as ever, the atmosphere thick with smoke and noise, just as it had been in the past. Little did they know, a storm was brewing. Qiao Kui and Chu Yin arrived at Haichong Street to wait. Spotting a wonton stall across the street, Chu Yin invited Qiao Kui to join him. She declined, feeling no interest whatsoever. "Qiao Hongjia will not arrive so soon. You should try some. This wonton stall has been here for 10 years, renowned far and wide." Qiao Kui sat down, fuming silently, wishing she could bore a hole through him with her glare. The enthusiastic proprietor brought a bowl of noodle soup to quench the thirst of the two, while he busied himself with preparing wonton noodles. Without further ado, Qiao Kui held the bowl of soup and shot him a glance. This was derived from a passage in the Shanhai Jing concerning the Zhao Qi shield. It was said that he battled Ho Yi in the field of Shouhua and ultimately faced defeat, leading to the naming of his shield as Zhao Qi. Having received the answer, Qiao Kui fell silent, and soon the proprietor served a bowl of wonton noodles. Before the bowl was completely consumed, a throng gathered outside the Tianbao gambling house, led by Qiao Hongjia. Qiao Hongjia rode on horseback, his left arm bandaged with a bloodied white cloth. Earlier, 3 men from the Qixing Hall had perished in battle, and 2 of his assailants had wounded his left arm with poisoned weaponry in their desperate escape. An affront he could not overlook. The Qiao family was renowned in the field of medicine. Employing poison against him was akin to inviting disaster. Yet it was sufficient to incite Qiao Hongjia's fury. The Qixing Hall had overstepped. They dared to bully the Qiao family. Today, Qiao would eradicate the malignant tumor that was the Xinyang prefecture on behalf of the authorities. Chapter 94. You've mistaken the person immediately. Those beside Qiao Hongjia, fierce and menacing, stormed into the gambling house, expelling the gamblers who were consumed by their fervor. Some, caught up in their excitement, hesitated. Yet upon witnessing the overwhelming numbers and armed presence of their adversaries, none dared to remain. They sought wealth, not death. Their curses fell on deaf ears as they hastily fled, wishing to cover 100 paces with a single stride. The crowd quickly dispersed, leaving the once lively gambling house desolate. Even the old man cooking wontons hastily cleared the tables and chairs, trembling as he pushed his cart away. Qiao Kui and Chu Yin stood in the deserted street, feeling quite out of place. Soon, a voice emerged from within, and a figure appeared, flanked by a throng. Clan leader Qiao, my apologies for the lack of a proper welcome. Your presence graces this humble abode. There was no need for such a commotion. Simply sending someone to summon me would suffice. Umph. You, Zhang, dare to accept my head? Such audacity. Today, I am here. Come if you have the courage. Ah, clan leader Qiao, you exaggerate. Our Qixing Hall is numerous and struggles to survive. We acted out of necessity. I ask for your understanding. Our actions were driven by sentiment. Now that you are safe and sound, I too can rest easy. What shamelessness! Indeed, it was shameless, sending out a task with no regard for its success or failure. The gold given by Qiao Kui was non-refundable. Once the task was initiated, losses were incurred, and gold could hardly be returned. The Qixing Hall had always operated in this manner, akin to bandits, where only the willing would be ensnared. Now, having taken the gold, they lamented to Qiao Hongjia while seeking reconciliation, benefiting from both ends. Such a brazen approach to survival left Qiao Kui in awe. If only one could live so boldly. Do not be angry, clan leader. This time my younger brother was at fault. He comes here to apologize. Zhang, the hall master, bowed with a smile directed at Qiao Hongjia. Next time, should you have business, I would be willing to offer a 50% discount. Your previous matter was unsuccessful. This time, I shall handle it for you free of charge, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Silence. Qiao Hongjia interrupted sharply, glaring at Zhang, his eyes burning with disdain. Yes, I misspoke. Please do not mind, clan leader Qiao. Zhang continued to chuckle, yet Qiao Hongjia's anger was palpable. In comparison, Zhang appeared to hold the upper hand. You have gone too far. Do you truly believe there is no one in Xinjiang Prefecture? I shall tell you today, Xinjiang is not a lawless land, nor is it a place for you rodents to act as accomplices. Wait, Zhang interjected, his demeanor shifting to seriousness, eyes sharp as blades. The Qixing Hall has served this region for many years, and this is merely a branch. Our main base lies in the capital, with experts of the 7 realms stationed there. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of us, clan leader Qiao? Oof. Qiao Hongjia scoffed, his tone less resolute than before. Qiao Kui watched anxiously. He was indeed amusing. The Qiao family's endurance was truly remarkable. Brother, what are you waiting for? The Qixing Hall does not regard the Qiao family. Do they think us without defenders? Soon, another group approached, among them an eye-catching carriage, from which emerged a striking woman with a frosty demeanor. It was Qiao Yuru. Qiao Yuru, with her cold visage, regarded Hall Master Zhang with a sneer. A mere Qixing Hall, can you truly contend with the Zhao Marquis residents? Today, I shall extinguish you, and tomorrow, I shall eradicate the entire Qixing Hall. Zaha Yimarius. Qiao Kui turned to his companion, sarcasm evident in his gaze. Chu Yin smiled at Qiao Kui. Who would have thought the drama would unfold right before us? It's her. At Qiao Yuru's command, both sides swiftly engaged in combat. The Qiao family, numerous and formidable, clashed with the Qixing Hall, which was equally matched in numbers. Casualties soon mounted, and bloodlust consumed both factions. Qiao Hongjia approached Qiao Yuru, standing beside her, his expression one of reproach. Fifth sister, your actions are reckless. If this escalates, how shall we explain it to the Zhao Marquis residents? Qiao Yuru shot him a glance, disdain evident. She had little patience for her eldest brother's timorous demeanor, perpetually fearful of external threats, incapable of decisive action. Who would lay blame? The Qixing Hall has committed numerous atrocities. Our eradication of them will only earn us accolades from the court and the Zhao Marquis residents. The court may even grant you an honor. Qiao Hongjia held a different perspective. He knew Qiao Yuru flaunted the name of the Zhao Marquis residents, oblivious to the potential repercussions in the capital. Such conduct would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Qiao family. Qiao Yuru viewed the situation differently. Your indecisiveness today only serves to humiliate the Qiao family further in Xinjiang Prefecture. How shall we maintain our standing here? If you do not consider the Qiao family, at least think of Yan'an. The Qiao family is her maternal kin. If we lose our reputation, how will she fare in the marquis residence? As her support, you should strive to uphold her dignity rather than hinder her. Qiao Hongjie fell silent. His thoughts had been fully seen through by Qiao Yiru. His original intention was merely to muster forces to intimidate the Qixing Hall and had never truly wished for war. The Qixing Hall was numerous and powerful. Provoking them would only lead to endless troubles for the Qiao family. With Qiao Yiru and Chu Nian in the capital, could they truly extend their influence over Xinjiang Prefecture? Qiao Yiru seemed to perceive Qiao Hongjie as reservations. Her heart filled with scorn as she scoffed. Qiao Hongjie remained silent. Before this sister, he felt utterly diminished. From a young age, Qiao Yiru had displayed remarkable decisiveness. If she were a man, she would likely have claimed the position of clan leader. The fierce clash soon attracted the attention of the authorities, and upon realizing the tide had turned against them, the Qixing Hall members scattered, leaving behind a scene of carnage, with bodies and blood strewn about, including both Qixing Hall members and those from the Qiao family. The extent of the losses was inconsequential. Having achieved her desired outcome, Qiao Kui quietly slipped away upon the arrival of the authorities, with the ever-persistent Chu Yin trailing behind. Qiao Kui turned, her gaze fixed upon Chu Yin, devoid of joy or sorrow. Zhao Yi Marquis, you need not follow me any longer. Our paths diverge. It is best we do not meet again. Chu Yin looked at Qiao Kui, his heart aching. Qing Yang, you are my wife. Can you truly be so heartless? Qiao Kui shook her head. I am not. You are. Chu Yin stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but she recoiled. Sensing Qiao Kui's wariness in the darkness, Chu Yin's starry eyes dimmed. You are. Before heaven and earth at Longting Mountain, we vowed to be husband and wife, to love without doubt, to share life and death. I do not understand your words. I have never been to Longting Mountain in this life. You have mistaken the person. Chapter 95. This question has no answer. You know I have not. Qing Yang. What transpired that made you so unfeeling towards me? Chu Yin stepped forward, seeking a resolution. You have mistaken the person. If the Zhao Yi Marquis memory is lacking, it would be better to seek a renowned physician. Otherwise, if you misidentify me, it will only lead to awkwardness for both parties. S' voice was deep and resonant as he gazed at Qiao Kui, his eyes harboring an inscrutable essence. A decade can indeed alter much. The once cheerful and composed now appeared enigmatic and silent. Had she truly been absent for so long? Ku and Ying. Grant me a moment. I shall remember you and all that you are, declared, his gaze towards Qiao Kui growing resolute. The following day, she departed from Xingengf with Qiao Wan. Their carriage was laden with the spoils of their recent endeavors. Qiao Wan drove, while Qiao Kui leaned against the carriage, observing the throngs of people as they slowly exited the confines of Xingengf. Chsh Shu, Qiao Wan exclaimed upon spotting two individuals by the roadside, excitedly pulling on the reins to halt the carriage. Glanced at Qiao Kui, and upon seeing no objection, he smiled gently at Qiao Wan. Wn, my young friend, we meet again. Are you departing the city? Qiao Kui opened her eyes, glaring at the shameless man before her, recalling the audacious QXNGT Ing that was still on the run. She refrained from voicing her dissent, curious about Qiao Wan's reaction. Qiao Wan hesitated, caught in contemplation. How could I possibly give something to a man? I apologize, Chsh Shu, but I must return this to you, she said, retrieving a teardrop-shaped jade from her pouch and extending it towards him. Behind, YX looked skyward, speechless. It was rather amusing to witness his master in such a predicament. Yet, it was unfortunate that there was nothing left to cherish. With a sigh, added, allow me to escort you out of the city. No need, Chsh Shu. I can drive and know the way. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, farewell. As they watched the carriage fade into the crowd, murmured to himself, YX, how might I atone for the lost decade? Master, this question remains unanswered. A decade is a lengthy span. Qiao Kui has lost her wits, and Qiao Wan has endured years of torment. Their father has vanished without a trace, and even if he were to bestow wealth upon them now, they might not even cast a glance in his direction. Contemplating this, YX felt a surge of anxiety for his master. His master had suffered greatly. After the ambush at LNGTNGSHN and having been rescued, he was ensnared by GNGWI's concoction of the WNGCHNDN, which had obliterated his memories of his wife and daughter. Now, his recollections were fragmented, and he was estranged from his family. Master, how shall we deal with Qiao Wan and her daughter? Qiao Wan has repeatedly exploited the name of the ZHONHUF to benefit the CHN and Qiao families. Let her be a mere jester, replied. CHNINN has matured. Let her continue to amuse the old lady. YX understood. CHNINN had grown up, and Qiao Wan must not remain. I must uncover the events of that year. And why Qiao lost her mind. S mind was cluttered with questions. He vaguely recalled how that year, Qiao found a path out of the valley, and they had scaled the heartless cliff to escape the maze valley. Yet, the subsequent events eluded him. How had they become separated? His memories were jumbled, and he knew far too little. Qiao Wan drove the carriage along the official road leading out of the city, hastening their pace. They had been gone for over half a month, and she worried about the chickens, ducks, rabbits, and herbs back home. Qiao Kui, however, was indifferent to the speed, allowing Qiao North to drive as she wished. Mother, wake up, Qiao Wan said, feeling bored and wanted to rouse Qiao Kui for conversation. What is it? Qiao Kui inquired as she sat up. Doesn't that person seem a bit strange? Qiao Wan remarked. Qiao Kui found it amusing. It was evident she was inquiring about. Oh, him, she thought, feeling a sense of mirth. She was even reluctant to call him uncle now. Would be mortified if he knew. He is rather peculiar. He asked you for something, yet you did not comply? Qiao Wan frowned, glancing at Qiao Kui with confusion. How could I give anything? No, I do not want this jade. It feels as though he's not a good person. Do keep it. It is a valuable item. Qiao Kui urged, not wanting her to discard it. After all, it was worth something, and it would serve as a token of her absent father's affection. Even if Qiao Wan was unaware. Qiao Wan ferud herbrau. It was not merely her imagination. Her mother was indeed acting strangely today. Qiao Kui had to find an excuse to explain, the contents within can protect you, much like the talisman I gave you. But I already have the talisman you gave me. Qiao Wan protested. Qiao Kui realized the child had grown and could not be easily deceived. The more, the merrier. After much persuasion, Qiao Wan reluctantly placed the jade back into her pouch. Qiao Kui felt a sense of relief. Raising children had become quite challenging. Suddenly, Qiao Kui's nose twitched as she detected a faint scent of blood in the air. Extending her senses, she discovered a bloodied figure lying motionless in the grass to her left. Frowning, she said to Qiao Wan, "It is nearly noon. We must hasten to the next tea house. I desire hot soup and pancakes." Understood. Mother, hold on tight, Qiao Wan replied, cracking the whip, urging the horse to quicken its pace. Help! Kind-hearted person, help me! The figure in the grass, who had somehow managed to rise, was none other than Chn. His mind was clouded, but upon hearing the sound of wheels, he knew this was his only chance at survival and summoned the last remnants of his strength to crawl. Yet, upon seeing Qiao Kui seated in the carriage, his heart sank. Mother, did someone just call for help? Qiao Wan asked. Did they? I did not hear anything. Perhaps I misheard, Qiao Kui replied, hewing and was taken aback. Had she truly misheard? How could she overlook such a large figure standing by the roadside? The carriage continued to distance itself, and he could do nothing but let his hand fall, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He bent over, covering his mouth with his hand, but could not stop the blood from spilling forth. Just as the winds of fate conspired, Qiao Wan flung off a burden, only for 6 men to emerge swiftly from the woods. The carriage halted. The leader, brandishing a knife, pointed menacingly at the carriage, while the 5 others stood on the official road, weapons at the ready. Qiao Wan gasped, realizing she could no longer steer the carriage away. After a moment of panic, she quickly regained her composure and brought the carriage to a stop. Mother, we are being robbed. There are robbers, Qiao Wan exclaimed, excitement evident in her voice, her hands itching for action as her heart raced. She scanned the 6 men, contemplating which one would serve as her practice. Let Mother be lenient, at least spare one for me. Qiao Kui observed the 6 men, patiently awaiting their opening declaration. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave the toll. Yet, reality diverged greatly from tales. You too, have you seen a portly old priest? Qiao Wan shook her head. Brother, he must be hiding in the carriage. We need to search it, a man suggested, greed glimmering in his eyes as he pointed at the carriage. The leader nodded, commanding with authority, search. The group eagerly advanced, some casting greedy glances, others leering at Qiao Kui and her daughter. Qiao Kui waved her hand, unleashing a barrage of 20 ice blades. 5 men were pierced at the knees, blood spraying forth as they fell to the ground, while the leader, whose knees remained intact, watched in horror as his companions writhed in agony, his face paling as he turned to flee. You run. I will aim for your hindquarters. Qiao Kui chuckled coldly, summoning a small sword of profound ice at her fingertips. The man, terrified by the sudden appearance of the ice blade, collapsed to his knees. The knife clattered to the ground, his head bowed, utterly stripped of his earlier arrogance. Spare me, noble lady, he pleaded, his bravado vanished. Qiao Wan, emboldened, leaped down lightly and kicked the man with force, scoffing. Did you not wish to search the carriage? Why do you hesitate? Come, search it. The man was on the verge of tears, realizing that these individuals were not to be trifled with. We do not dare. We do not dare. We were blind and offended the noble lady. Please let us go. Qiao Wan picked up the fallen knife, pointing it at the man. Get up and fight me. Should you do so, I shall let you go. Qiao Kui retracted the ice blades, sitting back in the carriage, observing the spectacle with great interest. The young man dared not speak, lowering his head even further. If he is unwilling, then just incapacitate him, Qiao Wan exclaimed, her chubby baby face puffing up in indignation, exuding no semblance of intimidation. Qiao Kui, her treasure is adorably cute, simply precious. Qiao Kui prepared to take action, as the purpose of keeping this man around was to provide Qiao Wan with some practical experience. Since he was unwilling, what use was he? Hold on, fair lady. I am willing. The man hastily grasped his knife and stood up, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead as he hastily wiped his face with his sleeve. What is your cultivation level? Qiao Wan inquired. Nodding, she continued, all right. If you defeat me, you may leave. Yes, the man thought nervously. He was not afraid of Qiao Wan, but rather of the formidable presence behind her. A second-tier martial guard facing a 10-year-old child. How could he possibly win without making the defeat too humiliating? The two soon engaged in combat. In the days following her adventures with Qiao Kui, Qiao Wan had not neglected her martial arts training, devoting time each day to rigorous practice. The man, trembling, raised his knife, his companion's anguished cries echoing in his ears. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, his legs felt as if they were unable to stand firm, resembling a limp shrimp. Mother, this person is inadequate. Let's execute him, Qiao Wan urged. Quickly do it. She pointed her long knife, instructing the man to knock unconscious and dispose of his 5 moaning companions in the bushes to clear the path. The battle quickly escalated, yet the man, fearful of the powerful Qiao Kui, dared not unleash his full strength. However, Qiao Wan was not satisfied. She sought a true duel, aiming to learn genuine skills from the fight. Thus, she fought increasingly fiercely, even delivering lethal blows, compelling the man to retaliate. Qiao Wan employed the sword techniques taught by Qiao Kui. Practice in 1,000 repetitions could not compare to a single moment of actual combat. Soon, she revealed a flaw, and the man landed a kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling 3 meters away. The man's face turned pale as he anxiously glanced at Qiao Kui, who remained unresponsive, eyes closed as if in slumber. Is she asleep? The man's heart raced, a thought sprouting in his mind like wild grass. Qiao Wan rose and shouted, continue. With that, she twirled her sword and attacked the man. He remained composed, parrying her assault with his knife, striking her abdomen with his left elbow, while simultaneously hitting her right shoulder with the hilt of his knife. Qiao Wan winced in pain, her right hand losing sensation and her grip on the knife faltering. Reluctantly, she wielded the knife with her left hand to face him. After executing these maneuvers, the man looked back at Qiao Kui, noticing she had not awoken, and his courage began to swell. Gradually, he unleashed his full strength in the battle against Qiao Wan, his attacks growing fierce and leaving her increasingly unable to defend herself. Ultimately, he found an opening and lunged at Qiao Wan, intent on taking her life. However, the knife abruptly halted just half an arm's length from her, unable to advance. Unbeknownst to him, Thorns had ensnared him, rendering him immobile. This was not the worst of it. He realized with terror that the thorns were continuously growing, wrapping around him tighter and tighter, making it difficult to breathe. Newly sprouted spikes pierced his flesh, drawing forth crimson blood. "Spare me, fair lady. I shall never dare again." The man struggled to plead for mercy. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Qiao Wan retorted, "I spare your life, yet you seek to take mine. Run." A chilling cry from Taoist Wuchen echoed from afar. Sensing the presence behind her, Qiao Kui furrowed her brow, commanding the thorns to hurl the barely surviving man into the bushes. Taoist Wuchen crawled painfully bloodied, leaving a long trail of crimson behind him. He gazed anxiously at the halted cart ahead, shouting urgently, "Hurry, there are formidable foes." "Mother, it is Taoist Wuchen." Qiao Wan recognized the severely injured figure. Qiao Kui stood before Taoist Wuchen, looking down upon him with a stoic expression. For the second time, she had aimed to kill the second young master of the Luo family, only for Taoist Wuchen to intervene and save him. She had claimed his golden leaves. Yet Taoist Wuchen had forced the Luo family to withdraw their engagement through geomancy and fate. Their destinies had intertwined long ago. Now, seeing Taoist Wuchen in such a state, did he believe she would harbor compassion for him? How naive. She was one who respected the destinies of others. "Master Uncle," Taoist Wuchen weakly gazed up at Qiao Kui, illuminated by the morning sun. He could only see her standing in the dawn light, too brilliant to behold directly. He coughed up blood again, his mangled face forcing out a strained smile. "Master Uncle, I did not expect our reunion to occur in such a manner. I fear I have brought you trouble. Someone covets the scripture left by our ancestor and has pursued me to this point." Taoist Wuchen explained in fragmented phrases, retrieving a coarse cloth-wrapped object from his bosom. "I could die, but the legacy of our sect must endure. Master Uncle, this is the inheritance left by our ancestor. I implore you to safeguard it and pass it on to a worthy successor to revitalize our sect." Qiao Kui took the object, examining it. It was the same incomplete scripture she had seen last time. She felt speechless. While others regarded it as a treasure, she considered it worthless. "They have already arrived. You should keep the scripture yourself." With a wave of her hand, she conjured over a dozen ice blades from the water spirit energy, sending them straight into the depths of the forest. "Show yourself, if you possess the capability." A boisterous laughter erupted from within the forest. Soon, two figures emerged. One dressed in black, around 40 years of age, exuding arrogance. It was he who spoke, followed closely by a man carrying a large knife. This combination reminded Qiao Kui of Chu Yin and Yi Shi, pondering whether every cultivator of the Wenxin would have a martial expert by their side for protection. Wenxin was indeed a fragile profession. If one reached the heights of Chu Yin, even a few words could wield profound power, striking without warning, rendering one invulnerable to harm. The man before her, however, clearly lacked such prowess. "You are Taoist Wuchen's master uncle," the black-clad man observed with interest. "She is not. I do not know her." "Zhou Hui, let them go, and I will hand over the scripture to you." Zhou Hui laughed heartily. "Too late. I want the item, and I want her lives as well. Why would I be foolish enough to let a third party know the secret? Only the dead can keep secrets." "Humph. He is foolish, and so are you. Both are equal in folly." With that, Qiao Kui waved her hand, scattering countless thorn seeds around, which quickly took root and sprouted under her spiritual energy. The man with the large knife, sensing danger, drew his weapon and slashed at the surrounding thorns while pulling the black-clad man away from the reach of the thorny assault. Zhou Hui chuckled and addressed Qiao Kui. "I did not expect you to be one of the same ilk. I can no longer let you live." He then muttered, "With my spear, I shall attack your body." In an instant, a transparent spear coalesced and surged toward Qiao Kui with lightning speed. Unfazed, Qiao Kui extended her hand, firmly catching the spear. With a slight exertion, the spear's brilliance dissipated into nothingness. Zhou Hui was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He began to chant again, this time conjuring two spears to assault Qiao Kui. She smirked, gently bringing her hands together, dispersing the two sharp spears before they even approached her. "Is that all you can do?" With a swift motion, she formed a gigantic ice blade from the water spirit energy and swung it toward Zhou Hui, intent on cleaving him in two. Zhou Hui staggered back, his expression shifting as the man behind him rushed forward, colliding his knife against the ice blade. gritting his teeth to withstand the force as his legs sank into the mud. Oomph. Zhou Hui coldly scoffed, casting his gaze toward the distant Qiao Wan. With my spear, I shall attack your body. Another spear materialized out of thin air, this time aimed at Qiao Wan, only to be blocked by the shield talisman protecting her. Startled, Qiao Wan's eyes flared with anger upon realizing that the adversary would not spare even a child like her. This was truly unforgivable. Drawing upon the talisman given to her by Qiao Kui, she hurled it forward. Villain, behold my wrath. A talisman of blazing flames and 3 talismans of fire were hurled at Zhou Hui, who, bewildered by their nature, was struck directly. Flames engulfed him, igniting his form and transforming him into a fiery apparition. What monstrous entity is this? He exclaimed, as an inexplicable deluge of water doused him, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Zhou Hui, now drenched and charred, glared furiously at Qiao Wan, his attire in tatters. You wretched girl, seeking death, he snarled, parting his lips to chant once more. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Chun had stealthily crept up and clutched Zhou Hui's leg, sinking his teeth into his wrist, interrupting the incantation. Zhou Hui, in pain, kicked him away. Get off, you mutt. His gaze shifted to Qiao Wan, revealing his insatiable greed. The item she had revealed took him by surprise, and the prospect of more treasures was tantalizing, if only he could eliminate her. Qiao Wan, undaunted, reached for her pouch, aware that her mother had left her ample means of survival. Furthermore, Zhou Hui did not seem particularly formidable, bolstered by the confidence imparted by Qiao Kui. She remained composed and unafraid. Before Zhou Hui could retaliate against Qiao Wan, a barbed whip ensnared his waist, flinging him violently, while a barrage of ice blades followed, threatening to pierce him like a hedgehog. Zhou Hui's eyes widened in terror as he beheld the oncoming onslaught of ice swords. Just when it seemed his demise was imminent, a man wielding a sword appeared before him, neutralizing the danger. The ice blades, upon striking the ground, quickly melted into a puddle, vanishing into the earth. In comparison to Zhou Hui, whose mastery of incantation was lacking, this sword-wielding man was far more formidable. Qiao Kui remained calm and advised Qiao Wan, watch closely. With that, she summoned her own blade, taking flight towards the man with the sword. The swordplay exhibited by Qiao Wan and Qiao Kui produced distinctly different effects. It dawned on Qiao Wan just how formidable her mother truly was. She resolved to pay closer attention. Lost in admiration, she remained oblivious to the impending danger. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui, unnoticed, began to gather his incantation anew, intent on bringing Qiao Wan to her end. Wu Chun lunged at him again, tackling him and biting down on his wrist. Enraged by the pain, Zhou Hui cursed, "Insignificant creature, you know not your place." He withdrew a knife, determined to eliminate Wu Chun, who was now too exhausted to resist, simply watching as Zhou Hui raised the blade. Once more, a fireball surged toward Zhou Hui. This time, he dared not underestimate it. Ignoring Wu Chun, he silently invoked his incantation, conjuring a whirlpool of water that engulfed the fireball, simultaneously retreating 3 paces while fixating greedily on Qiao Wan. Ah, your adversary is me, declared Qiao Wan, brandishing a handful of talismans, her spirit ablaze with determination. Little girl, hand over your possessions, and I shall spare your life. If you possess any ability, come and claim them. With a cold smirk, Qiao Wan unleashed a flurry of talismans. The whirlpool reappeared, absorbing every talisman thrown at it. As Qiao Wan reached for another, Zhou Hui's eyelids twitched violently. Should this continue, his strength would be drained. How many do you possess? All will be mine. Realizing this, Zhou Hui unleashed the entirety of his accumulated incantations in a desperate bid to eliminate Qiao Wan and claim her treasures. Meanwhile, Qiao Kui's assault intensified, her resolve growing stronger with each encounter, while the man struggled to evade her relentless strikes, beset by the omnipresent thorns and vines that attacked him from all sides. Soon, he bore the marks of his injuries. In a fleeting moment, after dodging another of Qiao Kui's strikes, he was pierced through the chest by a thorn, succumbing without a chance to close his eyes in peace. The battle concluded in an instant, and Qiao Kui calmly wiped her blade clean on the man's garments, observing the clash between Qiao Wan and Zhou Hui. Meanwhile, Wu Chun, panting heavily, watched in awe as Qiao Kui executed her kill with an expressionless demeanor, while Qiao Wan's scattered talismans their enchanting properties a treasure he longed for. Unaware of the turmoil surrounding him, Zhou Hui was fully engaged with Qiao Wan's incessant barrage of talismans. Fireballs, water orbs, each one inciting both fury and anguish. He had placed absolute trust in his companions, believing they would effortlessly deal with Qiao Kui, only to be met with disbelief at the outcome. They had grossly underestimated Qiao Kui's capabilities. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of his companion, Zhou Hui was consumed by rage. "You shall all perish," he bellowed, his aura surging with fury. Yet, Zhou Hui forgot that practitioners of incantation are as fragile as glass without the protection of martial prowess. Furthermore, in Qiao Kui's eyes, Zhou Hui's strength paled in comparison to that of his sword-wielding comrade. Qiao Kui commanded the thorns to encircle him, their growth relentless, thriving and bearing fruit, encroaching upon his diminishing territory. Devoid of aid to sever the encumbering thorns, Zhou Hui found himself in disarray as the lethal vines continued to erode his space for survival. Panic and fear etching his features. "Senior, spare my life," Zhou Hui pleaded. "Qiao Kui remainet unmovet. Hide Qiao Wan approachet, embracing Qiao Kui's Weist." Watching as Zhou Hui was ensnared by the ever-growing thorns, ultimately becoming a figure drenched in blood. At that moment, a flicker of flame ignited at Qiao Kui's fingertips. Amidst the blood-drenched thorns, alongside the sword-wielding guard and the other 6 unconscious individuals, accustomed to obliterating evidence post-mortem, Qiao Kui's gaze shifted toward a certain spot in the forest, offering a disdainful huff. Wu Chun, witnessing this, trembled in fear, and upon catching Qiao Kui's gaze, he closed his eyes, pretending to be unconscious. In the distance, Yi Shi's expression shifted, wrestling with his thoughts. With Qiao Kui's immense power, should his master still be so eager to engage? Chu Yan's eyes gleamed as he regarded Qiao Kui, a tender smile gracing his lips. Qiao Kui was already imparting wisdom to her daughter. Having committed to this, one must do so with finesse. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles will be endless. Qiao Wan nodded in admiration. "I understand, mother." Qiao Kui inquired. "You don't think me cruel, do you?" Qiao Wan replied, "Not at all. If we do not eliminate them, we shall be the ones perishing. They harbor ill intentions and deserve their fate." Qiao Kui smiled with satisfaction, cherishing her daughter's resonance with her ideals. "Let us continue our journey. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted meat." After an hour, a troop passed through the area, several prison carts containing disheveled prisoners. It was Ling Yu, sent to eradicate the accomplices of Xinglong Yin. Suddenly, Ling Yu raised his hand, signaling the troop to halt, his gaze deepening as he surveyed the charred remnants ahead. One of his men inquired, "Boss, what is the matter?" "The scent is amiss. Remain vigilant." With that, Ling Yu dismounted his horse. The man sniffed the air and detected an enticing aroma. Before he could speak, a companion chuckled. "It smells like roasted meat. Someone must be cooking here." He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance. Ling Yu remained silent, crouching in the ash, meticulously inspecting the ground until he uncovered a piece of unburned bone. Wu Chan struggled to open his heavy eyelids, surveying the cramped space, swaying uncertainly, pondering his whereabouts. "Am I in the underworld? The road to Huangquan? Oh, merciless master, I revered you as my teacher, yet you seek my life. I cannot accept this fate." Wu Chun lamented, reaching into his robe, startled to discover the sect's sacred text still intact. Could they have followed me to the underworld? What fortune! Tears streamed down his face, mourning the legacy of his sect, crushed in his hands, feeling unworthy to face his master or ancestors. Suddenly realizing he was still alive, he caught sight of a figure beyond the curtain and struggled to rise in gratitude, only to be halted by Qiao Kui. "Do not move. I have administered the medicine. If your wound bursts open, I shall not concern myself with your fate. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful for Master Uncle's life-saving grace." Wuchan expresses his thanks and dares not stir. "Thank you, Master Uncle, for sparing my life." Outside the carriage, separated by a mere curtain, it was Qiao Kui who was driving, while Qiao Wan sat beside, admiring the sunset on the horizon, reveling in the tranquil passage of time. "Today, you have brought me unwarranted calamity. Think of a way to repay me." "Master Uncle, this was never Wuchan's intention." Wuchan feels wronged. The memory of the medicinal pill forced upon him by his master still haunted him. When the poison was administered, fear gripped Wuchan's heart. prompting him to consult numerous renowned physicians, all of whom assured him of his robust health. However, having witnessed Qiao Kui's capabilities, he remained in a state of unease until 2 months later, when he finally realized that it was merely a harmless mud pill used to frighten him. What? Do you find the taste of the mud pill unsatisfactory? Would you prefer a real one? Qiao Kui asked with a cold smile. No, no, no. Wu Chan trembled in fear, shaking his head repeatedly. Qiao Kui was indeed daring. She had once pushed the second young master Luo into the river to drown him over a broken engagement. What difference was there between his life and that of the second young master? Despite calling her master uncle, he had never truly earned her acknowledgement. I was wrong. Master uncle is magnanimous. Please let me off easily. Wu Chan flattered, adding, Wu Chan is grateful for master uncle's life-saving grace and will obey your every command from now on. What use are you? Do you expect to deceive and swindle on my behalf? Qiao Kui expressed her disdain. The Zhang brothers are at least obedient, sensible, and industrious. Wu Chan is useless apart from his tongue. The legacy he was sworn to protect did not earn him any respect in Qiao Kui's eyes. What could he possibly do to gain her trust? Wu Chan felt dejected and helpless. The two chose not to linger within the city, finding refuge in a dilapidated temple outside. Severely injured, Wu Chan could not move and was unceremoniously tossed onto the carriage by Qiao Kui. He dared not voice any complaints. It was a stroke of luck that Qiao Kui had saved his life. Qiao Wan brought him water and food, and then sat with Qiao Kui at the entrance, gazing at the twinkling stars above. Their conversation lingered on the battles of the day, where witnessing death stirred no discomfort in Qiao Wan. Rather, she felt a subtle thrill, knowing she could also stand against foes, albeit relying on her mother as talismans. Yet, Qiao Wan believed that everything would change, and she too would grow strong like her mother. Chapter 99. The brightest star in the sky. Qiao Kui recalled what Chu Yin had said about Qiao Wan possessing literary talent, addressing her, my dear. What do you think of Chu Yin? Qiao Wan was puzzled, unaware of why her mother would inquire. Gentle? Qiao Kui chuklet. Realizing her daughter had been deceived by the fade of this hypocrite, Qiao Wan sighed, continuing, I just don't understand why he treats me so well. Is he this kind to everyone, offering guidance in martial arts and gifting jade doll? The sun bathed the land in warmth, leaving no one neglected. Qiao Kui laughed heartily, stifling her amusement. Finally, you have a moment of poetic justice, Chu Yin. To be evaluated thus in your own daughter's eyes serves you right for threatening me. Qiao Wan tilted her head, her clear eyes reflecting confusion. Why does mother mention him? After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Kui explained, he told me that you have literary talent and wished to take you as his disciple. Ah, Qiao Wan exclaimed in disbelief. I possess literary talent? How could that be? She thought this and voiced her doubt. Why is it impossible? You must have confidence in yourself, Qiao Kui affirmed. Chu Yin's literary prowess was exceptional. Why could his daughter not inherit such talent? During every literary examination, they deliberately overlooked you, causing you to miss the test twice. Hence you were unaware of your abilities. Had you been recognized, their lives would have been entirely different, and your father would not have passed away. Qiao Kui lamented, recalling her late father, feeling a pang of sorrow. She had witnessed Qiao Wan's growth and the loss of their parents, yet could not participate in it. The discovery of Qiao Wan's literary talent was something she had suffered through in her past life, never realizing it until the end. Had she possessed such talent in her previous life, the Lin family would not have dared to treat her in such a manner. A tear slipped down her cheek as Qiao Wan silently wept, grieving for her former life. Qiao Kui embraced her, softly comforting, do not cry. This is a good thing. Your grandfather in heaven is surely pleased to know of your talent. Look at that brightest star in the sky. It must be your grandfather watching over us. Qiao Wan looked up at the sky, where stars dotted the night, the moon hidden behind clouds, leaving only the stars to illuminate the darkness. The brightest star shone brilliantly. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, Grandfather. After some time, once Qiao Wan's emotions had settled, Qiao Kui resumed their earlier conversation. So, do you wish to pursue this? Qiao Wan did not hesitate to shake her head. Do not wish to? Why? Qiao Kui was surprised yet delighted to receive the answer she had hoped for. Mother, if I go, I must leave you. I do not want to leave you. Why must I go? Why? She had only just found her mother. She could not bear to part with her. Your master? How can she teach? What can she impart? She is a fraud herself. Chu Yan's status was different. By becoming his disciple, Not only would she gain literary talent, but also a rise in social standing. And the villagers would no longer dare to look down upon her. What good is that? What harm? There are plenty of hypocrites like the Quan family. Kind in front of others, yet vile behind their backs. Why does mother urge me? Suddenly, Qiao Wan's eyes widened as she broke free from Qiao Kui's embrace. Mother, are you hiding something from me? Qiao Kui shook her head firmly. No, how could I hide anything from you? Then why mention Chu Yin and suggest that I become his disciple? Qiao Wan was not naive enough to believe that her talent was so exceptional that people would pursue her as a disciple. She was acutely aware that anyone her mother repeatedly mentioned must be significant to her. Otherwise, she would be indifferent, like the Taoist Wu Chan, who would not even glance at him if he were lying dead by the roadside. Mother, tell me, is he my father? Qiao Kui was taken aback. She had not anticipated that merely mentioning Chu Yan would lead her sensitive daughter to question her lineage. Given Chu Yan's current character, he would undoubtedly entangle himself in their lives. This was a truth that could not be concealed. Rather than fabricating excuses later to explain her denial, it would be wiser to confess directly now. He is the current Marquis of Zhao Yi, Chu Yan, a formidable figure of the 7th rank. Qiao Wan was stunned. Even with her suspicions, the revelation shocked her. She could hardly believe it. How can it be him? How could it be him? She muttered, tears flowing uncontrollably. How wonderful! How splendid! His biological father is the esteemed Marquis of Zhao Yi. The trial she had endured in both her past and present lives seemed utterly farcical. Seeing her in such a state, Qiao Kui sighed deeply, embracing her for comfort. Do not be sorrowful. This is my fault. Had I awakened sooner, you and your grandfather would not have suffered so. How can you blame yourself? You too were powerless. Qiao Wan retorted through her tears, unable to bear blaming her mother. After all, her mother had fought against death to awaken. Any fault could be forgiven in the face of 10 years of hardship. Years ago, when we were unexpectedly separated, I became foolish and he lost his memory. Had we remained together, you and your grandfather would not have lived so painfully. Qiao Wan shook her head resolutely. I do not wish to. He has not appeared for 10 years, and I no longer need him. I have grown. I have outgrown the need for a father. Henceforth, let us rely on one another. If he returns, let it be treated as an ordinary friend. It was inevitable that they would meet again. She was certain Chu Yin would appear once more. In the following days, they traveled as they had come, taking their time and paying no heed to the passage of time. At times, they ventured into the mountains for hunting. At other times, they descended to the riverbanks to catch fish, or occasionally they would stop by the roadside to gather wild vegetables. There were moments when they simply halted the horse-drawn cart to rest for a couple of days, yet both refrained from mentioning the name Chu Yin, choosing to remain silent about that evening's conversation. After 5 days of recuperation, Wu Chan was finally able to walk, but Qiao Kui was intent on sending him away. He was reluctant to depart so easily. With a thud, Wu Chen knelt down. Sure, Shu, please do not cast me aside. We have killed Zhou Hui, and the forces behind him will undoubtedly seek retribution against us. And who is Zhou Hui? Qiao Kui inquired. He is an aide to the magistrate of Xinjiang Prefecture, a man of considerable cultivation. Wu Chen's voice was hoarse, filled with a palpable hatred for Zhou Hui. I had a few encounters with him. We were somewhat acquainted. That night, we drank together, and in my drunken state, I inadvertently revealed too much. He, disregarding all decorum, attempted to silence me. Ise, Xiao Kui muset, furrowing her brow. Having dispatched one member of the Qiao family, yet another from Xinjiang Prefecture emerges. Is it true that the stage cannot remain vacant for long? Nevertheless, when she departed, she ensured that several individuals were reduced to ashes, erasing all traces. Zhou Hui, in his pursuit of monopolizing the Dao Scroll, likely kept this secret from others. Consequently, their sudden disappearance would not be immediately detected. There was little chance anyone would trace the matter back to her, unless her gaze suddenly fixed on Wu Chun, scrutinizing him. Only the dead could truly keep secrets. As one travels the path of life, calamities descend from the heavens. Were it not for this individual, how would she have found herself in such predicaments? Thus, it would be best to eliminate him. The murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable to Wu Chun, whose heart raced with fear of death, rendering his already pallid face even more ashen. Shishu, yes, you. I will not utter a single word. We're in this together. You know too much, she replied. Wu Chun was on the verge of tears. He cursed himself for not having blinded himself or pierced his own ears, for having seen and heard what he should not have. Shu, I know nothing. I was ambushed by robbers, severely injured, and I am eternally grateful for your rescue. He pressed his forehead into the dirt. What a venomous oath. Not a single disciple from 3 generations remains. Truly, a commendable apprentice of the sect. Rise, she commanded. I have done nothing to warrant such oaths. However, the heavens observe, and vows cannot be made lightly. Otherwise, they could rebound upon oneself. Would you agree? Nevertheless, today I will treat Taoist Wuchun with a measure of favor. Qiao Kui smiled enigmatically, waving her hand, causing Wuchun to stand involuntarily, his whole being jolting upright, which exacerbated his injuries, resulting in a cold sweat that he dared not express. Wuchun lifted his head, sweat mixing with dirt, rendering him akin to a beggar. For the moment, he had preserved his life, allowing the heavy burden in his heart to be somewhat alleviated. Enough, do not linger. Let us depart. Qiao Kui gestured, urging him away. Wuchun halted, understanding her intent to send him off, yet he felt a deep reluctance. After years of pursuing the path of immortality, the opportunity lay within reach, and leaving now would mean missing a golden chance. Thus, Wuchun knelt once more. Qiao Kui frowned. Are you never to finish? Do you wish to have lunch before departing? Shu, you misunderstand. How can I simply abandon the debt of life you have granted me? I am willing to serve as your slave in gratitude for your salvation. Qiao Kui nearly choked on her words. Shu, please accept me. I am eager to do anything for you. Wuchun clutched her skirt tightly, pleading fervently. I have saved quite a bit over the years, including 2 precious herbs. I am willing to offer them all to honor you, only asking that you accept me. Shu, if you take me in, I promise to be your most obedient servant. Qiao Kui regarded him, silent. She pondered the feasibility of this arrangement. Ultimately, she decided to accept him. Apart from his age and lack of attractiveness, he possessed no significant faults. His ability to thrive in the Xinjiang prefecture spoke volumes of his capabilities. At the very least, he could persuade others to part with their silver. Accepting him meant she could have him handle matters outside, thus sparing herself considerable trouble. Enough, rise. It is broad daylight. We must maintain some decorum. Wuchun's heart soared, and he quickly stood, eyes filled with hope as he gazed at Qiao Kui. Consider carefully, once you enter my fold. You shall never leave, nor betray me, lest you face eternal damnation. Wuchun nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I am a member of the Qiao family in life and a ghost of the Qiao family in death. That phrase sounds rather awkward, Qiao Kui remarked, waving her hand dismissively. Cease with the flattery. It holds no weight with me. Here, one speaks plainly. Wuchun offered an awkward smile. After so many years, he had grown accustomed to such exchanges. Speaking plainly to people and using flowery language with ghosts was his survival strategy. However, Wuchun, recognizing his limitations, humbly requested that Qiao Kui grant him the means to better serve her. Qiao Kui barely lifted her eyelids. What he sought was precisely what he could not attain. Despite possessing spiritual roots, he had missed the optimal time for cultivation, and his progress had stagnated at the Qi refinement stage. You wish me to teach you? She said, her tone skeptical. Wuchun replied cautiously, my admiration for you, my master, flows like an unending river. If I could learn even a fraction of your skills, I would have no regrets. Please grant me this strength. Your request makes me feel as though I am a robber, she retorted. Yes, I understand, Wuchun replied. Qiao Kui continued, in this realm, the path to immortality has been severed, and those without spiritual roots cannot cultivate. Hence, we have the combination of literary heart and martial courage. If you wish to learn my techniques, you must keep what I teach you a secret from all others. Otherwise, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you. Can you adhere to this? Rest assured, I will ensure that no third party learns of it. Should that occur, I would not require your intervention. I would take my own life. With this assurance, Qiao Kui was satisfied. Indeed, I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. Here is the Tao scroll left by my ancestor, a gift from my master. Such a tattered thing. What use do I have for it? Burn it. Wuchun panicked, hastily snatching it back, smiling ingratiatingly at Qiao Kui. Master, please, it is a legacy of Qingchen Temple. It should be kept as a memento. Do as you wish. Now, go. Yes, I will follow your arrangements. I will await your esteemed presence in Xinxia village. Wuchun hurriedly departed, filled with hopes for the future. The journey to Xinxiao village would take merely a day or two, not a significant trial for Wu Chun. The only challenge lay in his unhealed injuries and the potential for unforeseen obstacles along the way. If he could not overcome such minor difficulties, he need not pursue the path of immortality any longer. Qiao Kui remained indifferent. Wu Chun is grateful for our salvation and willingly offers his service, pledging eternal loyalty. Qiao Wan? What was her mother saying? Qiao Wan was momentarily taken aback until Qiao Kui repeated herself, and then she comprehended. So, Wu Chun is to be our family's servant from now on? Qiao Wan spoke, then added, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. As she recited this, Qiao Kui could distinctly sense a current of energy forming around Qiao Wan, ultimately converging at her dantian. Suddenly, a flicker of flame appeared at Qiao Wan's delicate fingertips, and in an instant, the flame radiated brilliance. Qiao Kui remarked, indeed, she has inherited Chu Yan's exceptional talent. How did you achieve this? It's just as mother said. Concentrate what you wish to gather in your dantian. Let it circulate throughout your body, through your limbs, then converge in one place. It's something that can only be comprehended, not articulated. I cannot express it. Qiao Wan's face was a mixture of confusion, causing Qiao Kui immense frustration. Such an elusive concept, indeed. At that moment, Wu Chen's voice became hoarse, fragmented. I have only met him a few times, but we are somewhat acquainted. That night, we drank together, and in my drunkenness, I inadvertently let something slip. Without regard for his reputation, he attempted to silence me. Now I understand. Qiao Kui furrowed her brow. Having dealt with one member of the Qiao family, yet another official from Xinjiang Prefecture had emerged. Is it my turn to take the stage again after you finish your performance? However, before departing, she reduced several individuals to mere ashes, erasing all traces. Zhou Hui, in his ambition to monopolize the Taoist texts, likely did not disclose this secret to others. Thus, their sudden disappearance would not be immediately detected. It was improbable anyone would trace it back to her, unless Qiao Kui's gaze fell sharply upon Wu Chun, scrutinizing him. Only the dead can truly keep secrets. As one traverses the path of life, calamity descends from the heavens. If it were not for this individual, how would she have found herself entangled in such troubles? Therefore, it would be best to eliminate him. The murderous intent in her eyes was unmistakable to Wu Chun, whose heart raced, engulfed in the fear of death. His previously pallid face growing even more ashen. Master Uncle, I assure you, I will not utter a word. We are in this together. You know too much. Wu Chun was on the verge of tears. He lamented why he had not blinded himself, why he had listened to what should not have been heard. Master Uncle, I know nothing. I was ambushed by bandits, severely injured, and I am immensely grateful for your rescue. Wu Chen's head nearly sank into the mud. I swear by my lineage, if I reveal a single word to the outside world, may our lineage's pursuits be forever thwarted, our inheritance severed, and may I meet a wretched end. Calling upon 3 generations of ancestors, this oath was indeed severe. Get up. I have done nothing. What is the purpose of such oaths? However, the heavens are watchful. Oaths cannot be taken lightly, or they will backfire upon oneself. Wouldn't you agree? Nonetheless, today I shall treat Taoist Wu Chen differently. Qiao Kui smiled enigmatically, waving her hand, causing Wu Chun to rise abruptly, his body protesting with pain, cold sweat trickling down. Yet he dared not utter a sound. Wu Chun lifted his head, his sweat mingled with mud, rendering him akin to a beggar. For now, he had preserved his life, alleviating the heavy burden in his heart. Enough of this delay, let us go. Qiao Kui gestured for him to leave. Wu Chun paused, fully aware of her intent to dismiss him. Yet he was reluctant. The path to immortality had been tantalizingly close, and departing now would mean losing that opportunity. Thus, he knelt once more. Qiao Kui frowned. How long will you persist? Do you wish to have lunch before departing? Master Uncle, I have saved quite a bit over the years and wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Qiao Kui laughed, clearly pleased. It would be unreasonable for him to be saved while offering nothing in return. Thus, his calling her Master Uncle felt rather cheap. Should you wish to give willingly, then so be it. After all, it is a matter of life and death. Your gratitude should not be lacking. Wu Chun continued, Master Uncle, I also possess 2 precious herbs. For many years, my master and I have pursued the path of longevity. I implore you to grant me your teachings. He bowed deeply, sincerity radiating from his demeanor. Do you expect me to teach you? You certainly know how to take advantage of the situation. Wu Chan replied carefully, my admiration for you, Master Uncle, flows like an endless river. With your presence, Qingxin Guan will undoubtedly flourish. What does Qingxin Guan have to do with me? We both know our relationship. Yes, I understand. Once a teacher, forever a father. In my heart, you are my one and only master uncle. I have saved quite a bit over the years and wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Qiao Kui maintained a cold demeanor. Cultivating immortality transcends the mundane. It cannot be measured by wealth. Are you certain you wish to offer these? Wu Chun felt a chill in his heart. He knew it was insufficient, yet he had little else to offer. He hesitantly added, Master Uncle, I also have 2 rare medicinal herbs I wish to present to you, as I truly have nothing else of value. Qiao Kui nodded nonchalantly. I understand your intentions. Having received something, we are now even. Wu Chun, anxious, hastily added, Master Uncle, I have one more request. Qiao Kui turned to him. For many years, I have sought the Taoist text without success. I seek your guidance. What you just offered was merely your life as ransom. This is a different price altogether. Wu Chun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity at hand. Stammering, he continued, the temple still holds some of your relics. I am willing to offer them to you. Fearing Qiao Kui would dismiss them, he swore, I swear my master is indeed the national master, possessing unparalleled wisdom, having reached the 8th realm. And he was over 300 years old when he left the court. Qiao Kui's interest peaked, and she finally nodded. I can guide you. Hand over the texts. I shall complete the missing content, but I have a test for you. Chapter 102. An accidental killing, it turned out that it was never truly suppressed. Emotions, when reaching a certain threshold, would erupt, requiring an outlet for release. Each act of violence brought him exquisite pleasure, rendering him light and unburdened. Father, mother, I am unworthy of being your son. Allow me to depart. No, it cannot be, Quan Shi cried, gripping the knife tightly against Lin Wenxian's neck. Even as her palms bled, Lin Changyu, in a fit of desperation, shouted, You are merely ill. Once I gather enough silver to buy you some low-grade Xinshan, it will surely cure you. Father, mother, do not deceive me. That precious medicine is costly, and our family is deeply in debt. We cannot afford it. I can find a way to afford it. Once your illness is cured, you can resume your cultivation. Lin Wenxian remained obstinate, his eyes filled with sorrow. The family of 3 was engulfed in tears, while Lin Wenjing cowered in the room, trembling, too frightened to step outside. After a long while, Lin Wenxian opened his eyes again, loosening his grip on the knife, allowing Quan Shi to take it. He spoke to them, Enough, father and mother. Let me survive a few more days. You go fetch some rope to bind me. Lin Changyu sighed in relief and hurried inside to find rope, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Despite his son's illness, filial piety remained intact, proving his years of nurturing were not in vain. Once the Wenxin platform was restored, his son would surely soar to great heights, bringing them a better life. Causing the rope he had just grasped to fall to the ground. In the courtyard, Lin Wenxian's eyes were bloodshot, his hands stained with blood from the knife. While Quan Shi lay in a pool of blood, a line of crimson spreading across her neck, flowing incessantly. Lin Changyu rushed to the doorway, witnessing the scene, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Unfilial son, you have killed your mother. Lin Wenxian stared in shock, his mind blank, losing consciousness. When he awoke again, it was dusk. People came and went in his home. The Lin family's white banners fluttered high as relatives and friends gathered to mourn Quan Shi. Lin Wenxian was bound to the bed, his mind foggy, memories jumbled. When he finally grasped the situation, he was taken aback. After much effort, he had married a noble lady, relying on his in-law support, enduring years of arduous training to reach the 6th rank, serving as the Minister of Revenue, achieving success and glory. Yesterday, Chu Yin ascended to the ranks of the sages, yet in a moment of discord, he was ruthlessly slain before he could even muster a defense. In his youth, despite his impoverished beginnings, he harbored lofty aspirations and, through sheer diligence, advanced to the 3rd realm of literary prowess, catching the eye of the Pingyang Marquis household, thus embarking on a path of success. In his previous life, his Wenxin platform remained unscathed, and after the demise of Qiao Lao too, Qiao Wan became a child bride in the Lin family, diligently gathering medicinal herbs to supply him with the elixirs necessary for his cultivation. However, the circumstances of this life have altered drastically. Qiao Wan did not enter the Lin family. Qiao Kui awakened, and his Wenqin platform was damaged, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Most tragically, in a moment of uncontrollable rage, he accidentally took his mother's life. How could this happen? He leapt from his bed and dashed out of his chamber. In the hall, Quan Shi hid by the wooden door, surrounded by neighbors and relatives who had come to pay their respects, assisting her in tidying her appearance. Lin Changyu wore a mournful expression, offering gratitude to those who had come to help. Mother, Lin Wenxian collapsed into Quan Shi's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you show your face? Lin Changyu lifted Lin Wenxian and struck him down fiercely. In recent days, Lin Wenxian's frail body had become emaciated due to illness, making it easy for Lin Changyu to lift him. Father, it is I who am unfilial and have burdened you, causing mother to depart early. What shall we do in the days to come? Lin Wenxian clung to Lin Changyu, allowing the blows to rain down upon his back. The pain he felt was trivial compared to the desolation within his heart. It is all because of you, he thought, as Lin Changyu's expression stiffened. Unable to voice what followed, in a hidden corner, a sharp blade pressed against Lin Changyu's chest. He should not harbor any illusions. He ought to uphold justice against kin. Yet, he found it difficult to part with the investments of silver and effort he had poured into the past years, reluctant to abandon the only two Wenqin in Xinxia village. Father, I understand your sorrow. Strike me or scold me if you must. Even kill me if you wish. But I only want to know how mother met her end, he sobbed. Indeed, Changyu, we have been together for so long. Yet you cannot clarify how Lin Quan Shi perished. I observe these wounds. They are not from a beast, but rather indicative of human intent. Was she murdered? Did robbers invade the village? The crowd clamored for Lin Changyu to provide an explanation. A life had been extinguished, and even without reporting to the authorities, it was imperative to inform the village head. One cannot simply vanish without reason. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to clarify matters should they reach the officials. The blade pressed deeper, poised to pierce Lin Changyu's chest, while Lin Wenxian looked at him earnestly. This expression caused Lin Changyu's heart to tumult, his face shifting as he clenched his teeth, glaring menacingly at Lin Wenxian. He dared not speak. How could he reveal that his own son, Lin Wenxian, had committed the murder? Who would believe such a thing? Whether others believed it or not was inconsequential. What mattered was the imminent threat to his own life. Alas, the family is unfortunate. Quan Shi discovered my affair with Widow Wu, and, in a moment of despair, well, it is all my fault. A bystander pointed at Lin Changyu in disbelief. Others in the morning hall shared the sentiment, unable to accept this truth. The scandal laid bare before the public. Subjected to everyone's scorn, Lin Changyu could hardly lift his head. Father, how could you do this? Lin Wenxian knelt before Lin Changyu, gripping his legs tightly. Mother, father, I have lost my mother. The following day, Quan Shi was interred, laid to rest in peace. In mourning, Lin Wenjing was to observe a period of filial piety for 3 years, during which she could not entertain suitors, causing the Luo family to temporarily suspend arrangements for a marriage. Meanwhile, Lin Wenxian practiced in his chamber, armed with the memories of his past life and the insights from his cultivation. Yet the troubling matter of Quan Shi's death loomed large. How could this have transpired? Chapter 103. Bidding farewell to the old, welcoming the new father. Even before Mother's remains have cooled, you bring this woman into our home. In the living room, Lin Wenjing, with swollen eyes, gazed at the two before her, indignation radiating from her. Outrageous! This is your Aunt Wu. Where are the manners and filial piety your mother taught you? Lin Changyu barked sternly. Your mother is gone, and the household requires someone to care for it. Moreover, I too need comfort. Your Aunt Wu does not disdain our poverty and is willing to stay with me. You should treat her kindly. Lin Wenjing opened her mouth to protest, but Lin Changyu interrupted. Enough. Do not be unreasonable. I am still young, and remarrying is a matter of time. Rather than wait a year, it is better to let your Aunt Wu into the household now, so we have someone to look after us and a glimmer of hope for our future. Lin Wenjing was rendered speechless by the audacity of his words. Lin Changyu continued, Your Aunt Wu has an empty house. I shall move in with her, and we shall have less contact henceforth. Father, we must not speak idly. Let us gather our belongings and bring them over. We will be relying on one another from now on, urged Widow Wu, entwining her arm with Lin Changyu's. Lin Wenjing, mouth agape, momentarily forgot her sorrow. What had she just heard? Her father, just a day after her mother's death, was abandoning their home to run off with a widow? Lin Wenxian stood at the doorway, coldly observing the scene. Lin Wenjing, feeling lost, turned to him for support. Brother, father intends to move in with Widow Wu. Noticing the silent Lin Wenxian, Lin Changyu took a step back, stammering, "What are you doing out here?" "I came to fetch silver from father to purchase medicinal herbs in Xinjiang Prefecture," Lin Wenxian replied. Silver? The thought of his son's malice made Lin Changyu's heart tremble. He quickly unfastened his money pouch. Lin Wenxian took it, glancing inside to find 5 100-tael silver notes, the very sum offered by the Luo family for the betrothal gifts. Widow Wu, momentarily captivated by Lin Wenxian's imposing aura, failed to intervene, watching helplessly as the pouch fell into his hands. "Old Lin, you mustn't. What about me and the child in my womb?" she exclaimed, panic-stricken. "Be quiet." Lin Changyu snapped, his voice sharp with urgency. Nonetheless, the words had been spoken, and the truth had been heard. Lin Wenjing was filled with both anger and disbelief, while Lin Wenxian remained calm and composed. "Father, you have gone too far," Lin Wenjing protested. Lin Changyu's face flushed as he tried to explain, "This was an unforeseen circumstance. I never anticipated it. However, he is still your brother, bound by blood. I cannot allow him to suffer alone." Widow Wu, caressing her belly, regarded the money pouch in Lin Wenxian's possession without reservation. "Indeed, he is now your brother. If Xian Gu possesses Wenxin, it stands to reason that he too may inherit such talents. In the future, you brothers must support one another." Lin Wenxian scoffed internally. His father had always been restless. In his previous life, he had brought the entire family to the capital, where Lin Changyu indulged himself, taking many concubines without ever producing a younger sibling. In that life, there had been neither Widow Wu nor her child. He understood that all of this was due to his mother's influence. With her presence, he could advance without concern. Regrettably, Lin Wenxian cast a glance at Quan Shi's memorial tablet, a hint of sorrow flickering in his gaze. "How absurd! You dare to hope for Wenxin? You have an audacious face," Lin Wenjing scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "Since she has already borne Lin family offspring, let her stay here," Lin Wenxian declared. Lin Changyu shook his head vigorously. "No need. I shall simply move in with her." Realizing the futility of his efforts, Lin Wenxian felt the urge to retreat, seeking to cultivate a new identity away from the chaos, his mind echoing Widow Wu's sentiments. If Lin Wenxian possessed Wenxin, their second child was likely to inherit such talent as well. "Father, this is still your home. Do you want